at it like this: when that blood falls on the garment, is the blood sacrificially committed? If it is, it's because kibus, because kibus not doesn't apply. That's our shayla. All right. This question itself ultimately again is my focus was in the rabba. So what's the case? Now leave it the rabba. And according to the commentaries, the sign. Here we go. This is very interesting. The words are open. Mechatas shinitzi. This is actually fascinating. You see that mechatas shinitzi, the waters of the paraduma that became tummy. The waters themselves that became tummy, retire. They still have the ability to go ahead and make a person suffer. It was a week here, incredible. Look at Rashi. Rashi's in the second Shabbat and Karim. As Adam Mitumas Mace, Ki'ilu Lo Mitzvah. So we'll say, isn't this incredible? That if waters of the Paraduma become tummy, ultimately, again, they have the ability to make a person suffer. Right, the lesson of Rashi actually is very interesting. Rashi says, you look at that, right? As Adam Mitumas Mace, Ki'ilu Lo Mitzvah. Isn't that fascinating? You have to wonder why Rashi is putting that phrase. Like the waters of the Paraduma, a person had a ability to get the person far from Tumas Mace as if he was never coming. What is that? Listen, so the Kiddush that our culture is giving us insight into the power of Shiva as well. A lot of times when we think about Shiva, we think about Shiva as, okay, I did Avera, I did Shiva. Shiva has the ability to kind of wipe away some of the negativity, but the scars of the sin remain. It's not true. The power of Shiva is that Shiva has the ability to affect complete purification and examination. Shiva has the ability to wipe your sin. Shiva has the ability to literally give you a fresh start. That's right. When you get sprinkled by the waters of the Para Aduma, it takes away your tumah as if it was never there. It's not just shot that I'm a tummy person who became tahar. It's as if I was never tummy at all. With the Shuvah, you're not just giving us a little bit of Shuvah. Shuvah has that same power as well. You're not just cleansing you of sin, but you're letting it into it as if it was never there. The Gemara says as follows. Now, how do we know that? That if waters of Para Azuma become tummy, because what's this is? Shahariniga Mazin Allah. It's supposed to sprinkle Para Azuma waters upon a woman who is a Now, what is this? So now watch this. Let's say knuckles and he's been tracked to my space. So what do? We sprinkle the waters of Para Azuma on it. Now what happens when the Para Azuma waters hit a woman who's in Nida? What happens? The waters become tummy. That's what it Nida does. Right? And therefore, yes, we see that the waters still work. So what do you see from here? That even when the waters of Para Azuma become tummy, they still have the ability to affect Para. We did actually just a minute. Third choice line. Shinitma of the mace margin alaha with me to us, so say anything kind of idea you could sprinkle Para Azuma waters on a woman. Ultimately, again, who is Tanea, right? Because again, halakha the waters of the Para Azuma will still work. The word says the Rabba. So let's just say, what does that show you? That shows you that halakha Rabba, but the most of the teachers are keep it Rabba on. The Rosh holds it that he keep it ready. The Amar, Havaras, the Agabi Makom Tame, Kamunach Tame. The Rosh will watch this. So the Rosh holds it. Sheet of Rabbi people who hold that when you go ahead and you pass the food over a tummy area, it is as if food has come to rest and therefore contract as well. Now what does this mean? How you only put the panel of the sheriff, look at it, watch this. I'm standing over by the side of the oven. And there's a sheriff in that oven. Remember that one oven is a key terrace. I don't know if you know utensils. There's a sheriff inside of that key terrace, which makes it cover. And then again, both sides, their oven, the opening was on the top. Okay? So now watch this. So they have their alpiyakana. So now watch this. Now, I extend my hand over the oven, and somebody hands me water of Para Azuma. I take the water, and then pass it back over the oven. Therefore, what happened over here? The waters of the Para Azuma passed over the opening of the oven. What's in the opening of an oven? A ultimately again the sharats that passed it over and opening the smoke. What's the halacha? That you keep on the tummy and from the tummy. Ultimately, that the Akiva says the waters are tummy, and the Chachamim say that it's tar. Now, what do you think here? Overall, really, that the Akiva Savar, Munach Tummy, that the Akiva holds that when you pass the waters over the opening of the tanur, it's as if the waters have come to rest inside the tanur, and therefore tummy. But the Akiva Savar, Rabbanan Savar is not Rabbanan say no. Passing over the airspace of an area does not mean that it is not treated as if the item is rest. Ubahapuji, Nori argued out that the Akiva Savar, the Torah because they are by the Kasha, both the Akiva, Bazar, the Agabis, the Karasami, or Agabi Mishkap, the Mosasami, the Torah. Yet, Sabai is the Kasha, and that the Akiva holds that if you do sprinkling, right, sprinkling of the waters, and the waters passed over a clean forest that is coming, or something else, Mishkava Moshe, some other item that's coming, Shihi Torah, and ultimately again it's tar. So what do you see from here? That the people when something passes over airspace, it remains tar. What's the other? Why? In the Kadavish and Hamil Amala Kilamata, Alec Zayis Mihamis, Ishar Kolamati. Is that the people hold the Halakha myself, there is no item that goes ahead and creates too much in airspace. That's what it means. I mean, the knowledge of the matter is right between coming when it passes to the airspace, specifically into rest, with other than Zayis Mihamis, actually like literally like getting rice on a corpse, Ushar Kolamati, or anything else that conveys too much alcohol. What does this come to? Bulgas. Even having a gas. Ultimately, again, a stone that itself has salash, which has the ability to convey to us alcohol. Elas, so what is not holy to be keeping Rabbanon? Elam Rabbayi, to be Amalat Munacham. Now, the Rabbayi is like this. Everyone agrees that when something passes over the airspace, that it means something that is coming, it is not as if the item is being possessed by the area of Tumah. I saw the Machlokes of the Bahaka Mifudi. Rabbi Akiva Savar Kagiran Shemanenra. Rabbi Akiva is concerned that the item may come to rest. Rabbanan Savi Logan. Rabbanan say, no, we're not concerned. So look, here this case, I'm standing by the tanur. The tanur has a sheret on the inside. I extend my hand over the tanur. Somebody hands me waters of Kala Aduma, and I pass the waters over the opening of the tanur. Rabbi Akiva says, the waters are coming. But the Chachamim say the water is charged. What appeared is not holy. So originally we thought Machlokes was something that comes in airspace specifically to rest. Anyone says, no, it's actually not Machlokes. Machlokes is we're concerned lest you come to put the item down. Rabbi Akiva is concerned that you may come to put the item down. The Chachamim are not concerned to come to put the item down. Most Rabbi Akiva agrees in the case of Hazah. And what's in the script that the Akiva agrees, let's say we'll say, see, in the case we're talking about over here is, I actually open the waters of the Paraduma and then passing them over the opening of the oven. And the Akiva says the waters are coming because we are concerned we may come to put it down. With Rabbanan, we're not concerned we may put it down. What about a case where you sprinkle the water? Right? I'm the Kohen, and I'm sprinkling the waters over the opening of the oven. What about in that case? Even Rabbi Akiva would agree that the waters are kosher. Why? Because there's no concern you may come to put the waters down. Why not? Even the nafat. Once you sprinkle, the waters left your hand. Once they left your hand, then what? There's no point to put them down to that in the area that is incredible. The laws of Rabbah much again, what are the laws of Rabbah really arguing about? To which the Gemara says, I'm not buying you, you don't need too much to do more, you too much to also shock. They're arguing about the words of do we go ahead and learn out the existence of us, ultimately again from Torah that exists in that moment. If you take a look at Rashi, which is the one with Rashi's in the third wide line, we've done in so much Gemara Rashi says you don't Megatas Shemikmul has Aslan, right? So do we bring out again, for example, Paraduma waters that you can come in before the sprinkling, you too much of a host of shaw. From Toda is figured that to those who don't have Zas Nida, Shatumas Hamai Bahazah Point Effort. That is the example of, let's say, again, sprinkling Paraduma waters on a Nida, where the water becomes coming at that exact moment. So ultimately, again, this is what you're arguing about. Sorry, Marsava done it, Marsava ain't done it. Rav Amma says no. The Kuli Alma ain't done it. That's one of the reasons you're not really a doctor about it. Here's enough like this. Rabbi Elazar Sava has Za'az Zikashir, and it's Satan Azaz. Rabbi Elazar holds that ultimately, again, has Za'az required this year, and the individual sprinklings actually combine to form the rest of the year. Rabbanan Savi has Za'az Zikashir. And Rabbanan ultimately again hold that no, there is no shear by Hazah. Okay, so that's incredible. So first of all, just to point out over here, the question that we raised also again remains on the that Halakha Lamaisa, if you went ahead and sprinkled the water on a baguette tame, what is the status? If sacrificial blood splattered on a baguette tame, ultimately again, does the baguette require kibos or not? We must leave that question open. What the Gemara does address on both sides, which is actually quite interesting, is that Halakha Lamaisa apparently Paraduma waters, even if it becomes tame, still have the ability to affect chara, which is actually pretty amazing. And again, the value for that is if you sprinkle waters of Paraduma on a nida, he actually becomes tahora from Tumas case, even though again when those waters hit her, ultimately again the waters themselves will become incredible. Chasas Ksura. Also again the Mishnah then said that the only time that the din of kibbutz applies is when the blood is sacrificially thick. But for example, if the blood of an invalid chatos hits the garment, Allah Kalaman said, then you don't do a kibbutz. Tanabana, what are you going to do? Tanabana, Nidama, Nidam Shira, the one Nidam Su. The Pasuk says from its blood. From here we darshan only blood that is sacrificially fit, and not from blood that is sacrificially invalidated. Keep on repeating what it says. Haislo Shasa Kosher V'Nipsala, Jama Ta'un Kibus. Lo Haislo Shasa Kosher V'Nipsala, Ain't Jaman Ta'un Kibus. So what's the very interesting? The Tanakama holds that in order for the din of Kibus to apply, the blood that hits the garment itself has to be sacrificially fit. Rabbi Akiva holds that Halakha L'maisa, as long as the blood was sacrificially fit at some point in time, even if it subsequently became Tame, Halakha L'maisa, it requires kibos. Shimon says, Echad Zeh ve'Echad Zeh, Eid Jamatal kibos. Shimon says in both of these cases, ultimately again, it does not require kibos. How says, my kind of Shimon was so that Shimon holds Halakha L'maisa. In both of these cases, there is no din of kibos. So my kind of Shimon, what's the Shimon about it? So the Gemara says, Sid Osar, Sid Nidamah. It says Osar, and it says from his blood. Right? Rabbi Akiva. I'm sorry. Sid Osar. Sid Osar, Sid Nidamah. One is coming to tell us like if the blood was sacrificially appointed in time, Rabbi Akiva will say, Osar, fast with Truma. That comes to the Truma, the Rishima Kanin, Gamma Kachin, Kalin, into Marika, Ushkipa, but cautious Rishim. Over the Rishim goes going to his attribute. The Rishim says, Gamma Kachin, Kalin are not such the laws of Marika and Shkipa, which is again about the laws of Hashim, right after the sacrificial use. And all the more so that would apply to Truma as well. Incredible. So it says, Halakha L'maisa, very good Ramapastis, is the only time that there will be a dish of kibos is when the blood that splatters on the garment ultimately is sacrificially fit. But if the blood is unfit, whether it was never fit or whether Halakha L'maisa again it was fit and then became unfit, ultimately again there's only a din of kibos if the blood that splatters on the garment itself is sacrificially fit for use. Incredible. Okay, Mishnah. Nikaz Minasava Arabah, right? They don't tell kibos. What's another interesting case? Now remember, Initially, I was showing look at this. Let's say the Kohen shechted the animal, and the blood from the neck of the animal splattered on the Kohen's skin. So the Mishnah says, in that case, there's no din of kibus. There's no din of kibus. Which I will say, the truth is, even before we get into this, it makes sense. Why? Because halacha so what type of blood requires? The what type of blood? Sacrificial fish blood. When does blood become sacrificial fish? Ultimately, again, when there's kabbalah. And it goes from the neck into the cleave. Therefore, the blood splatters from the neck onto the garment of the Kohen. There is no din of kibos. Mina karen and mina yisod. See again. Let's say the Kohen during the blood application splashes back from the corner of the mizbeach onto his garment, or from the yisod, from the base, it splashes back. Ain't no time kibos. There's no bit of kibos. Mishpach ala rishlava asfal. Let's say again, the sacrificial blood spilled on the floor. The Kohen collected it. Ain't time kibos. Ultimately, again, there's no din kibos. There's no din kibos on that blood as well. Why? Because it says, in town kibos, a redemption is kabbalah between or right around. Here's the rule. What type of blood requires kibos? Only blood that was received from the tree, that was received from the utensil, and ultimately again is fit for sanctity. You hate town kibos. You might have thought when the blood splatters from the neck onto the garment, ultimately again would require kibos. Therefore, the Pasuk says that will be sprinkled. Is only blood that is fit for sprinkling, and ultimately again generates the kibos obligation. And you got another mix up, and you got the upper because we're not saying you forgave town kibos. I'm at a brother, the blood splattered back from the corner or from the base. You should require it. But on the Gomar, I said, yeah, the Pasuk says that will sprinkle. Splash again, splash it off. Ultimately, again, this is huge blood that was already sprinkled. There was a few minutes. The blood is only sprinkled on the same, and then ultimately again splashes back. Then halacha reminds that blood was already sprinkled, and therefore not talking. Therefore, clean up. We're really defining this. The only type of blood that requires kibos, ultimately again, is blood that is fit for sprinkling. What is that? That's blood that has been received in a utensil, and ultimately again is ready to be used. But if the blood was already used, or for that matter, again, the blood spurted from the neck of the animal onto the clothing, ultimately no din of kibos. Mishpach ala rispach is spilled on the floor, was on the base. Why don't we read that last case? I'll say that last case is a little bit obvious. Why don't we be told that if the blood spilled on the floor and then it got onto the garment of the windows, that there's no din of kibos? Which the Gemara says, mass time comment. The Gemara didn't give you the reason. Why is it? It's a sacrificial blood poured on the floor, and then you regather it, and you went ahead and splattered on the garment. That there's no din of kibos. Why is that? With she'ein tone, if you she'ein tone kibos, a redemption is kabbalah between the right razia. Because also the only time that there is a din of kibos, ultimately again is the time where the blood was collected in a cleave and fit for sprinkling. So that's our rule. Essentially, the Mishnah is just illustrating the rule with this case of the blood that fell on the floor. Okay, right last time. So bottom line, really penetrated that one year of Shiva's obligation is when the blood itself is fit for sprinkling. Therefore, the paradigmatic case would be you see the blood in the utensil. The blood is ready to be sprinkled, has not yet been sprinkled, and gets on the garment requires kibos. But if the blood was never collected in the cleave, or the blood was already used for sprinkling, and then it got on the garment, no din of kibos. Now, when you see that the blood actually fit for sprinkling, what is this complete? So you might say, we can keep our couples with the come to a school if I went this, but let's say both sides, you collect 2 utensils, but in each utensil is not enough blood to sprinkle it. So the Gemara says, Samuel, the Kalakta by Shaul Omer, if you collect not enough blood, or similar blood to sprinkle in one tree, the couples with the idea of the and less than the necessary amount for sprinkling in a different tree, what do you do? the kli itself does not sanctify the blood. The only time that sacrificial blood becomes sanctified in the kli shari is as if there's enough blood for sprinkling purposes. But if there's not enough blood in the kli, then the kli does not sanctify. And again, if the kli does not sanctify the blood, then when that blood gets on the garment does not require kibbutz. Say, the dam, the dam now, now, so we say, when it comes to the dam, so the dam now, now, I'm sorry, now, or we also saw them, so again, Vladimir asks as follows. So we see that it's just a halakha, we could actually say, the dam now, that the concept of the unit, we don't talk about the idea, so because of the day, you have it about all of us. What is the share? The share is like this. If you went ahead and you received too little blood in the face, and then you received more blood. Ultimately, again, does that rush? You say that facility, and you also saw that. You say that ultimately, again, you say that again. Okay, I'm sorry. I just realized before. The case of Kiddush Pachos, the use went by in the water. Like not even asking the same side. So the first case is by water of Paraduma. If you receive too little water, not enough water for sprinkling purposes, right, in one tree, right, if you receive too little waters in a tree, then the tree does not sanctify the water. Okay, not even asking the same side by sacrificial blood. If you receive too little blood in a tree, not enough for sprinkling, what does the tree sanctify the blood? So the dam now, really together say this halacha, ultimately within the party, and you also follow the rule, can't out one halacha from another halacha. Or do a halacha my time up, and we say no, by party, what's the reason why you receive not enough water for sprinkling purposes? And if the tree doesn't sanctify the water, you might say, how about the night? Because it says you will go ahead and literally again immerse the hyssop, right? You'll immerse the hyssop, into the water. How can I see the tabal badam? So by sacrificial blood, you use the tabal of a mercy. So again, interesting enough, you know that by Kara Adjuma, if you don't have enough water in the utensil for sprinkling purposes, the water itself is not constant. We're asking, does the same halacha apply by blood or not? So touch more, let's analyze. If you do not have enough blood for sprinkling purposes in the kli, then ultimately again the kli does not consecrate the blood. Tanya, interestingly enough, when we suppose we are equating ultimately again blood with the water of the party. Tanya, the tabal, the positive you shall immerse, the lom is sapeg. The sapeg, the dam, actually the dam should be there. So it says Rallah is you have to immerse, and lom is sapeg means you don't wipe. You don't wipe. Rashi says, Mekaneach, the shuri hashli, or the dog nosef. So this is very interesting. When you go ahead and you have to get blood for the sprinkling purposes, you have to immerse your finger inside of the tree and not gather up the blood by going ahead and scraping your finger along the walls. There has to be enough blood gathered in the tree itself that you can simply immerse your finger and get the requisite amount. Actually, the dam should be even more color. Also, if there is enough blood in the tree. Minadam, ultimately again, Minadam should be. Ultimately again, Allah commands upon the blood, Minadam should be calculate to the in, Minadam Muhammad the in, Cuba to use the letter Shona, Yazes Kula. It's a lots of the Mikva Bo at Bo, Al Korazila Kula, Unuki Shem should ask that person that they and when you have a requirement of multiple blood applications, ultimately, again, you can't use the leftover from one application. Let's say, again, you lift your finger, does the sprinkling. When he does the set, ultimately, again, you have to re-immerse your finger. It can't use any reducible. It's this when mixed up the down. And once they have to take it down, why do you touch it up on the cover? If we did the cover, Haba Amina Abaki, the lesson should be the main cover. I would have said that it's fine if the blood is kosher, even though there's not enough blood in the food from the beginning. Because of one of the dam. If the part said, but me touch about one of the down, everyone says, but I'm having it in the Sabe. I would have thought that you could even smear your finger against the wall of the tree to accumulate the necessary amount of blood. Therefore, touch about mana, the cover, Minadam, Shebe Indians, when you eat it. So, what does that come to? With Amaraba, when you eat Shirai Shebe, that comes to exclude the use of any leftover blood on one's finger for a second application. So we'll say, we'll stop over it for today, but just understand what we just stopped here. We establish it like this. Like Para Duma, in order for the Kli to consecrate the waters, there has to be enough water for the sprinkling in the Kli all at once. The Shaila is that the same halacha by blood? It appears to be the answer to that is yes. That in order for blood to be consecrated by a Kli Sharis, you have to have enough blood for the requisite sprinklings in the Kli all together at once. In addition to that, there's some other halachas, which is when the Kohen dips his finger in the blood, there has to be enough cool blood that he can dip it in, get what he needs. If he needs to smear his finger against the sides of the blood, that's going to be invalid. Not only that, when you have to do multiple sprinklings, so again, you dip your finger and do the sprinkling, any residual blood on your finger cannot be used for the second sprinkling. The second sprinkling must come from new blood within the Kli. Okay, we'll pick up and answer more details about that tomorrow. We'll say Shkoya. Time change. These guys are getting so short for this game. I never even merged with the scouts. All right, so both sides, good morning. I just to tell you something, kind of the left us to begin by thinking our response to explore. Begin by thinking all about responses for this morning's cheer. Thank our Talmudor responses for the month of Kislev, Alexi and Steinitz, memory of Grandpa, the Shomri Son of Shomri Living, that in the rock of St. in memory of the parents, Yitzhak Ner, Nahoin, Sarah Rachel Bas Balas Abraham, Shinda Bas Kenneth Ephraim, and son's mother whose yard site is today. And again, we even witnessed his father who was nifty yesterday and then Mordecai is today. Mordecai ben Jonah. In memory of your dear friend, family friend, Staff Sergeant of Holly Yona Gordon, and Holly Kathy Pollock, in memory of Paul's sisters, Leah Bas Shmuel, Zafini Bas Shmuel, and his aunt Esther Bas are the learning sponsors. Ed and Iris Miller, in memory of Dr. Arthur Shapiro, then Yitzhak Elhanan, Shloshim today, Dr. Sarah Steinberg, continued help for Shidan Sana Bas Susha, Seth and Rachel Rook, in memory of institutions of Holy Rafa, and Pauline Kathy College, in the source of the Christian Rafa Rafa. The marriage about Hamakara, all the Nishans, the families in the couple, all those miracles, Shabbat, and all the Israel, and the marriage who should take life in Rafa, and Israel in the Jews. But we got that us move a lot today. We got these Sabbath women 90 period, up on Sabbath days in days 90 to be, we got up in Boy, like which is exactly 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20 lines up from Quran. So by the other, if you have an answer, how do you what is the halacha? It's actually, we began this quiz yesterday. If you put Chatas Ha'osh into the base of the brush, and the blood is still in its neck. Now, in other words, as I mentioned yesterday, we told you yesterday, so if you bring carbon that's supposed to be externally, or like a carbon apiso, and you bring it inside, that disqualifies the carbon. Now, that's if you bring the blood. Right? If you bring the meat, if you bring the body of the animal, that doesn't necessarily qualify. So Shiloh is very you didn't believe in the bird, right? And the blood is still in there. from the bird to the side of the just like that. Does that spot out the carbon? Now, Sava, please show us some of the so do you see that the neck of the bird is like a please show us the service utensil? And so again, when it gets possible, although the Sava Behemo in the globus are off, but now maybe the head like the flash. And therefore, the sooner that you bring a leak of a carbon to the side, it doesn't disqualify the carbon. So too, if you bring the blood of the bird, the blood in the neck is considered to be blood in the flesh, and that wouldn't disqualify. Sure, that's the Shiloh. Two months is Tashma. Here, to have a nipper, because of shit. If the body moves, convulsed. The body convulsed, and as a result of the convulsion, it ended up moving itself inside of the gush, and then it came back outside. Kayla, the covenant culture, that was an interestingly enough fancy case of involuntary cult. I walking with person there, on his knees, nothing wrong. I can infer from that the intention brought the bird into the gush, but ultimately that would invalidate the carbon. They were timing, but they were using that same logic. Yazi Kachin Kardashian, the Kanye. There you saw. The Yasol and Dollar, the Fazla I was using that same logic, but by Kachin Kardashian. The Kachin Kardashian involved and ultimately moved into the south side of the Azara, and Kachin Kardashian, sleep as well. It's suffering in the north. Let's say the animal went ahead, you checked the animal. And then ultimately again wanted the club. Then it came back into the north. What's Talaka? Shira. Ultimately the animal is kasha. Hawk, Shia, Sula. We can not that if you intentionally took it to the south, it would be possible. I'm both saying, and we know that that's not true. That's not true. Although even if you intentionally took the animal to the south, the covenant is Ella, I love this on the foot. It's because rather you have to say, but the piece of justice on the foot is the piece that we need. I don't know, because if you ended up taking a cover outside of this and it's us, often now you left this on the foot. So over here, by the bird, the convulsion ultimately, again, the piece that actually matters to us is the piece being convulsed and then went outside of this discussion. Not as much about where the animal goes ahead or the bird goes into the coda, or ultimately touching the muscle goes into that into the south. That's not the piece that concerns us. Okay, so do you want to leave the question and answer? Let's say the case ultimately again of where you bring the bird in the neck, while slowing us into the position. Not into the position, into the ankle, the status. Is it like in the flesh? Is it like in the shards? We want to leave that question. Alright, point of the album. Wishma, Pascala Asra, Ma. What's the reach to be severe? Let's say the sacrificial blood spilled on the floor. And you gathered it back up by a bird offering. If you buy a bird offering, you spilled on the floor, then you gathered it back up. Ma, what is the sacrifice of blood? On the one hand, two marches, two things you do not have to one of these shadows. They don't call it so so maybe again, you have all the most to remember. What's unique about the blood of the bird is something that you saw along the floor. I remember again, by the bird, how long it is, there's no two shards. By typical carbon, what happens, you shift the animal. You just have bullet in two shards, and then you use up two shards. In a bird offering, there's no two shards. Rather, you do malika on the bird, and then the blood applications are done directly from the body of the bird itself. So also, so that interestingly enough, what happens in this case over here? You go ahead and check the bird. The blood is on the floor. Obviously, what you're doing now is you're collecting the blood into a few shards. So the shayla now is the shayla now is the status ultimately of that blood. These didn't require these shards. And therefore, again, you don't cost over concepts. So again, it's didn't require it. In other words, you don't need two shards, but if you add two shards, ultimately, again, it's fine. And therefore, you collect it back up and put it into a few shards. The blood itself will still be usable. Oh, Zuma, on the other hand, mix up hustle data on a few shards. Maybe not a Torah actually disqualifies the use of a few shards. The whole always slowly hustle. And halacha mitzvah knows two shards actually disqualifies the blood. And therefore, you to go ahead and gather the blood back up in a Isharis, in fact, halacha would be, you would disqualify the blood, that's the Shaila. So it says, so actually, it's very interesting because it's a Yisodis Shaila in Isharis by a bird offering. Did you say that a bird offering doesn't need a Isharis? But if you have one, fine. Or do we say, no, a bird that can't have a Isharis, if you have one, it actually disqualifies. Some of our other things are called Kashma. Yoko Yudama had also called Hebrew. You might have thought was his heart back yesterday's that you might have thought that when Halacha Lamaisa that when the dam right dam has all sprinkles on clothing. You might have thought these are required to go to the ring. Talmud Lamaisa yesterday's also is a limited factor to say that the din of people only applies to the blood of animal sacrifices. You must know watch this. Beside possibly Brahmana, that if you say that when bird blood comes into a Kushare, it's automatically disqualified. If that fact is true, then you might just say for play, the heart is so laid the other tree. Then the truth is, when the blood goes ahead and hits the garment, ultimately, again, the blood should be disqualified because why? Because the garment itself is considered to be a clean. Because the garment is considered to be a clean, therefore the blood should be disqualified. In other words, forget about kibbutz. The blood should be disqualified. Which the Gemara says, safe up play, the hot is still late, the outside. These are like the next apostle of the Rachmana, safe up play. If so late, the other thing, then literally again, when that blood hits garments, the blood should be disqualified because the garment has the status of a clean. So it could very well be that halacha is also. So remember that the only time that blood required kibbutz was when it was sacrificially killed. If it was sacrificially unfit, then it is not kibbutz. Or if we say that the blood of a bird is disqualified when it comes into a kushar, then halacha is disqualification of kushar is the airspace of kushar. It will be possible. Not thickly with Savara. What's the case? The case is there is no airspace, and ultimately again you're applying the blood of the bird directly to the garment itself. Okay, but well, so that is enough. You might doesn't seem to answer this case either. So again, this type of situation, halacha l'maisa again, the blood of the bird spilled on the floor. You collected it back up, and it's sorry, is the blood usable or not? It depends. Do we say that Kushari you don't need it, but if you have it by the blood of a bird, fine? Or do we say no, Kushari is disqualified by the blood of a bird? Once again, open-ended question. Why when you're lazy? Because we beg it or beg it now. That's an interesting case. Maybe that's not Kasha. Remember again, we just have to answer these now. That if you have sacrificial blood that splatters on a garment, ultimately the garment becomes kibbutz. What happens if the blood splatters from the garment? What is the garment to? What's the status ultimately again of the garment to? So now, you know, so the guy gets Kama Istile the kibbutz. Oh, no, low. So the Shaila essentially is like this. The Shaila is, do we say that once we get Rashi for just a moment, Rashi is 6 lines up in the bottom. Obviously, this is down behind what Rashi points out, right? Remember, bird blood does not generate a kibbutz obligation. It is the animal blood. So do we say, look at Rashi, if you're in the kibbutz, Rashi says, the Garalay Nishbach and a 3 hours, but also the Ahakaf because all of that, yet the husband keeping the touch with the right laws, about all of that is what we see the Shiloh. So do we say that halacha myself, once the blood splatters on the first garment, it's essentially unusable. Once it's unusable, then once it splatters onto the second garment, it's meaningless. Because remember, again, I will say we established this, the only time that halacha myself blood requires kibbutz is right it is sacrificially unfit blood. And if it is sacrificially unfit, then there is no din of kibbutz. So again, do we say once it hits the first ballot, even if it's then when it's substitute, it's invalid. Once it's up when it's the second ballot, then ultimately again there's no kibbutz obligation. Okay, what else? I'm gonna Shayla. This is a good kasha. Talking to Gemara says, you Shayla, this question, Sean Kibus Gemara. Which is the second that requires Kibus, regardless how so. Also, the kasha are kasha. So again, the Gemara actually wants to compare this to a case of blood that spills on the floor, and then you collect it back up. So if you say that ultimately, again, when you collect it back up, it's kasha this week up, then the case where it splatters on the second garment should be no different. The also possible, and if you hold it no, when it splatters on the floor and you collect it back up, the blood is possible. Oh, not Rabbi Akiva Shirley. He says, I hold it Rabbi Akiva. What does Rabbi Akiva say? The Amar, Hai Salo Shas HaKosher, the Nitzala, like Nebo said, we're going to see this sheet in a little bit, but it is of the opinion that as long as sacrificial blood was kosher at some point in time, even if it subsequently became a puzzle, when it splatters on a garment, the garment will require chukas. This stands in contradistinction to our Mishnah, right? The primary thing in our Mishnah was that in order for blood to generate chukas, ultimately, again, the blood has to be sacrificially shifted. But the people of the opinion that Allah says, as long as it had the shas kosher, ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa three kibos, right? That's why the Mishnah said, "Katas shula ein damas ha'on kibos." Okay, fine. Simmer says as follows. So therefore, again, it's easy. I have the Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says, as long as the carbon, as long as the blood was fit, even if it is subsequently unfit, ultimately again requires kibos. Cut off Saudi Kibos, 93 days. 93 days. Interestingly enough, the kind of third question left unresolved. If it's sparnus from Beged 1 to Beged 2, is there a bit of kibos or not? Third question open-ended. That's the 93A top, 48. Very Nikas al Beged Kamei Mouth. Very interesting case. What happens if halacha l'maisa the blood splatters on a Beged that is coming? It's actually a fascinating question to contemplate. If you look at the top Rashi says like this. Rashi says, Nikas al Beged Kamei, the Nikas the Niti Asa. Now, if I take to the blood, it can put upon contact with the garment. Rashi says, we have done also to Nitzman told them below by Kibbutz, which remember again, the idea that in order for blood to be required, in order for blood on a garment, in order for a garment to require Kibbutz, the blood itself has to be sacrificially killed. The shayla now is when blood falls on a garment which is honey, does that garment require kibbutz? Which essentially, what's the kasha? Do we do the blood as being kosher at the time, right fit at the time that it hit the garment, or no? We essentially do it as coming from the beginning, and therefore again no good of kibbutz. The Gemara says that's the shayla. I'm going to put it up yourself. You become violate hockey. Since we're asking this particular question, the Gemara says, "Naminas haisa lo shas hakosher b'mitzvah in dama ta'on kibos." We can infer from this Tagaday that halacha l'maisa, if blood was kosher and then became tamei or then became possible, that such blood would not require kibos. Letting that so, that's only true ultimately again if these events occurred in succession. But if they occur simultaneously, no, they'll not be the halacha. Look at actually the So when we say that if blood was kosher and then became possible, that there's no din of kibbutz, that's when first the blood became possible and then it splattered. But interestingly enough, when let's say again the invalidation of the blood occurred at the same time as the splattering on the garment, that's not so clear. Right? Because that's our case. Our case over here is the blood becomes unfit. If the blood becomes unfit, manage at the exact time that it falls on the garment. Or perhaps there's no distinction. Perhaps at the end of the day, what we look at is like this. When that blood falls on the garment, is the blood sacrificially fit or not? If it is, it's called kibbutz. Right? It's called kibbutz. It's not a present requirement. It's not shayla. This question itself ultimately again is machlokas or in the Rabbanon. So what's the case? Gali was the Rabba. According to the commentaries, say Abaye. This sign. Here we go. This is very interesting. Because it was all that. Make hashas shinifel. This is actually fascinating. If you have make hashas made the quarters of the parashima, that became coming. The waters themselves that became coming, Nikare, they still have the ability to go ahead and make a person tahar. And look at you hear how incredible that is? Look at Rashi. Rashi's in the second short on Nikari. As ha'adam mitumas meis, ki'ilu lo mitma. The Lord says, isn't this incredible? That if waters of the paraduma become coming, ultimately again they have the ability to make a person tahar. The lesson of Rashi actually is very interesting. Rashi says, if you look at that, right, as ha'adam mitumas meis, ki'ilu lo mitma. Right? Isn't that fascinating? Right? You have to wonder why Rashi puts in that phrase. Like the waters of the paraduma, the person, and the ability to make a person tahar from tumas meis, as if he was never coming. What does that mean? Firstly, so the could also Rashi is giving us a profound insight into the power of tshuva as well. You know, a lot of times when we think about tshuva, we think about tshuva as, okay, I just committed an avera, I did tshuva. Tshuva is the ability to kind of wipe away some of the negativity, but the scars of the sin remain. It's not true. The power of tshuva is that tshuva has the ability to affect complete purification of examination. Tshuva has the ability to wipe your slate clean. Tshuva has the ability to literally give you a fresh start. Just like when you get sprinkled by the waters of the Torah Adumah, it takes away your tumah as if it was never there. Not the shot that I'm a tummy person who became tahar. It's as if I was never tummy at all. So tshuva, you're not giving us a ring into tshuva. Tshuva has that same power as well. To not just cleanse you of sin, but literally are going to remove it as if it was never there. The Gemara says as follows. You know, how do we know that? That if waters of paraduma become tamid, people what this is, shaharinida mazin alal. The Bible says you sprinkle paraduma waters upon a woman who is a female. Now, what does this mean? Let's say I watch this. Let's say Rachel's in Nida, right? And she contracts mushrooms. So what do? We sprinkle the waters of paraduma on her. Now, what happens when the paraduma waters hit the woman who's in Nida? What happens? The waters become tamid. That's what the Nida does, right? And therefore, yes, we see that the waters still work. So what do you see from there? That even when the waters of paraduma become tamid, they still have the ability to affect Tara. Look at that. This is the line. Shahari Nida. Third short line. Shenitma of the means mazin aleha. לפני תפילת, נקרא בקבלת משיח, כלומר בתפילה אחת. So it's an incredible idea. You could sprinkle paraduma water upon a woman, ultimately again, who is Tmeya, right? Because again, halacha the waters of the paraduma will still work. Will still work. You want to say, so what does that show you? That shows you that halacha okay. The Lord said, and the Revelation holds that the Akiva is ready. The Amar, Ha'abaras fi al-gabi makom tamei, munach tamei. Now, both of you watch this. The Revelation holds the sheet of Rabbi Akiva, who holds that when you go ahead and you pass the tree over a tamei area, it is as if that tree has come to rest and therefore contracts tumah as well. Now, what does this mean? It's not. How you always put the tongue over the sheriff? The tongue is, listen, watch this. I'm standing over by the side of the oven. And there's a sheriff in that oven. I'm not going to walk in the oven. Is a two sheriff. I'm not going to use pencil. There's a sheriff inside of that two sheriff which makes it coming. Now, I'm not going to both say their ovens, the opening was on the top. Okay? So now watch this. The old shit does all the public and not the less salaging. The heavy alpiatas. Now watch this. Now I extend my hand over the oven, and somebody hands me water of Kala Aduma. I take the water and then pass it back over the oven. Therefore, what happens over here? The water from the Kala Aduma passed over the opening of the oven. What's in the opening of an oven? Ultimately, again, the sheretz. I passed it over an opening of Tumah. What's Alahah? That the Akiva Metami Sham Sham. Ultimately, Rabbi Akiva says the waters are coming, and the Chachamim say that it's Tahar. What do you think, sir? Rabbi Akiva Stavar, Munach Tamid, Rabbi Akiva holds that when you pass the waters over the opening of the Tanur, it's as if the waters have come to rest inside the Tanur, and therefore coming, Rabbi Akiva Rabbanan Savri Latin with Tamid. Rabbanan say no, passing over the airspace of an area, the not mean that it is not treated as if the item is rest. وبعطي هو الأرجع الذي يكون السبب قطعا بس يبقى يتحشى قول يبقى بعض شديد أقابل في كلام or أقابل مشكلة في موجة شديد هورا هي تبقى يتحشى الذي يكون holds but if you do sprinkling, right, sprinkling of the waters, and the waters pass over a tree forest that is coming, or something else, mishkav emotion, some other item that's coming, shifi Torah, that also looks like a star. So what do you see from here? That you see also when something passes over airspace, it remains star. What's going on? Why? In the Chavdava Shem Kamil Amala Kiramata, Alex Zayis Nihanes, Ishar Kolama. That the Akiva holds that halacha myself, there is no item that goes ahead and creates too much in airspace. That's what it means. Kamil Amala Kiramata is that it's Nihanes when it passes through the airspace. If it means rest, other than Zayis Nihanes, actually like literally against Zayis on the corpse, Ishar Kolama units, or anything else that can raise too much out. What does this come to include? That seeing heaven having a gas, ultimately again a stone that itself has salas, which has the ability to convey too much out. Elas the Kabbalah, so what is the Napoleon for the people of Rabbana? Elam Rabbayu, if you fully amalak Munafar. Now the Rabbi says like this. Everyone agrees that when something passes over the airspace that contains something that is coming, it is not as if the item came to rest by the area of Tumah. I saw the Napoleon, so we have a Hakabaka. Rabbi Akiva Savar Gaziran Shemanim. Rabbi Akiva is concerned that the item may come to rest. Rabban Stavri Logan. Rabban is saying, no, we're not concerned. So let's see this case. I'm standing by the tunnel. The tunnel has a chariot on the inside. I extend my hands over the tunnel. Somebody hands me waters of Kala Azuma, and I pass the waters over the opening of the tunnel. Rabbi Akiva says, the waters are coming. The Chachamim say the water is tar. What Adura is Machlokas? So originally we thought Machlokas was something that comes in airspace as if it came to rest. Everyone said, no, it's actually not the Machlokas. The Machlokas is we're concerned unless you come to put the item down. Rabbi Akiva is concerned that you may come to put the item down. The Chachamim are not concerned. I'm not concerned that you come to put the item down. Most Rabbi Akiva agrees in the case of Hazah. There was an issue that these people agrees, let's say, see, in the case we're talking about over here is, I actually open the waters of the Paraduma and then passing them over the opening of the oven. But the Akiva says the waters are coming because we are concerned we may come to put it down. But Rabbanan, we're not concerned we're going to put it down. What about a case where you sprinkle the waters? Right? I'm the Kohen, and I'm sprinkling the waters over the opening of the oven. What about in that case? Even Rabbi Akiva would agree that the waters are kosher. Why? Because there's no concern you may come to put the waters down. Why not? Even the napa. Once you sprinkle, the waters left your hand. Once they left your hand, then what? There's no possibility that you're going to put them down to rest in the area that is coming.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the things that I did.
Ultimately, again, one of the laws that Rabbanan really understand. Which the Gemara says, Rabbi, you should join me too much in Duma, too much of also shock. The arguing about the also do we go ahead and learn out the existing Duma, ultimately again from Duma that exists in that moment. If you take a look at Rashi, which is the moment Rashi is in the third white line, it's done in too much Duma. Rashi says, Kidon, Mechatas Shemikmu Lefnei Hazra Asan, so they learn out again, for example, Paraduma waters. That became coming before the sprinkling, the Tumah Shava also Shah. From Tumah that is created that time, you don't Hazah Nida, Shetumah Samai Bahazah Blind Echad. That would be the example of us taking sprinkling Paraduma waters on a Nida, where the water becomes coming at that exact moment. So ultimately, again, this is what you're arguing about. Masava done, and the Masava ain't done. And Rav Amar says no. The fully Alma ain't done. Everyone agrees you do not learn Abach. There's enough of this. Rabbi Elazar Sava has Zod Zika Shir, and the Safran Azal. Rabbi Elazar holds that ultimately again Zod requires the Shir, and the individual sprinklings actually combine to form the requisite Shir. Rabbanon Hazar into and Rabbanon ultimately they hold that no, there is no shear by Hazar. Okay, those are incredible. So first of all, just to point out over here, the question that we raised also again remains unanswered. The halacha l'maisa, if you went ahead and you sprinkled the water on a baguette tame, what is the status, right? Inside, not external. If sacrificial blood splattered on a baguette tame, ultimately, again, does the baguette require kibos or not? So you want to see leave that question open. What the Gemara does address on both sides, which is actually quite interesting, is that halacha nice apparently paradima waters, even if it becomes tame, still have the ability to affect kara, which is actually pretty amazing. And again, the line for that is if you sprinkle waters of paradima on a nida, and she becomes tahora from Tumas case, even though again when those waters hit her, ultimately again the waters themselves will become incredible. Kasa Sura was again the Mishnah that said that the only time that the din of kibbutz applies is when the blood is sacrificially hit. But for example, if the blood of an invalid katos hits the garment, halacha l'maisa again is going to be a kibbutz. Tanabana, what is it? Tanabana, midama. Midam kshera v'lo midam ksuva. The pasuk says from its blood, from the Yarshin, only blood that is sacrificially fit, and not from blood that is sacrificially invalid. The people on the Kibbutz says, Ais v'shas hakosher v'netzorah, Dama ka'un kibbutz. Lo ais v'shas hakosher v'netzorah, ein Dama ka'un kibbutz. So what's very interesting, the Tanakama holds that in order for the din of kibbutz to apply, the blood that hits the garment itself has to be sacrificially fit. And the Akiva holds that halacha l'maisa, as long as the blood was sacrificially fit at some point in time, even if it subsequently became tamei, halacha l'maisa, it requires kibbutz. So the Shimon says, echazeh ve'echazeh, ein damatam kibbutz. The Shimon says in both of these cases, ultimately again, it does not require kibbutz. Okay, how so? My kind of Shimon holds the Shimon holds the in both of these cases, there is no din of kibbutz. My kind of Shimon, what's the Shimon logic? So the Gemara says, "Ksiv osar uksiv midama." It says osar, and it says from its blood. Right, Rabbi Akiva. Sorry, Ksiv osar. Ksiv osar uksiv midama. One is coming to tell us right here that the blood was sacrificial at one point in time. Rabbi Akiva will say osar part of truma. That comes to truma. Rabbi Shimon coming down like touching Kalan in the Rita, which is not the culture case. Rabbi Shimon goes according to the logic. Rabbi Shimon in general touching Kalan are not such the laws of the Rita, which is again about the laws of pasturing right after the intensive use of sacrificial use, and all the more so that would apply to Truma itself. Incredible. So it says, halacha l'maisa, the way that I'm asking is the only time that there will be a din of kibbutz is when the blood that splatters on the garment ultimately is sacrificially fit. But if the blood is unfit, whether it was never fit or whether halacha l'maisa again it was fit and then became unfit, ultimately again it's only a din of kibbutz if the blood that splatters on the garment itself is sacrificially fit for use. Incredible. Okay, Mishnah. Most another interesting case. Now remember, the Mishnah now is doing repetition. Let's say the Kohen shechted the animal, and the blood from the neck of the animal splattered on the Kohen's clothing. So the Mishnah says, in that case, there's no din of kibbutz. There's no din of kibbutz. Which I will say, even before we get into this, it makes sense. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, what type of blood requires kibbutz? What type of blood? Sacrificially fit blood. When the blood becomes sacrificially fit, ultimately again when there's kabbalah, and it goes from the neck into the sleeve. So therefore, if the blood splatters from the neck onto the garment of the Kohen, there is no din of kibbutz. Minat karen or minat yisod. So again, if let's say the Kohen is doing the blood application, and it splashes back from the corner of the mizbeach onto his garment, or from the yisod, from the base, it splashes back, it will tell kibbutz. there is no din of kibbles. Mishpach ala litzvah aslo. Let's say again, sacrificial blood spilled on the floor. The coin collected it in town kibbles. Ultimately, again, there's no din kibbles. There's no din kibbles on that blood as well. Why? Because when it says like in town kibbles, a redemption is kabbalah the pre, but right now. Here's the rule. What type of blood requires kibbles? Only blood that was received in the tree, that was received in the utensil, and ultimately again is fit for spit. Said the Gemara, Tan Rabbanon, Yochon, because we have Sava ala Bagaj, you hate on kibbles. You might have thought that when the blood splatters from the neck onto the garment, ultimately again, it would require kibbles. Kamavoma, Asher Yaza. Therefore, the pasuk says that will be sprinkled. It is only blood that is fit for sprinkling that ultimately again generates a kibbles obligation. And you got another stuff, and you got Yocham because you're not carrying the associated telling kibbles. I'm at a point that if the blood splatters back from the corner or from the base, you should require kibbles. And with Omar, Asher Yaza. Therefore, the pasuk says that it was sprinkled. Ultimately, again, this excludes blood that was already sprinkled. There was a this. If the blood was only sprinkled on the mizbeach, and then ultimately again splashes back, then halakha l'maisa, that blood was already sprinkled, and therefore not counted. Therefore, let's say interesting enough, we're really defining this. The only type of blood that requires kibbles, ultimately again, is blood that is fit for sprinkling. What is that? That's blood that has been received in a utensil and ultimately again is ready to be used. But if the blood was already used, or for that matter again the blood spurted from the neck of the animal onto the clothing, ultimately no din of people. Mishpat ala ritzpat, it's spilled on the floor, we'll say on the base. Why do I need that last case? We'll say that last case is a little bit obvious. Why do I need to be told that if the blood spilled on the floor and then it got onto the garment of the kohen, that is no din of kibbles? Which the Gemara says, Matam Kamar. The Gemara is really giving you the reason. Matam Mishpach ala ritzvah aslo in town kibbles. Why? Is it that a sacrificial blood poured on the floor, and then you regather it, and it went ahead and splattered on the garment? That there's no din of kibbles. Why is that? If you she'ein town kibbles, a redemption is kabbalah between because also the only time that there is a din of kibbles, ultimately again is the time where the blood was collected in a tree and fit for sprinkling. So that's our rule. Essentially, the Mishnah is just illustrating the rule with this case of the blood that fell on the floor. Okay, right, Razan. So we're against local bottom line. The only time that there is a wrongdoing, a kibbutz obligation, is when the blood itself is fit for sprinkling. Therefore, the paradigmatic case would be you receive the blood in the utensil. The blood is ready to be sprinkled, has not yet been sprinkled, and gets on the garment requires kibbutz. But if the blood was never collected in a cleave, or the blood was already used for sprinkling, and then it got on the garment, no din of kibbutz. So the Gemara says, now, when we say that the blood has to be fit for sprinkling, what is this conflict? The Gemara says, we can keep our pachos mikdei aziyah b'klizah. The pachos mikdei aziyah b'klizah come to a school of our case where let's say about say you collect blood in 2 utensils, but in each utensil there's not enough blood for the sprinkling. So the Gemara says, Isanyo, the Kalafta bar Shal Omer, if you collect not enough blood, too little blood for sprinkling in one cleave, and less than the necessary amount for sprinkling in a different cleave, low kiddush. The cleave itself does not sanctify the blood. The only time that sacrificial blood becomes sanctified in a cleave cherry is if there's enough blood for sprinkling purposes. But if there's not enough blood in the cleave, then the cleave does not sanctify. And again, if the cleave does not sanctify, then what? Then when that blood gets on the garment does not require kibbutz. Say by level, the dam mahu, the dam. So the dam mahu. The Gemara says now. So here's the shayla. When it comes to dam, what is dam mahu? The Gemara says, listen to this. Mahu rachasam. Sometimes mahu ruchasam. Only ruchasam dam. Odilma Hassam at night, someone say so again. Then we ask as follows. You will see that it's just a halacha. Look at Rashi says. Rashi says, the dam at night, that the types happening is Kiba Pahos Mikiazia. Because of the Ilay, we have a Kabbalah Allah. So say, so here's the Shayla. The Shayla is like this. If you went ahead and you received too little blood in the cream, and then you received more blood, ultimately, again, does that work? Do we say Lokasari, and Lokasari, and do we say that ultimately, again, you said that halacha l'maisa again. Don't say that. I'm sorry. I just realized the point. The case of Kiddush Bambos, as used by Paradima, water, like Nabi was asking the same side. So the first case was by water the Paradima. If you receive too little water, not enough water for sprinkling purposes, right? In one tree, right? And if you receive too little water in a tree, then the tree does not sanctify the water. Okay, now the Gemara is asking the same shiloh by sacrificial blood. If you receive too little blood in it and not enough for sprinkling, what does the priest sanctify the blood? So the dam now, really should have said this halacha. Ultimately, in the paragraph, and we open some of them, you can't in that one halacha, another halacha. Odilma Hudson my time, and we see, by paragraph, what's the reason why you receive not enough water for sprinkling purposes? And if the priest doesn't sanctify the water, you might say the trick of the cover of the money. Because the pasuk says you will go ahead and literally again immerse the hyssop, right? You'll immerse the hyssop into the water. How can I see the tava badam? So by sacrificial body, you use the notion of the tava of immersing. So that's the shayla. So again, interestingly enough, we know that by kala if you don't have enough water in the utensil for sprinkling purposes, the water itself is not consecrated. We're asking, does the same halacha apply by blood or not? So Tashma, let's analyze. If you do not have enough blood for sprinkling purposes in the key, then ultimately again the key does not consecrate the blood. Tanya, so interestingly enough, according to this approach, we are equating ultimately again blood with the word of the Paragima. But Tanya, the Tabal, the pasuk says you shall immerse, the long is Sate, right? The Sate, the long is Sate, the dam, actually the dam should be there. So it says that our is left to immerse, and long is Sate means you don't wipe. You don't wipe. Rashi says, Mekaneach, the shuri hakli, or the dof no sab. So what's very interesting? When you go ahead and you have to get blood for the sprinkling purposes, you have to immerse your finger inside of the cleat and not gather up the blood by going ahead and scraping your finger along the walls of the cleat. There has to be enough blood gathered in the cleat itself that you can simply immerse your fingers and get the requisite amount. Actually, the dam should be ultimately again, and there must be enough blood in the cleat from the beginning. Minadam, ultimately again, Minadam Sheba'in. Ultimately again, Allah commands from the blood, Minadam Sheba'in, Rashi says, Sheba'in, Idam Ha'amar Ba'in, Kula Shevizim Lena Rishona, Yazes Kula, Shetarach Laksa, the Lichwa Bo at Bo, Al Kolazia Kula, Unuki Shem Sheba'etzbach. What's the explanation? So when you have a requirement of multiple blood applications, ultimately again, you can't use the leftover from one application for the next. So let's say again, the coin dips his finger, does the sprinkling. When he does the second sprinkling, ultimately again, he has to reimmerse his finger and can't use any residual blood. And we'll say it has to say Badam. Why? Because of Rahman of the Tabal. If when it just says the Tabal, I would have said that it's fine with blood is kosher, even though there's not enough blood in the crease from the beginning. Because of Rahman of Badam. If the Apostle says Badam, because of Rahman of Badam, if when it says Badam, Habanina Film Misate, I would have thought that you didn't even smear your finger against the wall of the crease to accumulate the necessary amount of blood. Therefore, because of Rahman of the Tabal, Minadam Sheba'inyan, when you eat in eye. So what does that come to exclude? Amarava, when you eat Shirayim Sheba'etzbach, that comes to exclude the use of any leftover blood on one's finger for a second application. So we'll stop over here for today, but just understand what we just stopped here. We established it like this. In order for the Kli to consecrate the waters, there has to be enough water for the sprinkling in the Kli all at once. The Shaila is that the same halacha by blood? It appears to be the answer to that is yes. That in order for blood to be consecrated by Ksharis, you have to have enough blood for the requisite sprinklings in the Kli all together at once. In addition to that, there's some other halachas, which is when the Kohen dips his finger in the blood, there has to be enough cool blood that he can dip it in, get what he needs. If he needs to shmear his finger against the side of accumulate blood, that's going to be invalid. Not only that, when you have to do multiple sprinklings, so again, you dip your finger and do the sprinkling, any residual blood on your finger cannot be used for the second sprinkling. The second sprinkling must come from new blood within the Kli. Okay, we'll pick up and next one more details about that tomorrow. We'll say shkoyach.
They didn't like hand to hold on to.
No.
They didn't like me. And they didn't like me. How could it be more wrong than Jack the Hand? Jack the Hand was fucking huge. Look at, I don't even know what you meant, but look at me. Look at what seems to have said to you. Well, the most successful thing that I've ever done, nobody had any input on at all, which is this. Yeah, they would have. There's not a chance in hell anybody would have said. Yeah,
all right, so we'll say
good
morning, everyone. Let us begin to be like all of our sponsors for this morning's things. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev Abba was over our sin and kindness. And then we have a Shantai, our Shalmstein, and Shlomo Steve Rudin, then Shimi is on the block of Semi Maka Eskerson. And then we have a Harry Yitzchak Leiber and Aaron Cohen, Sarah Rachel, Bas Baruch Adonai, Inga Bas Baruch Chaim, and then the two family friend, Staff Sergeant Naftali on the board to show me the most Cohen, Republican member of Holz and Schwacha, Leah Bas Shmuel, Zachary Shulanich Bas Shmuel, and Esther Bas Zachariah. Zachary Bas Shmuel, and Steinberg, and Swiss Finger the Four, for Shulanich, Hannah Bas Shmuel. Of course, we get to our learning. We even Mishmas, almost all of the science taken from us in Carrot, in Australia. We used to food things to all of those who are injured in Muhammad, all of them Mishpatas, Harban, Hanukkah, Shemot, and Muhammad, with synchrons in life, all the clouds. And it was like today's dance is Sadik Days, 92, and we are picking up in Yaz Hashem on Sadik Aleph on the days. I gave you a little bit of homework just from the 2 dots. Just made me feel a little bit better about myself. Not going to you. But okay, so let's bring up. So we got that Tashma, which is 3 lines up before the lines get wide on 91 feet. Tashma. So as remember again, the overarching focus that we're still dealing with is focus mentioned in Mishnah as to whether or not you can make a shonikin a wine offering. In other words, can you just go ahead and decide to donate wine, bring a carbon of wine today from the church, or does wine only exist kind of as an appendage to some other form of carbon? That's the other. So again, the Bikharton says, Hanukkah says, eating is not doing anything. The Bikharton says, it's not doing it. Okay, that's a machlokas. So that's what all these conversations that Tashma. So he says, Yain Yidam Yeshiva, this one, printed Yeshiva wine is poured on the bowl. So let's remember again, back in our when we were a little more fixated on the bowl, always fixated on the remember again, we spoke asking about the fact that there were 2 silver bowls that were fixed to the top of the Mizbeach. So the Yeshiva says on the upper ridge. So the Yeshiva says that wine is always poured down into those bowls. Those bowls have to be connected like a drainage system. So again, the Yeshiva says that whenever you had wine, you poured wine down into those bowls. So the Gemara says, Shem is good so Shem is good and Shem, if you donate oil, because in the bowls you should donate oil, ultimately again, when it's poured onto the fire. So the Gemara says, my love is the Yain Kuli Sorry, Shem and Kuli Yeshua. So do you not see the scene that wine was poured totally down the bowls? So ultimately, again, oil was poured totally onto the fire. And let's know what does that mean? According to the opinion that says that you donate oil, remember again, an oil donation or an oil carbon is effectively treated like a mincha, which means the same that when you take a mincha, soaking from oil, you would take mincha. However, not because mincha from oil, but you would go ahead and you would take mincha from oil. The fact that it says over here, that we're referring over here, that wine is totally poured onto the fire, indicates with no concept of pizza by oil, which would seem to indicate to us that oil therefore cannot be a donative offering. To which the Gemara says, no, not necessarily in the area Hakidisa or Hakidisa matters. Although there would be a linkage between oil offerings and oil offerings, not that they can't have their own unique aspect of themselves. Amra Papa, the Papa says, in reality, this is a natural guest timeline. How so? You must listen to this. So this is actually very interesting. Shimon will eat close and low. So it's when bringing oil, you can't eat anything less than a load of oil. That says, okay, what's his hundred machlokes as to how much oil is the minimum amount of oil when you bring an oil offering. Says, well, not yet, we argue about. I'm looking up on a telegraph about don't name enough, don't know what would be the astra is about. Remember again, this is actually one of like these types of exegetical machlokes which are very interesting. So how about the subject machlokes is like this. When you learn, let's say, A out of B, so how far does that lead to? For example, don't you not when you name this, you learn A from B, and learn out A from B, and learn all of the qualities of A from B. As opposed to don't you not what the Kibas from you, learn out A from B for Avides, but then understand that A could be unique and distinct in its own qualities from B for the rest of Allah. This applies right now. Watch this. Rabbanan say, man, so remember again, if the concept of oil as an offering is clearly a derivative from mincha. That's where all of this comes from. So the Rabbanan say like this. So man comes there. The city that you could bring mincha as in a dollar, so you could bring shemet, bring oil as a voluntary offering. Only not, and we then further continue learning out oil from mincha. Man mincha look shemen, afhan look shemen. Just like by mincha, by mincha, you bring with it a load of shemen. So too when you do on the double of oil itself, that is going to be a load. Furthermore, man mincha kumsa, which and by mincha, you take a kumsa, and the rest of the mincha is consumed by the kohanim. Afshemen kumsa, which by your method, so to buy oil, you take a komet, and the rest is consumed by the kohanim. This is what we call donut minah. So we're learning our oils from mincha, and all of the details of the oil offering are gleaned from mincha as well. On the other hand, another thing we'll say, mincha. It is true. We'll learn out oil from mincha. That is true. But again, not completely. How so? Not mincha is not even just like mincha is in a double. This is a really donative mincha offering. Hashem is not in. So too again, we could bring a donative offering of oil. But that's kind of where the comparison stops. Now the rest of the halachos of oil we learn out from oil. They reach kinesakim. It's like a libation. Libation not nisakim, just like by nisakim, which ultimately again can be oil or wine. So don't be three lugin. After social lugin, so when you bring a donative offering of oil, there will be three lugin. Uman nisakim, food and stone, and just like by nisakim, you pour it totally down the silver bowl. After cool issue, so to oil and you totally put on the fire. So that's how we say, I'm going to make a couple of that if you're going to be learning out Shemet from Mincha, the Kuri Amr everyone will agree. If indeed the source for a donative oil offering is going to be Mincha, then it makes sense to extend that reward the whole way, and therefore learn out all of the halachas of oil from Mincha. And the Rebbe doesn't learn out oil from it. Where does Rebbe learn out oil from? Rebbe learns out from Ezra. And what's Ezra? Quoting a word that's written by Niske Yayi. That's written by wine libation. Rebbe Mark says, I'm going to bring things up now. So Papa, me masses Amir Safikin, see that Rebbe learns out halachas of a donative oil offering from the wine libation. That's when you learn covenant car, so the fact that the part says covenant car, it doesn't have to say covenant, it's an extra phrase. Malame, should not be shemen. That extra phrase teaches us that ultimately the same way that a covenant could be a voluntary offering, so you could bring a voluntary offering of shemen. With the comma, and how much oil would you bring if you bring a donative offering? Social looking, okay. The Mashal says, "No, it's supposed to Lugin, who says that it's going to be the offering of oil, or it's going to be Lugin, Rabbi, Rabbi, Bekamai Siva, and the carbon, Rabbi learns after the carbon. Not right now, becoming Amalei, so you know, it's the time you're trying. So, okay, I thought Rabbi source was Ezra. It turns out that you have a source of Rabbi ultimately again from carbon, then fine. Good, Amr Shmuel. So let's going to point out, again, fascinating discussions about the details regarding the donated oil offerings, but again, still not discussing the idea as to whether or not you're actually allowed to bring a donated offering. That is still something to my focus, which will resolve next at the end of the time. So we're going to say this follows, it's delightful. Amr Shmuel, maybe in Zafar Gadol, if you go ahead and you bring a donated offering of wine, donated wine libation, what do? You sprinkle it on the fires, which is another way of saying that although wine libations are normally poured down the silver bowls, like the season over here, over the process over here, you go and you actually pour it on the fires. So the first thing is you make a distinction because, again, when wine is brought as an accompanying libation, it's going to be poured down the silver bowl along the ridge line of the Mizbeach. When it is brought as its own donated offering, it will actually be poured onto the fires of the Mizbeach, which Gemara says, my time, what's this? That Omicron, the Yayin Hakrib Renessa, Kasiyahin, Isha Leah Nikoach Lasha. So again, okay, so essentially what you see over here is this. There's the ability to go ahead and offer up wine as a Nessa, right, as the second. And there's also the opportunity to offer it up as Isha Leah Nikoach Lasha. When is it offered up as Isha Leah Nikoach Lasha? Ultimately, again, when it's being offered up as its own donated offering. Come happy. There's a problem. It's actually quite amazing. By pouring wine on the Mizbeach, by pouring wine on the fire, we're extinguishing the fire. As you're going to see, there is a difficult prohibition, ultimately again, of extinguishing the fire on the Mizbeach. You're not allowed to extinguish the fire on the Mizbeach. So, how are you allowed to pour wine there? So it's actually very interesting. Keep with the mixas, Moshe Kibud. Partial extinguishing is not called extinguishing. Which I will say that is a tremendous Mr. Haskell also. And because often in life we extinguish things. Because at Averis we make choices to extinguish parts of our holiness. Which is a nice thing to call you that we extinguish parts of our personal instinct. And sometimes when we extinguish parts of our personal instinct holiness, we think that we're done. We think that we're down and out. We think that it's over. And comes the Yusef's fucking to the rescue and says, no, he will permit us Moshe Kibud. A partial extinguishment as a result of life mistakes and wrong turns is not good, but don't think you're down and out. You're not totally extinguished. You're not totally out. You make some mistakes, the fire still consumes on. Incredible. He is that so. So partial extinguishing is okay. If you take a coal off the fire of the altar, like if you go and you take a coal off the Mizbeach and you extinguish it, you are fired. So when you see from there, the partial extinguishing is problematic. Which the Gemara says the leka elahai. Right? What's the issue? The issue is the Gemara case over there where that's the only coal of the Mizbeach. Okay, that was the only coal. And therefore, because it's the only coal, therefore Allah can relate to you. Which the Gemara says by saying, keep with the mitzvah shame. It could also very well be different, but I can't go say, the only partial extinguishing is problematic. That's problematic. But what's happening over here? This is an extinguishing for the purpose of a mitzvah. Perhaps that's mutter. Remember again, this is not still. When do we say that partial extinguishing is problematic? If halacha l'maisa, you're doing it for no reason. But over here, by pouring wine in the Mizbeach, that's for the purpose of a mitzvah. The purpose of a mitzvah would be mutter. So let's analyze this a bit more. So also interesting that sometimes there's a keyboard in mitzvah. Sometimes it's incredible. Sometimes this is a strange dynamic that we often encounter, which is sometimes in order to go ahead and do something good, you have to extinguish a part of yourself. So what do I mean by that? You find this all the time also, there's this constant tension between, on one hand, being a Jew who's focused on his own growth versus being a Jew who's committed to the growth of the community. So very often, when you participate in the community, you participate in community, however, what is defining community? community, like a show, like there's problems throughout. So it's always so much easier just to focus on your own growth. Sometimes when you get involved in things like you get involved in things like community, you have to give up things from yourself. You give up time from yourself, you give up energy from yourself. And so, for instance, sometimes feel like I'm not growing as a person. To which the Gemara says sometimes people in the midst of shame. Sometimes you feel yourself extinguished a little bit, but you're giving to the crowd, you're giving to the collective, you're giving to the community. Even though you are suffering a little bit of extinguishment as a result of that, at the end of the day, Baruch Hashem is considered to be still so part of a beautiful mitzvah. Tashma, the turn of the Lord of the Yaakov, Practice Shenas Nikola Litro, Yochel Yikaba the Yitro, so this is the reason. So remember, every day we Shumat Hadesha, or Shumat Hadesha, you're taking ash off the Mizbeach. I'm not a fraud. It's interesting, ultimately removing ash from the Mizbeach, Yochel Yikaba the Yitro. You might have thought the halacha of a nice again. You could extinguish coal, you could extinguish fire, and then remove it from the Mizbeach. Gemara says, I'm listening to you that. Pasuk said, well, you no, you can't extinguish anything from the Mizbeach. I said, what now? Okay, why do you remember this stuff? Because you just got to understand, you might just have to understand that maybe people do this stuff. Maybe they're extinguishing for the country come as it's the ultimate that's Muslim. Well, here the Gemara clearly says it's not Muslim. Because here the Gemara says, even in the course of Shumat Hadesh, taking off the ash from the Mizbeach, you can't extinguish while taking off the ash. So you see here that even people for a mitzvah is not Muslim. To which the Gemara says, saying how so, after the Yassid in Nasa. Was the Gemara says, no, the difference over there is you can sit there and wait. You can sit there and wait. There's no need to extinguish a coal before too much of that. Just wait till it goes out, and therefore then you can take it. As opposed to, let's say, pouring wine and you can have to catch the donative offering. You can't wait. It has to be offered there as well. Tashma. Shavuot says, never the Gemara contained up over here, the halacha l'reisa, if you have a donative offering of wine, in fact, you do pour it on the Mizbeach. What about the fact that that's some semblance of extinguishing? You must indicate that people in the mitzvah is saying, although there may be some level of extinguishing, the extinguishing event for the topic of the mitzvah, ultimately against the mitzvah. Incredible. Tashma, the idea that you feel is solid, Shem did already check on the issue. So wine the boss and wine, if you bring a donative offering of wine, you go to the give that is poured in the bowls on the top of the dash. And if you bring a donative offering of oil, ultimately again that is poured on the fires. Ba'od hanaf, yayin nesach was solid, o elo ishu. Now let's say that by the yayin nesach over here. Remember, nesach from up in the suck, and not like that. So if you're going ahead, right, if you're going ahead and you're bringing an offering of wine, so where does that go? That goes into the silver bowls on top of the gas. All in the elements. Maybe not, maybe it's part of the fire. Hey, there's more says, Amrit, lo yichbet. The Pasuk said you can't extinguish it. He just said, Makashia, Harad Yehuda, Harad Shimon. Shabbos said this is later. The says, this is actually in the heart of Yehuda Shimon. There was what Machal case of here we're talking about. Davar She'enu Miskash. There wasn't such a great study by help of Shabbos. Davar She'enu Miskash means you do something without intention. What's the example? That I pour wine on the Mizbeach. What happens when you pour wine on the Mizbeach? What happens? You're going to definitely extinguish some of the fire. But that's not my kavanah. What's my kavanah? My kavanah is false off a carbon. So what is the status ultimately again of a Davar She'enu Miskash? So this is not only Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Yehuda holds that a Davar She'enu Miskash is asur. Rabbi Yehuda holds that it is asur. Rabbi Shimon holds that it is mutter. Based on that, the Gemara says that Rabbi Yehuda would hold the halacha l'maisa you can't pour wine on his bath because you're going to end up extinguishing, even though it's not your intention, it's still asur. Rabbi Shimon would say ultimately again that it is mutter. The main rock, the Shmuel Rabbi Shimon's here, right? So you're telling me then that Shmuel himself holds that Rabbi Shimon, that Davar She'enu Miskash is mutter. But the Shmuel, listen to this, Nechavin gafel shama tachas b'shus harabim, v'shlo shelo yezugo boradim. We'll say Hilchos Shabbos case. That's very interesting. You can go ahead if you have a coal of metal. We'll say now, really what it means is you have a glowing piece of metal. A glowing piece of metal, calls it a coal. And a glowing piece of metal, you could extinguish that on Shabbos in order that the public not just as a publishing, you could extinguish it. however, top of Tzaddik days, 92a, Avaloga Chelas Shel Eitz. But interestingly enough, he hits the English a burning piece of wood. Why? Well, says it's interestingly enough, a burning piece of wood, when you extinguish it, creates coal. A burning piece of metal, when you extinguish it, doesn't create anything. It's just the same piece of metal. These are like the tradition is still like, and if you think that Shmuel holds, now both say, so again, so the contrast, that's the distinction that Shmuel is making. You could put out, you could extinguish the metal, you could send the public from a public danger, and you're not creating anything. You can't extinguish wood because you are creating a piece of coal. For a second. These are right from the right? But it's Shmuel holds a tradition that the Davishin in this cabin is mutter, then what? I feel that that's so it's not. And ultimately, you should be able to extinguish a burning piece of wood. Why? Because even when you end up creating a piece of coal, it's not your intention. And Davishin is cabin is mutter, to which the Gemara says the Davishin is cabin from the tradition. So in reality, the Davishin is cabin he holds the tradition. Ultimately, again, that it is Muslim. However, the Malacha Shein Tikul L'Gufa, I will say again, it's a different detail here. The Malacha Shein Tikul L'Gufa ultimately is a Malacha that you perform, but you're not performing it for its intended purpose. Right? So again, for example, over here, the way you would make coal is you would extinguish the fire on a piece of wood. So you're doing the Malacha, but the Malacha is not being done for its intended purpose. It's not being done to create coal. Rather, again, it's being done ultimately what? To save the public from danger. And actually, so it's a Yehuda who holds that it is awesome. Okay? Incredible. Essential to carry. I'm not going to. The Sakim Shiniku also in Ma'alacham with me Atzman Sarkam. If you have one meditation, over that meditation, oil meditation as well. You know, and that becomes coming. So, where do you dispose of them? The merchants you make them higher. And in the basic Mikdash also Ma'alacham with me Atzman Rashi points out over here how rich spots are Azara. So, literally, again, you make a pile of wood, you make a fire, right? A fire on the floor of the basic Mikdash. On the floor of the Azara, the floor of the courtyard, and you burn the invalid oil or wine right there. And also, as opposed to, remember, generally, when Kabbalah become disqualified, really you can burn, there's a reason there's a place outside to burn disqualified sacrificial matter. Not when it comes to the supper, not when it comes to libations. Those you take care of right on the floor of the base and mikdash itself. And Shimshon Anash, as the Pasuk said, Kodesh Ba'ish Tisari. Pasuk says you shall burn it in the Kodesh. In the Kodesh itself. Tainari Haki, right, to support this Hadam Bashim and Aminachos Manasam Shemiti. Is now just extended this category a lot. It's blood, oil, mincha, and the suffering and libations. And libations that became tamei. Also, man ma'arach b'fnei atzman, you make them a fire on the floor of the Beis Hamikdash, and what the stuff, and you burn them right there. I want to show you what kind of bagato. It's more such a kind of bagato. I see the Sarah. I like this thing. I love this halacha. I love this halacha. Here's what I want you to do: get 10 people together, get a meeting together. And I want to announce in front of this group of friends, the sessions, the nitmu, the realizations become coming. Also, in the halacha, the asman, this session. We'll make a fire on the floor of the Beis and we'll burn them right here, right here, without thinking about it. So those are the idea of getting a meeting together is a way if you want to publicize something, tell it to 10 groups, right? You tell 5, right? But again, right? Talk to 2 groups. But the nice stuff, again, over here, get 10 groups, get a public and stuff. So what's just fascinating halacha that the Torah ends with, which is whenever you have this category of something, dam, shenet, menachos, if they become tamei, you don't take them out of the business to burn them, not you make a fire inside of the business itself, burn it right then and there. So let's say it's couple of interesting things, right? So what is halacha? Can you make a donative offering of oil and wine? Right? Because the guys in my focus in the Mishnah, and again, what's the resolution? The Rambam asking in Hilchos Matzah Kabbalah, Tes Zayin Halacha Yitzvah, Chapter 6, Chapter 16, Halacha 14. Here we go. Yishes Nadik Shemin Keitarosin, Homer Kimenu Homer, Venosin of Mela, Yishafar Gabriel, Yishes, Bashar Nechal Akaim Kishir Yitoshin. So again, Rambam asking, you can make a donative offering of oil. That's why possible. You actually can, and in fact, he says, you can use however that's just somebody asked me yesterday. He asked me about when you can use oil, what halacha like the residual on your hair. I went to laugh at that. I looked at that. Okay, so I don't know. I have to look. I forgot to look last night on the commentaries on the Rambam. The Rambam really fast. So you could process, you could spread a little bit again on the java of oil, do kanitza, put that on the fire, and the rest of the oil ultimately is consumed by the Kohanim. Now, what did I listen to this? Ketzad osin b'yamin hababati hasmo. Same idea. Halacha l'maisa. You can also bring a donative offering of wine. Skira said there's no kanitza. When you do the donative offering of wine, in the natural cooler, agave hashisin b'chol hanasah. So this is very interesting. So a donative offering of oil is treated like a carbon mikvah, and therefore you give the kanitza. Put that on the Restream for Kohanim. A donative offering of wine is treated like a general wine libation. Which means you take it up the top of the mizbeach, pour it down the silver bowls, and that's it. So there's no part of it that's consumed by the Kohanim. It is all poured down the silver bowls of the mizbeach. Incredible. How'd you know? I told you about the Mazel Tov. Okay, it's all right. You watch. Down Chatos, Shenitas al Hadbezer. Don't say I watched it. That's very interesting. But if you have Dam Chatos, especially Chatos blood that's splattered on the clothing of the Kohen. You just think it's imagine it. We've never spoken about this before. But what happens like this was not an infrequent occurrence. Right? So it's sacrificial blood on clothing. So what happens when Dan Chatos does a lot of that? Already their town people that requires laundry. Okay, I thought we should have in that a lot. The next one, so most of them, Torah people see the Torah itself speaks about explicitly. Like the Hebrew forgot that you have to go ahead and laundry your clothing. Even though the context in which that is stated is talking about Chatos offerings which are easy. Should I have the bottom color shell? Whenever the other applies, effort and colors, the effort have videos feeling people. Which is whether it's the type of pathos that is consumed, right, or the type of pathos that's not consumed. Now, the way the different stages that is pathos me versus pathos kitzos, pathos in the colors, pathos that are consumed, those are the pathos offerings that are offered on the outside, versus the pathos community, which refers to pathos offerings that are offered up the blood service is done inside of the base, and it does, those pathos offerings are not consumed. They're not consumed. So whether or not the splattering of the blood is from a pathos kitzos or a pathos community, either way, the people should not bring it going to a fight. People should have Torah Kachatos, Torah Achas B'Chol Chatos, because it says this is law of Chatos, and we derive it from there. That in fact there is one halacha, one Torah for all Chatos. If you want to say Chatos, you know, in the Matzah we do it. The other one, we always want to come to this. What's the exception? Chatos Shiva. If you have an invalid Chatos, and the blood of that invalid Chatos splattered on your clothing, or on the clothing of the Kohen, so ultimately it does not require laundry. Like whether that invalid Chatos at one point was kosher or wasn't kosher, is at the time that it's splattered. Ultimately, it was not kosher. Halacha l'maisa doesn't require laundry. What's an example of a Chatos that was kosher and that was no longer kosher? What's the example? Shalana, right? In other words, the cover was valid and then you left it over past its permitted time. Or Shemitma, or it became coming, or Shiyasas, or ultimately if it went out of the permitted area. Even Shalom, and what's the example ultimately again of a Chatos? That he never had a permitted time. And this Chatos is done on the question coma. The example of that would be ultimately again in Chatos was that when it was shafted, ultimately was shafted with the intention to eat it. Or to eat it outside of the table, right? Table that's Christmas Koma, Christmas Mana, or Christmas Koma, or the Shekibbo, Simon Southwest Kama. Or for that matter, again, if the blood was received, it was tainted by each blood receiving. In those cases, the carbon was never kosher. So what's like, listen, this is discussing halakha. If you get kosher blood on the clothing, there is a din studio, halachically mandated wrongdoing process. That is true for any type of chatas, whether it's a chatas you eat, we call chatas in our chalos, or chatas eat in other chatas, or chatas you don't eat, or chatas clean. That is true, and the only exception to this rule is if it's the blood of an invalid chatas. What if an invalid chatas is like this, has no mandate, has no mandate. Okay, says the Gemara. Says the Gemara, Dan chatas, you want to do each other achos with no chatos, afi chatas ha'ofnam. Okay, well now if this halacha applies to all chatos offerings, then it also applies to what? A bird offering, chatas ha'of. Which the Gemara says, Allah Matanya, again, why did we learn? You're okay, down the chatas ha'of ha'of, yet the Rosai, yet the following writes, you might have thought that if the blood of a bird chatas gets on you, gets on your clothing, which will require laundering, Hamagomar, Zos. Therefore, the Pasuk says Zos. And also, whenever you see the word Zos, Zos is always literally space. Right? Zos, therefore, refers to animal chatas offerings and not bird chatas offerings. Zos. So therefore, again, bird is not included. So it's trying to find out how interesting this is. If you notice again, you notice the Pasuk says, on one hand, the Gemara says, on one hand, the Gemara says, Torah Sachatos, and Torah Sachatos says, there's one rule for all chatos offerings. The Gemara says, there's one rule. Then halacha again that should apply to bird offerings as well. Which the Gemara says, it says Zos. He says it's limiting only animal chatos offerings and not birds. To which the Gemara says, I'm going to talk to you about chatos. I'm going to because it says it shall be slaughtered. Talking about chatos. When the chatos are custom about it. So what kind of chatos does the halacha of kibus apply to? Only the chatos that get shita. The most say what never has shita? A bird. What does a bird get? A bird gets molita. Therefore, by definition, that excludes the bird chatos from this halacha. The ima in the halacha of custom about it. Or maybe shita is teaching you that the din of people, the din of wrongdoing, only applies to the chatos offering which are consumed. However, if a chatos offering is not consumed, maybe halacha l'maisa again. This din does not apply. This Gemara says, "If it said the makam kadosh li'achal," as it said, "If it said the makam kadosh li'achal," about the beauty of God, and it is going to exclude in a chatos offering. So, chatos offerings that are not consumed, maybe the halacha of people of wrongdoing doesn't apply to them. Which the Gemara says, "Loving that mother koras." The pasuk says koras. The Moshe says the Torah comes to include what? All chatos offerings, outside chatos offerings, inside chatos offerings. But again, it's becomes circular. If it's including all chatos offerings, then what? So if you're including all chatos offerings, then why not include chatos ha'of in this halacha as well? Near Rachmana Zos. No. Because the word Zos excludes chatos off. You must have come on. What are you doing? Not rose. I don't understand. You want to look at you see what's happening over here? There's one drasha that's including everything, and there's one drasha that's excluding something. So the drasha that includes everything, Zos Torahs, like we say, includes all chatos offerings, whether you do eat them, done inside, done outside. What does and Zos exclude the chatos? Which chatos does Zos exclude? Bird chatos. Which words? I don't understand. How do you know to exclude birds? That's what you like. How do you exclude that? Firstly, what I'll tell you. To stop at the chatos communities, how many are there? So it's a double question. How do you know to include the chatos, which are not eaten in the din of people, and to exclude birds from the din of people? Which words I'll tell you. You start with the chatos came up in how many are there? It makes sense to include inner chatos offerings in the din of people. Even inner chatos offerings are not consumed. Why? Listen to this. On the one side, and inner chatos and the outer chatos share all of the following qualities. Here are the qualities they share. Number one, behema. They're both synonymous. Number two, vitas safra. They're both slaughtered in the north. Number three, Kabbalah's kli. They both have their blood received in utensils, right? Outside the days on the days, sometimes it could be. Number four, vikara, right? Ultimately, again, they are each placed on the corner of the mizbeach. Number five, exma, the blood is applied with the finger. Number six, chuda, They're both apply not just on the corner, but like on the edge. Think on the edge of the corner. And number the number was that was six. And number seven, Ishin. They're both put up on the fire. Oh, that was six. Right, this is six, right? So therefore, the point over here is that again, inner chatos shares all of these qualities ultimately again within outer chatos. Adraba, chatas haof havedegrabiyeh. Or second, no, chatas haof also shares a lot of qualities with outer chatos. What are the qualities it shares? Shekain. Chutz kamosa. Number one, they're both offered up outside, right? Not inside the heichal, but outside. And they're both consumed, as opposed to the inner chatos, which is offered up inside, and it's not two things. So again, what else has to come on? With the 62. There are many more comparisons that chatos means has with chatos ritual, then chatos ha'of has with chatos ritual. Since I will say, based on this, the Gemara says it makes sense to say that the pasuk is coming to include chatos meaning in the din of kibus, in the din of laundering, and excluding chatos ha'of from the din of kibus. Okay, but Yosef says, Amakra, Yochvano. Pasuk said, you shall eat it. Resume the long acharas. So meaning the din of kibus applies to this and not to others. Then the achalos meaning hakasim. Ultimately, again, so the Torah is coming to go ahead and limit this to kabanos that are consumed. The elos zos lamarim. So what does zos come to do? He last zos was not zos hava amina yochvano or kibutachanashvano. I would have thought that yochvano ultimately, again, it's just the common verbiage of the pasuk. Okay? Kanashvon that it's not like that. Rabbi Amarava says, Omerkra, Asher Yaza, Bazos Akasim Medaber. So Rabbi says again, the pasuk of Shayaza, which kabbalas are included over here? Kabbalas that have sprinkling of blood. And also remember again, bird offerings do not have sprinklings of blood. Which we must that time the Abapisha and Akasim Medaber Elabanechalos. I didn't know the pasuk is always talking about kabbalas that are consumed. Which the Gemara says, Mariko Shifa. That's true for Mariko Shifa. But remember again, the Mariko Shifa speaks about again how to go ahead and treat utensils which handle sacrificial matter. About Re'in Kibos Asher Yaziksi. When it comes to Kibos, when it comes to the idea of laundering, any carbon ultimately again that has the halacha of sprinkling, ultimately again will be subject to the laws of laundering. Which then makes sense because then both inner chatos and outer chatos have sprinkling. Remember again, bird doesn't have sprinkling. Remember again, we'll say the bird, depressing the bird against the bath, like pouring the blood out. But when we talk about sprinkling, remember again, what's sprinkling? Sprinkling is the act of comes first from one kabbalah. Right, so there's blood in a bowl, and then you get to dipping your finger in, and like that. This bird, the truth is, bird's blood is probably one of two ways. Either the bird is just pressed against the bath, or the bird itself is shaking, right? Shaking, right? Right? Whatever it is, good. It's like that. But again, it doesn't conform to the normative halachas of speech. Okay, you have to this. I have the best to teach again. Now, if I also that the string is both from the ones, to which the Gemara says, Echas and Echos, Echos, instead of 3 meters, and Echos Nimios, it should say Echos Nimios, Echos Nimios. You should reverse the order. To which the Gemara says, you're right, honey, Echos Nimios, the Echos and Echos. You like change around the word into first mention, Echos and then the so again, we're just going through this exercise of 20 different means which is from different ways, but arriving at the same conclusion. If that's the case, chatas should also be included in the din of kibus, mi lachmana sos. The pasuk ultimately again excludes chatas of how with the word zos. So let's say, so again, we keep seeing the same idea. If that's the case, maybe Kishona chatas should also be excluded. Ribarachmana Toras. Therefore, the pasuk says Torah. Torah comes to exclude, to include, other forms of chatas offerings. So once again, my rights. So once again, how do you know to exclude birds and to include other forms of chatas? It makes sense to include all forms of animal chatas. Why? Shikim behema, chitas safan, because as we said before, Animal chatas offerings share the same qualities. Number one, they're both behema. Number two, again, slaughter in the north, Kabbalah Bakri receiving an increase. Karen has to be applied on the horns of the bear. Etzba, the application is done by the finger. Kuda done on the edge of the corner, and each then put on the fires. Adraba. Chatas al Kavil Rabu Shekin Hazor Kimosa. I go 1 second. Chatas ultimately again should be included because there's a Hazor just like this. Once again, there's more comparison between animal chatas offerings than there are from birds. There's a whole second. Bottom line is that what the Gemara has successfully established is that halacha l'maisa, the din of kibbutz, the din of wandering, which means the chatas blood gets on clothing. There's a din of kibbutz. There's a din of wandering. Now, what exactly that kibbutz looks like, we're going to discuss. Din of wandering. What does the din of wandering apply to? Here's what you got to remember. What does the din of wandering apply to? Chatas. Which type of chatas offerings? Both outer chatas, which are only chatas that are consumed by the kohanim, and inner chatas, so the blood application, right, where the is taking place inside the mason which is not consumed by the kohen. Nevertheless, either type of chatas blood in those scenarios will have a din of kibbutz. Which blood is excluded? Chatas ha'of. If you get chatas ha'of blood on your clothing, there is no halachically mandated halacha ultimately again of kibbutz. Incredible. By Rabbi Avin, chatas ha'of shehechres damav v'tzavara v'fnim ma'u. So what's actually a very interesting halacha. What is the halacha of the now we know generally, if you bring sacrificial blood, right? If you bring sacrificial, if you have a carbon, that's what we call a chiton carbon. It's done outside of the nation. When I say this nation, but it's done like you find in this and you bring that blood inside, that invalidates the blood. That's a general halacha, right? You bring blood where it's not supposed to be, the blood is invalidated. The Gemara asks the question over here, what happens in the following case? What happens by chatas ha'of if you go ahead and you bring the blood is still in the neck of the animal and you bring that into the base hamikdash? What's the status of that? But I'm going to stop over here for today. Stop over today. Okay, bye. Great job. Great job. We did pretty good. Pretty good. Almost like the rest of the party. So we got healing cycle. We'll get them here tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. Not the next day. Thursday. Thursday's looking good as a catch-up day. It looks like I'm kind of adopting your in the main show.
A lot in the history of comedy because of YouTube and Instagram and definitely Netflix because there's just more comedy to see. There's more comedy to go by. There's more comics right now. We're selling out arenas than ever in the history of stand-up comedy. Yeah, I've seen them. You just can't worry about what the haters think. You can't worry about that. You just gotta do what you think is funny and what you think the audience is gonna think is funny and work real hard at it. That's all you have to do. And just don't pay attention to the criticism. If you do, okay. The best stand-up comedian movie I ever saw was the first Richard Pryor.
All right, Joe. All right, so let's say good morning, everyone. Let us begin to do my all of our sponsors for this morning's campaign. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev, Abadu, Rakova, Allison, and Steinitz, and many other grandfather, Shelby Steinitz, Shlomo Tzvi, Levin, Dennis Shimon, and many others. Harry Fleets calculated the man of Cohen, Sarah Rachel, Bas, Baruch, Avram, Kinda, Bas, Eric, Chaim, and many of his family friends. Staff Sergeant Ashkali and Gordon Shendu, the Holy Catholic College memory of Old Mishpacha, Leah Bas Shmuel, Zachim, Ivanis Bas Shmuel, and Esther Bas Harza. Zachim is not the Allen and the Steinberg system continue to do up for Shivanis Hana Bas, of course, you can keep our learning. We're even missionaries from all of the missionaries taken from us in the terror attack in Australia. We wish you a full statement of all of those who are injured and comments to all of their responses. How about the manufacturing and answers and comment the sequence and light on the promise. Like I say, today's dot is Tzaddik Days 92, and we are picking up in here. So on Tzaddik Aleph on the days, I gave you a little bit of homework, just tell me 2 dots. Just made me feel a little bit better about myself. Tashma, which is 3 lines up before the line get wide on 91 feet. Tashma. So just remember again, the overarching focus that we're still dealing with is focus mentioned in Mishnah as to whether or not you can make a donative a wine offering. In other words, can you just go ahead and decide to donate wine, to bring a carbon of wine that is on the or does wine only exist kind of as an appendage to some other form of carbon? That's getting so again. Rabbi Tarfon said, kind of said, English not being right, Rabbi Tarfon says it's not being right. Okay, that's a machlokas. So that's all these conversations are basically that's Tashma. The Gemara says, Yain Yidon Yeshiva, as far as drinking Yeshiva, wine is poured on the bowl. So let's remember again, back in our when we were a little bit more fixated on the bowl, we were always fixated on this. Remember again, we spoke in Ashton about the fact that there were 2 silver bowls that were fixed to the top of the Mizbeach. So the Yeshiva says on the ridge, at the Mizbeach, upper ridge. So Kiva says that wine is always poured down those bowls. Those bowls actually were connected like a drainage system. So again, the Kiva says that whenever you have wine, you pour the wine down those bowls. So Gemara says, Shemin to give every person. So Shemin to every person. And Shemin, if you would donate oil, because when you have the bowls, if you donate oil, ultimately again, when it's poured onto the fires. So the Gemara says, my love, the Yain Kuli solid, Shemin Kuli Rishon. So we now see the same that wine was poured totally down the bowl. So ultimately, again, oil was poured totally onto the fire. And what does that mean? According to the opinion that says that you donate oil, remember again, an oil donation or an oil carbon is effectively treated like a mincha, which means the same that when you take a kanzah, certainly from oil you would take mincha. However exactly you take mincha from oil, but you would go ahead and you take mincha from oil. The fact that it says over here, that when first over here, that wine is totally poured onto the fire, indicates that there's no concept of mincha by oil, which is usually accounts for oil, therefore cannot be a donative offering. Which the Gemara says, oh, not necessarily immediately, how could you say that? Although there would be a linkage between oil offerings and oil offerings, not after that they can have their own unique aspects of details. The Papa says, keep her out. In reality, this is in my focus timeline. How so? You must listen to this. Show is actually very interesting. Show when you post in the load. So when bringing oil, you can't bring anything less than a load of oil. That he says, Moshe is moving. Moshe is hundreds of focus as to how much oil is the minimum amount of oil when you bring oil offering. Says, well, imagine if you were arguing about. So you go, I'm looking up on the Twitter, Papa. Don't name enough. Don't know if you bounce right to that. Remember again, this is actually one of like these types of exegetical muscles, which are very interesting. So how about sense of muscles is like this? When you learn, let's say, A out of B, so how far does that leeway take you? So, for example, don't you not eliminate, you learn A from B, then learn out A from B, and learn all of the qualities of A from B, as opposed to don't you not keep us from B, learn out A from B for that unity, but then understand that A could be unique and distinct in its own qualities from B for the rest of the halachas. You'll see this applies right now. Watch this. So Rabbanan says, Mamin comes not here, actually understanding. So let's remember again, if the concept of oil as an offering is clearly derivative from the mikvah. That's where all of this comes from. So Rabbanan said like this. So Mamin comes not, and Hashem is not so the city that you could bring mincha as a dollar, so you could bring shemet, bring oil as a voluntary offering. Only not, and we then further continue learning out oil from mincha. Man mincha lub shemen, afkan lub shemen. Just like by mincha, by mincha, you bring with it a load of shemen. So too, when you do on the dove of oil itself, that is going to be a load. Furthermore, man mincha kumsa, and by mincha you take a kumsa, and the rest of the mincha is consumed by the tanning. Shemen kumsa, the kind of mechal. So to buy oil, you take a chometz, and the rest is consumed by the Kohanim. This is what we call donor mina umina. So we're learning out oil from mincha, and all of the details of oil, of the oil offering, are gleaned from Mincha as well. On the other hand, the other thing we'll say, Mincha. It is true. We'll learn out oil from mincha. That is true. But again, not a completely council. Not mincha is not doing just like mincha is in the double. This is the big of donative mincha offering. Hashem is not doing circle again to bring a donative offering of oil. Multi basra. But that's kind of what the comparison side. Now the rest of the halachos of oil we learn out from oil. Namely, kinisachim. Just like a libation. Right? Libation, not yourselfing, which is looking just like kind yourselfing, which ultimately again can be oil or wine. If you're going to be free looking, Hashem and social looking. So when you bring a donative offering of oil, it'll be free looking. Uman yourself and including stolen. And just like kind yourself, when you pour it totally down the silver bowl, Hashem and creation, so to oil you totally put up a fire. Incredible. Some of the Papa Rabbi, some of the Rabbi. That Papa said, I'm not made of Papa Rabbi. Even from my seal, that if you're going to be learning out Shemet from Mincha, the Kuli Alma don't know. Everyone will be, if indeed the source for a donative oil offering is going to be Mincha, but it makes sense to extend that limud the whole range. And therefore learn out all of the halachas of oil from Mincha. And the Rebbe doesn't learn out oil from it. Where does Rebbe learn oil from? Rebbe learns out from Ezra. And let's say Ezra, quoting a word that's written by Niskei. It's written by wine libations. So you might say, I'm going to read the Masala Papa. New message on the topic in the Siddha, that he's very out. Halachos of the donative oil offerings from the wine libation, but can be very covered in this will so the fact that part is covered in no, that's the question I can say from the extra faith. Malamed, she is not being shemet. That extra faith teaches us that ultimately the thing that from Mincha could be a voluntary offering, so if you bring a voluntary offering of shemet to the Kama, and how much oil would you bring if you bring a donative offering? Social living, free living, okay. Well, Mashal will say, no, it's social living. He says that a donative offering of oil is free living. Rabbi, the Kamites did not make carbine, or everything got from carbine. Not right now, from coming to LA. So, the tiny. Okay, I thought Rabbi Schultz was Ezra. If it turns out that the other source of Rabbi also again from carbine, then fine. But how much more? So, I want to point out, again, fascinating discussions about the details regarding the donative oil offering, but again, still not discussing the idea as to whether or not it actually allows to bring a donative offering. That is still something to hold this, which will resolve nothing again for that. The word says as follows, it's what I heard. Understanding the idea made in the Alpha. If you go ahead and you bring a donative offering of wine, donative wine libation, what do? You sprinkle it on the fires, which is another way of saying that although wine libations are normally poured down the silver bowls, right? So she's seen over here, although the closest over here, you go and you actually pour it on the fires. So the word was to give this distinction because, again, when wine is brought to that accompanying libation, it's going to be poured down the silver bowls among the rich wines of the Mizbeach. When it is brought as its own donative offering, it will actually be poured onto the fires of the Mizbeach, which the Gemara says, my time, what's this? I'm a cross. The Yayin Hatri Renessa, that's Yayin, Misha Leah, the Koach Rash. So again, we'll say, so essentially, what you see over there is there's the ability to go ahead and offer up wine as a Nessa, as the suffering, and there's also the opportunity to offer it up as Misha Leah, the Koach Rash. When is it offered up as Misha Leah, the Koach Rash? Ultimately, again, when it's being offered up as its own donative offering. The whole Kamahabi, there's a problem, is that it's segregation. By pouring wine on the Mizbeach, you're going to, by pouring wine on the fire, you're extinguishing the fire. As you're going to see, there is a difficult prohibition, ultimately again, of extinguishing the fire on the Mizbeach. What's it that? You're not allowed to extinguish the fire on the Mizbeach. So, how are you allowed to pour wine there? So it's actually very easy to keep with the mixers, most makes it. Partial extinguishing is not called extinguishing. So let's say that is it's learning to the hospital also. Because often in life we extinguish it. Arenas, we make choices, we extinguish parts of our holiness. Nice in the volume that we extinguish parts of our personalistic kedusha. And sometimes when we extinguish parts of our personalistic holiness, we think that we're done. We think that we're down and out. We think that it's over. It comes Yusef as Svachim to the rest here and says, no, Kibui b'mitzas lo shnei kibui. A partial extinguishment as a result of life mistakes and wrong turns is not good, but don't think you're down and out. You're not totally extinguished. You're not totally out. You make some mistakes, but the fire still continues on. It's incredible. Is that so? The partial extinguishing is okay. Listen to this. If you take a coal off the fire of the altar, like if you go and you take a coal off the mizbeach and you extinguish it, you are chayiv. So what do you see from there? The partial extinguishing is problematic. To which the Gemara says, the leka elahai. Right? What's the issue? The issue is the Gemara throwing a case over there where that's the only coal of the mizbeach. Okay, that was the only coal. And therefore, because it's the only coal, therefore Allah always you pay. Firstly, you want to see by saying, Kiboy the mitzvah shame. It could also very well be different that it can also say, right, normally partial extinguishing is problematic. It's problematic. But what's happening over here? This is an extinguishing for the purpose of a mitzvah. Perhaps that's mutter. Remember again, this is not when do you say that partial extinguishing is problematic? If halacha l'maisa, you're doing it for no reason. But over here, by pouring wine in this behalf, that's for the purpose of a mitzvah. The purpose of a mitzvah would be mutter. So let's analyze this a bit more. To which the Gemara also is interesting that sometimes there's a keyboard in mitzvah. Sometimes it's incredible. Sometimes, and this is a strange dynamic that we often encounter, which is sometimes in order to go ahead and do something good, you have to extinguish a part of yourself. Well, what do I mean by that? You find this all the time. Also, there's this constant tension between, on one hand, being a Jew who's focused on his own growth versus being a Jew who is committed to the growth of community. So very often, when you participate in the kehillah, you participate in community. However, you define community, whether it's with like little community, whether it's a shul, whether it's Klal Yisrael. So it's always so much easier just to focus on your own growth. Sometimes when you get involved in things of the kehillah, you get involved in things of the community, you have to give up things from yourself. You give up time from yourself, you give up energy from yourself. And so a person can sometimes feel like, I'm not growing as a person. To which the Gemara says, sometimes kibui the mitzvah shame. Sometimes even if you feel yourself extinguished a little bit, but you're giving to the crowd, you're giving to the collective, you're giving to the community, even though you are suffering a little bit of extinguishment as a result of that, that at the end of the day, Baruch Hashem is considered to be still part of a beautiful mitzvah. Tashma, the Torah of Elazar ben Yaakov, Klapish and Nasnu Torah Mitro, Yochel Yichad of Yitro. So listen to this. So remember, every day there's Trumas Hadashem. What's Trumas Hadashem? You're taking ash off the Mizbeach. So I'm at a thought that since there's a din ultimately removing ash from the Mizbeach, Yochel Yichad of Yitro. You might have thought that halacha l'maisa again, you could extinguish coals, you could extinguish fire and then remove it from the Mizbeach. The Gemara says, Amrit lo yichbeh. Pasuk says, well, no, you can't extinguish anything from the Mizbeach. I want to say that, what now? Okay, why does the Gemara bring this up? Because you just got finished saying, the Gemara just got finished saying, that maybe kibui the mitzvah. Maybe if you're extinguishing for the purpose of a mitzvah, ultimately that's mutter. Well, here the Gemara clearly says it's not mutter. Because here the Gemara says, even in the course of Trumas Hadashem, taking off the ash of the Mizbeach, you can't extinguish while taking off the ash. So you see here that even kibui for a mitzvah is not mutter. To which the Gemara says, Shani Hasam, Efsha Biyasid Binata. The Gemara says, no. The difference over there is you can sit there and wait. You can sit there and wait. There's no need to extinguish a coal before Trumas Hadashem. Just wait till it goes out, and therefore again you can take it up. As opposed to, let's say, pouring wine in his back. If that's a donative offering, you can't wait. It has to be offered there as well. Tashma. Shabbos says, therefore, the Gemara seems to end off over here that halacha l'maisa, if you have a donative offering of wine, in fact, you do pour it on the mizbeach. What about the fact that that's some semblance of extinguishing? The Gemara seems to indicate that kibui the mitzvah is shame. Although there may be some level of extinguishing, but since it's being done for the purpose of a mitzvah, ultimately again it's going to be different. Incredible. Tashma, the idea of the kibui is fallen. So wine, the both say wine. If you bring a donative offering of wine, you go to the give that is poured in the bowls on the top of the mizbeach. And if you bring a donative offering of oil, ultimately again that is poured on the fires. Va'od tanya yayin nesach l'salim o eno elo ishit. Because I was saying about the yayin nesach over here. Remember, it's nesach for Lashon of Nisach, not like idolatrous. So if you're going ahead, right? If you're going ahead and you're bringing an offering of wine, so where does that go? That goes into the silver bowls on top of the mizbeach. Oh, in the eloish, maybe not. Maybe it gets part of the fires. But if it's carbon, there's Gemara says Amrit lo yichbeh. The pasuk says you can't extinguish it. We just said. Okashia ha Rabbi Yehuda ha Rabbi Shimon. Shlomo said this is great. So Gemara says this is actually machlokes Yehuda Rabbi Shimon. That was what machlokes over here we're talking about. Davar she'enu miskaven. Right, I was saying it's such a great study by Hilchos Shabbos. Davar she'enu miskaven means you do something without intention. What's the example of that? I pour wine on the mizbeach. What happens when you pour wine on the mizbeach? What happens? What happens? You're going to definitely extinguish some of the fire. But that's not my kavanah. What's my kavanah? My kavanah is to offer up a carbon. So what is this guy is ultimately against of a davar she'enu miskaven? So this is my whole case Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Yehuda holds that a davar she'enu miskaven is asur. Rabbi Yehuda holds that it is asur. Rabbi Shimon holds that it is mutter. Based on that, the Gemara says that Rabbi Yehuda would hold the halacha of the night you can't pour wine on the mizbeach because you're going to end up extinguishing, even though it's not your intention, it's still asur. Rabbi Shimon would say ultimately again that it is mutter. Why not? The Shmuel Rabbi Shimon here, right? You're telling them that Shmuel himself holds that Rabbi Shimon that davar miskaven is mutter. Rabbi Shmuel, mechavim b'chalas shamar tachas b'shus harabim v'shus shelo yezuku borabim. Okay, Hilchos Shabbos. That's very interesting. You can go ahead if you have a coal of metal. Once you know really what it means is you have a glowing piece of metal. And go ahead, it's more called a coal. And a glowing piece of metal, you can extinguish that on Shabbos in order that the public should not know. I'm just going to public here. You can extinguish it. You can extinguish it. However, top of the case, 92A, about Loga Helas Shavush. But it's something not to extinguish a burning piece of wood. Why? I said it's interesting enough, a burning piece of wood when you extinguish it creates coal. A burning piece of metal when you extinguish it doesn't create anything. It's just the same piece of metal. These are like the tradition is here, right? And if you think that Shmuel holds, not both sides. So again, so the Pashtas, that's the distinction that Shmuel is making. You can put out, you can extinguish the metal because you're seeing the public fraud, public danger, and you're not creating it. You can't extinguish wood because you're not creating a piece of coal. Or in fact, it's not like you shouldn't see it, right? But it's still like Rabbi Shimon. That the davar she'enu miskaven is mutter, then what? You see with the halas shah, it's not. And ultimately, you should be able to extinguish a burning piece of wood. Why? Because if you really end up getting a piece of coal, it's not your intention. And davar she'enu miskaven is mutter. To which the Gemara says, the davar she'enu miskaven is not Rabbi Shimon. The reality, the davar she'enu miskaven is also Rabbi Shimon. Ultimately, again, that it is mutter. However, the malacha she'etzich l'gufa, I will say again, is a different detail of that. Malacha she'etzich l'gufa ultimately again is a malacha that you perform, but you're not performing it for its intended purpose. Right? So again, for example, over here, the way you would make coal is you would extinguish the fire of a piece of wood. So you're doing the malacha, but the malacha is not being done for its intended purpose. It's not being done to coal. Rather, again, it's being done ultimately to save the public from danger. And it actually shows that the Yehuda who holds that it is awesome. Okay, incredible. This is the Tarek. I'm not going to. The Sachim Shemitnu also in the Alacha Mishne Atzman Sarkas. This is very interesting. If you have wine libations, over that matter, again, oil libations as well. You want to say that become tummy. So where do you dispose of it? So the Gemara says you make a pyre. And in the division of Krishna, also Malach B'nei Asur, actually points out over here how a ritzvah ta'azara. So literally again, you make a pile of wood, you make a pyre, right, Ari? Like a pyre on the floor of the Beis Mikdash, on the floor of the Azara, the floor of the courtyard, and you burn invalid oil or wine right there. Also, as opposed to, remember, generally, when Kabbalah become disqualified, where do you take them? There's a place outside to burn disqualified sacrificial matter. Not when it comes to the suffering, not when it comes to libations. Those you take care of right on the floor of the Beis Mikdash itself. Shemar, as the Pasuk says, Bakodesh Ba'ich Yisrael. Pasuk says, you shall burn them in the Kodesh. In the Kodesh itself. Tainan Hapi tries to support this. Hadam Bashem Adam Nachas Bashem Shemitzvah. It's now just expanded this category a lot. It's blood, oil, mincha, and the suffering and libations. And libations that became Tameh. Also, man, Narach B'Knias, when you make them a fire on the floor of the Beis HaMikdash, and what the stuff, and you burn them right there. I want to show the Hanabagato, it's most of the Hanabagata. I see the Ashara, I like this resolution. I love this halacha. I love this halacha. Here's what I want you to do. Get 10 people together, get a million together. The Imulakot Kamayu, and I want to announce in front of this group of 10, the suffering Shinitmu, and when libations become Tameh, also in Ma'araka B'Tnei Atzmon, this suffering. We'll make a fire on the floor of the Beis HaMikdash, and we'll burn them right here. Right here, without people to know. Because obviously the idea of getting a union together is the way if you want to publicize something, tell it to 10 Jews, right? You tell 5 Jews, right? But again, for the right, talk to 2 Jews, right? But the Mesa, again, over here, get 10 Jews, do a public construction. So let's just passing halacha, like the parent ends with, which is whenever you have this category of Safin, Dam, Shemet, Menachos, if they become Tameh, you don't take them out of the nation to burn them, not you make a fire inside of the nation itself, burn it right together. And let's say, before we just finish right, so what is halacha? Can you make a donative offering of oil and wine? That was the machlokes in the Mishnah. But again, what's the resolution? The Rambam Haskins in Hilchos Ma'aseh Kavanot, Perek Zayin, Halacha Yud, chapter 6 verse, chapter 16, Halacha 14. Here we go. Yishes Nagei Shemen Ketzad Osin, Homich Nimenu Kometz, V'Osin Alav Melach, V'Zarkal Davei Yishin. So again, Rambam Haskins, you can make a donative offering of oil. That's why Haskins, you actually can. In fact, he says, you can use that. However, that's what someone asked me yesterday. Who asked me about you can use some oil, how like the residual on your hairs. I remember who asked me that. I knew that. I don't know. I have to look. I forgot to look last night, like on the commentaries of the Rambam. The Rambam's really fascinating. So you could process, you could pledge, literally again, on the double of oil, you can use up, put that on his hair, and the rest of the oil is consumed by the Kohanim. Now, what about listening to this? They said also the Yayin Habakashni Atzmo, same idea. Halacha myself could also bring a donative offering of wine. Here I've said there's no community. What do you do with a donative offering of wine? In the Nasko Kuba Agabi Hashisin Yichal Hanasa. So that's very interesting. So a donative offering of oil is treated like a carbon cost, and therefore we take the community. Put that on the gas, rest of the Kahana. General wine, which means you take out silver bowls and that's it. So that's consumed by the Kohanim. It is all poured down the silver bowls of the Mizrach. Incredible. Hajjala, Kolasal, what's a Mazel Tov. Okay, Shalom, July. Dam Chatos. Shemitas al HaTeged. Don't say I watch this stuff. It's very interesting about that. Right, if you have Dam Chatos, right, your Chatos blood that's splattered on the clothing of the Kohen. Interesting things, right? Imagine, we've never spoken about this before. So what would happen that this was not an infrequent occurrence. Right? So you get sacrificial blood on clothing. So what happens then? Dam Chatos Shemitas al HaTeged, Harei Yachal Kibos, that requires laundering. Okay, I thought he should have fucking done it a lot. And now, we'll see. Self-speaks about this explicitly. Right, so he makes the God up, but you have to go ahead and load your program, even though the context in which that is stated is talking about Chatas offerings, which are eaten. Should I have a buck of colors? And never a lot of flies. Echad and Echolos, the Echad Hatimios, healing people. Which is whether it's the type of Chatas that is consumed, right, or the type of Chatas that's not consumed. As the English phrases that is Chatas Mini versus Chatas Pizzo. Chatas in the Echolos. Chatas that are consumed, those are like the chatas offerings that are offered on the outside, versus the chatas communities, which refers to chatas offerings that are offered up the blood service is done inside of the base of Mikdash. Those chatas offerings are not consumed. They're not consumed. So whether or not the splattering of the blood is from a chatas kitzon or a chatas pnimi, either way the din of kibbutz, the din of blood is going to apply. Even kibbutz shenemar, Torah sachatos, Torah achas v'chol chatos. The pasuk says this is what chatos, and we derive it from there. That in fact there is one halacha, one Torah for all chatos offerings. Since the word says chatos pnima, either not from kibbutz. The other there is one exception to this rule. What's the exception? Chatos pnima. If you have an invalid chatos, and the blood of that invalid chatos splattered on your clothing, on the clothing of the body, so ultimately again, it does not require laundry. That they whether that invalid chatos at one point was kosher or wasn't kosher, and at the time that it splattered, ultimately it was not kosher. Halacha l'maisa doesn't require laundry. What's an example of a chatos that was kosher and that was no longer kosher? What's the example? Shalana, right? In other words, the cover was valid and you left it over past its committed time, or shemitma, or it became tamei, or shiyatzas, or ultimately again went out of its committed area. The ease of he shalom haisava shasakoshu. And what's the example ultimately again of a chatos that never had a committed time? Shenishkat kitzvizmano v'chutz l'nkoma. The example of that would be ultimately again a chatos was that when it was shechted, ultimately was shechted with the intention to eat it, or to eat, right, to eat it outside of its time, outside of its table, right? Table that's chutz l'nkoma, chutz l'zmano, or chutz l'nkoma, or the shechtigo psulim b'zach l'estama, or for that matter, again, if the blood was received, it was sprinkled by deep blood psulim. In those cases, the carbon was never kosher. So much like, if you get chatos blood on your clothing, there is a bit of people. So it's a halachically mandated laundry process. That is true for any type of chatos. Whether it's a chatos you eat, we call chatos in achalos, or chatos kitzon and chatos, or chatos you don't eat, called chatos pnimi. That is true. And the only exception to this rule is if it's the blood of an invalid. Blood of an invalid chatos, if I guess the clothing has no mandated. Okay, says the Gemara. Dam chatos. Okay, well now if this halacha applies to all chatos offerings, then it should also apply to what? A bird offering, chatos of, which the Gemara says, again, why did we learn? Yochel tehin dam chatas ha'of ha'of shibos yetelosai. Yet the following writer, you might have thought that if the blood of a bird chatas gets on you, based on your clothing, it should require laundering. Hamulomar zos. Thereby the pasuk says zos. So whenever you see the word zos, zos is always in limited terms. Zos therefore refers to animal chatas offerings and not bird chatas offerings. Zos. Therefore, again, bird is not included. So it's just going to find out how interesting this is. If you notice again, the pasuk says, on one hand, the Gemara says, Torah sachatos, and Torah sachatos says there's one rule for all chatos offerings. There's one rule. Then halacha again that should apply to bird offerings as well. So which the Gemara says, it says zos. Zos is limiting only animal chatos offerings and not birds. To which the Gemara says, I'm going to show you the Shumbakato, Amrafra Tishahi, because it says it shall be slaughtered. Talking about chatos. And the chatos are custom medaber. So what kind of chatos does the halacha of kibbutz apply to? Only the chatos that get shita. The most say what never has shita? A bird. What does a bird get? A bird gets molita. Therefore, by definition, that excludes the bird's chatos from this halacha. The ima in the chalos are custom medaber. Or maybe tishahi treated me that the din of kibbutz, the din of laundering, only applies to chatos offerings which are consumed, which are right, but if the chatas offering is not consumed, maybe halacha l'maisa again, this din does not apply. So the Gemara says, did it say b'makom kadosh te'achal? Also, it said, did it say b'makom kadosh te'achal? How about B'zmi also? And maybe it's coming to exclude any chatas offerings. So it's chatas offerings that are not consumed. maybe the halacha of kibbutz of one doesn't apply to them. To which the Gemara says, Rabbi Rachmana Toras. The pasuk says Toras. The book says the Torah comes to include what? All chatas offerings, outside chatas offerings, inside chatas offerings. But again, it becomes circular. If it's including all chatas offerings, then what? Afilu chatas ha'ofyan. Again, since you're including all chatas offerings, then why not include chatas ha'of in this halacha as well? Rachmana Zos. No, because the word Zos excludes chatas off. The Gemara says, come on, what are you doing? Mara is. I don't understand. So what's you see what's happening over here? There's one drasha that's including everything, and there's one drasha that's excluding something. So the drasha that includes everything, Zos Toras, like we say, includes all chatas offerings. Whether you eat them, can't eat them, done inside, done outside. What does a Zos exclude the chatas? Which chatas does Zos exclude? Bird chatas of fish noises. How do you know to exclude birds? That's what the Gemara does. How do you exclude that? First, once I'll tell you. The stop at the chatas means how do they do that? So it's a double question. How do you know to include inner chatas, which are not eaten in the din of kibbutz, and to exclude birds from the din of kibbutz? I'll tell you. The stop at the chatas came up to me as how many of them, it makes sense to include inner chatas offerings in the din of kibbutz. Inner chatas offerings are not consumed. Why? Listen to this. There's one side, and inner chatos and an outer chatos share all of the following qualities. Here are the qualities they share. Number one, behema. They're both brought from animals. Number two, shchitas safra. They're both slaughtered in the north. Number three, kabbalas kli. They both have their blood received in the utensil, like al-sabi days on the days to be. Number four, the keren, right? Ultimately, again, they are each placed on the corner of the mizbeach. Number five, etzba, the blood is applied with the finger. Number six, hudam, they both apply that from the corner, but like on the edge of the corner. And number seven, ishin, they both put up on the fire. Oh, that was six. That's just six, right? So therefore, the point over here is that again, inner chatas shares all of these qualities ultimately again with the outer chatas. Chatas also shares a lot of qualities with outer chatas. One of the qualities is their shekaim. So number one, they're both offered up outside, right? Not inside the heichal, but outside. And they're both consumed, as opposed to the inner chatas, which is offered up inside and is not eaten. So again, what else has to do with this command? Is comparing 62. There are many more comparisons that chatas community has with chatas kizel, and chatas sa'ol has with chatas kizel. So that also based on this, the Gemara says it makes sense to say that the pasuk is coming to include chatas community in the din of kibbutz, in the din of wandering, and excluding chatas sa'ol from the din of kibbutz. Okay, but Yosef says, Amakra, Yochleno. Pasuk says you shall eat it. Resume below the akaras. So meaning the din of kibbutz applies to this and not to others. Then the achal closely means hakosim. Ultimately, again, so the Torah is coming to go ahead and look at these two kavaros that are consumed. The error Zos lavoi. So what does Zos come to do? The last Zos were not Zos Haba Amina Yoplano or Gidikapana. I would have thought that Yoplano ultimately, again, it's just the common verbiage of the pasuk. Okay? Parashon that is not like that. Rabbi Amarava says, Omer Dor, Asher Yazesh. So Rabbi says again, the pasuk of Shayasa, which kavanos are included over here? Kavanos that have sprinkling of blood. There was a number again. Bird offerings do not have sprinklings of blood. Which we must ask. I didn't know the pasuk. You know the pasuk was talking about kavanos that are consumed. To which the Gemara says, that's true for Marika Shtifa. Let's remember again, the Dinah Marika Shtifa speaks about the accountant over ahead of utensils which handle sacrificial matter. About the Indian people's Ashayaz. When it comes to kibbutz, when it comes to the din of laundering, any carbon ultimately again that has the halacha of sprinkling, ultimately again will be subject to the laws of laundry, which then makes sense because then both inner katas and outer katas have sprinklers. Remember again, bird doesn't have sprinklers. Remember again, what says the bird pressing the bird against the back, like the pouring the blood out for the milk. When we talk about sprinkling, I wasn't remember what's sprinkling. Sprinkling is the act that comes first, number one, Kabbalah. Right, so there's blood in a bowl, and then it's actually dipping your finger in and like that. The bird, because his bird blood is probably one of two ways. The bird is just pressing into the back, or the bird itself is sucking, right? 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 Whatever it is, good. It's like that. But again, it doesn't conform to the normal halachas of sleep. Okay, you have to. I haven't invested this again. Now, so if I put the notes that consume the trust in yours, which the Gemara says it's like happy, Echad and Echad Echad instead of 3 meals, and Echad Nios, it should say Echad Nios, Echad Echad. You should reverse the order. Which the Gemara says, you're right. Tani Echad Nios, the Echad and Echad. You like change around the wording first mentioned Chatas and then the other. Chatas all now means almost so again. We're just going through this exercise, just different things tackling the issue from different ways, but arriving at the same conclusion. If that's the case, Chatas should also be included in the din of kibos, mi lachmana sos. The pasuk ultimately again excludes Chatas how with the word sos. So looks like so again, we keep seeing the same idea. Kitzona nanilo. If that's the case, maybe Kitzona Chatas should also be excluded. Riba lachmana toras. The pasuk says toras. Toras comes to exclude to include other forms of Chatas offerings. So once again, my rights. So once again, how do you know to exclude birds and to include other forms of Chatas? It makes sense to include all forms of animal Chatas. Why? Shikin behema, shchitas tzafin, because as we said before, animal Chatas offerings share the same qualities. Number one, they're both behemoths. Number two, again, slaughter in the north, Kabbalah Bakli received it in the clean. Karen has to be a part of the bunch with the back. Etzbah, the application is done by the finger. Huda is done on the edge of the corner, and each then put on the thighs. Adrabah, Chatas al Chavir Rabui Shikin Hazot Shemotsan. Hold a second. Chatas ultimately again should be included because there's Azar just like this. Once again, there's more comparisons between animal Chatas offerings than there are from birds. Bottom line is that what the Gemara has successfully established is that halacha l'maisa, the din of kibbutz, the din of warming, which means the Chatas blood gets on clothing. There's a din of kibbutz, there's a din of warming. Now, what exactly that kibbutz looks like, we're going to discuss. Din of warming. What does the din of warming apply to? What does the din of warming apply to? Chatas. Which type of Chatas offerings? Both outer Chatas, which are only Chatas which are consumed by the Kohanim, and inner Chatas, with the blood application, right, where the is taking place inside the Beis Mikdash, which is not consumed by the Kohanim. Nevertheless, either type of Chatas blood in those scenarios will have a din of kibbutz. Which blood is excluded? Chatas off. If you get Chatas off blood on your clothing, there is no halachically mandated halacha ultimately against our kibbutz. Incredible. Chatas off shehechnis damav v'tzavara is the name of mouth. So which is actually very interesting halacha. What is the halacha of our situation? Now we know generally, if you bring sacrificial blood, right? If you bring sacrificial, if you have a carbon, that's what we call a chitzon carbon. It's not outside of the nation. Let's say this nation, like the Hechel. And it's not like if I lose day out, and you bring that blood inside, that invalidates the blood. That's a general halacha, right? You bring blood where it's not supposed to be, the blood is invalidated. You might ask the professional here, what happens in the following case? What happens by Chatas ha'of if you go ahead and you bring the blood is still in the neck of the animal, and you bring that into the Beis Hamikdash? What's the status of that blood? I was going to the staff will be for today. Somebody today? Okay, got it. Great job. You did that pretty good. Almost like the rest of the quality stuff. The Yomi cycle, we'll get them here session tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. Not the next day. Thursday's looking good as the rest of the catch-up day. Let's say in the main shore.
Worst case, the second one thing we do is that we buy another office. This was very bizarre. 2005 to 2014 crimes he was never accused of, never convicted. It's got to be one of the first times that anybody's ever been. Yeah, and I think it should be challenged. And so, if under the Biden administration, I sent referrals for Anthony Fauci to Merrick Garland twice, and I sent them evidence that he had lied to Congress, which was a felony. They just ignored me. I've been working with Bobby Kennedy, and he's been very helpful on this. I have a good relationship with him. He's given us a lot of information.
All right, Jabal said, good morning, good morning, good Shabbat, good night, Hanukkah, great Sukkot, Hashem, to be able to begin a new week of learning together, especially this holy, incredible week of Hashem. To begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show, to thank our Talmud sponsors for the month of Kislev, Havali, Lord, Allison, and his family, dedicating all the Shem and for this month, in memory of our grandfathers, Rabbi Sheldon Steinman, Rabbi Shlomo Tzvi, Judah, Ben Shimon, Zifon, Zracha, in honor of his Neshama Shach and Aliyah, he should be a Yosef for his children, his grandchildren, and 36 great-grandchildren. Sending Maka Esther, in memory of their parents, Woodward, Stephen, Yitzchak, Leda, Ben Aaron Cohen, Sarah, Rachel, Ashbarach, Adla, Linda, Basher, Chaim, and in memory of their dear family, friends, Staff Sergeant Mahatal, Yonah, Kodna, Shem, Yikom, Damo, who fell in battle in Gaza, Erev Hanukkah, Mamish, today's New York site, 2023. Paul and Catholic College, in memory of Paul's sister, Paul's Mishpacha, Leah, Bas, Shmuel, Zachini, Shuvamis, Bas, Shmuel, and Esther, Bas, Zachariah. Our Dachrini, Francis, Wojciech, Yahweh, Sarah Steinberg, in the course of continued refuah for Shuvamis, Hannah, Bas, Susha, for complete and enduring refuah. So I said, we wake up this morning to the overwhelming news about the terror attacks here in Australia, and it is an overwhelming thing to contemplate that here it is, Erev Hanukkah, and Hanukkah. The story of Hanukkah is managed the story of the Jewish people throughout the ages. The story of the first Hanukkah is a constant and consistent coordinated event to distinguish the life of Am Yisrael, distinguish the life of Am Yisrael, and to go ahead and do whatever is possible. I would tell you, don't check the news there. Don't check the news there. It'll be our next show after Shir. Right now, let's be together in this moment. And let's recognize that at the end of the day, even though it's a Pesach time, Shabbat calls out like our Om Gamalin and Lakalo saying, each and every generation, they try to stamp us out. What did the Divine do? The Greeks, they tried to change it in a crush, and it wasn't enough to go ahead and pull Jews away ultimately from the religion. It wasn't enough to outlaw it. They had to defile the oil, because when you defile the oil, then you can't create light. When you defile the oil, you say that no more light for you. And this is the story about people, that the nations of the world consistently try to prevent us from creating light. And they do that by outlawing our customs, our laws. They do that by taking our lives. They do that by terrorizing Jews who just simply go to the beach. Australia is a different season. But to celebrate Hanukkah, how does a person even have a Hava meal to go ahead and undermine that? But that's our story. And so what's our reaction? Our reaction is to go ahead and create more light. When the nations of the world try to go ahead, when there is shown, when the evil in this world tries to stamp out the light of God Himself, so we have one simple avodah, which is to create more light. It's exactly what our ancestors did in this Mikdash. The Yevamim went ahead and defiled all of the oil. What's our answer to that? Create more, light more. So now again, these Rishonim come in Australia and try to go ahead and extinguish our light once again. So even though we're miles away, we're half a world away, the end of the day, our goal is still remains the same. Generate more light. And we'll say, when sometimes this happens to parties on Hanukkah, we have all this clear. What additional light are you bringing into the world? What Kabbalah are you bringing? How is your life, how are our lives going to change? Because whatever this is going to be, there's already 11 neshamas that are confirmed dead, multiple others who are injured. This is a catastrophe. It's a catastrophe. It's not just an attack, it's a catastrophe. And so it behooves us to figure out, so what are we doing? What do we do? So I was just trying to figure out what to do the following things. Make a Kabbalah for the next 8 days. Whatever your Kabbalah is going to be. It doesn't have to be anything you share with anyone else. It doesn't have to be anything that anyone else knows about. Choose an area in your life where you are currently struggling and pledge to be a little better. Or maybe you don't want to address any of the areas in which you're struggling. But just some other Kabbalah. If light is being extinguished within our nation, half a world away, and it is our sacred obligation to bring more light. Decide before share is over today. What is your Kabbalah? You want to share it? You can share it. I would just tell you sometimes people don't realize when you share your Kabbalah with others, it gives tremendous wisdom. Also because when you see that at the end of the day, we're going ahead and we're all working together, you never know how what you do positively impacts another person. But this can't just be like a news item that we look at, and we keep scrolling and we keep looking and we check this site and that site. Okay, we should all be up on the news. That's absolutely true. So much more important than checking on the news is checking on ourselves. And if this has happened to our people on Erev Hanukkah, Tav Shin Pei Vav, then we must make a Kabbalah to bring more light. Let's make our Kabbalah this morning. Let's stick to them. If you want to share it, share it. If you want to keep it to yourself, whatever you want. Choose something, pick something, Kabbalah something, and have a light. And discuss of the collective light that our Kabbalahs will generate. These broken mishpachas, we don't even know who they are, what their stories are, what the ripple effects of each other, but we know that it's going to be enormous. We should hope that our light in Hashem, our light bring a bit more light into a world that is dark and a world that is seemingly a never-ending growth by evil like the worst. But our light in Hashem should be knowledge, should go and fill the void that has been left by the loss of these precious neshamas. Our light should somehow provide the strength to their families, and over time, our light in Hashem should provide the Chama promise. And let's say with that, let's begin today's daf is Tzaddik Aleph in 1. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on 90 at the Mishnah. We really have a long daf today, but an incredible daf ahead of us. I want to be able to get through hopefully a few minutes before 9 o'clock, just with some Judaic stories for Hanukkah. We mentioned about the Yom Kippur Hanukkah, time permitting. So I think very quickly this in yesterday's daf already yesterday, but we'll just pick up with it again today. So Mishnah says as follows. The Mishnah says, in general, chatos always comes before us. Right? Remember, we're speaking at the beginning of Kedumus. So chatos generally comes before Asham. Quotes, Asham Mitzorah, with the exception of Asham Mitzorah, it makes Shubha al Hechsher. Because at the end of the day, it comes al Hechsher. Hechsher means it comes to rectify an individual. Remember again, the Asham Mitzorah comes to allow the Mitzorah ultimately to rejoin, so to speak, the ranks of Klal Yisrael. So because the Asham of Mitzorah becomes al Hechsher Adam, to rectify the individual, actually says over here, Lekachin ulebias mikdash hilchot hashivus ulegadei shekaret ruba. So since the Asham of the Mitzorah ultimately again allows the Mitzorah to do certain things, to rejoin the ranks of Klal Yisrael, therefore, although normally chatos come before Asham, this Asham will come before chatos. Incredible. Kol Asham Shabbatorah, brought in the Nei Shtayim, is brought in the Kesef Shkol. In general, all of the Ashamas in the Torah had to be within 2 years old or 2 years old, and ultimately again come from have a minimum value of 2 shkalim. Chutz mi Asham Nazir Asham Mitzorah, with the exception of Asham Nazir Asham Mitzorah, Shein Ba'im B'nei Shnasan, that they have to be 1 year old, Ve'in Ba'im B'kesef Shkalim, and ultimately they do not have a minimum monetary amount or value. Kishem Shechon Lakabasan, Kolon Lakibasan. In general, the will say, whenever we've established now a precedence and a hierarchy, or a really precedence for Kabbalah, the same way that there's a precedence in terms of their offering, there's also going to be a precedence in their consumption. In other words, whatever order you have for sacrifice, for offering, is the same order that you will have for consumption. Shlamim shal emesh or shlamim shal yom. So what's a very interesting case? Let's say again you have shlamim that was slaughtered yesterday. Remember again, the window of consumption for shlamim is 2 days, 1 night. So now let's say you have in front of you shlamim that was slaughtered yesterday and shlamim shal yom, shlamim that was slaughtered today. So let's say, so what's the halacha? Which ones should you eat first? So the Mishnah says, shal emesh kodim l'shal yom. The shlamim of yesterday ultimately again precedes the shlamim of today. Shlamim shal emesh. So let's say, so again, interestingly enough, we'll talk about that a little bit. If you take a look, actually, let's get to Rashi. Actually, take a look at Rashi's notes. 3 lines up from the bottom of Rashi. Shlamim shal emesh kodim. The zilzalash also kolkach b'hor u'bnei u'ba'u rishon yikru rishon. Now, what's the logic? Right? So if I shlamim that was slaughtered yesterday, shlamim that was slaughtered today, so the Mishnah says, eat the shlamim of yesterday first. What's the logic? The logic is because it's a lack of respect. Lack of respect. Zilzal kachim. A lack of respect to go ahead and delay yesterday's kachim right in front of today's. So again, it's really a giving in respect to sacrificial items that go ahead and eat yesterday's first. Interesting. What about if I yesterday's shlamim? Yesterday's shlamim that was slaughtered yesterday, and chatas and ashim that was slaughtered today. Now again, let's remember the no halacha. Generally, when you have shlamim and chatas and ashim, which comes first? Let's say precedence chatas, right? Why? What was the logic? Because chatas are mechata, right? Because ultimately they atone, therefore they come up with shlamim. Now here's the thing in this case. I have shlamim slaughtered yesterday, chatas and ashim of today. Which one comes first? So the Gemara says, Mishnah says, sorry, chatas shlamim shal emesh kodim did Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir says, the shlamim were yesterday first. So Rabbi Meir says, halacha always is yesterday's kabbalas always take precedence. Why? Because as Rashi said before, it is zilzal. Zilzal culture, degradation. Official items to allow them kind of just sitting there and go ahead and eat newer karbanos first. This is very interesting. Even though normally chatas will come before Hashem, but halacha l'maisa, so chatas will come before shlamim, but halacha l'maisa, if the shlamim was slaughtered yesterday, yesterday's shlamim takes precedence over today's chatas. That's already there. The Chacham say no, chatas kodemes mipnei shu kachei kadash. The Chacham on the other hand disagrees. The Chacham say not true. Chatas always comes first. Why? Well, number one, because it's mechata, but also again here because it's kachei kadash, as opposed to shlamim which are kachei kaya. So we'll say it's a fundamental matter this over here in the Mishnah. Really fast. We'll come back to that. The kulan, it must be very interesting. The kulan now in general, in kabbanos, any covenant that a kohen is going to be eating, the kulan hakohanim rashaim l'shanos b'akirasan. When it comes to kabbanos, kohanim have the right to eat kabbanos however they want to prepare it. Right, however they want to prepare it, that's how they have the right to eat it. So the Gemara says, "Suyin u'shlutin." So again, you can eat it roasted, you can eat it boiled, you can eat it cooked. Let's say the silk on tablet, food in the cabinet, you can spice it however you want, and you can spice it with seasonings. Season it with whatever you want, or season it however you want, and season it with whatever you want. What is this thing? So the Shimon says, what's going to talk about this? So the Shimon says you can even season carbonos with seasoning of truma. Okay, let's discuss the implications of that later on. And Mary says, no, we're eating the silk of carbon truma. So we like truma to be sold. So Mary says, no, don't season it with truma, because if you season it with truma, then ultimately that could create an invalidation within the carbon. Right? Why? Why is that creating an invalidation within the carbon? Because at the end of the day, remember again, truma is sensitive to different things. So if the truma is sensitive, it's seasoned with truma, technically speaking, Rashi says over here, Shetam Kachim Anase Nosa Asiyah. So you know, because again, halacha l'maisa, technically speaking, if there's some type of invalidation in the truma spice, that could potentially invalidate the carbon as well. Okay, I will say that is our Mishnah, quite amazing. So let's analyze. Let's see my Bible. So let's say it's really fascinating. Tadir Umakadosh is the hand holder. So let's say, so if you notice, we have two, in terms of establishing precedents, we have two different hierarchies. Number one is Tadir V'Shelo Tadir, Tadir Tomer, right? That are called Shu Tadir Mekabelo. Whatever is more frequent comes before something that is less frequent. That's one method of establishing hierarchy, and the other is whatever is more kadosh, whatever is more holy. Now the Gemara asks, what happens if you have a conflict between those two? Right? Let's say again you have two items. One is more frequent, one is tadir, but one is holier. Which one comes first? Tadir Mekudash is a mehen kodem. Rashi says over here, Tadir Mekudash, Rashi gives the example, there's two going. Dam olas tamid, the dam chatos, omdin omdin. Let's say you have the blood of an olah, and in this case it says carbon tamid, and the blood of a chatos. Zet Tadir is then Mekudash. On one hand, the chatos is going to be more kadosh. Why is the chatos more kadosh? Because it's mechaber. On the other hand, the tamid is going to be more tadir because obviously it comes every day, twice a day. So zed tadir v'zed mekudash. I mean, dam chatos comes with dam olot, mishmei shumras, as we said before. So on one hand, chatos is holier than an olot because of the tones. Inami olos musir sedes. But on the other hand, tamid is more tadir. So it's exactly shaila. Now you have a conflict between tadir and kadosh. Which one is going to come first? Tadir called them should be tadir. So do we say ultimately again tadir comes first because it's tadir? Or perhaps Mukudash comes because, or maybe halacha and Mukudash will come first because it is more kadosh. So let's say so that ultimately again is our shayla.
They're not trying to use those ads to sell.
It's a beautiful idea about this. Okay, we'll say it. Tashma. Let's at least get the phrase down. Tashma. To me, the Kodal and Musaf. So I said, now, this is a dramatic question as we're going to see this over. So Tashma, to me, the Kodal and Musaf. Ultimately, again, so to me, the comes before Musaf. To me, the comes before Musaf. So the Gemara says, Tap off, Sadik Aleph, the Musaf and Kaddish. Even though a Musaf is more kadosh. So let's say, what is a Musaf talking about now, by the way, Musaf of Shabbos. Right, so the Musaf, so ultimately, again, the Kavan Tamid comes before the Musaf of Shabbos, even though the Musaf of Shabbos is more kadosh. Now, why is the Musaf of Shabbos more kadosh? Because of Shabbos. So what do you see from here? When you have a clash between Tadir and Kadosh, what goes first? Tadir. Gemara says, listen one second. Atu Shabbos the Musaf and Ahani, which means Ahani. That's not a fair comparison. Because what do you think? Shabbos just positively impacts the Musaf. It doesn't positively impact the tummy. That's in other words, the identity of Shabbos devolves upon all of the Kabbalah. As such, just because we're doing the tummy first doesn't mean we're doing the tummy first because of Tadir. It's also because the tummy itself is destined with a higher level of Kedusha because of Shabbos. Incredible. So therefore, again, no riot in there. Kashma, another example. Musaf Shabbos, Kodmi the Musaf Rosh Chodesh. Ultimately, again, the Musaf of Shabbos comes before the Musaf of Rosh Chodesh. So let's say, so once again, they will appear to be the Musaf of Shabbos is Tadir, the Musaf of Rosh Chodesh is Kaddish. So Tadir is coming before Kaddish. Once I can touch the Rosh Chodesh, the Musaf and the Yahani, the Musaf Shabbos Lahani, once again, do you think the identity of Rosh Chodesh devolves upon his own unique Kabbalos and not upon the other Kabbalos? Of course not. If I said it's not a case of Tadir and Kaddish, it's Kaddish and Kaddish. Tashma. Again, once it's trying to establish hierarchy. Tashma, Musaf Rosh Chodesh, Kol Musaf Rosh Hashanah, the Musaf of Rosh Chodesh comes before the Musaf of Rosh Hashanah. So let's say, now what does that show you? That Tadir comes before Kaddish. Because again, remember, Rosh Chodesh occurs more frequently than Rosh Hashanah. But yet, we're assuming that Rosh Hashanah is holier than Rosh Chodesh. To which then the Gemara says, Rosh Hashanah Kacha. So you see from there that Tadir comes before Kaddish. To which again the Gemara says, 1 second. After Rosh Hashanah, the Musaf the Musaf Hashanah is supposed to see the same thing. You think what? That Rosh Hashanah just has an impact on the only Kabbalahs? It doesn't have an impact on the Talmud of that day? Of course it does. On the Muslim of that day? Of course it does. So Tashma, if I never say Tashma, so it's very interesting, switching gears. Birchas Hayayim to be able to say, so this is my focus about the order of Kiddush. When we make Kiddush on Friday night, on Shabbos night, because by Shabbos day, all Kiddush is the bracha of Hagafen. But on Shabbos day, there's brachas. You have what we call the Birchas Hayom, right, which is the bracha of Mekadesh HaShabbos, and then you have the bracha of Borei Priyagafen. So which one comes first? And once you touch one another after, Birchas Hayayim Tegila, and Birchas Hayayim Tegila, well, Hagafen is Tadir, right? Hagafen is more frequent, and the bracha of Mekadesh HaShabbos is less frequent. The Tadir, Tadir Kodesh. And you have to also make the Hagafen before the bracha of Mekadesh HaShabbos. Now, once you're making the assumption the bracha of Mekadesh HaShabbos is more Kadosh than the Hagafen, so yet what do you see? Tadir comes before Kadosh. Even though again the bracha of Shabbos, the Mekadesh HaShabbos is more Kadosh, yet we say Tadir comes before Kadosh. What's the first line? Tadir 91a. Atu Shabbos leBirchas Hayom Ahani, leBirchas Hayayim Lo Ahani. That's what I say. Amazingly enough, is that to say that the bracha of Shabbos, Atu Shabbos leBirchas Hayom Ahani. One thing, one second. You're looking at the Hagafen as just a regular Hagafen. Do you think that Shabbos itself doesn't fundamentally change the bracha of Hagafen? Of course it does. So therefore, it's not a clash between Tadir and Kadosh. It's a clash between Hagafen, which is Tadir and Kadosh, against the Kadosh, the bracha of Shabbos, which is just Kadosh. So of course, Tadir and Kadosh is going to win over. By the way, I want to point out, this is one of the most beautiful aspects of Shabbos. Even what I just said, in general, the theme over here is whenever you have a holy day transforms everything that occurs on that day. But it's actually very beautiful insight by Shabbos. Look at the Gemara just said is the Hagafen on Shabbos is a fundamentally different Hagafen than on Tuesday. Right? So again, you can make Hagafen on Tuesday. And you can make Hagafen on Tuesday, and on Wednesday, and on Sunday, it's good to make Hagafen, it's good to make Hagafen. Right, so let's say, but again, I'm just thinking so beautiful. What is just the Shabbos transforms all of the mundane activities of daily living into a Baal Shadakisha. So you sit down and do Su'udah tonight after you like Neres Hanukkah, and you go and you make Hagafen. You make Hagafen, that's beautiful, that's wonderful. But when you make a Hagafen on Shabbos, that's a fundamentally different Hagafen. You sit down and you have a nice meal on a Sunday, that's beautiful. It's beautiful, but you eat a meal on Shabbos, and that meal is fundamentally transformed into something else. Incredible idea. So Tashma, so again, just to keep your eye on the ball, we're asking one simple question. What's our question? I have a clash. What do I have a clash between? Tadir and Kadosh. So again, remember, normally, Tadir, again, whatever most frequent, that was first. Kadosh, whatever most Kadosh. What happens when Tadir and Kadosh clash? Which one comes first? We're just trying to answer that. So Tashma, I'll say, end of the first white line on 91a. Tashma, Dama Yochanan. Source is good. Miskalo Adam Sham Mincha, Ba'achashach Sham Musafim. So first the person davens Mincha, then Musaf. Now both sides, so just understand, it's a question about over here. This is really referring to any day. This could be Shabbos, this could be Rosh Chodesh, this could be Yom Tov. Any day where you have a clash between Mincha and Musaf. Now listen, how does that happen? If you happen here, you have no Shabbos, how this could happen, right? This happens, it almost happens every Shabbos, right? So again, remember, the time for Musaf begins at the same time that, I take it back. Musaf could be davened the entire day. The issue just is that sometimes you could have a situation where you have not yet davened Musaf, and now it's time for Mincha. So in that case, what do you do first? Right? What do you do first? And all kidding aside, this very often happens when? Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur. Right? In other words, easily happens Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur, where again, already haven't gotten Musaf yet, but it's already past time for Mincha to go over. So now, what do I do first? Here's my problem. So remember, we're presupposing that Musaf is more Kaddish. That's what I'm presupposing, right? Because Musaf ultimately, again, comes as a result of the day, of a holy day. And Mincha is So now I have a clash between Kaddish and Tagir. So what does the Gemara say? Don't be off halacha. I was going to tell you what happened. No, let's go. Halacha. Mispala Adam Sham Mincha V'Achagach Sham Musaf. Then what's the halacha? Gavin Mincha and then Musaf. So what do you see from there? When there's a clash between Tagir and Kaddish, what comes first? What comes first? Tagir. Tagir, Mincha comes first and then Musaf. So as it was keep saying, right? Because Mincha is the Tagir, Musaf is the Kaddish, Gavin Mincha, those like, by the way, Gavin Mincha and then Musaf. Once again, Ashtu Shabbos, the Tilas Musaf and Ahani, the Tilas Arohanis, the Gibber of Shabbos. Once again, Gemara says, you're presupposing that Shabbos only endows Kedusha to Musaf. But it's not true. Even a Mincha of Shabbos, that's not a regular Mincha, that's a Mincha of Shabbos. That's a Mincha of Shabbos. Which I listen, by the way, just as an aside, so point out. Like, do you hear that? Mincha of Shabbos is not a regular Mincha. It's a Mincha of Shabbos. I just want to point out, it's that sometimes I missed a memo on this. But apparently, there is a memo about relaxed dress code on Shabbos and Mincha. I missed it. I don't seem to have gotten it. I seem to have missed it. Listen, there's no relaxed dress code. I know, it's not the greatest problem in Shabbos. I really acknowledge that. But understand, it's a Mincha of Shabbos. It's a Mincha of Shabbos, which means it's not a regular Mincha. Also, like I said, I'm not putting it in the top 50 problems of cards that we have to tackle. It's not me, it's the Gemara. I'm not bringing this up. It's bring on the Gemara, right? It's just the Gemara. So I'm just saying, a Mincha on Shabbos, that's not a regular Mincha. That's a Mincha of Shabbos. And that Mincha is endowed with tremendous Kedusha. Let's go back this. Said the Gemara, touch them up. Shlomo Shal Amesh, Chatos is Kedusha. Shlomo Shal Amesh, the Chatos V'Ashim Shal Yom. So what's it? So now we're going to quote, again, according to my Mishnah. So listen to this. If you have Shlomo Shal Amesh, so Shlomo Shal Amesh means, again, I shefted Shlomo yesterday, and Chatos and Asham of today. This is on Mishnah. So what's the halacha? What's the halacha in that case? Now that's what I hope does. Shlomo Shal Amesh comes, like at least the Meir said. The Meir said that we go ahead and we give precedence to the Shlomo of yesterday. That was an interesting thing. Now, that's fine. That by itself doesn't address our issue. What can I refer to that? Yom. Yes, I will say, if you add Shlomo of today and Chatos and Hashem of today, then what? Chatos Hashem Kadmi, you ask our God the Shlomo to be. That will say, this is very interesting. Now, what can I refer to in this? If you check this Chatos, Hashem, Shlomo, everything was shafted today. What goes first? Chatos and Hashem. Yeah, both saying, and by the way, we do that already. The Chatos and Hashem go first, right? Why do Chatos and Hashem go first? Why? Because they're Kaddish, right? Why are they Kaddish? Because, well, two reasons. Number one, Kaddish Kadoshim, and number two, they're Mechata. And what's saying, now the Gemara throws in a very interesting kind of like nature here. Even though Shlomim are Tagir. Now, what does that mean, that Shlomim are Tagir? If you look at Rashi, Rashi is almost right across the theory. Shemitsunim Mitov Shaboim B'Negev B'Mikdav. This is very interesting. Shlomim occur more frequently. Why do they occur more frequently? Because Shlomim can be brought, number one, as obligatory kavanos, but could also be brought as Neder and Nidava. So fascinatingly enough, the clash between Chatos Hashem and Shlomim is not just a clash of Kaddish versus less Kaddish, but rather it's also a clash of Kaddish versus Tagir. So you're saying that Shlomim is more Tagir. Now again, so point out, why is it more Tagir? Because it can be brought more often. Why can it be brought more often? Because Shlomim can be brought as Neder and the double voluntary offerings, whereas you can't, if you're just feeling a healthy dose of Jewish guilt today, right, and you say, no, I don't even know what I did wrong, but I'm shredding something wrong, let me just bring a Chatos. You can't do that. Chatos can only be brought for a specific sin. So because like the Gemara says, by definition, Shlomim was only brought for purposes. There you see a clash between Kaddish and Tadi, and yet what's winning? What's winning? Kaddish is winning. Kaddish is winning. So what teaching us and it's really fascinating. People say, oh, no. Don't, you're confusing terms. You're confusing terms. Amar Rabba, Matsu Kamit, Tadi Kamibayla. Shabbos said, this is Matsu no Kamibayla. Shabbos said, stressing. It's the distinction between the word Matsu and the word Tadi. Now, I don't know, English-wise, they're both going to translate the same way. I think the way I would translate it is Matsuri means common, Tadi means frequent. You kind of say to yourself, that's the same thing. And it's not, because we're going to see it like this. The word Tadi really refers to something that is required on a more frequent basis. As opposed to Matzah, it just means it's possible to bring it as often as you can. Well, let's say if you want to bring a shlomim every single day, can you bring a shlomim every single day? You should bring multiple shlomim offerings like on one day. So you want to like this. When we're asking about Tadir refers to something that is more commonly halakhically required, right? That's why again it's frequent. It's halakhically frequent versus matsui, which just means it can be common. So Rava says, hold on. Don't say that Shlomim is not Tadir. Tadir means something, again, that you are mandated to bring on a more frequent basis. So Rava says, it's very interesting. So it helps to frame up a little bit what Tadir means. I'm going to read for Rava. Hatu Matsui Lash Tadir. Are you telling me that therefore Matsui and Tadir are the same thing? I thought that common and frequent is the same thing. What's about the problem? Listen to this. Otzi as HaPesach she'ino Tadir, v'lo otzi as HaMila shehi Tefila. And what's the context? Rashi writes for us. Otzi as HaPesach she'ino Tadir, v'toras koyer she'yirka b'chagos, v'tani v'hare Pesach u'Mila and Rishon Kares. Yochol Yovia Shilikas HaChagos. That was the halacha is that both common Pesach and Mila, like failure to do Pesach, failure to do Mila, ultimately carry with them the penalty of Kares. I might have thought that once in general the halacha is whenever you have to do something that is high Kares, if you did it accidentally, you either come in Kares. So I might have therefore thought failure to bring Pesach and failure to do Bris Milah should result in liability for a Chatos. Things like actually, Yovi actually doesn't Chatos. Hamudum actually mostly Asena. Lots of Pesach and Milah Shemitzos Asena. Therefore, the pasuk says that you only bring the proper Chatos for a violation of a low Asena. But Pesach and Milah ultimately again are Naseh HaChatos. Now the Gemara said, about that thing discussion. English, Batanya. Otias HaPesach Shemitzos I would have thought we should exclude Pesach because it's not common, but I wouldn't exclude Milah because it is common. Now, both interestingly enough, so you have what if I mean Milah is common, Milah is Tadir. Now, if we define Tadir ultimately again as Matsu, right, as common, then that makes a lot of sense. But if we define ultimately Tadir as halakhically mandated, how can we call it frequent? Dira b'mitzvahs. So let's say ultimately again, what does it mean? When the mitzvah, she says, Dira b'mitzvahs, shemitzvah shabbat, shlosh esrei b'yisos v'tzivur. This thing was mentioned 13 times throughout the Torah. It's an interesting fact. It's mentioned 30 times in the Torah. As such, Gemara says, it is Tadir that it is mentioned more times. Therefore, the Gabi Pesach is considered to be more Tadir. Okay. The other possibility is Milah the Gabi Pesach to Tadir. The other possibility is when you compare Bris Milah to Pesach, so certainly Bris Milah is going to be more Tadir, right? Again, Bris Milah could technically speaking happen every single day of the year, literally every day of the year, versus Pesach, which only occurs once a year. Okay, so we'll say, so again, I just want to point out the Gemara, that's the end of that sugya. So the Gemara doesn't proceed to answer that question about Tadir and Kaddish. Hold on to it. We'll get to the Rambam when we get to the Mishnah about it. Let's just do one more thing. Tadir b'she'eno Tadir. Listen to this. One more case, and then we'll answer the previous question as well. Tadir b'she'eno Tadir. Listen to this. So what's this? In general, if you have Tadir b'she'eno Tadir, right? So what's that? Tadir b'she'eno Tadir? Tadir Tadir, right? That's an easy one. Well, what happened in this case? The Kadam b'shachar b'she'eno Tadir now. So let's say that what? You have two kavanas. Tadir b'she'eno Tadir. You ended up shechting the she'eno Tadir, the infrequent one, first. Now what do? What do you do? Marry. So the Gemara says, someone says, so again, just to give an example, let's give a good example of this. Right? Chatas and Shvamis. Chatas is not really good because it's Kaddish and that, but okay, you're not thinking, right? So tell your Shayla, and what happens? Now you go ahead and halacha l'maisa, you check them both. Now, so now in this case over here, you have the two bloods in front of you. So shakam the she'inot of your mind. Miran given the shakti matter, right? So then you say, well, once you shakti the she'inot of your first, just go ahead and offer. In other words, once the child said, you disrupted the order. You should have done more frequent one. You disrupted the order. Once you disrupted the order, just go ahead and shakti it. Oh, Dilma, Yohir Ra'achad in the married Pigamo, I've been makiv when you're Tadir, Vahabi makiv the she'inot Tadir. Maybe no. Maybe take the blood of the she'inot Tadir, the infrequent one, give it to the stirrer. Go say, who's the stirrer? He's the guy, he's the Kohen who literally stirs blood. Right? That's what he does. Why? Because if you don't stir blood, it congeals. So again, sometimes when there was a delay in offering up the blood, he would just stir it. So maybe if you disrupted the order, give the blood to the stirrer, right? Let him stir it, and then go ahead and offer up the Tadir first, and then come back afterwards and offer up the she'inot Tadir. So when I'm not going to Tashma, Shlam Mishnah, and so what's this? So what about the Mishnah? If you have Shlam that was shechted yesterday, Chatas va'ashim shal yom, and Chatas and Ashim that was shechted today. Shal Anesh, Kodim l'shal yom. Yesterday Shlamim come before the Chatas and Ashim of today. So the Gemara says, okay, now hard to yom dunya damage. Now, if you have a comment that was offered today, but similar to one offered yesterday, what does that mean? Because in shachted the shlamim. So let's say you went ahead and you have a chatos. You have a chatas asham, we'll just call it chatas and a shlamim. Remember, you have a chatas and shlamim. Which one goes first? Chatas. But let's say you went ahead and you slaughtered the shlamim first. What's the halacha? Ultimately, again, the kadim shachni the shlamim, chatas va'asham kadim, you would still go ahead and first give the blood service of the chatas, and then come back and sprinkle the blood of the shlamim. Which the says, no. Filma shlamim de'anesh v'chatas va'asham v'yom. Maybe he's talking about a case again of blood of shlamim of yesterday, chatas and asham. Hey, that's not what it is. Hey, so the shachtin the tarvani. Maybe the case ultimately is where you shechted both kavanos. Abalo shachtin the tarvani tiboilacha. But if you do not shecht both, ultimately again, you still have our question. So Tashma, let's analyze. So let's say it's going to be one of the previous cases. Birchas hayayin tedila, or birchas hayom tedila. Ultimately, again, about say this back to Kiddush on Shabbos. The bracha of Hagafen is Tadir. The bracha of Mekadosh on Shabbos is not Tadir. And what's Tadir? Tadir B'Shein Tadir Tadir. If you want to by the way, that's how we pass it. Like that's like Kiddush on Friday night. You recite Hagafen first, and then Mekadosh on Shabbos afterwards. What drives that order? The bracha of Hagafen is more common than the bracha of Mekadosh on Shabbos. Who's he writes his Hakanami? Okay, but so once again, the Gemara compared this ultimately again to, let's say, a shlamim and the chatas that were both slaughtered in front of you, right? So which one do I do? Hakanam, behaving the asim, kimanish, kijarad. And the no. Since by time you make Kiddush, Shabbos is already here. Therefore, ultimately again, this is the equivalent of having both kavanos right in front of you. So Tashma, during the Yochanan, halacha, mispala adam shamim, v'yachakav sham musafim. So you know, this is where we have the mincha. It's the mincha and the musaf flash. So what's halacha? Daven mincha first, and then musaf. Hachanan given the matis mantiras mincha, kiman yishkiti kavayim. This is different because since this amount of mincha has come, ultimately again it's as if they've been both slaughtered. Once they've been both slaughtered, then halacha l'maisa their tadir takes precedence. Family of Achaber Davash, Shachti Kodim Chatzos Pasuk. So what's this? He's talking about over here. You coming on Erev Pesach. So watch this. If you shechted you coming before Chatzos on Erev Pesach, Pasuk is Pasuk. Why? If they shenei my both in Ha'abayim. Remember again, you have to shech the tummy in Ha'abayim. Kodim the tummy. Kosher. If you went ahead and you shechted it before the tummy, it's kosher. Being a married, the damo, ashi's like Adam. What I will say, that's pretty explicit. Ideally, You might as well like this. If you went ahead and so hold on the tummy, right? If you shifted the current exact before the tummy, ultimately again it's kosher, and stir the blood ultimately again until this is up. So the Moses Hakam asking them, what's the case over here? Keep going, the Kadim Shakti the tummy Beresha. The case of Moses is where you shakti the tummy first. In other words, you shakti the first before asking what to do. So in that case, if you shakti the tummy before asking, then that's halacha. Only Rav Achas Sabi Rav Ashi. Masnisin and Mideka. Our mission seems to support this idea as well. The tummy actually Yisrael Dan tummy. The local tummy actually Yisrael Dan. Shmamnes. What's the Mishnah says? The Mishnah supports this idea, but it's talking about a case where you shakted it first before you ask. Because what does the Mishnah say? Actually, Yisrael Adam. It says until you sprinkle the blood, and it doesn't say until you shak and sprinkle the blood. So we're talking about a case where you shak. Okay, so we'll say, so we have two outstanding questions, right? Question number one was, when you have a clash between Tadir and Kaddish, which one wins? And case number two, ultimately again, is where what? You have just a case of Tadir Mishin or Tadir. So again, Tadir Mishin or Tadir Kodesh. But now what ended up happening? You shifted the Eno Tadir first. What do you do in that case? So let's say, so here it is. So I'm asking, if you look close to me, you suffer, Pash, Halacha, Beis. Parakes halacha base. So we'll say, so again, what's the halacha? Parakes halacha base, and here it is. The Kisha Siva Hakabasa. So generally, I was talking about what is the order of offering. Musaf Shabbos Tila, Yakara Musaf Chodesh, Yakara Musaf Yom Tov. Shekala Tadir Mechavero, Kodem Es Chavero, B'chein Kala Mekudosh Mechavero, Kodem Es Chavero. So we'll say, so again, first of all, Rambam upholds those two rulings. And in general, again, whenever you have a clash between Tadir and She'ino Tadir, Tadir always comes first. Whenever you have a clash between Kaddish and less Kaddish, Kaddish always comes first. Now, one thing here it is, you ready for it? What about when there's a clash between Kaddish and Tadir? Right, that was our first question for today. What do you do? Here it is. Higher Lachana. Get ready for it? Tadir and Mekudash. So let's take it about you have in front of you. Tadir and Mekudash. Remember again, what was the good example of that? You have the blood of an Olah and the blood of a Chatas. So on one hand, the blood of an Olah is Tadir, the blood of an Olah is Tadir, right? But ultimately, again, blood of the Chatas, ultimately, again, is. That wasn't a good example. Yeah, more complicated example. Yeah. So that's like you have the blood of tummy, right? The blood of a tummy, right? Which ultimately again is Tadir versus the blood of a chatos, which is Kaddish, because it's Mechaper and Kaddish Kaddish, right? So ultimately Kaddish Kaddish, Mechaper, that makes sense also, right? Mechaper. Ultimately again, so which one do you prefer? So the clash between Kaddish and Tadir, is there any point Rambam says? Yakdin Eizim Hemshiyah. Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. You're good either way. You're good either way. The Shabbos said God tells you something absolutely amazing. What's the Hashkaf Alamais in that? The Hashkaf Alamais goes out about saying, you understand the tension between Kaddish and Tadir? Which is better? Consistency, that's Tadir. Consistency between Kaddish. What's Kaddish? Kaddish ultimately, again, is being holy in the moment. Being holy in the moment. Holy in the moment is not consistent, but there's holiness right now. So what this is the clash. Is it better to be consistent, right? Even if the level of holiness is not that high, or is it better to just experience that incredible, overwhelming burst of Kedusha? So there's a clash. And again, on one side, no, this is a clash all the time between Tadir and Kaddish. So which one comes with them? I'm saying, they're both beautiful. And whatever you could pull off in life, let's go for it. If you can maintain consistency, all the power to you. If you can maintain consistency, even consistency at a lower level, that's absolutely fantastic. But I will say, most of us have difficulty, but what I should say, we are consistent. We are absolutely consistent in being profoundly inconsistent. In other words, most of us struggle with consistency. And a lot of times when we struggle with consistency, we say to ourselves, so what if I have like a one-off moment of that incredible spiritual relation? So what if I have like a one-off moment of Kedusha? What's the value in that? There's tremendous value in that. There's tremendous value in coverage, even if it can't be covered. And the Rambam says, how you ever found out Tavir Mekudash? Again, I won't say, I can't, some of us are Tavir, some of us are Kudash. Ram says, Yaakov is in the Hemshin Yitzhak. Do whatever you can. Do whatever you can. You could be a Tavir Jew, fantastic. You need to think wrong, fantastic. You need to change by be consistent. Find the moments of Kedusha. Find the moments of holiness. Find the moments of inspiration. Latch onto them. Maximize them. Make them incredible for you. But it's going to burn out in just a few moments. So what? So what? Sometimes it's just about embracing and maximizing the moments of holiness that's in front of you now. The Rambam says, whatever works. Yakin pays in the head shields. Incredible, incredible. They will say, what about the other? What about the other Shiloh? What about the fact again, if I told you two kapanas in front of me, and I ended up shafting the anal tugger, what do I do then? It's around this Ava or Shachat, the Shachat, S anal tugger, or it's a couple of Kedusha. So we'll say, so again, let's say I made a mistake, and I end up slaughtering the anal tugger first, or the anal tugger, the lesser holy one first. What do I do? The Rambam says, Makriv, the Akakak Shofet as our tugger as a Mechudash. Ultimately, again, finish up what you started. So you ended up slaughtering. Ultimately, again, the anal tugger first, finish it up, and then you'll go on to the tugger one afterwards. And we'll say another tremendous Musahar skill, finish what you started. Finish what you start. Because you know what ends up happening so often in life? You go ahead and you start something, and then what happens? Like, something. Look at that. Right? Look at that. Like, I'm going to stop this. I'm going to stop. And what ends up happening over life is we constantly, like, it's like on a beautiful way, in a spiritual way, like we're like keeping a candy store. You start the spiritual level up, and you see something that's like a little bit more sparkly, like a little bit more exciting, a little bit more invigorating. So we go and we latch onto that. And then what happens? We start that for a little bit. And then you see something else. We latch onto that. And soon enough, like we're just running from thing to thing, hoping for that spark of inspiration. Rambam says, if you started, finish it. I go, one second, that's better. Okay, finish what you started, and then the next person move on to the next thing. Incredible. Let's say, get ready for this Mishnah. You're not going to get something to story. So the Mishnah. Let's say, just want to show you what's about to happen over there. I'm going to show you this. In Ra'isa Shemen, Shemishalik Ba'azara, if you see oil in the courtyard of the Beis Hamikdash, actually, we should just like that here. Oh, sorry. A Mishnah about oil in the Beis Hamikdash on Erev Shabbos. And what the Mishnah says, in Ra'isa Shemen Shemishalik Ba'azara, the most of the Mishnah is telling us, you know what the Mishnah is telling us? That in biblical Hebrew, it means, if, but it could also mean when. You know what the Mishnah is explaining to us? In Ra'isa Shemen Shemishalik Ba'azara, and also we are going to see oil in the courtyard of the Beis Hamikdash. That's what the Mishnah is explaining to us today. We're going to see it. We don't just have to long for it, we just have to remember what was, or emphasis for what will be. We shouldn't whisper to us on this Erev Hanukkah. We will be Zokat to see. It's going to happen for us. We just have to push forward. We just have to work a little bit harder. And Yom Hashem, we will be Zokat to see that oil divided, that oil burned in the courtyard of the Beis Hamikdash. Overwhelming. In Ra'isa Shemen, Shemishalik Ba'azara, if you see oil being divided up in the Azarim courtyard of the Beis Hamikdash, you don't even have to ask what kind of oil it is. Rather, again, it's the leftover oil from the wafers of a covenant. And also, Rashi points out over here that there were different types of, now, when you say Mishalik divided up, it means divided up for consumption amongst the Kohanim. So let's say, so again, just to understand, so there were different types of meal, different types of meal offerings. We're going to see now that usually the oil was mixed in the meal offering. The one exception to that was the meal offering, the mincha, that was made into wafers. There, the oil was smeared on top of the wafer, and as such, again, it was almost always leftover oil. What happened with that leftover oil? It was given to the Kohanim. So the Gemara says, the loaf shemen shel mitzora, or the loaf of shemen of the mitzora. Remember again, one side, the mitzora has oil applications, right? On him, there was leftover oil as well. That oil was given over, it was given to the Kohanim. So Rabbi Shimon says, if you see oil in the azar listening, you know that it's one of two sources. Either it's from the offering of the mitzora, or it's from the wish first mincha offering. In the East Shema Shemiva, that is saying again, if you see oil being part of a fire, in fact, we shall not, don't have to ask what that is. Allah, most are keeping minchas kohanim, or minchas kohen Mashiach, minchas kohen Mashiach. That again, that is leftover oil from the mincha, the wafer mincha offering of kohanim, which is not consumed, which is burnt, or the mincha of the anointed kohen. The oil of these minachos, was not consumed by kohanim, rather was part of the fire. Why? She'ein mishnad ben shema. Because it wasn't interestingly enough, you cannot offer a voluntary offering of oil. So therefore, in other words, what the Tanakh says is that oil is always connected to some other carbon. So if you see kohanim consuming oil in the Beis Hamikdash, you know that it's either again from someone's mincha, away from mincha, or from the loaf shemen from of the Mitzora's offering. If you see oil being poured on the mizbeach, on the fire, then ultimately again you know that's either a wafer offering of kohanim, kohanim don't keep their own menachos, or ultimately again the mincha of the kohen Mashiach. Because oil cannot be cleansed as well. The Talmud says it's not bin shemen. It's not true. It's not true. You can give a voluntary offering of oil as well. Says whoa. So it looks much bigger this morning than it did last night. Okay, good. We got this. How much more? Well, says it's okay. Tomorrow the next day, very short time. The rest is as follows. Don't look, okay? The rest is as follows. A little bit of try. The rest is as follows. I'm a shmuel. So do every time. I'm a standing shemen. So listen to this. So come to the time. Every time she was saying, "One of my focus." We try to do the only mission. What's the name of my focus for the year? Can you pledge a voluntary offering of oil? Right. So can you pledge a carbon of oil? Right. So the Talmud says yes, you can. Shmuel says the Divrei Bitarfon on the standing shemen console the share of the ahol. So Shmuel says like this: "Going to be Bitarfon is what he does on the dava of oil." So what's interesting? So how do you do a dava of oil? So remember again. So obviously oil point is connected to mincha. So we'll say what do you offer up to the mincha? Mitzvah, right? You take the 3 finger breads and you offer them up on his back. So Shmuel says that you could offer up oil as a carbon of dava. What oil do you offer up? A kamitza of oil. Everyone saying now, I know this sounds strange because oil obviously again is a liquid. So Tosfos points this out. They must be talking about like a thicker consistency of oil, where essentially you're going to get something. You're going to get something in your kamitza. So okay, the shiur of nachon, the leftover oil, is consumed by the kohanim. I will say one for you for that in my time. Amakra carbon mincha. The pasuk says carbon mincha, so we learn out from that. A pasuk could have just said, "Mashal gematzi the mitzvah isakid." The Gemara says the carbon, the word carbon is extra. What do we learn from that? The Lamishin is not Mishnah. Learn from there that you can make in a dava ultimately again of oil. The mincha, and therefore again, since I'm learning out the carbon and dava of oil from mincha, therefore oil is being treated like mincha. My mincha comes from the sharing that oil. So just like by mincha, you only offer the kibbutz and the rest is consumed by the kohanim. Shemen comes from the sharing that oil. So to buy oil, you take the mitzvah and the rest will be consumed. Fascinating. Already, and then Rabbi says we also learn this. Where do you learn this? If you see oil being divided up amongst the kohanim in the azara, you do not have to ask what it is because we know what it is. Most of the people in minchas Yisrael, rather we know that again it's either left from a mincha wafer offering or a wafer mincha offering or the loaf shemen of Minnesota she'ein misnat. because we do not offer up oil as a carbon mitzvah. Mechlal, we learn from here, the Mandar Mishnah, that according to the opinion that says that you can donate oil, mischalik. Ultimately, I would agree that the leftover oil is divided up amongst the clan. Incredible. Advice like this. Look at the Mishnah. If you see oil that is being applied on the fires of the Mizbeach, you do not have to ask what it is. Rather, again, it's the leftover oil, either of the waste offering of Kohanim or the mincha of the Kohen Mashiach. Why? Because we do not offer up oil as a donative offering. Wow. To which the Gemara says, so according to it indicates to us that according to the opinion that says that we understand it, that everything goes in the fire, to which we must la baye kashi resha, la vizera kashi sifa. According to Abai, the first part of the Mishnah is probably like according to the second part of the Mishnah is probably like, let's have to stop over this for today. Stopping time with Mitsugim Yasashem. We will pick up with this tomorrow. And let's say absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Wishing everyone a beautiful, uplifting, and lifting of Hanukkah.
Also, that you have to pay 30%. He's going to teach you to be a better planner the next time because you can't keep borrowing at 30%. But the marketplace demands 30%. If it's too much, then the interest rate will come down. And no one should borrow 30%. I mean, they should teach in high school how to plan their budget.
Sneak those in on college students. College students, people that are a little
college students is they're high up on the list of people lacking common sense. Yeah, it's that. There's also people get into a gambling problem, they get into some problem, they don't have money. If you say give me 10%, what does that tell me about my behavior? If I borrow at 10%, I might have to stop something at 30%. You know what I mean? And so the marketplace develops these things, but that price is sending signals back to people. It's the same way with interest rates on houses. The president's always like, we need lower interest rates. Houses are so expensive. Why don't we just fix the price at 2% and tell banks they can't get more than 2%? The problem is this.
All right, people say good morning, good Shabbat, good Hanukkah, great Simchas Hashem to be able to begin a new week of learning together, especially this morning, an incredible week of Hashem. We begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. We thank our Kamatora sponsors for the month of Kislev Havali, Tova Allison, and Steinberg, dedicating all the Shimon Joshua this month in memory of his grandfather, Rabbi Sheldon Steinman, Rabbi Shlomo Tzvi, Ruben Ben Shimon, Zichron Yivrocha. And now that he's in Shemshtad now, he should be a mere Joseph for his children, his grandchildren, and 36 great-grandchildren. Maka Estersson, and many other parents, Woodward, people, Yitzchak, Leida, Banana, Cohen, Sarah, Yaakov, Bas, Barak, Avram, Linda, Bas, Melech, Ephraim, and many other dear family, friends, staff, Sergeant, Bachal, Yor, Gordon, Shem, Yom Damo, who fell in battle in Gaza, and Erev Hanukkah, Mamish, Perez, the outside 2023. All in happy Hanukkah memory of Paul's sister, Paul's Mishpachah, Leah, Bas, Shmuel, Zachim, Shuramis, Bas, Shmuel, and Esther, Bas, Zachariah. Our Zachim is mounted for today, Yahweh, Sarah Steinberg, in the source of continued refuah for Shuramis, Hannah, Bas, Susha, for complete and enduring refuah. We wake up this morning to be overwhelming with news about the terror attack in Australia, and it is an overwhelming thing to contemplate that here it is Erev Hanukkah, and Hanukkah. The story of Hanukkah is managed the story of the Jewish people throughout the ages. The story of Hanukkah. First Hanukkah is a constant and consistent coordinated attempt to extinguish the light of Am Yisrael, extinguish the light of Am Yisrael, and to go ahead and do whatever is possible. I would tell you, don't check the news now. Don't check the news now. Don't. It'll be there next year after year. Right now, let's be together in this moment, and let's recognize that at the end of the day, even though it's a Pesach time, so the whole Rabbi Bar Om Gemalim and Lachalosim, each and every generation, they tried to stamp us out. What did the Roman do? The Greeks tried to kill us in the Dutch, and it wasn't enough to go and pull these away ultimately from the religion. It wasn't enough to outlaw us. They tried to defile the oil, because when you defile the oil, then you can't create light. When you defile the oil, you say you don't no more light with you. And this is displayed by people that the nations of the world consistently try to prevent us from creating light. And they do that by outlawing our customs, our laws. They do that by taking our lives. They do that by terrorizing Jews who just simply go to the beach. Right? Australia, different season. To celebrate Hanukkah. To celebrate Hanukkah. How do you person even have a Hanukkah to go ahead and undermine that? But that's our story. And so what's our reaction? Our reaction is to go ahead and create more light. When the nations of the world try to go ahead, when they shine, when the evil in this world tries to stamp out the light of Klal Yisrael, so we have one simple avodah, which is to create more light. It's exactly what our ancestors did in the Hamikdash. The Yevanim went ahead and defiled all of the oil. What's our answer to that? Create more, light more. So now again, these Rishonim come in Australia and try to go ahead and extinguish our light once again. So even though we're miles away, we're half a world away, at the end of the day, our avodah still remains the same. Generate more light. And also, when something like this happens to Friday or Hanukkah, the avodah is clear. What additional light are you bringing into the house? What Kabbalah are you making? How is your life, how are our lives going to change? Because whatever this is going to be, there's already 11 neshamas that are confirmed dead, multiple others who are injured. This is a catastrophe. It's a catastrophe. It's not just an attack. It's a catastrophe. And so it behooves us to figure out, so what do we do? What do we do? So I would just urge the Kabbalah to do the following things at a time. Make a Kabbalah for the next 8 days. Whatever your Kabbalah is going to be. It doesn't have to be anything you say to anyone else. It doesn't have to be anything that anyone else knows about. Choose an area in your life where you are currently struggling and judge to be a little bit better. Or maybe you don't want to judge any of the areas in which you're struggling, but just some other Kabbalah. If light is being extinguished within our nation, half a world away, then it is our sacred obligation to bring more light. Decide before this year is over today. What is your Kabbalah? If you want to share it, you can share it. I would just tell you, sometimes people don't realize when you share your Kabbalah with others, it gives tremendous wisdom. It gives tremendous wisdom. Also, because when you see that at the end of the day, we're going ahead and we're all working together, you never know how what we do positively impacts another person. But this can't just be like a news item that we look at and we keep scrolling and we keep looking and we check this site and that site. Okay, we should all be up on the news. That's absolutely true. So much more important than checking on the news is checking on ourselves. And if this has happened to our people on Erev Hanukkah, of Shin Pei Vav, then we must make a Kabbalah to bring more light. Let's make our Kabbalahs this morning. Let's stick to them. If you want to share it, share it. If you want to keep it for yourself, whatever you want. Choose something, pick something, be a Kabbalah something. Halavai, in the source of the collective life that our Kabbalahs will generate is broken mishpachas. We don't even know who they are, what their stories are, what the ripple effects of this are, but we know that it's going to be enormous. We should make that our life in Hashem should Halavai bring a bit more light into a world that is dark, into a world that is seemingly a never-ending engulfed by evil of the worst kind. But our life in Hashem should be knowledge, should go ahead and fill the void that has been left by the loss of these precious Hashemas. Our life should somehow provide the strength to their families, and over time, our life in Hashem should provide the power of promise. So let's say with that, let's begin today's daf. This is Tzaddik Aleph, Restream 1. We are picking up again Hashem on 90b at the Mishnah. And we really have a long daf today, but an incredible daf ahead of us here. I want to be able to conclude hopefully a few minutes before 9 o'clock, just with some of today's stories for Hanukkah. And then turn back to Hanukkah, time permitting. Mishnah. So as I think about it, we did this Mishnah yesterday's daf already yesterday, but we'll just pick up with it again today. So Mishnah says as follows. The Mishnah says, in general, chatos always comes before asham. Right? Remember, we're speaking at the din of kedumus. So chatos generally comes before asham. Quotes, asham mitzvah, with the exception of asham mitzvah, if they shuba al hachshem, because at the end of the day it comes al hachshem. Hachshem means it comes to rectify an individual. Remember again, the asham mitzvah comes to allow the mitzvah ultimately to rejoin, so to speak, the rents of so because the asham of mitzvah becomes al hachshem adam, to rectify the individual, as it says over here, the kachim will be as mikdash, hilchot hashivus ulagavei shekaret miyuva. So since the asham of the mitzvah ultimately again allows the mitzvah to do certain things, to rejoin the ranks of Klal Yisrael, therefore, although normally chatas comes before asham, this asham will come before chatas. Incredible. Kol hasham shebetorah, bo'in b'nei shtayim, u'ba'in b'kesef shkol. In general, all of the hashamas in the Torah had to be within 3 years old or 2 years old, and ultimately again come from have a minimum value of 2 shkolim. Chutz asham nazir asham mitzvah, with the exception of asham nazir asham mitzvah, shein bo'in b'nei shnasan. Now they have to be 1 year old. And ultimately they do not have a minimum monetary amount or value. In general, again, I will say, whenever we establish our precedents and a hierarchy or our immediate precedents for Karbanos, the same way that there's a precedence in terms of their offering, there's also going to be a precedence in their consumption. In other words, whatever order you have for sacrifice, for offering, is the same order that you will have for consumption. Shlamim shal emesh with shlamim shal yom. So it was a very interesting case. Let's say again you have shlamim that was slaughtered yesterday. Remember again, the window of consumption for shlamim is 2 days, 1 night. So now let's say you have something that was slaughtered yesterday and shlamim shal yom, shlamim that was slaughtered today. So let's say, so what's the halacha? Which one should you eat first? So the Mishnah says, shal emesh kodim shal yom. The shlamim of yesterday ultimately again proceed the shlamim of today. Shlamim shal emesh. So let's say, so again, interestingly enough, we'll talk about that a little bit. If you take a look, actually let's go to Rashi. Actually, take a look at Rashi's one. It's 3 lines up in the bottom of Rashi. Shlamim shal emesh kodim. The zilzulash also kolkach v'hom u'bnei u'ba'u rishon. Now, what's the logic? Actually, if I have shlamim that was slaughtered yesterday, shlamim that was slaughtered today, so the Mishnah says, eat the shlamim of yesterday first. What's the logic? The logic is because it's a lack of respect, zilzul kachim, a lack of respect to go ahead and delay yesterday's kachim right in front of today's. So again, it's really a din in respect. 2 sacrificial items, go ahead and get to those What about if I yesterday's shlamim that was slaughtered yesterday, and chatas and asham that was slaughtered today? Now again, let's remember this is the normal halacha. Generally, when you have shlamim and chatas and asham, which comes first? Let's take precedence, chatas. Right? Why? What was the logic? Because chatas are mechata. Right? Because ultimately they atone, therefore they come up on shlamim. Now here's the interesting in this case. I have shlamim slaughtered yesterday, chatas and asham of today. Which one comes first? So the Gemara says, and there it says, eat the shlamim of yesterday first. So the Meir says, the halacha always is, yesterday's karbanos always take precedence. Why? Because as Rashi said before, it is zilzul. It's zilzul culture. That official items to allow them kind of just sitting there and go ahead and eat your karbanos first. This is very interesting. Even though normally chatas will come before asham, but halacha l'maisa, chatas will come before shlamim. But halacha l'maisa, if the shlamim was slaughtered yesterday, today's shlamim take precedence over today's chatas. That's what it is. The Chacham say no, chatas kodemes yifneshu kache kadash. The Chacham on the other hand disagree. The Chacham say not true. Chatas always comes first. Why? Number one, because it's mechaber, but also again here because it's kache kadashim, as opposed to shlamim which are kache Kala. So okay, so fundamentally my focus over here in the Mishnah. We'll come back to that. The Kula, the most is very interesting. The Kula now in general, Ukabanos. Whenever you have Kabanos, any carbon that a Kohen is going to be eating, the Kula, Hakohanim Rasha'im Mishanos Bakilasan. When it comes to Kabbanos, Kohanim have the right to eat Kabbanos however they want to prepare it. Right? However they want to prepare it, that's how they have the right to eat it. You might say, Sudim, Ushlukim, Ushalim, something you could eat it roasted, you could eat it boiled, you could eat it cooked. But since the soaked on tablets, moving the tablets from month, you raise it everywhere, and you can spice it however you want. And you can spice it with, or season it is better. Season it with whatever you want, or season it however you want, and season it with whatever you want. What does this mean? And the Shimon says, we'll talk about this. And the Shimon says you can even season Kabbanos with seasoning of Shuma. And discuss the implications of that later on. And the Mary says, no, when you take the soap of Kabbalah Shuma, so you have Truma with each soul. So again, says, no. Don't season it with Truma, because if you season it with Truma, then ultimately that would create an invalidation within the carbon. Right? Why? Why would that create an invalidation within the carbon? Because at the end of the day, remember again, Truma is sensitive to different things. So if the Truma is seasoned with Truma, technically speaking, Rashi says over here, the Truma, the day Psul, Shetam Kachin Anase Nosa Asura. So you know, because again, technically speaking, if there's some type of invalidation in the Truma spice, that could potentially invalidate the carbon as well. Okay, so let's say that is our Mishnah, quite amazing. So let's analyze. Essentially, my Bible. So let's say it's really fascinating. Tazir Umakudash, Ezam and Kodan. So let's say, if you notice, we have two, in terms of establishing precedents, we have two different hierarchies. Number one is Tadir V'Sheino Tadir, Tadir Kodan, right? That it will cost you Tadir Mechamelo, whatever is more frequent, comes before something that is less frequent. That's one method of establishing hierarchy, and the other is whatever is more kaddish, whatever is more holy. Now the Gemara asks, what happens if you have a conflict between those two? Right? Let's say again you have two items. One is more frequent, one is tadir, but one is holier. Which one comes first? Tadir Mekudash is a mehem holier. Rashi says over here, Tadir Mekudash, Rashi gives an example. Let's keep going. Dam olas tamid, the dam chatos, omgid. So let's say we have the blood of an olah, as in this case it says the carbon tamid, and the blood of a chatos. Zet Tadir is a Mekudash. On one hand, the chatos is going to be more kaddish. Why is the chatos more kaddish? Because it's mechaber. On the other hand, the tamid is going to be more tadir, because obviously it comes every day, twice a day. So Zet Tadir is a Mekudash already. Because we know Dam Chatos Kodun Dam Olah, Mipnei Shemona, as we said before. So on one hand, Chatos is holier than an Olah because of the tones. Inami Olah is Musu. So on the other hand, tamid is more tadir. So it's like that's the Shaila. Now you have a conflict between Tadir and Kaddish. Which one is going to come first? Tadir comes in the Shul Tadir. So do we see ultimately again Tadir comes first because it's Tadir? Dilma, or perhaps Dilma Mekudash Tamid the Kaddish. Or maybe Halacha L'Maisa Mekudash will come first because it is more Kaddish. So we'll say, so that ultimately again is our Shaila. Okay, it's a beautiful idea about the sugar. We'll say it. Say Tashma. Let's at least get to today's daf. Tashma. To meet in Kodil and Musaf. So it's now going to say this is a dramatic question as we're going to see this a little bit. So Tashma, to meet in Kodil and Musaf. Ultimately, again, so to meeting comes before Musaf. Meeting comes before Musaf. So the Gemara says, top off, Sadik Aleph, Ba'abadav, the Musaf and Kaddish. Even though a Musaf is more common. So we'll say, what is Sarah? A Musaf talking about now, by the way, Musaf of Shabbos. That's the Musaf. So ultimately, again, the Kabbalah Talmud comes before the Musaf of Shabbos, even though the Musaf of Shabbos is more Kaddish. Now, why is the Musaf of Shabbos more Kaddish? Because of Shabbos. So what do you see from here? when you have a clash between a Tagir and Kadosh, what goes first? Tagir. Gemara says, listen one second. After Shabbos, when you soften a honey, with usual honey, that's not a fair comparison. Because what do you think? Shabbos just positively impacts the Musaf. It doesn't positively impact the tummy. That's in other words, the identity of Shabbos devolves upon all of the Kabbalahs of the day. As such, just because we're doing the tummy first doesn't mean you're doing the tummy first because of Tagir. It's also because the tummy itself is destined to do with a higher level of Kedusha because of Shabbos. Incredible. So therefore, again, no riot from there. Tashma, another example. Musaf Shabbos, Kodim the Musaf Rosh Chodesh. Ultimately, again, the Musaf of Shabbos comes before the Musaf of Rosh Chodesh. So let's say, so once again, they would appear to be the Musaf of Shabbos is Tagir, the Musaf of Rosh Chodesh. The Musaf of Rosh Chodesh is Kaddish. So Tagir is coming before Kaddish. What's that? Add to the Rosh Chodesh, the Musaf and the Diahani. The Musaf Shabbos Lahani, once again, do you think the identity of Rosh Chodesh devolves upon his own unique Kabbalos and not upon any other Kabbalos? Of course not. Therefore, Allah says it's not a case of Tagir and Kaddish, it's Kaddish and Kaddish. Tashma, again, was just trying to establish hierarchy. Tashma, Musaf Rosh Chodesh, called the Musaf Rosh Hashanah, the Musaf of Rosh Chodesh comes before the Musaf of Rosh Hashanah. So we're saying, what does that show you? That Tagir comes before Kaddish. Because again, remember, Rosh Chodesh occurs more frequently than Rosh Hashanah. But yet, we're assuming that Rosh Hashanah is heavier than Rosh Chodesh. So you see from here that Tagir comes before Kaddish, which again in Gemara see one second. After Rosh Hashanah, the Musaf is behind the Musaf Shalom Lahani is supposed to see the same thing. You think what? That Rosh Hashanah does have an impact on its own unique Kabbalah? It doesn't have an impact on the Talmud of that day? Of course it does. On the Muslim of that day? Of course it does. So Tashma, if I get Moshe Shankilah, Tashma Dabah, okay? So it's very switching gears. Birchas Hayayim to be able to say, this is enough focus about the order of Kiddush. When we get Kiddush on Friday night, Shabbos night, because by Shabbos day, all Kiddush is the bracha of Hagacha. But on Shabbos night, there are brachas. You have what we call the Birchas Hayom, right, which is the bracha of Mekadesh HaShabbos, and then you have the bracha of Borei Kriyat Otam. So which one comes first? The Gemara says, Tashma Dava Acher, Birchas Hayayim Tedira, Birchas Hayayim Tedira, well, Hagafen is Tagir, right? Hagafen is more frequent, and the bracha of Mekadesh HaShabbos is less frequent. The Tagir Kotem. And therefore, once you make the Hagafen before the bracha of Mekadesh HaShabbos. Now, once you're making the assumption the bracha of Mekadesh HaShabbos is more kadosh than the Hagafen. So yet, what do you see? Tagir comes before kadosh. Even though again the bracha of Shabbos, the Mekadesh HaShabbos is more kadosh, Tagir comes before kadosh. What's the first line? It's 91a. Adu Shabbos leBirchas Hayom Ahani, leBirchas Hayayim Lo Ahani. So that's amazing enough. Is that to say that the bracha of Shabbos? I'm sorry, Adu Shabbos leBirchas Hayom Ahani. So once again, what's that mean? You're looking at the Hagafen, that's just the regular Hagafen. Do you think that the Shabbos itself doesn't fundamentally change the bracha of Hagafen? Of course it does. So therefore, it's not a clash between Tagir and Kaddish. It's a clash between Hagafen, which is Tagir and Kaddish, against the Kaddish, the bracha of Shabbos, which is just Kaddish. So of course, Tagir and Kaddish is going to win over. By the way, I just want to point out, this is one of the most beautiful aspects of Shabbos. Even what I just said, in general, the theme over here is whenever you have a holy day, a holy day transforms everything that occurs on that day. But this actually very beautiful insight by Shabbos. What the Gemara just said is the Hagafen on Shabbos is a fundamentally different Hagafen than on Tuesday. Right? So again, you can make Hagafen on Tuesday. And you change it on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday, and on Sunday, it's make Hagafen, right? So let's say, but again, I'm just listening so beautiful. What does it do? Shabbos transforms all of the mundane activities of daily living into a Dvar Shabbatisha. So you sit down at your Suda tonight after you like Neil Sandra, and you go and you make Hagafen. You make Hagafen. That's beautiful. That's wonderful. But when you make a Hagafen on Shabbos, that's a fundamentally different Hagafen. You sit down and you have a nice meal on a Sunday. That's beautiful. It's beautiful. But you eat a meal on Shabbos, and that meal is fundamentally transformed into something else. Incredible idea. So touch on. So again. just to keep your eye on the ball. Was asking one simple question. What's our question? I have a clash. What I have a clash between Tagir and Kaddish. So again, remember, normally, Tagir, again, whatever most frequent, that goes first. Kaddish, whatever is most Kaddish. What happens when Tagir and Kaddish crash? Which one comes first? We're just trying to answer that question. I'll say, and the first wide line on 91A. Chashma, don't be open. So this is good. Mispano Adam Sham Mincha, the Akakak Sham Misafin. So first the person that is in carbon mixture. I will say, so just to fill this talking about over here, this is really referring to any day, this could be Shabbos, this could be Rosh Chodesh, this could be Yom Tov. Any day where you have a clash between Mincha and Musaf. Now we'll say, how does that happen? How does that happen? If you gather here, you have no Shabbos, how this can happen, right? This happens pretty much, almost happens every Shabbos, right? So again, remember, the time for Musaf begins at the same time. Well, I take it back. Musaf could be davening the entire day. The issue just is that sometimes you could have a situation where you have not yet davened Musaf, and now it's time for Mincha. So in that case, what do you do first? Right? What do you do first? And all kidding aside, this very often happens when Rosh Hashanah. Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur. Right? In other words, easily it happens Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur, where again, already haven't davened Musaf yet, but it's already past time for Gedolah. So now, what do I do first? Here's my problem. So remember, we're presupposing that Musaf is more Kaddish. That's what we're presupposing, right? Because Musaf ultimately, again, comes as a result of the day, of a holy day. And Mincha is Tagir. So now I have a clash between Kaddish and Tagir. So what does the Gemara say? Some of you Yochanan, Halacha, I would say Kaddish. I was going to tell you, well, no, let's go. Halacha, Mispala Adam Sham Mincha, V'Achazak Sham Musaf. So then what's the halacha? Daven Mincha, and then Musaf. So what do you see from here? When there's a clash between Tagir and Kaddish, what comes first? What comes first? Tagir. Mincha comes first and then Musaf. Once keep saying, right? Because Mincha is the Tagir, Musaf is the Kaddish. Daven Mincha, those said, by the way, Daven Mincha and then Musaf. Once again, Atu Shabbos with Tfilas Musaf and Ahani. With Tfilas Alohani, so the deal with Shabbos. Once again, the Gemara says, you're presupposing that Shabbos only endows Kedusha to Musaf. But it's not true. Even the Mincha of Shabbos, that's not a regular Mincha. That's a Mincha of Shabbos. That's a Mincha of Shabbos. Which I will say, by the way, just as an aside, can't point that. Like, you hear that? Mincha of Shabbos is not a regular Mincha. It's a Mincha of Shabbos. I just want to point out, it's Gidan sometimes, and I missed the memo on this. But apparently, there is a memo about relaxed dress code on Shabbos Mincha. I missed it. I don't seem to have gotten it. I seem to have missed it. Listen, there's no relaxed dress code on Shabbos. I know, it's not the greatest problem facing problems. I really acknowledge that. But understand, it's a Mincha of Shabbos. It's Mincha of Shabbos, which means it's not a regular Mincha. Like I said, I'm not putting it in the top 50 problems of Christ that we have to tackle. It's not me, it's the Gemara. I'm not bringing this up. Right? It's the number of minerals, right? It's just the Gemara. So I'm just saying, a Mincha of Shabbos, that's not a regular Mincha. That's a Mincha of Shabbos. And that Mincha is endowed with a tremendous Kedusha. So perhaps, that's what I did. Said the Gemara, Tashma, Shlonim Shal Amesh, Chados is Chidis. Shlonim Shal Amesh, Chados V'Ashim Shalom. So listen, so now we're not quoting, remember again, we're not quoting from our Mishnah. So listen to this. If you have Shlonim Shal Amesh, so Shlonim Shal Amesh means again, I shafted Shlonim yesterday, and Chados and Asham of today. This is our Mishnah. So we'll say, what's the halacha? What's the halacha in that case? Now that was in our focus. Shlonim Shal Amesh Chol. At least what the mayor said that we go ahead and we give precedence to the Shlonim of yesterday. That was interesting that the Gemara says, now that by itself doesn't address our issue. What can I infer from that? Yeah, the Gemara said if you have Shlonim of today and Chatos and Asham of today, then what? Chatos v'Asham Kadmi, the Achadav, the Shlonim Tedin. That was very interesting. Now, what can I put in Mishnah? If you shechted chatas, asham, shlamim, everything was shechted today, what goes first? What goes first? Chatas and asham. That was it. Well, back then, we knew that already. The chatas and asham go first, right? Why did chatas and asham go first? Why? Because they're kaddish, right? Why are they kaddish? Because for two reasons. Number one, kaddish kaddashim, and number two, they're under chata. Now, listen, that even goes in a very interesting kind of like nature here. Even though shlamim are kaddish. Now, what does that mean, that shlamim are kaddish? If you look at Rashi, Rashi is almost very close to Giri. Sheyitzim mitok sheba'im b'neder u'b'nedava. Yeah, this is very interesting. Shlamim occur more frequently. Why do they occur more frequently? Because shlamim could be brought, number one, as obligatory kavanos, but could also be brought as neder and nedava. So fascinatingly enough, the clash between chatas asham and shlamim is not just a clash of kaddish versus less kaddish, but rather is also a clash of kaddish versus tadir. So we're saying that shlamim is more tadir. Now again, to break out, why is it more tadir? Because it can be brought more often. Why can it be brought more often? Because shlamim can be brought as neder and the double voluntary offerings, whereas you can't take it looks like if you're just feeling the healthy dose of Jewish guilt today, right? And you say, no, I don't even know what I did wrong, but I'm sure I did something wrong. Let me just bring a chatas. You can't do that. Chatas can only be brought for a specific sin. So because that the Gemara says by definition, shlamim was always brought. Obviously, there you see it. A clash between kaddish and tadir. And yet what's winning? Kaddish is winning. Kaddish is winning. So what's it? Teaching us, I'm usually fasting. No. You're confusing terms. Amar Rabba, Matsu Ta'amit, Tadir Tani Barabay. Shabbos said, this is Matsu Lo Koi Barabay. Shabbos said, stressing. It's the distinction between the word Matsu and the word Tadir. Now, I don't know, English-wise, they're both going to, they're both going to translate the same way. I think the way I would translate it is, Matsu means coming, Tadir means frequent. I say it's like that's the same thing. It's not, because we're going to see it like this. The word tadir really refers to something that is required on a more frequent basis. As opposed to matzah, which just means it's possible to bring it as often as you can. In other words, let's say if you want to bring a shlamim every single day, you bring a shlamim every single day, you bring multiple shlamim offerings on one day. So we want to say like this, when we're asking about tadir refers to something that is more commonly halachically required, right? That's why again it's frequent. It's halachically frequent versus matzah, which just means it can be common. So in other words, says hold on. Don't say that shlamim is not tadir. Tadir is something again that you are mandated to bring on a more frequent basis. So what's very interesting. So it helps to frame a little bit what tadir means. Matzah lav tadir. Are you telling me that therefore matzah and tadir not the same thing? I was not the same thing. I thought that common and frequent is the same thing. But what's what about the topic? Listen to this. Otzi as ha'pesach she'eno tadir, v'lo otzi as ha'mila she'hi tedira. I want to say context. Here's the Rashi is right across. Otzi as ha'pesach she'eno tadir. V'toras koyim she'niyeh gabe chatos. V'torim ba'ari pesach u'mila. And Yushin Karos, Yoko Yovia Shivitas and Katas. I will say, halacha is that both coming Pesach and Mila, right? Failure to do Pesach, failure to do Mila, ultimately carry with them a penalty of Karos. I might have thought, I will say, in general, the halacha is whenever you have something that is high Karos, if you did it accidentally, you have a Karos. So I might have therefore thought, failure to bring Pesach and failure to do this Mila should result in liability for a chatos. There's a Rashi. Yodia should also chatos. Hamagoma should also asena. Yatsu Pesach Nima Shenitzos Hasen. If the prostitute they only bring a cup of chatos for violation of a los hasen. But Kesa and Nila ultimately again are not set contradiction. Now the Gemara says that was that discussion. So that time OTS actually OTS and I would have thought we should exclude Pesach because it's not common, but I wouldn't exclude Nila because it is common. Now, interestingly enough, so you have what do you think Mila is common? Mila is Tadir. Now, if you define Tadir ultimately again as mercy, right, as common, then that makes a lot of sense. So if you define ultimately Tadir as halachically non-doing, how can you call it frequent? My Tadir, Segura the mitzvahs. So we'll say ultimately again, what does it mean? And you should learn the Rashi says, Segura the mitzvahs, Shemechos Allah, Shloshas, or Yusuf, Tziviyah. This thing was mentioned 13 times throughout the Torah. It's an interesting fact. It's mentioned 13 times. As such, Gemara says it is Tadir in that it is mentioned more times. Therefore, the Gabi Pesach is considered to be more Tadir. Okay. Another possibility is Mila the Gabi Pesach keep Tadir then. The other possibility is no. When you compare this Mila to Pesach, so certainly this Mila is going to be more Tadir, right? Again, this Mila could technically speaking happen every single day of the year, literally every day of the year, versus Pesach, which only occurs once a year. Okay, so we'll say, so again, I just want to point out the Gemara, that's the end of that sugya. So the Gemara does not seem to answer that question about Tadir and Kaddish. Hold on to it. We will announce Hashem. We'll get to the Rambam when we get to the Mishnah about it. Let's just do one more thing. Tadir b'she'ino Tadir. Listen to this. One more case, and then we'll answer the previous question as well. Tadir b'she'ino Tadir. Listen to this. So in general, if you have Tadir b'she'ino Tadir, right? So what's that? Tadir b'she'ino Tadir? Tadir Tadir. Right? That's an easy one. But what happens in this case? The Kadar b'shachar b'she'ino Tadir night. So let's say I watch this. You have two kavanas. Tadir lesson, Tadir and She'ino Tadir. You ended up shechting the She'ino Tadir, the infrequent one, first. Now what do? What do? Nine. So the Gemara says, so again, just to give an example, let's give a good example of this. Right, Chatas and Shlamim. Chatas is not really good because it's Kaddish and that, but okay, we're not thinking. Right, so Tadir, She'ino Tadir, and what happens? Now you go ahead and halacha l'maisa, you shechted them both. Now, in this case over here, you have the two bloods in front of you. So shacham l'she'ino tadir nine. Miyarina gave him a shachim right? So then we say, well, once you shech the she'ino tadir first, just go ahead and offer. In other words, once I understand, you disrupted the order. You should have done the more frequent one. You disrupted the order. Once you disrupted the order, just go ahead and check it. Oh, Dilma, Yohiv la'achad b'nemaris tzidamo ad b'makriv le'yotagir v'hadil makriv l'she'ino tagir. Maybe no. Maybe take the blood of the she'ino tagir, the infrequent one, give it to the stirrer. We'll say, who's the stirrer? He's the guy who's the Kohen who literally stirs blood. Right? That's what he does. Why? Because if you don't stir blood, it can just. So again, sometimes when there was a delay in offering up the blood, he would just stir it. So maybe if you disrupted the order, give the blood to the stirrer, right? You have him stir it, and then go ahead and offer up the tadir first, and then come back afterwards and offer up the she'ino tadir. So much I'm not from this Kashma, strong Mishnah, and so this is what about the Mishnah. If you have shlamim that were shechted yesterday, chatas va'ashim shal yom, and chatas and ashim that were shechted today. Shal anesh, kodin the shal yom. Yesterday shlamim come before the chatas and ashim of today. So the says, okay. Now, if you have a common that was offered today, but similar to one offered yesterday, what does that mean? The covenant shut the Shlamim. So we'll say, let's say you went ahead and you have a chatos, Hashem, what's it called? Chatos and a shlamim. Then once now, again, remember, when you have a chatos and shlamim, which one goes first? Which one goes first? Chatos. But let's say you went ahead and you slaughtered the shlamim first. What's the halacha? Ultimately, again, the kaddim shachted the shlamim, chatos va'asham kaddim, you still go ahead and first do the blood service of the chatos, and then come back and sprinkle the blood of the shlamim. So usually I say, no, Dilma shlamim de'emesh v'chatos va'asham v'yom. Maybe he's talking about a case again of blood of shlamim of yesterday, chatos and asham. Okay, what is chatos? Now what it is? It is. the Shakti over Tarvani. Maybe the case ultimately is where you shackle both Kabbalas. Avalon Shakti over Tarvani Kibayla. But if you do not shackle both, ultimately again, it's not our question. So Tashma, let's analyze. So we'll say it's going to work also in these cases. Never out there. Brekas Hayayin Tijira, the Brekas Hayayin Tijira. Something that we again about saying, is actually Kiddush on Shabbos. The bracha Hadafin is Tadir, the bracha Mekadesh on Shabbos is not Tadir, and what's the bracha? Tadir, Shem, Tadir, Tadir, Tadir. If you want to say Tadir, that's how we pass it. Right? That's like Kiddush on Friday night, you recite Hadafin first, and then you Kaddish on Shabbos afterwards. What drives that order? The bracha Hadafin is more common than the bracha Mekadesh on Shabbos. So we see when it's Hakanami. Okay, but so once again, we're going to compare this ultimately again to, let's say, a shlamim and the chatas that were both slaughtered in front of you, right? So what do I do? Hakanami, behaving the asim, kiman shlivi garada. No. Since by the time they make Kiddush, Shabbos is already here. Therefore, ultimately, again, this is the equivalent of having both karbanos right in front of you. So Tashma, Aaron Yochanan, Halach, Mispala Adam Shamim, Chavi Akasham Shamu Safin, saying about say this is where we have the Mincha, it's the Mincha and the Musaf clash. So what's Halacha? Having Mincha first, and then Musaf. Hachanan is given the Matis Mantilas Mincha, Kiman Shiki Tarvani. This is different because since this man of Mincha has come, ultimately again it's a different thing both slaughtered. Once they've been both slaughtered, then Allah so that Qadr takes precedence. Amri Abba Hamid Rashi Rabina, Shakti Kodin Katzos Pasha. Also, this is talking about over here. Hamid on Erev Pesach. So watch this. If you check in and come in before Katzos on Erev Pesach, it is possible. Why? It means Shinei Marbot in Harbayim. Remember again, you have to check and come in Harbayim. Kodin Makamid. Kosher. If you went ahead and you checked in before the Talmud, it's kosher. Being married to the Mo Achis Adam. What I will say, that's the explicit you hear this. Ideally, you might as well like this. If you went ahead and so call them the Talmud, right? If you checked it, the current Pesach before the Talmud, ultimately again it's kosher, and stir the blood, ultimately again until you bleed up. So you must how come asking them what's the piece of here? To go into Talmud Shakti the Talmud Bereisha. The piece of Moshe is where you Shakti the Talmud first. You Shakti first before asking what to do. So in that case, if you Shakti the Talmud before asking, then that's halacha. Only the Rashi, only the Rashi, Sabu Rashi. That's the thing that we did. I'm just going to support this idea as well. The Talmud actually Yisrael down the Talmud. The local Talmud actually Yisrael down. So what's the Mishnah says? The Mishnah supports this idea. So it's talking about a case where you shut it first before you ask. Because what does the Mishnah say? Actually Yisrael Kadam. It says until you sprinkle the blood, and it doesn't say when you check and sprinkle the blood. So it's talking about a case where you check. Okay, so what's that? So now we have two outstanding questions, right? Question number one was when you have a clash between Tadir and Kaddish, which one wins? And case number two, ultimately again is the what? Not just the case of Kaddish and Tadir. So again, Kaddish and Tadir. So now what ended up happening? You check the Eno Tadir first. What do you do in that case? So let's say, so here it is. I'm not asking, no calls. Can you do something? Halak Tess, Halacha base. Halak Tess, Halacha base. So let's say, so again, what's the Halacha? Halak Tess, Halacha base, and here it is. The Kitzah Sidi HaKrabas. So there we're now talking about what is the order of offering. Musaf Shabbos Kila, Yachra Musaf, Older, Yachra Musaf. Shekala Tadir Mechamiro, Kodenes Haviro, the thing called the Kodesh Mechamiro, Kodenes Haviro. So we'll say so again. First of all, Rambam upholds those two rulings. And in general, again, whenever you have a clash between Tadir and Shemino Tadir always comes first. Whenever you have a clash between Kaddish and less Kaddish always comes first. Now, once again, here it is. You ready for it? What about when there's a clash between Kaddish and Tadir? Right, that was our first question for today. What do you do? Here it is. Haya Lechonav. Get ready for it? Tadir and Mekudash. So let's take it, you have in front of you Tadir and Mekudash. Remember again, what was the good example of that? You have the blood of an Olah and the blood of a Chatos. So on one hand, the blood of an Olah is Tadir, right? Blood of an Olah is Tadir, right? But ultimately, again, blood of the Chatos, ultimately, again, is
I don't
That
think
wasn't a
saying
good
we
example.
won the war.
Yeah, well, that's the example. Yeah. So down that you have the blood of tummy. All that's tummy, right? The blood of the tummy, right? Which ultimately again is tadir versus the blood of a chafetz, which is kadosh, because it's mechaper and kadosh kadosh, right? So ultimately kadosh kadosh, mechaper, because also, right? Mechaper. Ultimately again, so which one do you do first? Is the clash between kadosh and tadir? The only part that Rambam says, yakin eizim and shiur. Do whatever you are. Do whatever you are. You're good either way. You're good either way. Which of us, by the way, tells you something absolutely amazing. What's the hashkafal amazing there? The hashkafal amazing is that I will say is between the tension between Kaddish and Tadir. Which is better? Consistency? That's Tadir. Is consistency the key? Or Kaddish? What's Kaddish? Kaddish ultimately, again, is being holy in the moment. Being holy in the moment. Holy in the moment is not consistent, but there's holiness right now. So what? This is the clash. Is it better to be consistent? Right? Even if the level of holiness is not that high, or is it better to just experience that incredible, overwhelming burst of Kedusha? So there's a clash. And again, of course, no, this is a clash all the time between Tajir and Kaddish. So which one comes as Rambam says? They're both beautiful. And whatever you can pull off in life, just go for it. If you can maintain consistency, all the power to you. If you can maintain consistency, even consistency at a lower level, that's absolutely fantastic. So I will say, most of us have difficulty, well, I should say, we are consistent. We are absolutely consistent in being profound, being consistent. But in other words, most of us struggle with consistency. And a lot of times when we struggle with consistency, we say to ourselves, so what if I have like a one-off moment of just incredible spiritual elation? So what if I have like a one-off moment of elation? What's the value in that? There's tremendous value. There's tremendous value in Kaddish, even if you can't do Tadir. The Rambam says, Haya lefanav Tadir lekudash. Again, I will say, if I can't, some of us are Tadir, some of us are Kodesh. Rambam says, Yachdu eizim ahem she'yirtzeh. Do whatever you can. Do whatever you can. You could be a Tadir Jew, fantastic. Communication level, consistency, fantastic. Do with your kids, be consistent. Find the moments of Kedusha. Find the moments of holiness. Find the moments of inspiration. Latch onto them. Maximize them. Make them incredible for you. But it's going to burn out in just a few moments. So what? So what? Sometimes it's just about embracing and maximizing the moment of holiness that's in front of you now. The Rambam says, whatever works. Nothing pays in a hemshir. Incredible, incredible. Then I say, what about the other? What about the other Shaila? So what about the fact again, if I ended up, I plugged in Shaila, two kabbalas in front of me, and I ended up shechting the anal tadir, what do I do then? So this Ava or Shachat is Shachat. That's Shaila tadir, or it's a purpose, the Kedusha. So let's say, let's say I made a mistake, and I end up slaughtering the anal tadir first, or the anal kaddish, the lesser holy one first. What do I do? The Rambam says, Makid, the Akakat Shofet as Atadir as Amakudash. Ultimately, again, finish up what you started. Finish up what you started. So you ended up slaughtering. Ultimately again. The anal tadir first, finish it up. And then you'll go on to the tadir one afterwards. So let's say another tremendous Musahar skill. Finish what you start. Finish what you start. Because also, you know what ends up happening so often in life? You go ahead, like you start something, and then what happens? Like, look at that. I'm going to stop this, I'm going to stop. And what ends up happening over life is we constantly, like, it's like in a beautiful way, in a spiritual way, like we're like kids in a camp, we start a spiritual avoda, then we see something that's like a little bit more sparkly, that's a little bit more exciting, a little bit more liberating. So we latch on to that. And then what happens, we start that for a little bit. And then we see something else, we latch on to that. And soon enough, like we're just running from thing to thing to thing, hoping for that spark of inspiration. Rambam says, if you started, finish it. If you started, finish it. I go 1 second, that's better. Okay, finish what you started, and then in the next session, move on to the next thing. Incredible. Let's say, they're already going to finish now. We are going to get coming through, so wait. So finish now. And let's say, just want to share this about to happen over here. I'm going to be shipping. In Ra'isa Shemen, Shemischalik Bazara. If you see oil in the courtyard of the Beis Hamikdash,
mass immigrating people from Somalia to this country.
Actually, we should just end right here. Oh, sorry. A Mishnah about oil in the Beis Hamikdash on Erev Chaim. On Erev
We tried to find that out there too. We couldn't find any. We tried.
And look what the Mishnah says. In Ra'isa Shem Shemischalik Bazara. It was the deal that the Mishnah is telling us. You know what the Mishnah is telling us? That in biblical Hebrew, it means, if, but it could also mean when. You know what the Mishnah is referring to us? In Ra'isa Shem Shemischalik Bazara. It was said we are going to see oil in the courtyard of the Beis Hamikdash. That's what the Mishnah is referring to us today. We're going to see it. We're going to see it. We don't just have to long for it. We don't just have to remember what was, or anticipate or recline for what will be. The Mishnah whispers to us on this Erev Hanukkah. We will be still have to see it. It's going to happen for us. We just have to push forward. We just have to work a little bit harder. And yet, Hashem, we will be still have to see that oil divided, that oil burns in the courtyard of the Beis Hamikdash. Overwhelming. In Ra'isa Shemen, Shemischalik Bazara, if you see oil being divided up in the Azar and courtyard of the Beis Hamikdash, you don't even have to ask what kind of oil it is. Rather, again, it's the leftover oil from the wafers of a covenant time. So that points out over here that there were different types of, now, when you say Shemischalik divided up, it means divided up for consumption amongst the Kohanim. So again, just to understand, so there were different types of methods, different types of meal offerings. We're going to see now that usually the oil was mixed in with the meal offerings. The one exception to that was the meal offering, mikvah, that was made into wafers. There, the oil was smeared on top of the wafer, and as such, again, such is almost always leftover oil. What happened with that leftover oil? It was given to the Kohanim. So the Gemara says, the look of Shemen of the Mitzvah. Remember again, one side, the Mitzvah has oil applications, like onion. There was leftover oil as well. That oil was given over, it was given to the Kohanim. So Rabbi Shimon says, if you see oil in the Azar of the Beis Hamikdash, know that it's one of two sources. Either it's from the offering of the Mitzvah, or it's from the wafer mincha offering. In Ra'isa Shemen Shemichal Agavich, and seeing again, if you see oil being poured on the fire, it's a Bishal Mahu. You don't have to ask what that is. Ella, most Sarikike Minchas Kohanim, or Minchas Kohen Mashiach, Minchas Kohen Mashiach. That again, I will say, that is leftover oil from the Mincha, the wafer Mincha offering of Kohanim, which is not consumed, which is burnt, or the Mincha of the anointed Kohen. The oil of these Minachos, it was not consumed by Kohanim, rather it was poured on the fire. Why? She'ein is not in Shemen. Because it wasn't, interestingly enough, you cannot offer a voluntary offering of oil. So therefore, in other words, what kind of common sense is that oil is always connected to some other carbon. So if you see Kohanim consuming oil in the Beis Hamikdash, you know that it's either again from someone's mikvah, wafer mikvah, or from the look shemen from of the mitzvah's offering. If you see oil being poured on the mizbeach, on the fire, then ultimately again you know that's either a wafer offering of Kohanim, because Kohanim don't use it only of us, and or ultimately again the mincha of Kohen Mashiach, because oil cannot be stretched as an offering. The Targum says it's not being shemen. It's not true. It's not true. You can give a voluntary offering of oil as well. Says the Lord. That's a big other thing. So it's much bigger this morning than it did last night. Okay, good, we got this. How much more? Shmuel says it's okay. Tomorrow the next day is very short time. The rest is don't look. Right? The rest is as follows. I'll let up to the trial. The rest is as follows. So, Amr Shmuel, the Gemara B'Katan. Hamisnadi Shemen, Shmuel says, listen to this. Upon the B'Katan, Shmuel says, Hangad Machlokas. We jump into the end of the Mishnah. What's the matter with Machlokas over here? can you pledge a voluntary offering of oil? Right, so can you put the carbon above of oil? Right, so the Targum says yes, you can. So Shmuel says the different carbon hamisnade shemen komso b'shir ne'achar. So Shmuel says like this: according to the carbon, if one does an adava of oil, so what's interesting? So how do you do an adava of oil? So remember again. So obviously, oil the one is connected to mincha. So we'll say, what do you offer up from the mincha? Mitzvah, right? You take the 3 finger breaths of the Lord and you offer that up on his bed. So Shmuel according to the Talmud says that you can offer up oil as a carbon adava. What oil do you offer up? A mitzvah of oil. Now, let's say, now, I know this sounds strange because oil, obviously, again, is a liquid. So Tosfos points this out. They must be talking about like a thicker consistency of oil, or where essentially you're going to get something. You're going to get something in your food. So, okay, the shiur of Yachon, the leftover oil, is consumed by the Kohanim. Now, we'll say, what's the answer to that? My time, carbon mincha. The pasuk says carbon mincha, so we don't have to know. The pasuk clearly just said, "Mashi the matzi the mitzvah pisakim." The Gemara says the carbon, the word carbon is extra. What do we learn? The lamishim is not mishim. We learn from there that you can make an adava ultimately again of oil. If you mincha, and therefore again, since I'm learning out the carbon adava of oil from mincha, therefore oil is being treated like mincha. So just like by mincha, you only offer the mitzvah, the rest is consumed by the kohanim. So too by oil, they take the mitzvah, and the rest will be consumed. Fascinating. Says we also learn this. Where did we learn this? If you see oil being divided up amongst the kohanim and the azara, you do not have to ask what it is, because we know what it is. Rather, we know that again, it's either left from a mincha wafer offering, or a wafer mincha offering, or the low shemen of the Mizorah, she'ein misnati, because we do not offer our oil as a covenant dava. Mechlal, we learn from here, the mandar misnati, that according to the opinion that says that you can donate oil, mischalim. Ultimately, I would agree that the leftover oil is divided up among the kohanim. Incredible. Look at the Mishnah. If you see oil that is being applied on the fires of the Mizbeach, you do not have to ask what it is. Rather, again, it's the leftover oil, either of the wafer offering of Kohanim or the mincha of the Kohen Mashiach. Why? Because we do not offer up oil as a donative offering. To which the Gemara says, so according to that, it indicates to us that according to the opinion that says that we are misnagid, that everything goes in the fire, to which the Gemara says, according to Abaye, the first part of the Mishnah is probably according to the second part of the Mishnah is probably we'll have to stop over for today. Stopping kind of mid-season, Hashem. We will pick up with this tomorrow. And we'll say absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Wishing everyone a beautiful, uplifting, and lifting of time to go. All right, everyone seem like a great day. Each look at everyone.
Fixed in the first 3 months, and it went from whatever the number was down, being reduced to about 98%. I should even relocate some people there by sheer force of personality before any money was even spent. Fix the problem. Let's see if the Democrats really want the problem themselves because they want more voters. They don't have never meet illustrated states, and the idea being that the census only counts human beings, doesn't count citizens. So you get more congressional seats. California probably has a couple of congressional seats that are based on the illegal aliens. So there's such a large population.
But with that, let
There's got to be one or two
take that
countries that they have.
test 89. Hashem, Suda, about the yesterday, a really incredible bar ahead of us today in this session. It says as follows. I would say incredible, absolutely incredible. How right we are familiar with this concept. Tadir B'Shein or Tadir Koden. Right, so you have two things, two resources in front of you. And obviously, you can't do everything at once. Something has to take precedence. How do you know which one comes first? So there's a rule. Tell you have two misses in front of you. One occurs with greater frequency, one occurs with lesser frequency. The mitzvah which occurs with greater frequency ultimately again is done first. The Gemara says, so that knows it. So that's the principle of the Gemara. Whatever occurs more frequently than its friend, ultimately again takes place before its friend. Therefore, the Mishnah now goes ahead and gives us the application of this. So, it's interesting. The whole use of the Tagir Mishane, or Tagir Kodim, which usually how we say it, right? Something is frequent, something is less frequent, the more frequent thing comes first. One of the most incredible things that occurs in Yiddishkeit is the constant reinforcement of the notion that not everything is the same. Right? A lot of times, like in modern society, we think that quality means that everyone and everything is the same. That everyone should have the same opportunities, that everyone should be afforded the same treatment. And interestingly enough, fairness, right, or equality doesn't really equal the same. Not everything can be the same. And here's the perfect example, right? You have two misses in front of you. They can't both be done at the same time. Something has to come first, something has to come second. Doesn't mean that the thing that comes second is less important than the first. No, that's the trouble. It's not just saying some news, like our Kohanim, reviewing Israel. I wish I could do what a Kohen does, but I can't. Does it mean I'm less important than a Kohen? Absolutely not. Just I have a different role. I have a different mission. Equality means that everyone is beloved and everyone is special in the eyes of us. But it does not mean that everybody has the same rights, or everyone has the same opportunities, or everyone could do the same things. Just like you could have two mitzvahs. You can't do them both at the same time. But it doesn't mean that they're not both incredibly beautiful and holding important. Incredible. So it was like this. It was like that's needed. So for example, the carbon comment, the carbon comment is brought how often? Every day, twice a day. Like there's a morning comment, there's an afternoon comment. Therefore, the comment comes before the musaf offering. So again, so we're going to talk about there are different types of musafim. But let's say again on Shabbos or on Yom Tov or on Rosh Chodesh, so halacha l'maaseh, you have a carbon musaf, a carbon comment. Which one do you do first? You do the carbon comment first because it occurs at greater frequency. Most like Shabbos coding the Musaf Chodesh. See again, most like even in the world of musaf, this is very interesting. See what the Mishnah starts with is what we'll call a categorical hierarchy. So it's categorical hierarchy. For example, you have two categories of kabbalah, Tamid and Musaf. What comes first if you have a Tamid or a Musaf? A Tamid. Why? Tagir Rishon, Tagir Kodim. Or again, Kolak Tagir Mechaviro Kodim Es Chaviro. Whatever occurs with greater frequency ultimately goes first. Tamid occurs with greater frequency more than Musaf. Therefore, that will go first. Now, the next statement in Mishnah is, even within the same category, we still apply the principle. So, for example, let's say in a carbon musaf, so you can have a Rosh Mutzei Shabbos. How often are Mutzei Shabbos offered up? Every week. As opposed to Mutzei Rosh Chodesh. Mutzei Rosh Chodesh will offer it up once a month. So again, even within the same category, we would apply the concept of whatever occurs with greater frequency than its friend, Koden as Havero, is offered up before its friend. Next, Musir Rosh Chodesh, Koden Musir Rosh Hashanah. See again, the Musaf of Rosh Chodesh will be offered up before the Musaf of Rosh Hashanah. Shene'enar, as the Pasuk says, Milvas Olas HaBoker, Asher Olas HaTamid, Ta'asu Es Ela. So it's very interesting. So remember again, so this last category is the same idea. Musaf Rosh Chodesh, so again, Musaf Rosh Chodesh come before the Musaf of Rosh Hashanah. How do you know that? That was very interesting enough. The pasuk that the Gemara quotes is by Pesach. The pasuk says, "Novad olas haboker asher li olas hatamid." So literally translated, aside from the olas haboker, aside from the morning olah, which is referring to the carbon tamid, asher li olas hatamid, which is the carbon tamid, ta'asu es ela, you shall do these. What's the these? These are the offerings of Pesach. So what do you see from here? You see from here that halacha ultimately again, the Musaf of Rosh Chodesh comes before the Musaf of Shana. How exactly you're seeing that from that pasuk? We'll take a look at this. Take a look at Rashi just a moment. The Rashi says, "Ka'ila ta'asu basar hahu kro v'novad alos haboker ta'asu es ela." Sid ka'ila ta'asu mashma kaseda sha'amarti v'cham ka'ila shamaylo k'shem shat hadir kodim ken sedam musaf. We're going to see in the Gemara that interestingly enough, the drush is not actually from that pasuk, right? The drush is actually from the following pasuk. We'll get into it, but in any event, the Mishnah says, how do we know that even within the category of musafir, the concept of tadir applies? Shene'emar milvad alos olas haboker asher olas hashemit ta'asu es ela. Frankly, I'm shocked that I did not hear a ringing out of Ka'ila. I know it's early, but all right. I see you some of you thinking it. All right, good. Anyway, so we're going to get to the Ka'ila in just a little bit. So it says the Gemara, it was like, Minola. From where do you know this concept? That the Gemara says, what do you mean? What do you mean, Minola? The Kamar kind of, Badal Saboket. So we'll see what he's talking about. So first of all, here's what I want to point out. The Mishnah ends off with this pasuk, right? And what the pasuk tells me is something very simple, which is, the Torah is seemingly telling me that the Olas HaBoker, the carbon tamid, comes before the additional offerings of Pesach. So if nothing else, what that pasuk is telling you is that halacha l'maisa, the tamid comes before any musaf or any yom tov offerings. So already again out of the gate, the pasuk does teach me the concept of tadir. So now the Gemara starts off by saying, you know what? From where do you know this concept? The Gemara says, you know what? The Mishnah quotes a pasuk. The Mishnah tells me to become a taima, the pasuk says it pretty explicitly. That again, you're going to offer up all the kabbalos of Pesach, milvad olas haboker. Again, aside from the olas haboker, it's placing the olas haboker first. So it's something you do the carbon tamid first, and then you will do the offerings of Pesach. So which the Gemara says, what's happening? Dilma, the cousin will suffer, you shouldn't be tadiri. You suffer, the Gemara says, fine. And the pasuk, what does the pasuk teach me? The pasuk teaches me that halacha l'maisa, a carbon tamid comes before a musaf, right? Because that's actually what the pasuk is telling you. So maybe the concept of tadir is limited in its reach. The concept of tadir will tell me that a carbon tamid will come before a musaf. That's not what that is what I'm looking for. But I'm also looking for another detail now, which is, how do I know that even what? Within the same category of kabbalos, for example, a carbon musaf, that will still apply the concept of tadir. Because remember again, not every carbon musaf is created equal. And remember again, musaf of Rosh Chodesh occurs every single month. Musaf of Rosh Hashanah occurs once a year. Musaf of Pesach we're going to see is for 7 days. So the might say, how do I know that the concept of tadir applies even within the sufin? To which was Musaf Minava, Amr Yilai, Amr Krach, Ka'ila. Ka'ila ta'asu ayom shivas yomim. So both say, so meaning of the pasuk says Ka'ila. Now again, both say these psukim follow one after the other. So first is the pasuk that the Mishnah quoted. Nevad alas ha'olas ha'olas ha'shali olas ha'tamid ta'asu es ela. So remember, that pasuk tells me that halacha l'maisa, you have the Kabbalah Shachar, and you have the Kabbalah Pesach. And then it says, Ka'ila ta'asu bayom shivas yomim. Now, Ka'ila means what? Like these. Like these, you shall go ahead and do for 7 days. So the word says, Gamakra, Ka'ila ta'asu bayom shivas yomim. Ela, Ka'ila. These are like these. Listen, now what did this mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, the first white line, Ka'ila Tasu, Basar Hahu, Basar Rukra, Tilovad Olas Haboker, Tasu Es Elipsid, Ka'ila Tasu. Mashma Kisida Sha'amarti Lucha, Ka'ila Shalnaga. So what it means is like this. The Ka'ila is teaching me that halacha l'maisa, the same order that I created in the pasuk beforehand. What was the order that was created in the first pasuk? Right? Mavada al Saloker, Asher Yoras HaTamid. What was the order that was created? That Tamid comes before Musa. The next pasuk then says Ka'ila. The same order that you created in the previous pasuk will also exist now in this pasuk. Now the second pasuk of Ka'ila is talking about what? Only Musaf offerings. And what does that teach you? The same way that I espoused the concept, or that we embedded the concept of Tadir in the previous pasuk. So, and that pasuk told me that Tamid comes before Musaf. So to Ka'ila, the subsequent Kabbalah will be treated in the same way, and that even in the realm of Musafim, we will apply the concept of Tadir. Mashma Kisam finish up that action. Mashma Kisam Shamai to the Ka'ila Shamaila, Kishim Shat Tadir Kodem, Kach Siga Hamusafim. Shim Yom Shiyish Biz Musafim, we go Bishab Shabzok Halaga. That will say that we will just come up with Pesach. Rashi points out, you're supposed to see this is a fascinating drasha. So therefore, the first pasuk teaches me, Nevada Sabota Sheli Tamid, teaches me the concept of Tadir. Right? It teaches me the Tamid comes before the Kabbalah of Musa. The second pasuk of Ka'ila then comes along and says the same way that Tadir applies between Tamid and Musa. So to Ka'ila, even in the realm of Musafim, ultimately the concept of Tadir will apply. Incredible. So the Gemara says, and we'll say, by the way, where will that come up on Pesach? So Rashi points out on the Shabbos Pesach. Right, Shabbos Pesach, this will come up because on Shabbos Pesach, what will you have? You have the Musaf of Shabbos, and you have the Musaf of Pesach. Which one comes first? The Musaf of Shabbos, because of Tadir B'Shein or Tadir Kodem. Incredible. Beautiful. The Gemara says as follows, I have a honey by the buffet. 1 second. I need that pasuk of Ka'ila for its own drush. What's its own drush? Right? To teach me that halacha l'maisa. Remember that there's a Kavod Musaf all 7 days of Pesach. Because if it were just for the first pasuk, I would have thought that there's only a Kavod Musaf on the first day of Pesach. That second pasuk is actually needed to teach me that there's a Kavod Musaf every single day of Pesach. As such, it's not free to go ahead and teach these other drushes. To which the Gemara says, if that's the case, the pasuk could have just said, these shall be performed throughout the days of Pesach. Why do you need Ka'ila? Why do you need Ka'ila? Because of Ila Asura Shabbat Yamin. So it's like, if it would have just said, these are the Kabbalah that you should offer up in 7 days. I would have thought like this. Well, it's actually very interesting. I would have thought, what if it said, Ila Tasu Layom? I would have thought like this. That maybe there are 7 Kabbalahs that are offered up over Pesach, 1 for each day. Ka'ila actually comes to teach me ultimately that what? That is 7 per day. Therefore, again, therefore, the Yom is it. Vakati, Ela Liyom, about Shad Yom Lo Yudana. But even so, I would have said like this. I still would have thought that if we would have just said Yom, I would have thought that there are 7 Kabbalahs for the first day, and I don't know what you do on the rest of the days of Pesach. To which the Gemara says, I'm sorry, about Shad Yom Lo Yudana Kama. Amakra Ta'asu, Shirei Kol HaSiyot Shalom. Therefore, the passage says Ta'asu, so it's Ka'ila Ta'asu, means just like on the first day you offer up 7, so again on the subsequent days you offer up 7, and Ta'asu means 7 days or the following days should be an exact replica of the first. Abai Amar, say the most Abai Amar, we go with the crop. So Abai said, let's go back. Let's say, also, remember again, what are we trying to figure out over here? We're trying to figure out, first, there are 2 questions. Question number 1 was, where do we learn the concept of Tadir? Called Tadir Mechavero, Kodem Eschavero, or as we normally colloquially stated, Tadir B'Shein or Tadir Kodem. Where do we learn that concept from? So the Gemara says, that question was really answered by Milvad Olas Haboker Asher Li Olas Hatos. by Pesach. Possibly supposed to be said, carbon comes before the Musaf ultimately of Pesach. That's question one. What's question two? So I understand the concept of Tagir applies from category to category. How do I know the concept of Tagir applies within the same category? So, for example, even within the Musaf family, how do I know that I create a Tagir hierarchy? So then the Gemara Darshan, Ka'ela Kasubayo, right? Ka'ela, just like you did on the first day of Pesach, so you should do on the second day, the third day, the fourth day, all the days of Pesach, which then tells me that even on Shabbos of Pesach, when we have two different Musafim, right? Musaf of Shabbos, Musaf of Pesach, also apply the concept of Tagir. The Gemara asks a whole bunch of questions on that. Abai says, no. Abai, I'm going to go with the crowd. No. You learn out from that passage, as we mentioned before. The Gemara says, in came, Lima Krab, Novan, Olas, Haboker, Tikishtok. Because otherwise, the pasuk could have said, Novan, Olas, Haboker. Now, the pasuk could have said, Novan, Olas, Haboker, and Novan, Olas, Haboker, Tasu Eskela, which would have told me, go ahead and do the carbon summit, and then go ahead and offer up the Pesach offering. Why do you need to state the phrase Hashem Olas HaTamid? We'll say the Olas HaTamid is only one Olas HaBoker. That's the carbon summit. Why do you have to say Novad Olas HaBoker Hashem Olas HaTamid? Why do you need that? To which the Gemara says, in giving the carbon Olas HaTamid, the Tishdok, Hashem Olas HaTamid Lamali, the Neymar, the Hach, the Tashira, the Tikvedi. So says that's the principle. The principle says Novad Olas HaBoker. Why does the Olas HaBoker go first? Asher the Olas HaTamid. Because it is the Tamid. Because it occurs with greater frequency. Therefore, Abai says that if a local that phrase ultimately again indicates that the pasuk is not simply coming to teach you in detail like Pesach, but rather again the pasuk itself is coming to go ahead and teach me a fundamental principle which is a guiding principle. Whatever occurs with greater frequency, ultimately again will always come first. This is very exciting because from this video we now learn a new principle. The biblical concept of Tagir comes from the Novad Olas HaBoker Asher Olas HaTamid. That's where the concept comes from. First day Pesach, you have your carbon Tamid, you have your Kabbalah of Pesach. Ultimately, again, which one comes first? The carbon Tamid. Why? Novad Asher Olas HaTamid. Because since the Tamid occurs with greater frequency, therefore it will come first. How do I know that the concept applies even within the same category of Kabbalah? Next pasuk, Ka'ela Ta'asubayot Shivasyalim. Ka'ela, the same way you operated on the first day, this is the guiding light principle for all the subsequent days. Which means that even when you come to Pesach, Shabbos Pesach, and you're going to have two different Musafim, the Musaf of Shabbos, the Musaf of Pesach. Musaf of Shabbos goes first. Why? Tagir B'Shino Tagir Kol. Incredible. What's I following on those same lines? Mishnah. Anything that is holier than its friend, ultimately again comes before its friend. Now listen out. Rashi says over here, it's actually very interesting. How do you gauge that? How do you gauge what's holier than something else? To which Rashi says, Yishbot Sad Libri Kedusha Nimere. So the way you gauge Kedusha is something that has more details. There's more details attached to it. Yishbot Sad Libri. There are more details or more aspects to it than its fellow. That's how we are gauging Kedusha in this context. You'll see it illustrated. So let's say, remember these principles are building on each other. So again, principle number one is Tagir B'Sheno Tagir Kol. Principle number two ultimately is whatever is more covered than its friend will come before its friend. Here we go. For example, Dam Chatos Kodil Dam Ola, so the blood application of a Chatos will come before the blood application of an Ola. Why? Because Chatos affects atonement. It affects atonement. So it's a but the thing is, you have to two kavanas. And I remember I was saying, for example, let's use the Chatos and an Ola, last after that you could use the concept of Tagir. Also, by the way, remember, Tagir also only applies when it's one person doing it, but let's get multiple times, second Kabbalah. So now again, according to the Chatos, according to the Ola. The blood is ready to go for both of them. Which one do you do the blood application for first? So the Mishnah says, Chatos comes first. Why? Because Chatos has a detail that ultimately, again, Ola doesn't, which is Chatos affects the Kohen. And therefore, that makes Chatos, so to speak, more Kaddish. And because it's more Kaddish, therefore, again, it goes first. A very Ola called Lei word Chatos. Also, interestingly enough, the burning of the sacrificial parts of an Ola are done before the burning of the sacrificial parts of Chatos. Why? So it makes you color the Isha. Because Ola is fully consumed on the Mizbeah, whereas Chatos is not. Like part of Chatos is used by Kohanim. Therefore, again, that gives you the higher level of Kedusha. Chatos Kodemes La'asham. Chatos comes before an Asham. And let's say that's interesting. Why? Because both Chatos and Asham are washed. Both sin offerings. Yet Chatos comes first, but they Shedama Niton Yudalit Kronis al Yisod. Because Chatos has blood application on all four corners, whereas Asham only has two. Furthermore, again, Chatos has his blood also applied on the base. The base of the there. Therefore, Chatos goes first. Asham comes with Toda Be'el Nazir. Asham comes before Toda, called the Thanksgiving offering, and El Nazir, which is one of the offerings of the Nazir, keeps his Naziris. Why? Mipnei Kache Kadashim. That Asham is Kache Kadashim, whereas the Toda and the El Nazir are Kache Kamel. Good. Toda Be'el Nazir, Kodim Mishlamim. Toda and an El Nazir come before Shlamim. Why? Because both a Toda and an El Nazir, number one, have a shorter window of consumption, only 1 day, as opposed to Shlamim, which has 2 days, and furthermore, Toda and El Nazir come with bread, come with loaves. Right? As opposed to Shlamim, which does not. So let's say, again, what you see over here is anytime something has either it's stricture or an additional detail over something else, the Mishnah frames that as it's more Kaddish. It's more Kaddish. Interesting. So you want to say, Shlamim, Kodim of the heart. This means again, Shlamim come before the heart. Why? The thing should mean to meaning Matan Dalit to Smicha. One comes before the Bahar offering. Why? Because ultimately, again, Shlamim has blood applications, and Smicha, which is something between both Kaza Bishop. It has libation. It has a waving of the chest and the thigh as well. Okay? The Bahar Kodem Lamaiser. The Bahar is offered up before Maiser Behema. Why is that? Because again, Bakar is sanctified from the womb, and ultimately, again, it's consumed only by the Kohanim. And Meiser Kodem La'ofos, so Meiser Behema comes before Ofos any bird offerings. Why? Because Meiser still has the status of a bona fide carbon, whereas we've seen already, essentially, bird offerings are treated differently. The Yishbo Kodesh Kadashim, Samo Ve'imura. Furthermore, again, Meiser is still treated like Kodesh Kadashim, in that what? In that is a blood application and a burning of sacrificial ribs. Ha'ofos, cold minachos, so ofos, bird offerings come upon the offerings. Why? It's a shame done. Because at least by bird offerings, there's still a blood application. Minchas chote, call them the minchas medava. I will say, okay, so up until now, remember again, we've been dealing with categorically dissimilar items. I will say, what about now within the same category? So, for example, minchas chote, call them the minchas medava. Let's say, for example, now we're going to see this hierarchy is in effect even within the same category of cover. So, for example, let's say the cover mincha. One is a minchas chote, one is a mincha that's brought to the sin offering, and one is a minchas nedava, voluntary mincha. Which one goes first? So the Mishnah says the minchas chote comes before the minchas nedava. Why? They should be bought out hate. Ultimately, again, obviously, because the minchas chote is a sin offering. So the fact that it's a sin offering puts it on a higher pedestal than the minchas nedava. Chatas ha'of kodemes ha'ova ha'of became degradation. So let me again about say this is actually interesting. So to the chatas ha'of will come before the ova ha'of. Once again, because the chatas ha'of is coming as a sin offering as opposed to the ola that it's not became degradation. The verse is the last Rashi in the daf, which is last line of Rashi. Became degradation. Kishimefarish eskino Koreshim Lachatos Tios, which is no talking about someone who's bringing a bird there. This is like a simple case of it's like a zav. Right? So the Software Mishnah says when you're designating the birds, remember again, which one is going to be a chatos and which one is going to be an olah. They're saying that the chatos is offered up. They're saying that the chatos is offered up before the olah, so to the designation of the chatos is done before the olah. Incredible. But it's like that is the end of the Mishnah, creating this incredible hierarchy of sacrificial items based on the Kedusha. And what I want to point out over here is a tremendous Musar Haskell. It's fascinating to see. Remember again, when we started Mishnah, how do you determine what's more Kaddish than something else? Right? In the world of Kedusha, how do you do that? Right? Everything is holy. So how do you determine holiness hierarchy? How do you do that? So remember again, Rashi gave us a definition. Rashi said, Shirish Sad Ribui Kedusha Mimeno. Rashi says that greater Kedusha is found in more details. And I will say there is a tremendous Musar Haskell for us as well. The simple path to greater personalistic holiness is do more. Now again, sometimes doing more is not always the answer to sub-actualization. Like for example, the most often give is a person should stand by the street corner helping old people cross the street the whole day. Right? Is that a day well spent? Is that a day well spent? So it's beautiful, and that's a tremendous chesed. Do I self-actualize through that? Maybe yes, maybe no. That's my shlichus in this world. That's fantastic. But if I'm supposed to be accomplishing a whole bunch of other things, then I'm missing the mark. You could spend your life doing good things, lav dafka that you're doing what you were put on this earth to do. So much of life is figuring out not just, it's just like, I could learn a million different things at once. Right? Now again, the problem with learning a million different things at once is not that that I'm attaining or growing in any specific way. It's certainly good, it's certainly beautiful, but it's not the other. So a lot of life is figuring out what's my directed mission. But sometimes it takes a long time to figure that out. So what do you do in the interim? As much as you can. There is Kedusha in the rebuild. And when we find ourselves, especially in a rut, in a bad place in life, and we just find, I'm not feeling it. I'm not connected. I'm not plugged in. Rashi says the secret to Kedusha is rebuild. Learn more, do more, give more, just more and more. It's not always the answer to everything. Because sometimes too much is like, I'm too diffused, I'm too all over the place. Yes, you have to find your directed derech. But sometimes until you can find your directed derech, do as much as you can. Because the more you do, one thing is clear, the more Kedusha there is. And the more Kedusha there is, the better the probability that over time you will find your directed path. As Rashi HaKadosh says, Yesh bo sad ribui Kedusha mimenu. The more you're doing, the more Kedusha you have, and the more Kedusha you have, the better the probability that over time you will find your shlichus, you'll find your directed path. Incredible. What's it? Other days. From where do we know this? And what's it? He was asking over here a very interesting anomaly. You notice the Mishnah said that Dam Chatos comes before Dam Ola. Okay? Yet, interestingly enough, you bring the leaves of the Ola before the sacrificial parts of the Chatos. Right? So remember again, what was the logic behind that? So the blood of the Chatos comes before the blood of the Ola because the blood of the Chatos affects atonement, the blood of the Ola does not. So yet you burn the leaves of the Ola before the Chatos because the leaves of the Ola totally consumed and the Chatos is not. So you want to say, where do you know that? Where do you know that? Gemara says, the Pasuk says, they shall take a second Ben Bakar, second part, Ben Bakar ultimately again for a chatas. I will say that. I want to point out context. Rashi says over here, Uparshini Ben Bakar, if you know how we really see about stuff. This is talking about the inauguration and consecration of the reveal. Okay? So the Gemara says, Babu Lamu, Shin Schneider, so this time teaching that there are two chatas offerings, or that you should take the second part as a chatas. So again, if you're telling me that there's two paras, two ox offering, two cow offerings, so we already learned that before. We already said take one as a chatas and one as an olah. So the Gemara says, "Uman kamalama parsheni ben bakar tikach lachatas." So why is what? The Gemara asks over here, why do you have to say parsheni? I already know that there's two cows. I already know that one is for a chatas and one is for an olah. So just say take the chatas. What do you mean parsheni ben bakar tikach lachatas? Why do you need that? Let's listen to this. Not kamalama parsheni ben bakar tikach lachatas. Shinako shichatas kudemis komasa olah kol maase olah. You might have thought that a chatos, in all of its aspects, like all the aspects of chatos, should come upon all the Tamalomar, upar shini, ben bakar tikach lachatos. Now, what the pasuk says, you shall take a second cow as a chatos. What does that show you? That in certain respects, the olah comes before the chatos. Okay? Upar shini, yachol take olah kodemas the chatos komasa. So then maybe, since the Torah is calling the chatos the second cow, so it must be that that maybe the olah comes before the chatos for everything. There's the problem. They said you shall do one of them as a chatas and one of them as an olah. What's the order over here? It's putting the chatas first. They're going to say, see the problem? See the problem? I know that I'm taking both the chatas and an olah for the consecration of ru'yim. Which one comes first? It's sitting a contradiction. One pasuk seems to indicate that Allah again. The olah comes first, and the second pasuk seems to indicate that the chatas comes first. So which one is it? Hot case, and here we go. Dan chatas kodemes and dam olah miknei shemiratze. A bare olah b'chulei. So much. I have to try to reconcile it. The answer is it's both. In certain respects, in certain areas, the chatas comes before the olah. Which case, that's the blood application. Like that's the blood. So blood application of chatas comes before olah. Why? Because blood application of a chatas atones. Blood application of an olah does not. But yet, when it comes to the burning of the sacrificial limbs, the olah will be done before the chatas. Why? Because the olah is fully consumed on the mizbeach, and ultimately again the chatas is not. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. So Lama, so the Gemara says, when it comes to blood applications, the Gemara is suggesting is all of the blood applications of chatos receive the olah. But why is that? And let's remember again, back already is going to be in this stuff. How many blood applications do you need in order to affect the atonement? One. Like, all you need is that first blood application, and you are good to go. So the Gemara says, I understand. Why should all of the blood applications of chatos precede the blood applications of the olah? Just do the first blood application of chatos. Kapara is achieved, and then do the rest of the olah. Ravina says, no. How come the chatas Ravina skinon the apagam the olah dami kamrach monetary people? So Ravina says this is a different kind of chatas. This actually, remember again, the pasuk is talking about chatas of the olah. This chatas of the Ravina, and even though in many respects it's similar to an olah, the Torah nevertheless said that it should still take precedence. Once you started the blood applications, finish it out. In this discussion of Kedimos, which takes precedence, it wouldn't make sense to say that do one of the four blood applications of the chatas, then do the blood applications of the olah, and then finish up the blood applications of the chatas. Once you started it, finish it. They will say another tremendous Musar Haskell. And they said, what's the secret to success? Hold the Hiskul Atanos, go back. If you start something, finish it. Start something, finish it. How many of us have a closet, right? The life closet that is filled with half-started life initiatives, half-started dreams, goals, and aspirations that then get shelved when they lose their new dream or new initiative smell. If you start something, do your best to bring it to completion. That's what the Snapper asks, just a whole bunch of really interesting related questions. The Bible, Dan Chatos, the Isvari, all that is. Remember again, the Mishnah The Mishnah obviously created this hierarchy of sacrificial service, right? Based on the concept of whatever is more kaddish than its friend comes first. How are we defining kaddish? Kaddish is either defined as more details or more strictures. Now, and then the Mishnah gave specific examples. The Gemara is going to ask some variations on this. Dam chasas ve'ivare olah. So listen to this. You have a choice, and you have two things over there. The blood of chasas and burning, so that's the blood application, and the burning of the limbs of olah. Which one comes first? The Mishnah didn't talk about this, right? The Mishnah spoke about blood of chasas versus blood of olah, and then it's blood of chasas first, and then the limbs of chasas, limbs of olah get burned first. So now the Gemara is kind of mixing and matching at this level. Let's say you have in front of me now, I should either apply the blood of the chasas or burn the limbs of the olah. Which one comes first? On one hand, that chasas kodem, the blood of the chasas should come first because it affects atonement. The means of the olah should come first. Why? Because they're fully conceived on the Mizbeach. So it's analyzed. So touch my dam chasas kodem dam olah. Dam chasas comes before dam olah. So you say, oh, the dam olah would be kaddish. They bought it olah lo kaddish. So what do you see here? The blood of the chasas only comes before the blood of the olah, but not before the limbs of the olah. Adrab, it's just the opposite. Adrab in the sefer, they bought it olah kodem le chasas. The limbs of an olah come from the burning of limbs. Whenever I say limbs, the burning of limbs of the olah comes before the burning of limbs of the chasas. They bought it chasas from the kaddish, but dam chasas lo kaddish. The limbs of an olah will come before the limbs of the chasas, but limbs of an olah never come before the blood application of the chasas. Which one is it? Ella. So Gemara essentially says you can't divide the answers to this question from our Mishnah. So there was an open-ended question over here. Which would come first, the blood of an olah or the burning of the limbs of a the blood of a chasas or the burning of the limbs of an olah? That question remains open. Next, the Gemara says, if you have the blood of an olah and the limbs of a chasas, so the Gemara says, which one should come first? On one hand, dam olah kodem, on one hand, they will say, by the way, I point out that I'm asking in the previous case, dam chasas comes first. Dam chasas will come. By the way, the general rule is that blood applications will almost always come before burning of sacrificial limbs. That's the general rule. But again, we must work it through it. Next, dam olah ve'imurei chasas is mekol. Which one comes first? The blood of an olah or the burning of the sacrificial limbs of a chasas? So the Gemara says, dam olah kodem dekasini kodem. So on one hand, I should say, maybe the blood applications of the olah should come first. Why? Because olah has bigger condition in general. Why? Because it's totally different than the Mizbeach. First, why? Maybe the burning of the limbs of a chasas should come first. Why? Because the chasas affects atonement. So let's analyze. So Tashma, dam chasas kodem dam olah. So the Mishnah says that the blood of a chasas comes before the blood of an olah. So that the dam chasas should be kodem dam olah. What do you see from here? It's only the blood application of that. It's only blood of chasas to come before the blood of an olah. But if it's a choice between blood of the olah and burning of the limbs of a chasas, of course you go with the blood of the olah. It's the opposite. I can say just the opposite. Adrab and Misefa, what's a third wide line? Adrab and Misefa, a bare olah kodem le chasas. The limbs of an olah come before the burning of limbs of a chasas. A bare olah who didn't have le chasas. It's only the limbs of an olah that come before the limbs of a chasas. About dam olah lo. And the blood of an olah will not come before the limbs of the chasas. Ella, he says, you cannot derive a conclusion based on the teachings of the Mishnah. I will say once again that I'm a pastor in this case, blood of an olah will ultimately again come before the limbs of a chasas. Again, which makes sense. Blood service, which is really the carbon, will always come before it. So if you have a blood service of one carbon, burning up sacrificial limbs of another carbon, the blood service will almost always come first because again, that's the ikar avoda of the carbon. Good. Dam olah and dam asha. Interesting thing said here. What about the blood of an olah, blood of an asha? These are cases not covered by the Mishnah. So Dam Olam and Dam Asham, Aza men call them. So ultimately, again, if you have the blood of an Olam, blood of an Asham, which one comes first? So the one says Dam Ola call them Vika Asimka Olam. So on one hand, I can say maybe the blood of an Ola should come first. Why? Because the most remember again, the Ola has this additional kedusha. What's the additional kedusha of the Ola? That is totally based on the Mizbeach. Or on the other hand, Od Yoma, Dam Asham calls them the Mechata. Let's remember again, an Asham is a sin offering. Because it's a sin offering, therefore what? It atones. So as we saw before, right there, as we saw before, the power of atonement is another tremendous Muslim gospel, right? In the world of Kabbalah, what's the most powerful force? Atonement. Atonement. That's the greatest form of Kedusha. So on one hand, maybe an Asham should come first because an Asham has the power of atonement. You might say, Tashma, let's analyze. Tashma. Tam Chatas called one Dam Ola. So the blood of the Chatas coming before the blood of an Ola about Dam Asham Lo. But not right, so ultimately again, so Dam Chatas will come before the blood of an Ola. But ultimately, again, not Dam Asham. I can infer from that is Dafka Chatos that goes before an Ola. But I can infer from that an Asham will not go before an Ola. That an Ola would come first. So if I get also that's Yimar Shaila. So Yimar says, in reality, the thing would be why we're missing Dam Asham. The truth is, when I say really, I can make the argument that both Chatos, Dam Chatos, and Dam Asham come before Dam Ola. So I can write it that way. But I think the Bible in this Seifa, a Varet Ulakomba Me'imure Chatos, since the King Mishnah wanted to write that the limbs of an Ola come before the limbs of a Chatos, these Tanam Me'imure Asham, because had it just said Asham, Hada Amina Me'imure Asham would have had me, they were Chatos look at me. I would have thought that it's after the limbs of an Asham that an Ola receives, and not the limbs of a Chatos, Mishum Haki Hana Chatos. Therefore, again, the Mishnah said Chatos. But in reality, the same way that the blood of a Chatos receives the blood of an Ola, so too the blood of an Asham ultimately again should also come before the blood of an Ola. So Tashma, we're not finished. It's Tashma. Chatos called them La'asham. A Chatos comes before an Asham. Chatos is becoming an Asham, but also it's Dafka, a Chatos that comes before an Asham, but not an Ola. In other words, that an Ola would not receive an Asham. My lab done. Are we not talking about the blood application? And from here you see that the blood of an Ola should come before the blood. The blood of an Asham should come before the blood of an Ola. Lo ha'emin. No, rather it's referring to the sacrificial parts. That ultimately, again, the sacrificial parts of an Asham maybe should go for the sacrificial parts of an Ola. Taken on the Tani, it made Shadama in time. Ultimately, what do you see from here? You see from here that Halal Kalamansa, the Mishnah itself says, because of the blood applications. Therefore, Shemana. Therefore, most of the Gemara says that is correct. So it says the bottom line that over here also the Rambam Hashkin is that Halal Kalamansa, the blood of an Ola ultimately comes before the blood of an Asham. Okay, fine. So the Gemara says, Chatos Kodemes. Chatos Kodemes. So the Gemara says, remember again, now, in the realm, remember, there are two different levels of it. The same way that in the discussion about Tagir B'Shem, Tagir Koden, we had kind of like two levels, which was first categorical to use, and then within the same category, establishing a hierarchy as well. So to a certain degree, the Mishnah did that over here also. First to each was kind of whatever is more coverage than its friend, ultimately again goes first. And again, it's comparing carbon to carbon, but then showing us that even within the same category, the concept still applies to those. For example, in the realm of sin offerings, Chatos and Asham are both sin offerings. Yet what's the halacha? Chatos comes before an Asham. So the Gemara says Chatos Kodemes. The Gemara says, I understand why that is Adrabah. Asham comes. In reality, an Asham should come before a Chatos. Why? She can reach for Kitzvah. So it's actually very interesting. So Rashi points out over here, an Asham has a minimum boundary. Rashi says, Shesh of Kitzvah, the Dam of Sin, the Kesach Shkalim of Achatas called it. Interestingly enough, the Torah gives the minimum value for an Asham 6 Shkalim. discovered by the interesting enough there is no minimum value for a chatos. So I'm going to thought that this represents the stricture that Hashem has over chatos, and that is the case that should make Hashem more kaddish than chatos, which should come first. To which the Gemara says, Ribui Mizbeach Hadif. To which the Gemara says, because remember again, chatos has more blood application. Chatos is for blood application. Hashem has two, that makes it more kaddish. In other words, even though Hashem has this financial stricture, because chatos has more details regarding the Mizbeach, that makes it more kaddish. Incredible. Hashem called them Latoda. Hashem comes before Toda. Adrabah, I'm sorry. Hashem called them Latoda. Adrabah, Hatoda ve'el Nazir Kadmi, Shekin Tuni Matan. Still, I don't understand why that is. The Gemara remember, the Mishnah said that Hashem comes before a Toda and an El Nazir. Toda and El Nazir are linked together. Which the Gemara says, but I don't understand why that should be. Toda and El Nazir should come before Hashem. Why? Because they come with loaves. They come with accompanying rachas. Shouldn't that make them more kaddish? Nevertheless, again, Hashem is kachek kadashim. Toda and El Nazir are kachek kali, and therefore Hashem comes first. Toda the El Nazir. So Toda El Nazir comes before Shlamim. Adrabah, Shlamim should come first. Why? She can yes them the tzibur to the youngest. Interesting enough, I will say the concept of carbon Shlamim is there is an individual Shlamim and there's communal Shlamim. Actually, it's the example of Kitziyat Zeres, the lambs that are offered up on Shavuos. Ultimately, again, as opposed to Toda and El Nazir are personal, are private kabbalas. Private kabbalas don't exist by communal offerings, to which the Gemara says, nevertheless, ultimately, again, the fact that Shlamim can only be consumed for one day, that stricture makes them more kaddish. Incredible.
Yeah, that's it.
Toda the El Nazir, even and Toda. So it's interesting enough. What about Toda and El Nazir are always reckoning the same? What about Halakha L'Maisa, Toda and El Nazir themselves? What happens in those cases? Halakha L'Maisa again, Toda and El Nazir within that same category. Which one comes first? Which Gemara says Ezra and Kodem. Which Gemara says Toda Kadmar Shikin Tu'una Dalad Miniracham. On one hand, Toda should come first because it requires 4 different types of loaves. El Nazir called them. Maybe El Nazir should come first. Why? Because ultimately, I will say, there are other blood services that accompany that as well. Which is Tashma, Zu Kodemesh Zu. Ultimately, again, this one comes before this one. Why? Shazut, Gemara says, Shazut in Garim Rechem, Shazut in Ella Shneim. Ultimately, I will say what comes out over here is that Allah said the Toda will come before the El Nazir. Why? Because the Toda requires 4 types of bread, whereas the El Nazir ultimately again only requires 2 types of bread. Quite interesting. And if I say we begin to see the illustration of this concept of all the Kabbalah. So let's say to stop over here for today. There's a lot more to do. I just want to show you just a quick part on the parsha as we close out the week. This is one of the most beautiful and incredible episodes that occurs in the parsha. There's many beautiful and incredible episodes that occur in the parsha. Yaakov Avinu dispatches Yosef to go ahead and find his brothers. Right? Go seek out. That's what I think. Go see how your brothers are doing. And the Torah records this is in Parak Lamed Pasuk Tezvav, chapter 37, verse 15, sorry. That Yitza'ehu Ish V'hinei Torah Basada. So Yosef is wandering around, right? He's to know where his brothers are. And a man finds him. Yosef is wandering in the field. By Yisha'ehu Ha'ish Benor, and the man asks him not to Lakish. Yosef, what is it that you are looking for? So again, Rashi HaKadosh points out that this is no ordinary ish. Remember again, this is the second parsha in a row where we find in this each last week's parsha Yaakov Avinu wrestled with the ish, or the son of Esau. This week Yosef finds this man. Rashi HaKadosh points out that it's no ordinary man, but rather again it's Malach HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Malach asks him, what are you looking for? And Yosef of course responds, I'm looking for my brothers. And the man tells him, all of your brothers are like went off the path to the sheep. You can find them here. The Mechler of Tusk says something truly beautiful. He says, as we mentioned before, this fish was no ordinary fish, but it was a malach, it was an angel. And a malach illuminated as Yosef. The malach taught Yosef a very important lesson. شتهامت تشییع طور به درک آخر. There are times in life where I'm wandering around, just wandering through life. And I feel a little directionless, I feel a little aimless, and I feel like I just don't know what I'm doing or where I'm going. There are times in which I'm spiritually and personalistically confused. So that represents the amount of teachers Yosef. Sheyomar li'atzmo, a person should say to himself, Sheyavtir la'atzmo es merukashot u'she'ifaso. A person in those moments needs to clarify one simple question. Ma tvakesh. What do you want out of life? When the Ish finds Yosef, and Yosef is wandering around, he's lost. Yosef has lost his way. And the Malach says to Yosef, Ma tvakesh, what do you want out of life? If you can answer that question, what you want out of life, then no matter what life throws your way, you will get there. But if you can't answer what you want out of life, if you can't answer what you want out of yourself, then when the difficulties of life set in, you're going to get thrown all over the place. And the confusion will become more compounded. Think about this in the context of Yosef. Yosef didn't even understand what he was being asked. Because Yosef is going about the business. So the guy asks him, Yosef, I see you're lost. Not vacation, what do you want out of life? So Yosef just thought the guy's asking me, what do I want right now? But when Yosef answered was question, what did Yosef answer? As a kind of vacation. What did Yosef want more than anything out of life? What did he want? He wanted his brothers. He wanted Shalom and his family. He wanted Achos. And Yosef didn't realize that deep down, that's all he wanted out of life. And what's the purpose of that? Despite the fact that just a few moments later, Yosef is robbed of his clothing, of his dignity. He's thrown into the pit and sold off like a piece of property. He is abused, mistreated for years afterwards. And when he is finally reunited with his brothers, and he has the opportunity to take retribution and vengeance, what does he do? Absolutely nothing other than shower them with love. Why? Because Yosef knew what he wanted out of life.
Used to mix white trash light
Jacks. And when you know what you want out of life, no matter what happens, you don't lose your way. And some way, somehow, you'll get it. Says the Katzber. What was true for Yosef is true for us as well. So the reality is we go through life a lot of times without vision. Without vision. When we go, we talk Hashem, we learn, we got to do so many right things. But there's no overarching vision for what I want to do in life. I know what I have to do today. I have to go to work, I have to do this, I have to get home, I have to Shabbos, there are certain things I have to do. I'm going to have a beautiful Shabbos, and beautiful things. But there's no overarching vision. There's no overarching goal. What do I want to do? Right? If life were to Chas V'Shalom end tomorrow, would it have been successful, not successful, or how do you gauge success? But ultimately, again, there's no overarching vision for what I want to do with this life. Yosef not only survived, but thrived, because he had a vision for who he wanted to be and what he wanted out of life, not to vacation. The Katzber says, we like Yosef are wandering through the field of life. We have to ask ourselves as well, not vacation. What do we want? I feel to answer that question, answer it, and develop that life vision, develop that life goal. So no matter what comes our way, as long as we have that singularity of purpose, it makes Hashem will be successful. Those like Shkoyach and the Shabbos.
But everyone is actually has a hormetic effect, and it's actually good for you. Like broccoli sprouts, because that have phosphorus. I can't remember the beneficial photosynthesis is how.
But like when you're doing good stress,
So if you're
Yes, 89. Hashem do like a volunteer start to be perfect. Yesterday, a really incredible everything ahead of us today in session. Just as this follows. It was incredible, absolutely incredible. How right we were all familiar with this concept. How do you share those? How do you code them? Right, you have two things, two things in front of you. And obviously, you can't do everything at once. Something has to take precedence. How do you know which one comes first? So there's a rule. Time machine, or you have two misses in front of you. One occurs with greater frequency, one occurs with lesser frequency. The mitzvah which occurs with greater frequency ultimately again is done first. The Gemara says, so that's the principle of the Gemara. Whatever occurs more frequently than its friend, ultimately again takes place before its friend. Therefore, the Mishnah now goes ahead and gives us the application of the laws. So how you sort of Tagir the shame of Tagir, that's usually how we say it, right? Something is frequent, something is less frequent, the more frequent thing comes first. One of the most incredible things that occurs in these chemicals is the constant reinforcement of the notion that not everything is the same. Right? A lot of times, like in modern society, we think that
plants can't defend themselves, they're stationary,
everyone and everything is the same. Like that everyone should have the same opportunity, that everyone should be afforded the same treatment. And interestingly enough, fairness, right, or equality doesn't really equal the same. Nothing can be the same. So here's a perfect example, right? You have two misses in front of you. They can't both be done at the same time. Something has to come first, something has to come second. Doesn't mean that the thing that comes second is less important than the first. No, that's just someone. It's not a question of just seeing certain use types like our Kohanim reviewing Israel. I wish I could do what a Kohen does, but I can't. Does it mean I'm less important than a Kohen? Absolutely not. I have a different role. I have a different mission. Equality doesn't mean equality means that everyone is beloved, everyone is special in the eyes of Allah. But it does not mean that everybody has the same rights, or everyone has the same opportunities, or everyone could do the same things. Just like you could have two mitzvahs. You can't do them both at the same time. But it doesn't mean that they're not both incredibly beautiful and holding the word. Incredible. So many like which was like that. And you didn't call yourself. So for example, the common coming is once the common coming is brought how often? Every day, twice a day. Right? There's a morning coming, there's an afternoon coming. Therefore, the coming comes before the Musaf offering. So again, so we're going to talk about different types of Musafim. But let's say again on Shabbos or on Yom Tov or on Rosh Chodesh, so halacha l'maaseh, you have a covenant, let's say that a covenant coming, which one do you do first? You do the covenant coming first because it occurs with greater frequency. Musaf, Shabbos, Kodesh, and Moshe Chodesh. To me, again, what's like even in the world of Musafim, this is very interesting. See, the Mishnah starts, which is what we'll call a categorical hierarchy. So it's categorical hierarchy. For example, you have two categories of kabbalah, tamid and musaf. What comes first if you have a tamid or a musaf? A tamid. Why? Tadir l'shein, tadir koden. Or again, tadir l'chavim lo koden es chavera. Whatever occurs with greater frequency, ultimately goes first. Tamid occurs with greater frequency more than musaf. Therefore, that will go first. Now, the next statement in the Mishnah is, even within the same category, we still apply the principle. So, for example, let's say in a carbon musaf, so you can have a Musaf Shabbos. How often are Musaf Shabbos offered up? As opposed to Musaf Chodesh. Musaf Chodesh are offered up once a month. So again, even it's very interesting within the same category, we would apply the concept of called HaKadim and Havelo, whatever occurs with greater frequency than its friend, Kodim as Havelo, is offered up before its friend. Next, Musir Chodesh, Kodim and Musir Shana. See again, the Musaf of Rosh Chodesh will be offered up before the Musaf of Rosh Hashanah, Shenanai, as the Pasuk says, Milvad Olas HaBoker, Asher Olas HaTamid, Ta'asu Es Ila. So it's very interesting. So remember again, so this last category is the same idea. Musaf of Chodesh, so again, Musaf of Chodesh come before the Musaf of Rosh Hashanah. How do you know that? Now, what's interesting enough, the pasuk that the Gemara quotes is by Pesach. The pasuk says, "Milvad olas haboker, asher li olas hatamid So literally translated, aside from the Ola Saboker, aside from the morning Ola, which is referring to the carbon tamid, Asher Ola Satamid, which is the carbon tamid, Ta'asu es Eva. You shall do these. What's the these? These are the offerings of Pesach. So what do you see from here? You see from here that Halakha Mesa, ultimately again, the Musaf of Rosh Chodesh comes before the Musaf of Rosh. How exactly you're seeing that from that pasuk? We'll take a look at this. See what Rashi this moment. Rashi says, "Ha'ila tasu, basar ha'ukro, u'novad aros haboker, tasu es ila, sin ka'ila tasu, mashma tasige shamarti v'chak ka'ila shamaylo, yishim shak hadir kodem kei, seva musaf." We're going to see in the Gemara that interestingly enough, the drush is not actually from that pasuk. Like the drush is actually from the following pasuk. We'll get into it. But in any event, the Mishnah says, how do we know that even in the category of musafir, the concept of tadir applies? Shene'emar yovad alos al-olas haboker, asher yoras hatunid tasu as ela. Frankly, I'm shocked that I cannot hear a ringing out of Ka'ela. I know it's early. All right. I see some of you doing it. All right. Anyway, so when we get to the Ka'ela, just a little bit. So it says the Gemara, it was like, from where do you know this concept? That the Gemara says, what do you mean? What do you mean? No. If you come right time, no, but I don't know. So see what he's talking about. First of all, here's what I want to point out. The Mishnah ends off with this pasuk, right? And what the pasuk tells me is something very simple, which is the Torah is seemingly telling me that the Olas Hamoker, the carbon tamid, comes before the additional offerings of Pesach. So if nothing else, what that pasuk is telling me is that Halacha L'Maisa, the tamid comes before any musaf or any Yom Tov offerings. So already again out of the gate, the pasuk does teach me the concept of tadir. So now the Gemara starts off by saying, you know what? From where do you know this concept? The Gemara says, you know what? The Mishnah quotes a pasuk. The Mishnah tells me, "Can become a time of Yevada Olas Haboker." The pasuk says it pretty explicitly. That again, you're going to offer up all the kavanos of Pesach, Yevada Olas Haboker. Again, aside from the Olas Haboker, it's placing the Olas Haboker first. So it's telling you do the carbon tamid first, and then you'll do the offerings of Pesach. So which the Gemara says, 1 second. Dilma, in the Kashmir Musafin, you shouldn't be Hadiri. Musafin, you know, the Gemara says, fine. Only the pasuk, what does the pasuk teach me? The pasuk teaches me that Halacha L'Maisa, a carbon tamid, comes before a musaf, right? Because that's actually what the pasuk is telling me. So maybe the concept of tadir is limited in its reach. The concept of tadir will tell me that a carbon tamid will come before a musaf, but that's not what that is what I'm looking for. But I'm also looking for another detail now, which is, how do I know that even what? Within the same category of kavanos, for example, a carbon musaf, that will still apply the concept of tadir. Because remember again, not every carbon musaf is created equal. Right? Remember again, musaf of Rosh Chodesh occurs every single month. Musaf of Rosh Hashanah occurs once a year. Musaf of Pesach we're going to see is for 7 days. So the might say, how do I know that the concept of tadir applies even within musafin? To which you want to musafin, I'm going to be like, I'm going to call Ka'ila ta'asu ayom shivas yomim. So I'm looking up, the pasuk says Ka'ila. Now again, I want to say these psukim are follow one after the other. The first is the pasuk that the Mishnah is quoted. Nevad alas ha'olas ha'oker shel yolas ha'tamid ta'asu es eva. So remember, that pasuk tells me that Halacha L'Maisa, you have the Kavod Shachar, and you have the Kavod Pesach. And then it says Ka'ila ta'asu layom shivas yomim. Now, Ka'ela means what? Like these, you shall go ahead and this was 7 days. So the word says, Ka'ela ta'asu layom shivas yomim. Ela Ka'ela. These are like these. Now, what is this? Take a look at that. Like you said, maybe that's the first one, right? Ka'ila tasu, basar ha'hu, basar rukov, kilovan alo olas haboker, tasu es elexid, Ka'ila tasu. Mashma Kisika Sha'amarki Lucha Ke'ela Shalmava. So also when it comes to like this, the Ka'ila is teaching me that halakha l'maisa, the same order that I created in the pasuk beforehand, what was the order that was created in the first pasuk? Like Mavada Ras HaBoker, Asher Ras HaTamid, what was the order that was created? That Tamid comes before Musaf. The next pasuk then says Ka'ila. The same order that you created in the previous pasuk will also exist now in this pasuk. Now the second pasuk of Ka'ila is talking about what? Only Musaf offerings. And what does that teach you? The sigma that I espoused the concept, or that we embedded the concept of Tadir in the previous pasuk. So, and that pasuk told me that Talmud comes before Musaf. So to Ka'ila, the subsequent Kabbalahs will be treated in the same way, and that even in the realm of Musafim, we will apply the concept of Tadir. Mashma Kisam Shisham Darasha. Mashma Kisida Shamayt Lecha Shamayla. Kishin Shatadir Kodem. Ka Siga Hamusafim. Shimilom Shiush Musafim. Shimilom B'Shabbos Shabbat Halega. So we'll say that we would just come up and Pesach. Rashi points out. So here's what this is a fascinating drasha. So therefore, the first topic teaches me teaches me the concept of Tadir. Right? Teaches me the Kabbalah Talmud comes before the Kabbalah of Musaf. The second pasuk of Ka'ila then comes along and says the same way that Tadir applies between Talmud and Musaf. So to Ka'ila, even in the realm of Musafim, ultimately the concept of Tadir will apply. Incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara says, I will say, by the way, where will that come up on Pesach? So that points out on the Shabbos Pesach. Right, Shabbos Pesach, this will come up because on Shabbos Pesach, what will you have? You have the Musaf of Shabbos, and you have the Musaf of Pesach. Which one comes first? Which one comes first? The Musaf of Shabbos, because of Tazir B'Shem, Tazir Kodem. Incredible. Beautiful. The Gemara says as follows: I need by the say. 1 second. I need that pasuk of Ka'ila for its own drush. So what's its own drush? I will say to teach me that halakha l'maisa. Remember that there's a common musaf all 7 days Pesach. Because if it were just in the first pasuk, I would have thought that there's only a common musaf on the first day of Pesach. That's like the pasuk is actually needed to teach me that there's a common musaf every single day of Pesach. As such, it's not free to go ahead and teach these other drushes. To which the Gemara says, if that's the case, the pasuk that it just said these shall be performed throughout the days of Pesach. Why do you need Ka'ila? Why do you need Ka'ila? Because if Ka'ila has to be Sivashamim, or say, because it would have just said, these are the Kabbalah that you should offer up, 7 days. I would have thought that this one is actually very interesting. I would have thought, if it would have just said, Ila Tasu Layo, I would have thought like this, that maybe there are 7 Kabbalahs that are offered up over Pesach, 1 for each day. Ila actually comes to teach me ultimately that what? That is 7 per day. Therefore, again, the Gemara says, Hadamina Ela L'Shivas Yomim, therefore the Yom Ksir. Dakati, Eva Ela Leo, about Shar Yomim Lo Yedana. But even so, I would have said like this. I still would have thought that if we would have just said no, I would have thought like that there are 7 Kabbalahs for the first day, and I don't know what to do on the rest of the days of Pesach. To which the Gemara says, I'm sorry, about Shari Yomei Lo Yedana Kamo, Hamakra Ta'asu, Shirei Kol HaSiyot Shalom. Therefore the pasuk says Ta'asu, so it's Ka'ila Ta'asu, meaning just like on the first day you offer up 7, so to again on the subsequent days you offer up 7, and Ta'asu means 7 days or the following days you should do the exact replica of the first. Abai Amar, instead of what's Abai Amar, you flip it the crop. So Abai said, let's go back. It wasn't full circle. Remember again, what are you trying to figure out over here? Trying to figure out, first there was really 2 questions. Question number 1 was, where do we learn the concept of Tadir? Tadir Mechavero, Kodemes Havero, or as we normally colloquially stated, Tadir B'Shem, Tadir Kodem. Where do we learn that concept from? So the Gemara says, that question was really answered by Milvan Olas HaBoker Asher Li Olas HaTam. This was what he said. Carbon comes before them is not ultimately of Pesach. That's question 1. What's question two? So I understand the concept of Tagir applies from category to category. How do I know the concept of Tagir applies within the same category? So for example, even within the Musaf family, how do I know that I create a Tagir hierarchy? So then the Gemara Dashin, Ka'ela Hasubayo. Right? Kaila, just like you did on the first day of Pesach, so you should do on the second day, the third day, the fourth day, all the days of Pesach, which then tells me that even on Shabbos of Pesach, when you have two different Musafas, right? Musaf of Shabbos, Musaf of Pesach, also apply the concept of Tagir. But you might ask a whole bunch of questions on that. Abai says, no. Abai, I'm going to give it the cross. No. We learn out from that passage you mentioned before. I was in Kings, Lima Kram, Yovan, Olas, Haboker, Petishko. Because otherwise, the Pasuk could have said, Yovan, Olas, Haboker. Now, the Pasuk could have said, Yovan, Olas, Haboker, and Yovan, Olas, Haboker, Tasu Esmila, which would have told me, go ahead and do the cover and then go ahead and offer up the Pesach offering. Why do you need to state the phrase Asher li Olas HaTamid? We'll say the Olas HaTamid is only one Olas HaTamid. That's the covenant covenant. Why do you have to say Yovad Olas HaTamid Asher li Olas HaTamid? Why do you do that? To which the Gemara says, if you need to cover Olas HaTamid B'Tishov, Asher li Olas HaTamid Lamali, L'Neimar Dahak V'Tagira B'Tikvin. So that's the principle. That's the principle. The principle says, Nobat Olas HaBoker. Why? Why does the Olas HaBoker go first? Asher the Olas HaTamid. Because it is determined. Because there is a greater frequency. Therefore, Abai says that that phrase ultimately again indicates me that the pasuk is not simply coming to teach me the detail, like Pesach, but rather again the pasuk itself is coming to go ahead and teach me a fundamental principle, which is a guiding light principle. Whatever occurs with greater frequency, ultimately again will always come first. This is very exciting because from this figure we now merge with new principle. The difficult concept of Tagir comes from Yovad Olas HaBoker, Asher Olas HaTamid. That's where the concept comes from. First day Pesach, you have your carbon coming, you have your carbonos of Pesach. Ultimately, again, which one comes first? The carbon coming. Why? Yovad Asher Olas HaTamid. Because since the carbon occurs with a frequency, therefore it will come first. How do I know that the concept applies even within the same category of carbonos? Next pasuk, Ka'ela Ta'asuvayot Shivas Yamin. Ka'ela, the same way you operated on the first day, this is the guiding light principle for all the subsequent days. Which means that even when you come to Pesach, Shabbos Pesach, and you're going to have two different Musafim. The Musaf of Shabbos, the Musaf of Pesach. Musaf of Shabbos goes first. Why? Tagir B'Sheino Tagir Kol. Incredible. Once I follow on those same lines, Mishnah. Come to Kudish Mechavim Kol B'Samero. Anything that is holier than its friend, ultimately again comes before its friend. Now let's say now, Rashi says there'll be a second very interesting color control. How do you gauge that? How do you gauge what's holier than something else? To which Rashi says, Shlish Sad Ribui Kedusha Minenu. So the way we gauge Kedusha is something that has more details, right? More details attached to it. Sad Ribui. There are more details or more aspects to it than its fellow. That's how we are gauging Kedusha in this context. You'll see it illustrated. So again, remember these principles are building on each other. So again, principle number one is Tagir B'Sheino Tagir. Principle number two ultimately is whatever is more covered than its friend will come before its friend. Here we go. For example, Dam Chatos Kodun Dam Ola, so the blood application of the Chatos will come before the blood application of an Ola. Why? Because Chatos affects atonement. So again, what this means is you share the two carbonos. Remember again, we'll say, for example, let's say the Chatos and an Ola, not that you confuse the concept of Tagir. Or, by the way, remember, Tagir also only applies when it's one person doing it, but let's get multiple times checking carbonos. So now again, according to the Chatos, according to the Ola, the the blood is ready to go for both of them. Which one do you do the blood application for first? So the Mishnah says, Chatos comes first. Why? Because Chatos has a detail that ultimately, again, Ola doesn't, which is Chatos affects the pain. And therefore, that makes Chatos, so to speak, more Chatos. And because it's more Chatos, therefore, again, it goes first. A very Ola called it a word Chatos. Was that interestingly enough, the burning of the sacrificial part of an Ola was done before the burning of the sacrificial part of Chatos. Why? It makes you color the issue. Because Ola is fully consumed on the Mizbeach, whereas Chatos is not. Like, part of Chatos is by Kohanim. Therefore, again, that gives it a higher level of Kedusha. Chatos Kodemas La'ashan. Chatos comes before the Ashar. The most that's interesting. Why? Because both Chatos and Ashma, what? Both see offerings. The Chatos comes first, but they should Gama Nikon Yudalit Klaus are so. Because Chatos has blood application on all four quarters, whereas Asham only has two. Furthermore, again, Chatos has its blood also applied on the base. The base of the Mizbeach. Therefore, Chatos goes first. Asham Kodel and Toda by El Nazir. Asham comes before Toda, before the Thanksgiving offering, and El Nazir, which is one of the offerings of the Nazir, which is Naziris. Why? Yisneshu Kachet Hadashim. Because Asham is Kachet Hadashim, whereas the Toda and the El Nazir are Kachet Kalim. Toda and El Nazir, Kodin Mishlamim, Toda and El Nazir come before Shlamim. Why? If they Shahim Yachkalim Yom Echad, Utunim Lechem. Because both a Toda and an El Nazir, number one, have a shorter window of consumption, only one day. Only one day, as opposed to Shlamim, which has 2 days, and furthermore, Toda and El Nazir come with bread, come with loaves, right? As opposed to Shlamim, which does not. So let's say again, what you see over here is any time something has either a stricture or an additional detail over something else, the Mishnah frames that as it's more Kaddish. It's more Kaddish. Interesting. So we're going to Hashlamim, Kohen of the heart, which means again, Shlamim come before the heart. Why? If they should need Matan Dalit Smicha. Shlamim comes before the Bechar offering. Why? Because ultimately, again, Shlamim has Tuna Matan Dalit, has blood applications, 4 blood applications, and Smicha. With the Sachin, the Tifos, Kader Shal, has libation. It has a weighting of the chest and the thigh as well. A Bechar calls them Lamaiser. Bechar is offered up before Maiser Behema. Why is that? Because again, Bechar is sanctified from the womb, and ultimately again, it's only and it's consumed only by the Kohanim. And Maiser called them Ofos. So Maiser Behema comes before Ofos and the bird offerings. Why? It finishes Zebach. Because Maiser starts the status of our bona fide carbon, whereas we see already, the bird offerings are treated differently. The Yishbo Kodesh Hadashim, some of them furthermore again, I say it's still treated like Kodesh Hadashim in that what? In that is a blood application and a burning of sacrificial ribs. Ha'ofos, Kodin Luminahos, so Ofos, bird offerings come upon the offerings. Why? The big shame coming. Because at least by bird offerings is through a blood application. Minchas Kote, Kote Minchas Nadama. I will say, okay, so I cannot remember again, we've been dealing with categorically dissimilar items. But let's say, what about now in the same category? So, for example, Minchas Kote, Kote Minchas Nadama. Let's say, for example, now we're going to see this hierarchy is in effect even within the same category of Kabbalah. So, for example, let's say a Kabbalah Mincha. What is a Minchas Kote? What is a Mincha? Yes, brought as a sin offering. And what is a Minchas Nadama? Voluntary Mincha. Which one goes first? So the Mishnah says the Minchas Kote comes before the Minchas Nadava. Why? It makes you al hate. Ultimately, again, obviously, because the Minchas Kote is a sin offering. The fact that it's a sin offering puts it on a higher pedestal than the Minchas Nadava. Chatas ha'of kodemes ha'ova ha'of the pain that gives. Similarly, again, on both sides, it's actually interesting. So to the Chatas ha'of will come before the Ovas ha'of. Once again, because the Chatas ha'of is coming as a sin offering as opposed to the Ova that is not the pain that gives shot. That was the last verse later down, which is last line of Rashi. The pain that gives shot, Kishimefarish as Kino, Korah Corrishing the Chatos Jews was this number of someone who's bringing the first pair. This is like the simple case of which like I saw. Right? So the Shopki Mishnah says when you're designating the first, remember again, which one is going to be a Chatos and which one is going to be an Olah. They're saying that the Chatos is offered up.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Seeing that the Chatos is offered up before the Olah, so to the designation of the Chatos is done before the Olah. Incredible. It looks like that is the end of the Mishnah, creating this incredible pile of sacrificial items based on the Kiddush. That looks like what I want to point out over here is a tremendous Musa hospital. It's fascinating because you remember again at the start of the Mishnah, how do you determine what's more published than something else? Right? In the world of Kiddush, how do you do that? Right? Everything is holy. So how do you determine holiness, hierarchy? How do you do that? So remember again, Rashi gave us a definition. Rashi said, "Shirish bo sad ribui kiddusha mimenu." Rashi says that greater Kedusha is found in more details. And I will say there is a tremendous piece of hospital for us as well. The simple path to greater personalistic holiness is do more. Now, again, sometimes doing more is not always the answer to sub-actualization. Like, for example, a much often give is a person to stand by the street corner helping old people cross the street the whole day. Right? Is that a day well spent? So it's beautiful. And that's a tremendous concept. Do I self-actualize through that? Maybe yes, maybe no. That's my shlichus in this world. That's fantastic. But if I'm supposed to be accomplishing a whole bunch of other things, then I'm missing the mark. You could spend your life doing good things, that's that you're doing what you were put on this earth to do. So much of life is figuring out, not just, it's just like, I could learn a million different things at once. Now again, the problem with learning a million different things at once is not that I'm retaining or learning in any specific way. It's certainly good, it's certainly beautiful, but it's not the other. So a lot of life is figuring out what's my directed mission. But sometimes it takes a long time to figure that out. So what are you doing in the interim? As much as you can. There is Kedusha in the reward. And when we find ourselves, especially in a rut, in a bad place in life, and we just find sure, I'm not doing it. I'm not connected. I'm not plugged in. Rashi says the secret to Kedusha is reading, learn more, do more, give more, just more. More is not always the answer to everything. Because sometimes too much is like, I'm too diffused, I'm too all over the place. Yes, you have to find your directed derech. But sometimes if you find your directed derech, do as much as you can. Because the more you do, one thing is clear, the more Kedusha there is. And the more Kedusha there is, the better the probability that over time you will find your directed path. As Rashi HaKodesh says, Yesh both sad reason Kedusha mimenu. The more you do, the more Kedusha you have, and the more Kedusha you have, the better the probability that over time you will find your shlichus, you'll find your directed path. From where do we know this? And what's the Gemara's asking over here a very interesting anomaly. You notice the Mishnah said that Dam Chatos comes before Dam Olah. Okay? Yet, interestingly enough, you bring the limbs of the Olah before the sacrificial parts of the Chatos. Right? So remember again, what was the logic behind that? So the blood of the Chatos comes before the blood of the Olah because the blood of the Chatos affects atonement, the blood of the Olah does not. But yet you burn the limbs of the Olah before the Chatos because the limbs of the Olah totally consumed and the Chatos is not. So where do you know that? Where do you know that? You must say, the budget says they shall take a second Ben Bakar, second car, Ben Bakar, ultimately for a couple. So we'll say that. So for that context, Rashi says over here, Uparshini Ben Bakar, this is talking about the inauguration and consecration of the Reveal. Okay? So the Gemara says, so this kind of teaching that there are two chatos offerings, or that you should take the second car as a chatos. people to explain them are the Asesa Echad Chatos, the Esa Echad Olam. So again, if you tell me that there's two paros, that there's two paros, that there's two ashram, two cow offerings, so we already learned that before. We already said take one as a chatos and one as an olam. So the Gemara says, "Umas hamalomar parshin ben bakar shikat lachatos." So why is what's that? What actually over here? Why do you have to say parshin? I already know there's two cows, right? I already know that one is for a chatos and one is for an olam. So just says take the chatos. What do you mean parshin ben bakar shikat lachatos? Why do you need that? You must listen to this. Not halol parshin ben bakar shikat lachatos. Shinafo shichatos b'dam komasa olam kol nase olam. You would have thought that a chatos, in all of its aspects, like all the aspects of chatos, should come before all of them. Now, but the pasuk says, you shall take a second cow as a chatos. What does that show you? That in certain respects, the olam comes before the chatos. Okay? So then maybe, since the Torah is calling the chatos the second cow, so it must be that what? That maybe the olam comes before the chatos for everything. There's the problem. It said you shall do one of them as a chatos and one of them as an olam. What's the order over here? It's putting the chatos first. The book says, see the problem? See the problem? I know that I'm thinking about the chatos and an olam for the conjugation of ru'im. Which one comes first? It's super contradictory. One pasuk seems to indicate that Allah again. The olam comes first. And the second pasuk seems to indicate that the chatos comes first. So which one is it? Okay, so here we go. Dan chatos kol gamas adam olam mitnei shemeraser evay olam b'fulei. So much. Oh, I can try to reconcile it. The answer is it's both. In certain respects, in certain areas, the chatos comes before the olam. Which case is that? That's the blood application. Like that's the blood. So blood application of chatos comes before olam. Why? Because blood application of a chatos atones. Blood application of an olam does not. But yet, when it comes to the burning of the seven skins, the olam will be done before the chatos. Why? Because the olam is fully consumed on the mizbeach, and ultimately again the chatos is not. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. I don't understand. No, Ramo. So the Gemara says, Amai, Makana Kamai to the competition, Mahana Klo. When it comes to blood applications, what the Gemara is suggesting is all of the blood applications of chatos precede the olam. But why is that? And also remember again, back already, how many blood applications do you need in order to affect the atonement? One. Like all you need is that first blood application, and you are good to go. So you must understand why should all of the blood applications of chatos precede the blood applications of the olam? Just do the first blood application of chatos, kapara is achieved, and then do the rest of the olam. Ravina says, no. After the chatos, the olam become rachmani. So Ravina says this is a different kind of chatos over here. This actually, remember again, the pasuk is talking about chatos of the olam. It's chatos of the Levim, and even though in many respects it's similar to an olam, the Torah nevertheless said that it should still take precedence. Once you started the blood applications, finish it up. In this discussion of Kedimus, which takes precedence, it wouldn't make sense to say that you do one of the four blood applications of the chatos, then do the blood applications of the olam, and finish up the blood applications of the chatos. Once you started it, finish it. So we'll say another tremendous Mr. Hasler. And I love how he said, what's the secret to success? Hold the school and tell us, go back. If you start something, finish it. That's the way to finish it. How many of us have classes, right? The life classes that is filled with half-started life initiatives, half-started dreams, goals, and aspirations, and then get shelved when they leave their new dream or new initiatives. Does something, do your best to bring it to completion. By the way, that's what the second one asks, just a whole bunch of really interesting related questions. The Bible, Dam Chatos, very old, remember again, the Mishnah obviously created this hierarchy of sacrificial service, right? Based on the concept of whatever is more kaddish than its friend comes first. How are we defining kaddish? Kaddish is either defined as more details or more scriptures. Yeah, so, and then the Mishnah gave specific examples. The Gemara is going to ask some variations on this. Dam chatos ve'ivare olah. So listen to this. You have a choice. So you have two things over there: the blood of chatos and burning. So that's the blood application and the burning of the limbs of olah. It's something in Kodesh. Which one comes first? And what's the Mishnah didn't talk about this, right? The Mishnah spoke about blood of chatos versus blood of olah, and then blood of chatos comes first, and then limbs of chatos, limbs of olah get burned first. So now the Gemara is kind of mixing and matching your foods a little bit. Let's say you have in front of you now, I should either apply the blood of the chatos or burn the limbs of the olah. Which one comes first? On one hand, that chatos called them the blood of the chatos should come first because it affects atonement. The limbs of the olah should come first. Why? Because they're fully consumed on the day. So it's analyzed. So Kashmar, that chatos called them Dam chatos comes before dam olah. You must say, the dam olah is kaddish, they vare olah lo kaddish. So what do you see here? The blood of the chatos only comes before the blood of the olah, but not before the limbs of the olah. Adrabah, it's just the opposite. Adrabah, in the same part, they vare olah kodu le'imore chatos. The limbs of an olah come from the burning of limbs. Whenever I say limbs, the burning of limbs of the olah comes before the burning of limbs of the chatos. Le'imore chatos to the kaddish, but dam chatos lo kaddish. The limbs of an olah will come before the limbs of the chatos, but limbs of an olah never come before the blood application of the chatos. Which one is it? Ella, they are left over us running away. So the Gemara essentially says you can't give out the answers to this question from our Mishnah. So there's almost like open-ended question over here. Which would come first, the blood of an olah or the burning of the limbs of a chatos? The blood of a chatos or the burning of the limbs of an olah? That question remains open. Yes. The Gemara says, if you have the blood of an olah and the limbs of a chatos, so the Gemara says, which one should come first? On one hand, dam olah koden, on one hand, it will say, by the way, I'll point back to Rambam's in the previous case, dam chatos comes first. Dam chatos will come off. By the way, the general rule is that blood applications will almost always come before burning of sacrificial limbs. That's the general rule. But again, we might look into it next. Dam olah ve'imure chatos is which one comes first? The blood of an olah or the burning of the sacrificial limbs of a chatos? So we might say dam olah koden because koden. So on one hand, I can say maybe the blood application of the olah should come first. Why? Because olah has zero condition in general. Why? Because it's totally concerned with his behalf. What's that first line? Maybe the burning of the limbs of a chatos should come first. Why? Because the chatos affects atonement. So it's analyzed. So Tashma, dam chatos koden dam olah. So the Mishnah says that the blood of a chatos comes from blood of an olah. So that's the dam chatos is the koden dam olah. What do you see from here? It's only the blood application of chatos. It's only blood of chatos. It comes before the blood of an olah. But if it's a choice between blood of the olah and burning of the limbs of a chatos, of course you go with the blood of the olah. Adrabah, it's the opposite. I can say just the opposite. Adrabah Misefa, what's a third wide line? Adrabah Misefa, a burning olah comes le'imore chatos. The limbs of an olah come before the burning of the limbs of a chatos. A burning olah who didn't come le'imore chatos. It's only the limbs of an olah that come before the limbs of a chatos. About dam olah lo. But the blood of an olah will not come before the limbs of a chatos. Ella, you're right. You cannot derive a conclusion based on the teachings of the Mishnah. I will say once again that I'm in this case, the blood of an olah will ultimately again come before the limbs of a chatos. Again, which makes sense. Blood service, which is really the of the carbon, will always come before it. So if you have a blood service of one carbon, burning of sacrificial limbs of another carbon, the blood service will almost always come first because again, that's the avoda of the carbon. Good. Keep going with the dam olah dam asha. Interesting piece over here. What about the blood of an olah, blood of an asha? Eiza and koda. So again, most of them are getting into pieces not covered by the Mishnah. The dam olah, the dam asha. Eiza and koda. So ultimately, again, if you have the blood of an olah, blood of an asha, which one comes comes first. So the Gemara says, Dam Ola called them Dika Asmika. So on the one hand, they say maybe the blood of an Ola should come first, right? You must remember again, the Ola has this additional Kedusha. What's the additional Kedusha of the Ola? That is totally different from the Lunisaya. Or on the other hand, Al Yoma, that Asham called them the Mechata. Let's remember again, an Asham is a sin offering. Because it's a sin offering, therefore what? It atones. So as we saw before, right? As we saw before, the power of atonement was another tremendous message. So like the work of Kabbalos. What's the most powerful force? Atonement. Atonement. That's the greatest form of Kedusha. So on one hand, maybe an Asham should come first because an Asham has the power of atonement. You might say Tashma, let's analyze. Let's analyze Tashma. Tashma is called Rojamola. So the blood of the Chatas coming before the blood of the Ola. About Dan Asham roll. But not right, so ultimately again, so Dan Chatas will come before the blood of an Ola. But ultimately, again, not the Dam Asham. Can you confirm that it's that Chatos that goes before an Ola? But I can confirm that an Asham would not go before an Ola. That Ola would come first. So if I'm able to say that's the Gemara Shaiva. So the Gemara says the Dinu, in reality, the Dinu would be why we're missing Dam Asham. The truth is, the Gemara says really, I can make you angry, that both Chatos, Dam Chatos, and Dam Asham come before Dam Ola. So why can you write it that way? But I think the Bible is missing Sefer is very full of common and more Chatos. Since again, you should want to write that the limbs of an Ola come before the limbs of a Chatos, the eternal more Asham. Because had it just said Asham, Hava Amina more Asham would be Kazi, they were Chatos no Kazi. I would have thought that it's not for the limbs of an Asham that an Ola proceeds, and not the limbs of a Chatos. Mishum Haki Hanachatos. Therefore, again, the Mishnah said Chatos. But in reality, the same way that the blood of a Chatos precedes the blood of an Ola, so too the blood of an Asham ultimately again should also come before the blood of an Ola. So Tashma. So we're not finished. It's Tashma. Chatos calls them Asham. Chatos comes before Asham. Chatos will become the Asham. It's Dafka, a Chatos, that comes before an Asham, but not the Ola. In other words, that an Ola would not precede an Asham. My lab, Dan, are we not talking about the blood application? We can really see that the blood of an Ola should come before the blood, the blood of an Asham should come before the blood of an Ola. No, rather it's referring to the sacrificial parts, that ultimately, again, the sacrificial parts of an Asham, maybe you should go for the sacrificial parts of an Ola. They cannot make it done if they should dama in need time. Ultimately, what do you see from there? You see from there that halach alamansa, the Mishnah itself says, because of the blood application. Therefore, Shemina. Therefore, what the Gemara says that is correct. So the bottom line that will be here also is that Rambam means is that halach alamansa, the blood of an olah ultimately comes before the blood of an asham. Okay, fine. The Gemara says like chatos kodemes. Chatos kodemes. So the Gemara says, well, let's remember again. Now, in the realm, remember there are two different levels. In the same way that in the discussion about Tagir B'Shem or Tagir Hoden, we have kind of like two levels, which was first categorical Tagirus, and then within the same category, establishing a hierarchy as well. So to a certain degree, the Mishnah did that over here also. First to each this content, whatever is more published than its friends, ultimately again goes first. And again, comparing carbon to carbon, but then showing us that even within the same category, the content still applies. For example, in the realm of sin offerings, Chatos and Asham are both sin offerings. Yet what's the halacha? Chatos comes before an Asham. So the Gemara says Chatos kodemes. I understand why that is. Adrabah, Asham kadim. In reality, an Asham should come before a Chatos. Why? To get used for kitzvah. So it's actually very interesting. So Rashi points out over here, an Asham has a minimum boundary. Rashi says, Shesha kitzvah, the Dama B'Tzir, the Kesef Shkalim, about Chatos kodim. Interestingly enough, the Torah gives the minimum value for an Asham to Shkalim. Tishkali. So interestingly enough, there is no minimum boundary for the chatas. So I might have thought that this represented stricture that Hashem has over chatas. If that's the case, that should make Hashem more covered than chatas, which should come first. To which the Gemara says, Ribui Nistea Hakim. To which the Gemara says, because remember again, chatas has more blood applications. Chatas has 12 blood applications. Hashem has 2, that makes it more covered. In other words, even though Hashem has this financial stricture, because chatas has more details regarding the Nistea, that makes it more covered. Incredible. Hashem called them Rasoda, and Hashem comes before Rasoda. I'm sorry, Hashem called them Rasoda. Adrabah, Hatoda ve'el Nazir Kadmi, Shikru to Inhakan. Still, I don't understand why that is. You might remember, Mishnah said that Hashem comes before a Toda and an El Nazir. Toda and El Nazir are linked together. Which the Gemara says, but I don't understand why that should be. Toda and El Nazir should come before Hashem. Why? Because they come with roles. They come with accompanying weapon. Shouldn't that make them more covered? Nevertheless, again, Hashem is Kache Kadashim. Toda and El Nazir are Kache Kali, and therefore Hashem comes first. Toda the El Nazir. So Toda and El Nazir comes before Shlamim. Adrabah, Shlamim Kadmi, Shlamim should come first. Why? She can yeshem but see what can yachid. Interesting enough, on one side, the concept of carbon Shlamim is there is an individual Shlamim and there's communal Shlamim. Actually, gives the example of Kipsi Atzeres, the lambs that are offered up on Shavuos. Ultimately, again, as opposed to Toda and El Nazir are personal, private Kabbalas. Private Kabbalas don't exist by communal offerings, to which the Gemara says, nevertheless, ultimately, again, the fact that Shlamim can only be consumed for one day, that stricture makes them more Kaddish. Incredible. So it's interesting enough, what about now? Toda and El Nazir were always reckoned the same. What about Halakha L'Maisa, Toda and El Nazir themselves? What happens in those cases? Halakha L'Maisa again, Toda and El Nazir within that same category. Which one comes first? Which Gemara says Ezra and Kodan? Which Gemara says Toda Kadma Shikin Tu'una Dalamina. On one hand, Toda should come first because it requires 4 different types of loaves. Dilma El Nazir Kodan. Maybe El Nazir should come first. Why? Shikin Yish Imo Damin Achid. Because ultimately, on the side, there are other blood services that accompany that as well. To which the Gemara says, Tashma, Rizu Kodemet Rizu. Ultimately, again, this one comes before this one. Watch it. Shazu, Gemara says, Shazu Tu'in Dalamine Lechem, Rizu Ina Tu'in Ela Shtreim Lechem. So ultimately, we'll see what comes out over here is that Halakha L'Maisa, the Toda will come before the El Nazir. Why? Because the Toda requires 4 types of bread, whereas the El Nazir ultimately, again, only requires 2 types of bread. Quite interesting. And if I get a look at we begin to see the illustration of this concept of the altar Kabbalah. So one side, to stop over here for today, there's a lot more to do. I just want to show you just a quick part on the Parsha as we close out the week. So this is one of the most beautiful and incredible episodes that occurs in the Parsha. There's many beautiful and incredible episodes that occur in the Parsha. Yaakov Avinu dispatches Yosef to go ahead and find his brothers. Go seek out. Go see how your brothers are doing. And the Torah records. This is in Parak Zayin, Pasuk Tesvav, chapter 37, verse 16, 15. Sorry. Vayetze'ehu ish v'hinei Torah basada. So Yosef is wandering around, right? He doesn't know where his brothers are, and a man finds him. Yosef is wandering in the field. And the man asks him not to vacush. Yosef, what is it that you are looking for? So again, Yaakov points out that this was no ordinary ish. Remember again, this is the second parasha in a row where we find in this mysterious ish. Last week's parasha, Yaakov Avinu wrestled with an ish, was the son of Asa. This week Yosef finds this man. Yaakov points out that it's no ordinary man, but rather again, it's the Malach HaBakish. The Malach asks him, what are you looking for? And Yosef, of course, responds, I said, I'm looking for I'm looking for my brothers. Good. And then tells him, oh, your brothers are, let's went off the pasture. The sheep, you can find them there. He cuts them, not going to cut, he says something really beautiful. He says, as you mentioned before, this fish was no ordinary fish. It was a malach, it was an angel. And a malach really made as Yosef. The malach taught Yosef a very important lesson.
That's true.
שתמיד כאשר לי תורה בדרך החיים. There are times in life where I'm wandering around,
So the amount cannot be
just
determined
wandering
with
through life.
data
And
TSA
I feel a little directionless. I feel a little aimless. And I feel like I just don't know what I'm doing or where I'm going. There are times in which I'm spiritually and personalistically confused. So that is a demonic teaches Yosef. Sheyoma li'atzmo, a person should say to himself, Sheyadkir la'atzmo as merukashot u'shi'ifaso. A person in those moments needs to clarify one simple question. Ma tirakesh. What do you want out of life? When Ish finds Yosef, and Yosef is wandering around, he's lost. He's lost. Yosef has lost his way. And the Malach says to Yosef, Ma tirakesh, what do you want out of life? If you can answer that question, what you want out of life, then no matter what life throws your way, you will get there. But if you can't answer what you want out of life, if you can't answer what you want out of yourself, then when the difficulties of life set in, you're going to get thrown all over the place, and the confusion will become more compounded. Think about this in the context of Yosef. Right? Yosef didn't even understand what he was being asked, because Yosef just went about business. So the guy asks him, Yosef, right, I see you're lost. Not the vacation, what do you want out of life? So Yosef just thought the guy's asking me, what do I want right now? But when Yosef answered was said, what did Yosef answer? I said, I'm nothing vacation. What did Yosef want more than anything out of life? What did he want? He wanted his brothers. He wanted Shalom and his family. He wanted Achdos. And Yosef didn't realize that deep down, that's all he wanted out of life. And what's the godless of that? Despite the fact that just a few moments later, Yosef is robbed of the ruin of his dignity. He's thrown into the pit and sold off like a piece of property. He is abused and mistreated for years afterwards. And when he is finally reunited with his brothers, and he has the opportunity to take retribution and vengeance, what does he do? Absolutely nothing other than shower them with love. Why? Because Yosef knew what he wanted out of life. All I want is my brothers. And when you know what you want out of life, no matter what happens, you don't lose your way. And some way, somehow, you'll get it. Says the Kutzker. What was true for Yosef is true for us as well. Listen, the reality is we go through life a lot of times without vision. Without vision. We learn, we dive, and we do so many right things. But there's no overarching vision for what I want to do in life. I know what I have to do today. I have to go to work. I have to do this. I have to get home in time for Shabbos. You know, there are certain things I have to do. I have a beautiful Shabbos. Beautiful, beautiful things. But there's no overarching vision. There's no overarching goal. What do I want to do? Right? It's like the Chashav Shalom end tomorrow. Would it have been successful? Not successful? Well, how do you gauge success? If ultimately, again, there's no overarching vision for what I want to do with this life. Yosef not only survived but thrived because he had a vision for who he wanted to be and what he wanted out of life, not the Rakesh. The Kutzker says, if we look at Yosef, are wandering through the field of life, we have to ask ourselves as well, not Rakesh, what do we want? If we can answer that question, if we can answer it and develop that life vision, develop that life goal, then no matter what comes our way, as long as we have that singularity of purpose, Mitzvah Hashem will be successful. Let's not share in the chats. Everyone.
It can theoretically remain airborne for several days, limited mainly by crew fatigue and maintenance needs rather than fuel. Multiple sources describe realistic endurance of roughly 3 to 7 days of continuous flight under sustained operations when supported by tankers and rotation of crew. So here's the thing. If it is a doomsday scenario, you're up in the air for 5 days. It's just like that just means you're gonna die in 5 days.
That's right. Or do you just pull this out as a message to everybody? You know, because you would only need this if there was a nuclear event, right? So it's the idea to just go like, hey, what just happened in, Venezuela? Just so you guys know we're flying this thing around. You know, when's the last time it flew? When's the last time it made a cameo? Also, I know we were talking about the Delta extraction, and would never want to. I mean, watching the video of the Delta extraction, they use of Maduro, it looks like a replica of the building and blindfolded looking through it, practicing it and stuff. But I was talking to your guy. It could have been pre-negotiated, right? There is a chance that could have been pre-negotiated. Okay, never mind. Yeah, no.
Here's one fun.
But it is weird that his wife was, I guess, that was a thing with the color of the flag.
What, they kidnapped her?
Just that she was there and all, yeah.
Oh, she's his wife. One of the funny ones was somebody posted on Twitter a photograph of this woman and her children. And the journalist said, this woman and her children, her husband and their father was killed in a U.S. raid in Venezuela. And then everybody was like, what was he there for? What was he doing there? Was he a fucking mercenary? Like, what was he doing? You know? He was because there was a lot of Cuban defense that they used, that Maduro used, for whatever reason. I guess communists love each other.
Yeah.
They hang out with each other, other dictators. Like, borrow some of you guys.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the guy might have been a mercenary. There was certain mercenaries working for him. He had people died that were there protecting him. This fucking stormed him. It was a scene from the US Service.
Wild, so sick.
Crazy.
I mean, just like flawless. Yeah. I mean, is that why Iran, was like, now's the time? Like to,
People cracking down. People are out in the streets now, but now apparently the Islamic regime is assassinating people that are protesting.
and boy, this is where Elon really shines. Like, you know, to bring Starlink over to the country that has cut off Wi-Fi.
Right. Because that's one thing. They cut off Wi-Fi. This is the people can't organize.
I think it's also being cut off for them. I think they've had a little version of this.
Well, they definitely did protest. They killed a gold medalist in the Olympics. They killed a guy who was a wrestler, gold medalist, because the UFC tried to get involved and keep this guy from being assassinated. They killed him.
You've seen like pictures and like video of like the 70s and stuff. Crazy.
Yeah, we did that because they wanted to nationalize the oil. We're like, no, player.
No, oh hell no, bro.
Yeah, they had a democratic society. It's entirely because of the intelligence agencies. We went over there, and I find the story soon. I don't know which way, but essentially, the Shah was like, "Hey, why is the British Petroleum Company or whatever it was? Why are they making money? Nationalize our oil." Days. They put in the Islamic regime and just stayed there. That's our deal. They were a British oil company and us, multiple different people. And essentially, it was all just about his oil or the country's oil.
But Maduro, like, he was going to be torn into one at some point, right?
Well, he had a bounty on him by the Biden administration. This is one thing people don't understand. It wasn't just the Trump administration.
The Hunter Biden? That's what it's meant.
He has an administration that's smoking crack. No, the Biden administration had a bounty on Maduro. I believe it was 20 million or 22 million. Trying to get people off that guy. So it wasn't like we're the only ones that think he was a bad guy. They were trying to use money to get people to kill that guy.
And besides the oil of it all, like, were they going to allow China and Russia to put like missiles?
China was there negotiating with Maduro the day the U.S.
Bad move, homie.
They came in that day, were having meetings with Maduro that night. They snatched him out of his bed.
You think to get oil to the nuclear sites? Yeah.
Everybody wants that oil.
It's so funny, like when you know, having a kid, you know, the way that changes you, but like the things you focus on, the things you're obsessed with. Like before I had a kid, it was like, is he gonna text me back? Now I'm like obsessed with like finite resources. I'm like, where's all the healing? Like, we're running out of healing. Like, where's the healing? Hilarious. Yeah. Have a birthday party for my son. What are clowns gonna do? No, it's for ventilators. Although I think it's actually harmed people. But I think it's like ventilators and medical stuff, like, you know, helium is finite. Like, there's only a certain amount, and we kind of just use it for like Macy's Day Parade, for like influence and shit. But I think that there is actually a lot of helium in Texas, in Oklahoma, and then Qatar. This is like the other place that we have a limited supply of helium.
Some of the comedy clubs.
Okay, sorry, not sale.
Shout out to Philly.
It's helium from Philly, also sand.
Jamie, what's the story behind Iran and the nationalization of oil? Right. Right. But when we did it, because we definitely were involved, the U.S. was involved in overthrowing the legitimate government in Iran.
Oh, yeah.
Eliminating the Ayatollah. And then they ruined the entire country because they love fucking hot. They're beautiful.
And smart as shit. I truly, my OB who like saved me and my son's life during childbirth, like just Iranian bitches do not play around.
They great wrestlers too. Nixon initially tried to mediate between Britain and Iran during the 1951 nationalization crisis, but then moved to help overturn Iran's elected government to reverse the consequences of the nationalization of all oil. In 1953, U.S. officials helped organize the coup that removed Prime Minister Mohammed whose rise had been closely tied to the nationalization of Iranian oil. In March 1951, Iran's parliament voted to nationalize the assets of British-owned Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, responding to long-standing grievances over low royalties and foreign control. Instead, the nationalist leader became prime minister soon after, and made implementation of nationalization central to his program. So under President Truman, the U.S. generally opposed the idea of full nationalization of Iran, which would collapse when moved toward the Soviet Union. Washington sent envoys such as Jabot, so they wanted to keep away from the Soviet Union, so they turned it into his George McKee and W. Avril Harriman to seek compromise and conserve Western access to oil while accepting some changes to the existing concession. So in 53, under President Eisenhower, the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, here it is, working with France, MI6 carried out Operation Ajax, covert operation to overthrow Muslim and strengthen the Shah's rule. The coup removed most associated with oil nationalization and paved the way in 1954 for an international oil consortium in which 5 major U.S. oil companies, along with British and other firms, gained significant stakes in Iranian oil, ending exclusive British control. That's it.
There was this TV show on I forgot what to say, called A Little Light or A Small Light. It was about like what's going on with, you know, the Holocaust. Like it was slow. It was just like one day. It was, it was like they, slowly started, seizing art, not letting them get jobs, and how these gradual things happen. Like, to go from the 70s of like the women out in bathing suits, on that sort of like there's women that were, that had enjoyed the freedom, and then all of a sudden had to, like, it's just so fascinating how gradual it is, and how you get desensitized, how it makes a frog. That's it. That's it. Or you do know it's happening.
And that's what's happening right now in New York City.
But he said he would stop the carriage horses, so I'm all for it.
I'm kind of down with that.
Yeah.
I think that's fucked up.
That's
Those horses do not need help wandering around New York City sniffing fucking green dust. Carrying assholes around.
It's disgusting. I mean, it's, me and my horse thing, but it's so disgusting, and the amount is like nobody knows how many elephants kill their trainers a year, and how many, all kinds of we saw the worker kill the trainer, but stuff like that happens so often. We just cover it up, and the amount of carriage horses, a couple of them got out. We've seen them get out, we've seen them collapse, and all this horrific stuff, and something else is going on with it, which is, and look, I'm the first person to say, like, New York was really safe when the mafia was, kind of like there's that documentary about how they would sort of protect people in the subways and sort of kill them where the government could. But there's something going on with the horse carriage business. A horse got out who was was 29 years old. Archie was his name. 29. Yeah, it only had a couple more years. And I tried to negotiate with them, got a bunch of friends that have like, a few money, and basically said, you're going to get $38,000 cash. This is a horse that's pretty much done. Cash. We'll take the horse in the middle of the night, no social media, nothing. And they said no. The amount of money they're making is so insane. And it's mostly tourists, honestly. Like that much money. Tons from other countries, people that have different ideas of perspectives. Oh, really? Russian. Yeah, there may be that. Yeah. It'd be so much sicker. I picture them like do robot horses, like sick or dinosaurs. You're like a dinosaur or something. That'd be so much fun.
That's now in charge of housing in New York. This one's what she wants to like kill real estate value. That's her idea. Like, she wants to literally to make housing more affordable. She wants to kill real estate value.
And elastic goods. Yeah.
Well, it's more moronic.
Oh, this woman.
Listen to this lady.
And she has like $1 million house.
Housing is owned by a collective. If you are making 40% of their income, in order to live in the housing, if your income is zero, you pay zero. If your income is $500,000 a year, you're paying 30% of that. The government is providing the sort of, the government is the sort of owner, or not even the owner, the government doesn't have to be the owner, but the government is making sure all of that sort of works cash flows.
Their debt to GDP ratio right now is the highest since 2014. So how the federal government also afford to start subsidizing rental housing?
The federal government
That's right. Yeah. Print money. Federal government print money to provide housing. Jack up interest rates. Jack up the fucking debt. Print money to provide housing, and everyone pays 30% for housing.
First of all, why are you talking to me in a hoodie? What mental illness is that? Like, how dare you? First of all, you look like powder. You look like, yeah. Like, first of all, get a blowout, throw some mascara on. Like, are we professionals anymore? We're in a Costco hoodie and a big t-shirt. Like, what are we doing?
You see, they confront her about these ideas, and she breaks down crying.
But she didn't even know what she was saying. She was sort of like she was kind of. Her training was UCB. Like she's just improvising an idea. No, the government does that. She's not even making eye contact. Like, damn.
Well, a lot of these wokies, they come from rich families.
Sure.
Privileged.
Yeah.
And one specific thing that she said that was going to really impact white people.
What is fascinating about that is that because I think she believes she's coming from the moral high ground. I think this is what's really sort of. There's someone who I feel like is similar to you, and then I'm like, I was as liberal. I had blue hair. Like I rescue pit bulls. Like it doesn't get any more liberal than me. Like it doesn't get any more. But the whole idea of being liberal is like you had me at. We're not racist. Everyone's equal. Diversity. But then it turns into diversity, but not diversity of thought. Not right. The hypocrisy of it got, and I think that as comics, when people who, I may not be an expert in politics, but I'm an expert on hypocrisy. When you grow up around alcoholics who say, I love you, and then their behaviors in Congress, you study, you look for patterns of hypocrisy. That's just what we're wired to do. So it just started to just be like, hold on, we don't believe in gender, but we need a female president. And then it's like, my body, my choice. Unless it's a baby that needs a vaccine for hepatitis B comes from butt sex. Like, what are you right? And sharing needles. And then, we believe in climate change. And the sea is rising, but we live on the coast. Like, would you buy a house on the beach if you truly believe that the sea is, we believe in recycling, but I can't give Andrew Yang another shot. Like, why would you give, where did Beto go? Remember Beto? Any more so than how, like, worse than
No, I mean, they're all a mess. When you have these blanket progressive ideas, you attach yourself to an ideology, and that ideology you'll defend because it's your identity. It's you. It's who you are.
But didn't he at least seemed, I didn't know much about it, but from what I knew, he made a joke about his wife taking care of the kids and everything. Left him here sexist. Hate women. It was like, but what I saw with her was this idea of I'm so moral that I don't even have to make a good argument. And the left started making an argument or even outlining what there's, well, no, I'm moral, I'm better than you, I don't have to even make an argument.
So that, I mean, I don't know when she gave that. So let's suppose she gave that interview a long time ago before she had this job. She was just saying, this is what ideally I would like. And then she gets the job, right? And now when she's, what is her official job? So, 2021 office to protect tenants. And so was she working for that office back then? Well, she definitely was doing podcasts with him back then.
She definitely just got out of Soul Cycle in this video.
Okay, so this was reason, and they were having this conversation with her. And so, to me, the city's office to protect tenants. There's definitely slumlords. You should definitely protect tenants. There's definitely shitty owners and landlords.
She's basically saying government housing.
Yeah, but what she's saying is crazy. Like taking 30% of whatever you make. That's nuts. So if you make $1 billion a year, if you're Elon Musk or whatever it is, you have to make 30%.
Yeah.
That's
the thing that, and maybe this is, and I don't even know what, decide anything, an idea makes anybody on anymore. Some people say something like, oh, so you're like all left. And I'm like, I don't know. I just thought that was a good idea. And then people are like, oh, so you're super conservative. I'm like, no, I don't. Yeah. And so New York is expensive. That's the deal. If you don't have, I remember going to Howard Stern's house, and Howard Stern has got more money here. And it was like still he was able to get 2 by 2 floors of it. It's still like an apartment. You know what I mean? It's like New York. This is what whatever $100 million renters gets you in New York. Like
I know it's not.
Still not that big. Like my horse's stable. Yeah, my horse's stable is like twice the size of this.
If you want to live in the city for convenience, that's what it costs.
That's right. So it's like
if you're Jeffrey Epstein, someone donates your house.
That's right. It's an office in the Harvard campus. I love it when people that think are professors at Harvard, like I'm a professor at Harvard, like, well, so actually not an office too, but like, okay. It's just like New York's supposed to be expensive, that's the deal, and I had a place there for like a year. I remember I was in like Chelsea area. And I just would go back and forth. I was like, there's something about New York that does really put a fire in your ass. Like I remember, was nice back in the day. I used to just ask comics, like, because you're nobody and you're just starting and you're in the hole of it. Like, what do you say? And I would always just go like, if you have any advice, I'm happy to hear it. Some people love giving advice. Other people, I was like going up to Bill Burr, like, help me. Like, I could read the vibe and listen, sleep, and get as much sleep as you can. And then he was like, when you make sure you don't get too comfortable. Because like his comments were still into the and I think that for a long time I think I took bad advice, but then maybe I could just lean down and giving it to me like you have to be crazy to be funny, or your life has to be a mess to be funny. I think a lot of comics hold on to that. If I ever get happy or have a kid or maybe a healthy relationship, I don't think it's funny. I don't think that's true. I actually think it freed up me with like getting out of the past.
It can be true, but it can be true. As well, confidence can make people fat. They can get lazy.
But also, it's like if you're not, that's why I go to the grocery store. I got, not that I, but like you got to make sure that you're still in the trenches and that you still make your life so easy that
you're not disassociated, you're not disconnected from the outside.
That's right. And just atrophy, like it less resilient, and So
Mini class,
what
okay.
am I talking about? This is where mom break does come in.
You're talking about New York City.
New York City. So I'm in New York City, and I just moved to write new stuff. It was like things were going well. I bought a house, and I was like, you know, New York just there's a little more of a dog fight, and I wanted to go to the cellar and maybe the stand and all those places. I think this apartment's really right for the yeah. So like it was, I was already out of it probably 6 months.
So you go back.
For a year. I was going back because I also was like touring so much that I would go, okay, if I'm going to be in, Florida at the end of, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I should just go to New York because I'm going to North Carolina that Thursday. I was just like doing a lot of stuff. I might just exactly. Just stay on the East Coast, right? And then it's just like, do a software. It's like, Ari made me go on a hiking once. He was like, you need to go to Somalia for a year. No, I was like, I'm gonna get a place in New York. A little Italy. How about that? And I remember like every time I would turn on the bathtub, the toilet would the toilet would come through the bathtub. It was like some wild dude. And then there was also an elevator in the building where people could get off your floor. So half the time I'd be sleeping like a bunch of dudes would just like get off. And so can you help with the shit, the gutter going into the bath? The one thing that's relaxing is the bathroom, just like in sewage. And he was like, it's New York. And I was like, no, but like, can you fix it? He's like, nah. Like, his job is just going to people and reminding them they live in Dallas. And this is the deal. Like,
There's no way to stop it.
he's like, I can snake it, but like, that's not, it's just, this is part of why, like, Trump won, like infrastructure, there's pipes explode all the time because they're just hitting their limit of being, 100 years old. Like, but New York is the place you go when you kind of, want to be in a dogfight on a daily basis. You're going to be spending money. Every time you sit down, it's $100. It's even if you get a form of house in New York, like a bottle of water, food, like everything's expensive. It's emotionally expensive. It's literally expensive. Physically expensive. Like it's, I like, well, why would you want to take the value? Yeah, I mean, there's things that are official value, like art and stuff like that. Land is.
Backlash. Why did some people realize they can't
because everyone's kind of leaving, right? All the people. So they're saying like, well, he's like singing
taxes.
but also
It might have been a
thing to use everybody's tax dollars to pay for this. Taxpayers are leaving.
Exactly. But if they're taxing everybody, the thing is like you can't just tax your way out of problems because we know that money goes. It's grossly inefficient what they do. The government is not good at using the money. They've never been. There's not one example of the government doing an amazing job. It originated as satire, but there it is. It's fake.
I mean, he owns like hotels there. He does like the film festival there and everything, right? He's like, he's like the guy in New York.
Crazy Trump people. And everything's That's the crazy thing about living in New York. So they just walk right up your door. If you have one of those walk-ups, knock, it's the sidewalk, it's in front of your house, that's what the new one is. Let's go knock. Some crazy person breaking into his house recently.
The next wife.
I think like some crazy lady stalker. He wasn't there.
Lady stalkers can really get because no one thinks that they're. I don't want to talk about one too much, but there's one in my life who goes
Serial burglar accused of breaking into Robert De Niro's New York City townhouse went on a crime spree after releasing on bail.
Did they know it was Robert De Niro's house?
Yeah. What was this park's name?
How do they know he lived?
Serial burglar Shanice Velez was allegedly caught red-handed trying to steal Oscar-winning actor's Christmas presents. Whoa! She's the Grinch. She was released from Rikers on May 3rd. Since then, she's been charged with at least 2 more thefts, one of which allegedly snuck into a university building and
slug the security guard. She's a villain.
It's like a Christmas present marauder.
Well, she was charged with stealing $16 worth of merchandise from TJ Maxx on 6th Avenue.
You get a lot for that amount. The TJ Maxx. That's like most of the stores.
She was busted again. Let me see her face. Let me see if I can see correct. Yep. Right there. Eyebrows.
Are those shaved?
Look at her face. Yeah, you got me. Whatever.
I mean, like, what? Like, if you're still wrapping your Christmas presents, like, what you gonna do with the order?
Look at that. Security guard patrolled the building around 6:30 p.m. spotting patrollers sitting near an open window that should have been locked shut and found a villa inside the building. She was filling up her bag with various items. She was told to go to the house. Bro, get a fucking dog. Get a Belgian Malinois.
No, dude. People not having dogs. Like, what are you doing? I don't know how to convince myself. Yeah, I never have problems with dogs. I'm like, I wish motherfuckers would live. I mean, I have a large dog.
Yeah. Shoot your dog.
And then, so your new dog is also like instantly like, oh, of course.
Best friends. The new dog's also
Cartas
anti-wolf. They take wolves and turn them into cutter things you can carry around.
Look at that. That to me is like, I feel like humans were kind of like, this is never going to change, but things do change fast. Like, you know, like smoking. I remember when I first moved to LA, people were smoking inside, and then I remember people going outside to smoke. Like, it just, in our lifetime, we watched like a huge change, like
They ban smoking in bars.
a huge cataclysmic change that can happen, you know?
That's just because the people that work in the bars would love the fucking cancer. So if the thing is like, I want to be able to smoke in a bar, that's great.
That's right, this idea, right?
This lady who just wants to make a living and doesn't get to smoke, now she has lung cancer. That's crazy. So that's a liability for the organization, the city. It's bad for everybody.
Yeah, pregnant women can't come drink at work.
Right, go outside.
And I know, what? Now you don't. Damn show. But also, I'm obsessed with the things that are so dangerous. That just like places like in shoe stores, they used to have little X-ray machines, and people started getting foot cancer. They worked all day. They just put their foot in the X-ray machine. That's how they used to. I remember because there was a shoe store where my mom lived, and it had like an old antique one, like antique one, with this little X-ray machine. That's crazy. And if you're working there and you're bored and you're just sticking your foot in it all day, that's how they would take your foot samples.
Isn't it nuts how like new technology, they have no idea it's killing people?
No clue.
Do you know about the radium curse?
Love it already.
This is a horrible story. So you have a watch like a Rolex, and it's at night you can see it's moon. So during the daytime it charges up the light, and at night you can see the indicators. They light up, they glow in the dark. The reason they glow in the dark is because they're fucking radioactive.
Yeah.
So they paint that now, I don't think, but they paint it. And so these girls were touching the tips of this fucking paintbrush when they were painting gloom on these dials. So they're all getting the cancer, they were getting holes in their face. See if you can find some of the images.
Bummer.
Well, there's some images of the radium sickness.
It's just your parents are just showing Bummer.
Radium Girls is like, I think there's a documentary. Yeah, there's a 2020.
Yeah, because that's Joey.
The Dark Story of America's Shining.
Well, it's like all kinds of stuff like this. Like, Fareed's wife got lung cancer from his machine. I know. Yeah, that kind of stuff kills me. I always think about nail because the girls that are in there doing acrylic nails. You're just inhaling this insect.
They wear like a fucking mask, like a surgeon's mask.
It's just like a touch.
That's a surgeon's mask. It's not going to help you.
Yeah.
People that work around toxic chemicals. I was reading this thing about women that clean The women that work with cleaning solvents all day,
Yeah.
on cancer, and it's like they're smoking 3 packs a day.
Totally. Like the woman that's been with me, she's like my family, who helps me maintain my house. It's all they make it. It's all thrown in, like not unknown stuff. Yeah. It's like vinegar,
Well, you should have said that before. Tea tree and stuff. You don't want that shit for your fucking house.
Yeah, but then like as women, then we like to spray our hair and a bunch of makeup on,
Yeah.
And we're all high. It's just it's like it's so wild to think about it. You know what? I don't do it anymore.
Congratulations on your your eyebrows are freed.
It really is. And my hairline would be like,
Well, they used to even doing the red light. Red light is the key. Like red light, it brings collagen to your skin. It gives your skin a more youthful appearance. It like helps your entire body heal better. It helps your mitochondria. But we were talking about this on the podcast. For both of us, it's improved our vision. It really has. Like my vision was on a downward, like very steady. Like I have those things here. I don't use those at all.
Yeah.
I can completely read my phone now. Read things before it's like blurry
So
text.
by the way, like sit there and I'll be excited a little bit, but their kids are getting so young and having to buy stuff so young.
Understand what's going on. You know, one of the things you're supposed to do is if you're staring at something that's close to your face all the time, you should take a break and look at things that are far away. Because otherwise, I guess your cornea reshapes. Your eyes really become more accustomed to trying to look at things closer.
Right.
And then this light
I
is
know. I try to do the blue light glasses as much as I can. The amount of glasses and lights I have, looks like a fucking chemistry student. But yes, I got to like do a red light on my skin, and because I was like, look, the Botox thing is like TV executive ages ago when I was truly like in my 20s. The way they sell you on Botox is they say it's permanent. And you go, oh yeah, okay. I was like 27. I was like, make a TV show, a couple TV shows, and they're like, everyone's tired. Like, because I'm tired. Because you keep sending me notes at 2 in the morning to take out all the good jokes. Like, of course I'm tired. And so, they say to do it, so you don't get wrinkles later. And then you're like, okay, well now I'm 35. Like, why am I still getting it? Like, shouldn't I enjoy the prevention now? Like, it just sort of becomes to do this forever. And I was like, I don't even know what I'm doing this for at this point. I just was like, I guess I should
just be cast.
Yeah, but also, even in TV roles, you can't act if you don't have expression. We've all seen actors where we're like, we just see one teardrop. Yeah. Botox, the rise of Botox.
I shouldn't, but I do. I judge men very badly. I see a man's face as like
especially when it's hot on the guy. We're not enjoy the benefit of age looking good on a man.
Yeah, because a certain amount of age when you get to like that stuff of age. Like he was at the White House, they were a bunch of guys that went to the White House for
Awards or something.
yeah, stand there like he used to be my canary because of like because like he kept it together for a long fucking time. He was in great shape for a long time. Looks like he's just doing a bunch of stuff.
I think
But look at him there. That's crazy. That's what that hair is crazy.
this whole lineup of people is bad. Can you print this out so I can just put it in my bathroom? It's just we should go. Gene Simmons?
No, Gene Simmons is there.
Is this the trans?
Salon 70.
Well, that was his wife.
Yeah, but it's just like, so who's there? Paul Stanley, Gene Simmons, Stallone, who's the guy in the back?
Are these the Benjamin Button Awards? Like, what is the actual?
Lindsay? Michael Crawford.
The part about this book of it,
I'm sure he's got a bunch of stuff I enjoy.
Entertainment.
Yeah, okay, so they all got big stuff. But it's just the way stuff is.
It looks like a face.
Is it Trump Kennedy Center?
Oh, yeah, sure.
So, I used to like doing the 80s.
But like, just ask them to go to dinner. Like, I would really give an award. Like, there was was it Cosby that Harvard like gave him a fake award just to see if he would show up, and he showed up. Like how narcissists will just show up to accept like the greatest comedy person ever, and he like showed up and accepted it, and then like got him from the airport. I'm like, oh, it's like a joke. Jamie.
Just showing the case.
They like the hasty pudding or whatever Harvard's comedy troupe is. They do like a prank where they'll give celebrities awards.
Just to see if they show up.
Yeah, and Cosby showed up.
Conan and his friend, okay, Conan Bryant convinced Cosby was going to fake the Harvard lifetime achievement in comedy. So he presented an argument that Cosby actually flew all the way to private plane and picked up by Conan in his parents' station wagon, a modified solo trophy for his
Like he showed up to get him. Imagine.
So that was Conan.
Yeah. That's just out of Harvard, yeah. It's kind of crazy. I mean, it's interesting because they've you know, not to like talk about TV dorkery, but I know a lot of them, friends with a lot of them, but like there was a little bit of like a elitism. I think it's part of what the TV's relevant is. These sort of like elite writers from Harvard who necessarily have I think the best comedy ever see themselves in there. It's about something that we can all kind of relate to on some level. It's all these sort of kids going to $7,000 a year in school, making shows like The Office, and you know, these comedies that, you know, look, like it's a lot of my friends worked on The Office. I love you guys. It's gonna be trouble, but it is kind of like making fun. It's like it'd be funny if I worked at a paper mill and a bunch of chilies and a bunch of my family members like that. Like they had to like scramble to pick them out.
That's actually amazing. That's actually amazing.
Like that is, I love the little things where you find out someone is a sociopathic monster that you're like, we should have known. Even though it had nothing to do with driving women, like the fact that he showed up to receive this award, like,
Actually, the Harvard was a famous comedy film, so it would make sense that they would give him a
that's true. That's true.
And before he was a monster, I mean, like, look at that image there, it's a black and white image. So Conan was 19, Conan's kind of like late 50s, right? Like, how old is Conan? Okay. So he was very respected.
Yeah.
Like, Bill Cosby was the man.
Look, that show, I mean, when I tell you, like, my top 5 shows, Cosby, you know, Martin, very good shows.
Sounds like what? Sounds like when it comes
It's maybe not even because no one thought it was weird that he was a gynecologist that worked out of his basement.
How about the one episode he had a secret barbecue sauce that he discovered?
Constable would walk up the stairs from his basement, take off plastic gloves. He would just been inside a woman, presumably. He would just be like, yeah, like whatever he was doing. And they'd be like, anyway, so what's for dinner? And you're like, wait, hold on.
I didn't know that.
He was a gynecologist and he
How did he know he was going to go?
out of his house.
what happened was that
To deliver babies, but that I always thought that was he'd take the plastic gloves off at the top of the stairs.
and my sister.
Dating girls back then. She said she was so freaked out. Her gynecologist called her up at home and asked her, like, what? She said,
I mean,
that's so crazy. Your gynecologist asks you what a day you're at home. And this is back, by the way. Like when, I guess not cool. Yeah, after I got called. I think the doctors called him up. It's like,
So did you just go on one?
just figure me.
What was that? Hold on, what's your definition of a date? We're together. You finger me and have all my money. Like, that is, I mean, it is interesting today for a guy. I know it wasn't the only men go back now for a guy going to med school.
That's crazy. Just the idea of these heterosexual, these stereotypical, they will slide up in there.
Or the opposite. Or if he like doesn't care, like, why are you not looking? Because like, you know,
Excited.
hey, why'd you put gloves on? Yeah.
The glitter on it just for you.
Like, do you remember that?
No.
What?
For real?
No, remember Bud, Crystal, remember, okay. Bedazzling, pussy bedazzling.
No way.
Yes, this was a thing.
That give you cancer.
This was a thing, definitely something. But yeah, I'm just always fascinated by like conflating like feminism with just like, what are we doing? Bedazzling our pussies, like, we're not like, we're the nipple, like, we're okay. Is this William
Glitter butts. The hot new trend for summer, glitter butt. That's so ridiculous. Like, don't look at my butt. Look, it's glitter. That's nice.
No, there was
So where are these people wearing these glitter pants? It's not even pants. How's that like that host? Back in the day, remember they would just paint their tits and you can kind of go out and paint on your tits like New Year's Eve and stuff like that.
yes, yeah. Oh,
But you're topless.
and then it's like, why are you looking? It's like,
But why these girls have glitter all over the face? By the way, how toxic is that shit?
no, that's just,
So we talked about the Wizard of Oz and that poor dude who got to play the Tin Man. That guy got fucked up by that paint.
so did the woman that was the witch, she got her face caught on fire. Which by the way, now we paint different colors and so her face is on fire, but back then that was accidental. It was a, yeah, she will, was it, asbestos or what,
She had green paint on her face all day long.
but in Tin Man it was,
So like, there was
which we put in deodorant, it's fine.
I used Dr. Squatch. It works too. It's your last one. Dr. Squatch is
Also, if I think that, fine.
But I don't have workout, I'll smell myself and get disgusted. I'll smell myself and get
I'll do like wipes, I'll just wipe it, you know? That's good. I just was hoping where we all just smell like a moonlit path.
you don't want to smell like a monkey. That's what I smell.
It's kind of a power move.
Yes.
You know how like they say they're going to
Can I
change.
have sex with my wife?
Oh yeah, no, you know what? I'm sorry to encourage this.
It's like, give me that breath. Brush your fucking teeth. Are you crazy?
But isn't there something about like smelly? If someone smells bad, like your wife, your BO always smells good to her. You were mentioned to her for my podcast back in the day. And someone doesn't smell good to you, it means you're probably related.
Should go correct you.
Yeah.
I fucking smell gross. I eat mostly meat.
Because you're always in ketosis. Yeah, that's different.
Rotten meat coming out of my pores and pneumonia from sweat.
But if someone's like morning bread smells bad to you, and they just, you know, like it doesn't hurt as much. But if you like,
Gotta be really make out someone full on make like you gotta. That's ultimate. I don't give a fuck.
yeah.
That's like crazy.
Great, just flip me over like an adult.
Yeah.
Don't,
It's like you don't care about these infections. Who cares about that smell? Let's fucking go.
there is something sick about once you, child, you're so tapped into this like feral, like it's just so wild that I don't even think about moving around anymore. It's just like,
Clean diapers all the time.
Yeah.
It's like when I was on Fear Factor, I didn't even flinch if someone threw up in front of me. I'd seen so many people throw up. One time I threw up in a car, and this is how like I am immune to throw up.
some people puke if they see it.
Because of all my years on Fear Factor, I'm completely fine. When I was a kid, if you threw up in the hallway in high school, I'd be like, ugh.
Which like, there's a biological basis for that.
Yeah.
We probably ate the same thing.
Right.
In the trust.
Exactly. That got wiped out of me on Fear Factor 100%. She was coming off the gym and she drank one grass juice and she fucking threw up in her center console. And she was crying. She was like, I can't even clean it. So I was like, I'll clean it. I cleaned the whole thing. I got in there with towels. I cleaned her puke out. It didn't even make me flinch. I'd seen so many people puke. I've seen people puke for days and days and days. I mean, I did 148 episodes. So I at least 130 of those times people had eaten something that made them throw up. So I saw multiple people. There's 6 contestants. I saw so many people gagging. And I had to be interviewing them. Like while they were gagging, while they were throwing up in a dumpster. I'd be talking.
That was such a big deal. Such a big deal.
You know, I took that show because I thought it was going to be canceled. I thought, look, I'm going to get some jokes on this. They got sick dogs on people. I'm like, oh, yeah.
But you underestimated our deep desire for Sean Furrier, like watching other people be scared and humiliated at the Coliseum.
Well, also, I underestimated the entertainment value of the competition because it was competition. That was the grossness was great. It was definitely fun to watch. But there was also like significant competition.
Yeah.
There was some great moments. This is one moment with his mother and her daughter beat his father and his son. And the father and son were assholes. They were just, the dad was like, so you get ahead in this world, you fucking did. And they were talking crazy shit to them. And the kid fumbled, fucked things up, the dad fucked things up, and the whole thing was everything was so
Yeah. I'm fascinated. I just said Andrew Schultz would love to cry if I talk about because he was posting something about a daughter asking a gymnast who the daughter was getting attached to and let her go to the routine, so she did it with her daughter. And there's this video of this girl, I think it's in Brazil, she's doing a cooking competition, and it's timed cooking competition, so she can't open a jar, and her dad is in the audience, and she runs and gives it to her dad, and her dad just it's like, if you go, there's no every time, but I'm just like, dad's man. But that, gosh, it just kills me. Oh God, this kills me.
That's how she runs.
She can't get it open. That's her dad. Look at her dad. Oh God. Oh God.
Oh, no, this is costing all this time. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh God. Oh God.
That's cool you can do that, though.
Yeah.
Because it's ridiculous that you can't, like, opening a jar.
You gotta hit it on the side of the thing. Yeah. Or like if you just like something. But it's like I think it goes something about when runners don't finish the race and the dad comes out and like goes across the finish line or something. Oh gosh. I love shit like that so much. But I can't remember on this now. I'm gonna stop.
Competition Fear Factor.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what it is. I think I'm fascinated by it. Even though you can go to some games.
Yeah. I get it. I watched the Texas A&M versus the UT game.
Incredible. And I think that what you're going for is it's almost like this gambling addiction in a way, because it's like even when your team loses, you're all losing together, and it's, you get to feel like you're a part of something. There's so much like reptilian sort of hardwiring at play, but for me, it's like about these components that you can't have every game that will take the value out of them. Like this past season, when I've even, I don't know if you're a football guy, Jimmy, but Phil Rivers went back to the Colts, and he had coming out of retirement to major players came out of retirement this year. They were like coaching. They were done coaching their kids, little league in high school. Philip Rivers was just coaching. 45, 44, 45 years old.
That's it. He's got some new kids.
Yeah, like,
About the retirement. 5 years, you have to wait till the Hall of Fame. But now he just like re-upped his NFL health insurance. So he gets coverage for his issues that I needed, but just a little caveat of like he gets coverage for life.
him getting your
Here's what I realized, and I realized this at the YouTube. When you're a fan of football, you get big moments many times. If you're a fan of a fight, you get the fight, and then one guy wins and one guy gets horribly destroyed sometimes. But sometimes your guy gets flat. You're watching your guy laid out, his toes curled, his legs stiff, his arms up in the air, he's completely unconscious, and the other guy's on the cage like this. And then the medical people are taking care of your guy. You're like, oh, fuck. It's the worst. When you see like families and children see their dad get knocked out.
No.
It's so hard. It's so hard. We see wives crying, and the camera turns to them. You see them there. Oh no. It's just football's a different thing. When someone throws the ball, the person catches it, goes across the line. You see 100,000.
That's right. That's it. And so much of this the type of fan base, but like
I think people in the audience fit better. It's like they're celebrating in a different way. Because when a fighter wins, it's an individual. When a team wins, it's your team.
That's right.
It's different.
And you can make the argument on some level that not you're a part of it, but like the energy you bring, like when I went to the Rams game, Eagles fan, and Rams game, all Eagles fans coming for away games. Like, it's imagine being like the Eagles and looking out at the gold green from another, city. Also, is it Matt Brady? I think it's his last name. He's a kicker for the Bills. Both of the kickers got injured, and like they didn't have a kicker. And they're like, imagine getting a call. You're coaching like your middle school sons, whatever little league football you can call it. It's like, yeah, he goes in and he kicks like the winning field goal. This is in September, I want to say. I love shit like that so much.
That's awesome.
When you so there's moments like what Saquon Barkley did last year, like jumping backwards over, like there's a video of his teammates watching him do it, going, like it's just, I love watching between the team members. It's like comics. It's like,
I get it. I didn't like it before, but I get it. Because for me, it's like a watered down version of fighting. But now it's not that. As an audience member, it's better because you're like a part of the game. Like we are scoring. It's a stupid thing to say. You never say we won that fight.
That's right. Also, but I think the we of it also happens to, the reason I think of another as live performers, when you see a team like the Eagles do so well, and this last time they played the Rams, just fall apart. What we were talking about the fear factor, what you're capable of when you're on TV, when you've been insulted, when your ego's been in front of your kid. I'm not going to get over that. If my kid is watching and someone just insulted my kid, it's a different person. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to fucking fuck this rat in the ass, whatever. I need to do work on these calls. I'm obsessed with sort of like the most dangerous team to me is always the one that hasn't won any games.
There's some dangerous fighters.
Right? That's right. And I'm just fascinated too. Floyd Mayweather used to practice by doing live Facebook Lives around to try to. I think we do like Facebook Lives.
Well, he definitely did that to show off. He was so fucking good. He was so good that he would do crazy things. Like they would have rounds that would go on for 10 minutes. He would have like, what did he call it? Like dog pound, or like a name for it. We would bring a bunch of guys in there and they would just box. They wouldn't have any rounds. They would just box. So like, it's sink or swim. You got no rounds. You just in there, but no one's gonna tell you to stop. This is crazy. And he also was a master at boxing people and talking shit to them. So it was it was part of like the whole thing of it was that you were watching all this chaos and then you're dealing with the psychological aspect of each guy talking shit to each other.
And it's also like
That's in the doghouse versus gyms and notoriously grueling sparring sessions known for intense, no rules fighting until someone quits, designed to push boxers to their absolute limits. I mean, it's not a mystery why he's one of the absolute greatest of all time. Yeah. By the way, this guy's had multiple hand surgeries, so he couldn't really even like blast on guys like he used to when he was younger. When he was younger, they called him Pretty Boy Floyd. And so in the early days of his career, he was a knockout artist. He was fucking people up, but he doesn't have big hands, so he's breaking his hands multiple times. And so then he became Money Mayweather and just started boxing everybody's face off. And like if you go back and watch some of his early knockouts, also he was certainly facing cowboy fights as a champion, but he's the best ever at not getting hit. That guy's been cracked maybe like 3 or 4 times in his entire professional career, which is wild.
and is his ability to not get hit, is that from outworking everyone or something? Is there some
It's a whole bunch of things that came together. So one of them, his dad, Jesus Christ, his dad was Floyd Mayweather's son. Okay, his dad fought Sugar Ray Leonard and gave him a hell of a fight. His uncle was Roger Mayweather. Roger Mayweather, multiple-time world champion, black belt. So he grew up in a gym, Jeff Mayweather. And these guys were all killers, and they were boxing scientists. They knew everything about boxing. It's a famous quote that people always use to Roger Mayweather. See if you can find it. Most people don't know shit about boxing. And everybody who knows anything about boxing, by the way, I'm not a boxing expert. Compared to the regular person, I know more than most people.
Hey Rhonda, he's a fan.
Most people don't know shit about boxing, but see if you can get him to say it. What he said. And it's 100% accurate. It's 100% accurate.
Is boxing like, and not to like compliment like what we do and any this is my son so to athletes, but like, is it similar in a way to comedy in that there's certain things like you can't really teach, like you have to find your thing?
Well, there's certainly like genetic advantages that are huge and almost insurmountable. There's some people that have like speed, like Roy Jones Jr. is the best example of that. He had speed that was otherworldly. Like no one had seen anything like that before. And he had a style that no one else had. Roy Jones, so the most important punch in boxing, if you ask any boxing trainer, is the jab. The jab is what establishes distance. The jab is what you can score with. Your right hand's to try to knock him out, left hook's try to knock him out, uppercut. The jab is the most important punch in boxing. Roy Jones rarely threw jabs. He would throw left hooks. His left hook was so fast that he would throw a leaping left hook and it would hit you as fast or faster than another person's jab. And you had to calibrate for that when you're fighting him. And all of a sudden, there's a guy who could do things that are literally superhuman. No one can come close to him. He has a left bicep that's like twice the size of his right bicep from throwing left hooks.
And is this like how Michael Phelps has really long arms or something, right?
No, he developed that left bicep. That's why his right bicep is small. His right bicep is normal sized. His left bicep is fucking huge. So look at the photo.
Whoa.
All right. Let me tell you something. Roy Jones in his prime was a freaking puncher.
And you try to go like, okay, you know, I'm just going to
Look at this build. Look at that left hook.
insert too. No.
He was a freak. And also extremely intelligent. Craft set you up. You know what to do with it. You move this way, and then you move in that way, and then he's doing things you can't do, so you don't anticipate that someone's going to leap in from there and catch you with an uppercut. Like, you don't even understand how it happened. He's the only guy in the history of, I believe, comic books. It might still be the case. And it was in this fight, the Vinny Pazienza fight, where he did that. Put his hands behind his back and knocked him out. One of the only fights in the history of the sport where the opponent landed 0 punches. That's the stoppage of Vinny Pazienza. He was a freak. He was so fast. He was so good. All of his fights were essentially executions. He went from 168, won the world title at 168, went up to light heavyweight, won the world title at light heavyweight, went up to heavyweight, won the world title at heavyweight. He was a fucking middleweight in the Olympics.
That looks like, remember the video of Putin doing like Kung Fu or Taekwondo and they're pretending to that's what this looks like.
But certainly not what. That was what I wanted to be clear.
And he was
It's
so
not hard. That's the
Yeah, because the cartoons of 1-2, he hits this guy. You know what I said? A friend of mine was a boxing fan the other day. I'm like, look at the speed in spot too. He hit this guy with a counter right hand, like a counter 1-2 right hand. It was freakish. It didn't even make sense. There's the left hook. That left hook, look at that. That left hook. That left hook's great. Like, what?
He just went down.
Watch that left hook again. He's trying to get up from his face planted. And that's Montel Griffin who's a world champion. That left hook.
He even was like,
Good Lord. Yeah, there's so there's guys that are amazing, and then there's Roy Jones. Roy Jones was a freak. I mean, it was like nothing
that was
else.
unbelievable. Oh my god.
It was all his fights. He got a right hand to the body. Dropped the knocked him out with a right hand too. By the way, to the left side of his body. That's not even where your liver is. Your liver's overheating. Guys get dropped all the time with the left hook to the body. He hit him with a right hook to the body and stopped.
I always get obsessed with like as comedians, the more comedy there is and has been, the more original we have to be. You know, I'm always fascinated by like, fighting or sports, like football, for example, like the Birds and the Eagles doing the tush motions. Like everyone had to start studying that and this thing that works. So now everyone knows to do it. So that, it's fascinating to me when a fighter's so good at one thing, everyone starts learning to defend that. Because it used to be like you just fight and people saw the fight and that was it. But like
that's where Roy had the advantage over everyone else. But there was no internet back when Roy was on top. So the thing about the internet now is any kid with limited resources can study all the greatest boxers about it. So Mike Tyson, when he was young, one of the great advantages that he had was Jim Jacobs was his manager. Jim Jacobs was a legitimate boxing historian who carried these tapes and old films of everything. Jack Johnson, Harry Greb, he was watching Sandy Sadler, all these Willie Pep, all these like Rocky Marciano, Jack Johnson, all the great champions of history on the film. So he'd study film footage all day. He would put these 32 millimeter, whatever it was, 32 millimeter, 16, back then, 16. So the real deal. So you'd have to feed the tape in a thing. You'd sit there and watch everybody fight. So we had this massive advantage of seeing all these incredible fighters. Like he mirrored his style a lot around a bunch of different ones. One of them in particular was Jack Dempsey. He was like one of the most, I think Dempsey was the champion. I'm trying to figure out what year this was. Jack Dempsey was the champion. He was like, he was a savage time. I think he was a hobo at one time in his life. But it's a savage time. He was a savage man. And he was annihilating people. And he wasn't very big either. From 1919 to 1926. What did he weigh? What did Jack Dempsey weigh when he was fighting? Okay, I'm going to guess 180 pounds. 187. 187. He was the heavyweight champion of the world. He weighed 187 pounds. That's nuts. That's 13 pounds less than me. He was the heavyweight champion. That's fucking bananas. And another one that's even crazier was Rocky Marciano. Rocky Marciano, who was the heavyweight champion in the 50s, I believe. When one of the only heavyweight champions to ever retire undefeated. He was 5'10", and he weighed, I think, 185 pounds. And he killed everybody. He killed people. He hit them so hard, they would just go dead. He would just shut them off, and they would like collapse. He was a murderous pitcher. He was a small guy. 184 pounds when he won the title from Jersey Joe Walcott. But Google or look up that fight. Look up that fight where the KO of Jersey Joe Walcott. You just have to see the punch he hits him.
this is before peptides and
he was eating spaghetti. This is a crazy Italian from Berkeley, Massachusetts. Just to see if you can find the KO, because the KO is by the way, Jersey Joe Walcott is one of the all-time greats. I mean, he was a phenomenal boxer. This is a little later in his time, but he had a long career. So he knocks it down with that right hand, but watch the KO though after this. Yeah, they must have fought twice. So find the second, the other one. This is the one. Okay, watch it how he KOs him. Hits him with that right hand. He had the craziest work ethic of maybe any heavyweight of all time. He would work out, he would run 10 miles in the morning, he would work out all day long. Sometimes he would spar 100 rounds for a fight each week. He was sparring constantly, and then he would swim after training 5 miles in the lake. His cardio was just off the charts. It was because he got tired once in a fight when he was an amateur. And he said, I'll never get tired again. So he just decided to outwork everybody. He got scared with something swimming. It was a brutal fight. With me, Jersey Joe Walcott give as much as he got. But here it is, right there. Watch that again. Back that up. Watch this right now.
Mic drop.
The power in that. It's his every ounce of his body. Watch how in slow motion he creeps in. Look at the explosion, the extension of his back leg. See that? The extension of the back leg, the turn of the shoulder, the back gets into it.
Look at his back. Oh,
Just fucking. I mean, and he's done. And again, Jersey Joe Walcott was a legend. And he hits him with the left hook on the way down. He's dead. It's crazy how powerful that guy was.
before all the things, the full plunge, all of it,
No
just
steroids,
no anger and just having been molested.
eggs and an immigrant.
From Italy. I was thinking about this the other day because I was in England, my brother was there, and I was like,
His family was a child.
I'm obsessed with Italian friends because like you go to Italy all the time. Imagine like the people that were like the how people are like we pay to go to Italy to see that view for 3 days, and they're like, no thanks, I'd rather maybe get leprosy on it for 10 weeks.
That's a film.
Yeah.
Why does it
And they came up with someone drew a picture. This is what it's like over there. You gotta get a job.
Like, look at what goes on in the comment section here. So hard. Like, this wasn't ever going to go any other way. Like, imagine, I'm obsessed with just the ocean. Like, just imagine looking at the ocean of, like, all right, I'll get on that. Fuck
With your kid.
only the craziest, like, people.
Right, that's why everyone on the East Coast is so fucking insane. I would say that. I would say that the most violent, crazy fucking people are on the East Coast. Why? Because they all killed their grandparents, came over on a fucking boat.
Other ancestors had toxoplasmosis or whatever it was. And just like, I'd rather die and have frostbite and walk my frostbite fingers in my wife's carcass, leprosy carcass, than not be able to worship who I want to stay with.
Think about that too. I mean, that's what brought you to religious freedom. It's just crazy. Those fucking people. Wasn't that a big part of why they came over here? Christian.
Which is so weird because we go to England and pay to go in the churches now. I was like waiting in line to go in an English church.
What was the name of the greatest news? They were there around the hour.
Like that.
James says yes.
Is it like, I think so. It's, I don't know, I've been really into Amish though. I'm in like Amish core algorithm where it's men like build barns in a day. My porn is just watching men be useful, and they'll just build a barn and just like the Amish life. I feel like we're all kind of trying to do like, how do I get chickens? How do I self-sustain? How do I like?
Some guys think it's hot when you cook. Same thing. It's like sex.
Because they're gonna eat some. Yeah, I mean,
No, because I don't like to cook.
Yeah.
The woman that's like really
Yeah.
that's wants to cook for you. She wants to cook for you. God, that's hot.
But this whole thing of like, I'm not gonna cook for my man. It's like, you get to eat too. I mean, like, what are you?
Well, you don't have to cook for me, man. I wouldn't expect anyone to cook for me. I think that's crazy. Because I want to cook. But there's something about someone wanting to do.
Yeah.
It's wanting to do. It's not doing it because it's a chore that you know to do.
It's like if somebody does something nice for you because they want to, it's so much better than if you have to ask them. They don't want to do it, they can see to do it.
Yeah, yeah. No, I love that. I also I want to know what's going in your body.
It used to be a valuable trait for someone to be building something. Like a guy who can go out there and do something with his hands. Well, that is a man that can provide shelter. And if the roof breaks, he can fix it. Like this kind of fan, but also he can do hard shit. He's a guy who's got endurance. He's told he's not going to fall apart. His job is
Jobs that like more likely to be replaced by AI and less likely, and for some reason less likely was roofers, which I thought was interesting.
I don't think you're right. Given that robots, yeah, for sure. That's not like
Robots, which Cosby will start using
you're gonna miss the value of a really fucking hard job. There's a value in a really hard job. I know a lot of kids are doing hard jobs, and you shouldn't do a hard job for your whole life. But there's a real value in a hard job. And I got a job, well, I got a bunch of construction jobs when I was a kid because my stepdad's an architect, so I worked on all construction sites. But I also had a very good friend, Jimmy Lava's shop. And when I was a kid, I worked with him. He was a year older than me. He graduated from Carpenter's Press at the time, I believe. And I'd been actually been a carpenter, and I just needed a job. And I think I was probably 18 or 19. And I got a job working on this construction site, building a wheelchair ramp for Knights of Columbus. And I had to carry cement and pressure treated lumber all day. That was the job. I had terrible nutrition. I would eat sub sandwiches and drink Coca-Cola. And you're out there in the sun all day long. You're not hydrated. I was and I was carrying cement and pressure treated lumber all day. Just gross lumber that they have to soak in horrible chemicals. Yeah, pressure treated lumber. Like you get these splinters and you get infected. It was nasty. Like you're dealing with whatever the fucking chemical you can treat that thing with.
The radioactive
It's on your stuff, and it's August, so you're sweating. So you're sweating like crazy. The shit's getting in your pores. You're carrying bags of cement. You're feeding cement all day. And by 2 weeks, I quit. And when I did quit, I was like, okay, now I know that if I don't get my shit together and figure something out in life, that could be the best paying job that I can get. Whatever I got, that I mean, it probably wasn't even $20 an hour.
Yeah. And if I get injured, I don't have health insurance. It's just my body and
I was clearly handling something that was toxic.
Yeah.
Pressure treated. Right, that's what it does. Like termites can't eat.
I think it's weird. Question though is today's version of a poisonous, dangerous job like that sitting in a desk?
Well, it very well could be, right? Until they say that like LED lights are actually on.
But just like sitting at a desk, that is, you know, you're not standing as you have one of these whatever Sibians, whatever I'm saying. And you're like, I mean, people just sending emails all day. Like, is
It's
that?
definitely bad for your back. It's tightening my lower back because I think a big part of it is sitting like this all the time. So I'm super conscious about it now. I do a lot more lower back exercises than I ever used to do.
But you, I got that machine you told me to get where you lift your back legs. That's it.
Yeah, Louis Simmons, who's a legend in powerlifting, he invented that because he crushed his discs, and they told him that he had to get his discs fused. And he said, "Well, if I crush them, can I separate them?" And they're like, "No, keep one." He's like, "I'll figure it out." So he made a machine, and you climb on this machine, and he realized that in descending, you're actually decompressing your back, and in ascending, you're strengthening all the muscles around. It's a fucking genius piece of equipment. He's one of the rare people that I traveled to do this with.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I got that's like the main machine. I kind of like how
That's the shit.
Yeah.
He's also got a belch back, Guinness really fast. And that machine is awesome too. You put a belch around your waist, and then the cable goes down in between your legs, and you stand on a platform, and there's a stack of weights behind you. So instead of doing squats, which are one of the best exercises of all time, the problem with squats is if you're squatting heavy, you got all that weight on your back.
Okay, it's all your stuff. You got over 100 pounds of squatting for a beast. You fucking you got 400 pounds trying to crush all your discs. And the only thing that's keeping that from happening is your strength. All your core muscles, your spine muscles, but compressing everything. The belt,
Oh yeah.
it's on the hips, all the weight is up on the hips. So that's me using it as place. And then he
It's a sit down squat machine bullshit. It's these ones. I do that one.
That's a leg press. That's very,
Like, that's what I do. I just want to put my knees or something.
so you have to be locked their legs out and bent backwards.
What do you mean? Don't bend, Jamie. Don't.
That shit up.
Calling
You
HR.
need to know that this girl also had related those videos that looked like she never
I saw the one with the guy's feet just came out, and I was in the sphincter algorithm. I don't want to get the knee snap algorithm. I have osteochondritis in my left knee, so and when you squat, are your knees supposed to go over each other?
I do. You have 100%.
Thank you.
100%. You can build up to it. I do knees over toe stuff.
Yeah.
I had that guy from knees over toes on the podcast. It's amazing. Everybody should follow him. He's 100% right.
Yeah.
He's one. I mean, I will tell you 100%. There's no room for error. That guy's right. He has an amazing for strengthening all the muscles around your knees. I followed it. It's radically changed the progression of the injury and made my legs stronger than it was before.
I also do weighted vest kind of. It's only like 30 pounds what I do because
That's the Gary record.
oh, is it?
30 pounds is a lot. You get a 30 pound vest.
I have a 30 and I have a 15. So I realized that with my kid, I'm bending over so much and giving up so much. I was like, I could like kind of work out all day if I really just like wear a weighted vest. So it's just a lot of weight to wear. It's gonna take it for you to take. Yeah. If it's the place. I'm like, you think that's what's in my bag? They're all from the fucking gun I have in my purse.
We have like a t-shirt with the order in your pocket, so you're ready to press a button.
So they
The vest.
it's the anthrax joke. But yeah, they take it every now and then. I kind of just try to wear it like kind of all the time, and then I'll do whenever I'm writing. Like if I am sitting down, like I have to make sure that the sitting down is just so bad for me. There's something else happening. So Huberman gave me the it's called it's a red light. It's a sauna space, or it's just one big red light bulb. Except that's the same. It's like the truth or something. It's a bunch of yeah, I think so.
I'm not a red light expert, but I'm going to carry that shit's machine.
Body guy.
Crazy body machine. It's shit.
Can you go in there and just like fall asleep or something?
But when I get in there, it's 20 minutes. I just lay there 20 minutes. 100% it's helping my eyesight.
Like you keep your eyes open. You have glasses. Sometimes they give you like glasses. Yeah.
I'm here to tell you, I'm living unless somehow or another my eyes going to damage it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, my vision better.
That's really
Otherwise, not a lot of people doesn't see that strong in my eyes. I'm like, oh my god, I can't look at it.
Yeah.
If it was that bad to look at, wouldn't it be hard to look at? Like the sun is hard to look at because it's
That's
bad
right.
to look at.
That's right.
You know, bright lights, white Jesus,
Yeah.
it's hard to look at.
Yeah.
It's not hard to look at.
It's also like with the loudest.
Yeah.
We had logic. Like we're so suspicious of like simplicity, which like doesn't work for you. Yes, then it works. Do you know what I mean?
It works, it works.
Yeah.
It works.
Well, like
There's a ton of science behind what that is, including like what frequency it's at, because this one that he has is attached to an app. You can go to the app and you can change it for different effects.
Oh. That's what I'm saying. It's like, dude, here's the thing. As an aspiring snake oil salesman, like I remember I was with a friend of mine who's a big like lawyer in LA. We're kind of more friends. He worked for Pryor, and he just got all these stories. He was there the day that Michael Jackson's hair caught on fire. Like, he was at the commercial. Like, he's more than just my buddy. And we're outside, and doing this You know, and I was like, I like candles, so the mosquitoes can go on. It's citronella. Okay, I'm gonna light it so that we don't get mosquito bites and get whatever's fentanyl water in this state. And he's like, it doesn't work. I was like, yes, it does. He's like, no, it doesn't. I was like, how do you know? I was like, because my dad invented it.
Oh my God, it's hilarious.
But like, and also the flame, because like the flame does deter them a little bit, so it doesn't not work. But it's like, you know, so I'm fascinated by those things. And also, I don't know if you're supposed to like weird ass shit. Like I used to do studies, like my first moved out. So here's the thing about studies is like pretty much anyone can sign up, and it's usually people that need $50 like now. So that's already a pretty biased sample. People are like in details basically, like shaking me like this minute, and you get $50 cash. And the more you talk and the more you complain, the more they'll ask you back. So I'm not going to say these big companies that I did stuff for, but like, you know, everything from skincare to, I mean, I did a lot of pharmaceutical trials in colleges that like the pill never came out. Like the FDA never approved it. Like there's things where I'm like, wait, did that ever get passed? Or I just took that for a month? Or what was the, you know, but I also took Accutane, I took all kinds of stuff. That's like, you know, bad news. But, you know, so look, in studies, like, it's kind of the same group of people, like, where I was, it was like, there were a lot of, by pink dots where I used to live, and there were all these, like, office buildings, you would go in, it was usually like 20 people, and most of them just wanted to get the fuck out of there. I would be like, so yeah, no, it's just
some of the same people.
that's what I'm saying. There was like 7 or 8 people. We would all go to every study. We'd all be all back. Okay, and you get to know them outside of the study. And then now when I like look at like side effects of the pill, and it's like drowsiness. I'm like, that's Jocelyn, dude. That's her. She's always drowsy though. She's drowsy even when she's not in the study. Like we hung out with like these are people that always would like headaches. Like he always has a headache. You know, I saw him before he took that pill. Like he's always complaining about headaches. Like, these are human beings. They just say what they have to say to try to get into more studies. I'm not saying this isn't all true. Like I'm just fascinated because as someone who was a flawed, desperate person who needed $50, I was very much like, what about this? Yeah. And by the time they ask you if you have it, you probably do. Like, did this cause anxiety? Like, well, I'm in a study for money, so yeah, I have anxiety now that I think about it. If I wasn't anxious before, you just made me realize how much my life sucks. Like it was like UCLA, like depression. If you have depression, come do the studies. Like, even better coming now. By the time I get to the study, I'll be depressed for the rest of my life. So sure, you know. So studies, I'm always a little bit like, and what person? Like the thing that gets thrown around a lot, I think, the way, and girls mature faster. It's like it makes sense, but you're like, well, I'm in a cage with the guy that wanted to study boys and girls maturing. What do you like you were watching girls and boys mature? What is this? Physical maturity, emotional.
Sounds like when it comes to how
How do you define this? Is it physical maturity? Is
it seems like their minds develop faster. They think their frontal lobes the way that it takes about 25 to be frontal lobes fully formed. It's probably testosterone, which is like some kind of mental poison, which is probably why people associate testosterone with shitty behavior. Right? This is probably part of it, at least that's like a little bit toxic. Yeah, well, they also need to blow it out. What happens was they blow it out. So if you're a wrestling or something that's really hard, you're in this weird stage of your life where you used to be a child, and then all of a sudden you start getting testosterone, and then you're kind of mirrored, like, what the hell's happening? And you're a child, right? So you're 13, 14 years old, your body's developing, weak. It's weird, and then you start getting aggressive. Kids are a lot less aggressive early on, but a different kind of aggressive. Violent, dangerous aggressive. Kids are 15, 16, they start playing around with violence a lot. And, you know, you have spark fights, you know, things become different when boys become more dangerous.
and that's like a primordial instinct to like find the pecking order of the tribe. tribe kind of thing, butterflies type thing. Or, do you think? I want to go back to that in a second. We're gonna have to.
I was just gonna say this is why it's probably important because it's always
Therefore,
associated
what you do,
with dumb
that
people.
says,
And there's probably some accuracy to that because the people that I know that have been the most brilliant scientists, except for you, there are a lot of them with very low testosterone. And they're males that have very interested intellectual pursuits. And they're way better at it. Is it because they're better at it because they spend so much time doing it? Or is it because of the testosterone? Is it because these higher testosterone men are distracted all the time, they're more angry and horny, and they're more reckless, they want to fucking skydive and crazy shit? But is that what it is? Like, it might be backwards because these guys did have low testosterone. They'd probably be interested in being stimulated in some other way. Or is it just that intelligent people recognize that these are stupid pursuits and I'm not interested, even if I have normal testosterone? It's probably a combination of all those things. It seems to be like you associate a scientist with like a nerdy, weak guy. You associate a meathead as, some jack guys being really fucking stupid. Why? Because we pattern things. Is it because they're actually dumb? Like, biologically, or is it because they're dumber and they have more testosterone?
I'm also fascinated by the way we define intelligence and maturity. By the way, in this quote the other day, I don't know who said it. It was but it was I spent so much time trying to gain intelligence. So I know everything I want to learn, I want to learn, and then I think at a certain point, maybe it's because I've had kids, sort of interested in wisdom, especially also when you've been around long enough and you've seen things you found to be true, be completely debunked. Like, remember when we all thought sourcing was healthy, and now half my guy friends have tits, and my girlfriend's tits all got cut off, and like everyone I know has cancer, and like we were just like deep throating soy milk, like so. After you've been conned enough, you're sort of like, I think very skeptical about accepting these like new truths, and they learned that the Native Americans and the Pilgrims had like a fun dinner. They like got along great. Like, that's what like. Did you have a video mural in my school of the Native Americans and the Pilgrims like having dinner, like having a great time? I feel like that's not how it went down, So when enough things get sort of debunked, but this quote I love, which is intelligence is knowing that tomatoes are fruit. Wisdom is knowing not to force it. And I like that.
It's good. That's logical.
Because like
There's different kinds of intelligence.
Yeah.
And there's the intelligence to be able to push yourself physically. It's you don't think of it intelligence because it's not like an equation, it's not problem solving, but it is because it's problem solving emotions and anxiety and fear, and you're doing it with willpower. It's mental fortitude. It's a part of intelligence. It's just not a recognized part of intelligence for people who are absorbed with all the other pursuits. People that are really heavily absorbed in mathematics, they would think that like endurance rather than it's a mental pursuit.
Well, that's the thing when you see like athletes and meatheads, like football's all math. You know what I mean? It's like I think we also just have this. We talk about stereotypes. We don't talk about stereotypes about men. Like he's an athlete, he's dumb. You know what I mean? Like there's just these kind of I think sort of silly assumptions. Like I'm obsessed with commercials from the '90s where every man just like had Down syndrome. Like remembering like every commercial, the woman was like, I have to feed my husband, and he's just like, where's the front door? Like in sitcoms, men are always portrayed as if they just like have one chromosome, and I'm sort of fascinated by that. But the definition, what does intelligence mean? Does it mean memorizing a bunch of stuff from your book? Like, weren't our textbooks written by like Ghislaine Maxwell's dad or something? I'm dead serious.
No, I think you might be right.
Like
Is that it?
It's
do something about consolidating a bunch of memories.
There was a history textbook that was like, so memorizing a bunch of stuff that like may or may not be true, like that's not intelligence necessarily. Like you could be pulling off from a con. I think intelligence is
Right. We're talking about what you had said about medical journals.
right.
He had talked to a professor. He said, what percent was the guy? I was like, he's 50.
Yeah.
50%.
If that, and then
Is wild.
and pay for the other one.
That's so wild. Yeah, the idea that we know everything's crazy. Here's another weird thing. You said something that football's all math. There was this really weird thing that I was reading about the invention of mathematics, and they were talking about one of the biggest conundrums in the universe is that they invent this thing, humans invent this thing to try to solve the universe, and they find out that the universe is encoded with.
Is this like the turtle shell? Is the calendar? This really stresses me out.
I did see that. But I didn't look into that at
The
all.
turtle shell is
This was like, I got to bring it up in here so you can fucking dive into what exactly this guy's saying. But essentially, he's saying the universe is made out of a thing that we invented to measure. That's how he described it to my mind, right? Like that math was something human made, like calculus, advanced physics. These crazy equations.
Call Terrence Howard.
Eric Weinstein. He would explain differential equations. I don't understand what that means. I can say those words.
Right.
But we invented, humans invented that so that they could figure out how the universe is made. What's the structure of things, how to measure things. But the universe itself is encoded with things. It's like it is made out of the thing that we invented to try to figure out.
My adjacent tangent while Jamie looks up whatever that is, because I can't really respond to it except with this sort of realization that all the movies that current tech, our Benjamin Franklins of our day grew up on, science fiction movies, in many ways formed what they believe the future should look like. Like, you had someone on the podcast that said this about how you said, like, how's AI going to kill us? And he goes, I can't tell you because I can't think of it how. Like, it wouldn't even occur to me to know what they would do.
Yeah, that's just some sleep Roy Jones Jr. shit. That's what it's going to do. It's going to do the Roy Jones Jr. of tech. It's going to do it in a way that we could never possibly thought that we control us and then it would just govern us and limit our breeding.
Like how tech bros grew up watching Weird Science, so by the time they go to start inventing stuff, like how that influenced the world they invented.
I think AI is probably going to tell us to adapt or go away. It's going to give us those options. I think it's going to say you can't keep doing the same thing over and over and over again and expect a different result.
Yeah.
You're talking about war and stealing money and embezzlement and fraud and the amount of money that's in politics and Congress and the amount of politicians that lie. You've been doing it this way forever. If AI said, listen, you can't govern things. You guys are super fucking corrupt.
Yeah.
You're now going to change. You can't do any of the things you've been doing in terms of distribution of wealth, controlling of natural resources, but you dug a hole in the ground so you get the world's oil. Fuck you.
Yeah.
That's crazy. You own the oil because you own the ground. It's literally a part of the world.
So we'll take all the oil, distribute it to everybody.
That's what if I was AI, that's what I would say.
To try to find some kind
I'm
of.
not saying you have to do it.
But then it kind of. So you think AI would have a concept of like fairness and would go, everyone should have a certain amount of happiness, or would AI go, well, this is how things have always been, so like.
It would recognize that human beings are so destructive and so often full of shit and manipulative and looking to just figure out a reason or a way they can sneak something through, make something happen to overthrow their government. AI's like, you can't do it that way. You're not going to give you that kind of power. Because you guys are abusive every single time you get a lot of power. But then it's going to be like, okay, what do the people do now? What if the people resort to violence? And then it's going to say, like, look, you can't have any more fucking kids. You guys are making kids. They're not. You're going to either have to integrate with us or you're going to have to go.
So they're going to go, you have to fuck us. I guess you have to fuck us. Of course, that's always where it ends. But because AI is based on an amalgam of all of us, by that very nature, would it mean that they would abuse their power once they get it? Or you abuse power, but because we do.
Then why are we doing it? Like, are we doing it because of chimp instincts?
Okay.
Read this book, The Chimp Paradox. I recommend it by Ron himself. You're in that book, The Chimp Paradox. That's what it's called, right? I'll make sure I get it right. But it's all about you have like a person in your head and a chimp in your head. And you got to decide, like, when to listen to the chimp. But yeah, that's a book. Very good book. Mental management. And Brian Sullivan is like one of the greatest snooker players of all time.
What's the game?
Snooker. They call it snooker. Snooker in England. It's a crazy cool game. It's like a cool game. it's way bigger than the 12-foot diameter. There's different rules. And I don't understand it totally. I don't know how to screw it. I've never played it, but this guy was just a fucking wizard. But like most wizards, he's a crazy person. He had a hard time managing his mind. He just go off the rails. He was useless. He never win. Whatever fucking mental demons he battled, truly brilliant. Mathematics is revenge. Most people think mathematics is a human invention. To this way of thinking, mathematics is like a language. It may describe real things in the world, but it doesn't exist outside of the minds of the people who use it. But the Pythagorean school of thought in ancient Greece held a different view. Its proponents believed reality is fundamentally mathematical. More than 2,000 years later, philosophers and physicists are trying to take this idea seriously. As I argue in the new paper, mathematics is an essential component of nature that gives structure to the physical world. Honeybees and hexagons. Bees live in hives and produce hexagonal honeycomb. Why? According to the honeycomb conjecture in mathematics, hexagons are the most efficient shape for tilling the plane. If you want to fully cover a surface using tiles of uniform shape and size while keeping the total length of the perimeter to a minimum, hexagons are a shape to use. Test the fiction or not. Just starts with a hexagon. What? Is that real?
Bees are so metal. Don't get me started on wasps. Oh, dude.
Those wasps who kill and just wipe out an entire colony.
There's a big ass wasp infestation next summer.
Wasps are stubborn.
Dude, aren't they just assholes? Like they don't even have predators. Like they don't even serve predators except to just kick the shit out of them.
I don't know what purpose they serve. They can scare the fuck out of me.
The bears eat the larvae. Yeah, dude, I got stung by a wasp. You know, if you go underwater, they'll wait for you. They wait.
They're like the Belgian Malinois.
They're just dicks. Like they're just instead of moving on, they wait. Whereas a bee doesn't want to sting you. If you get stung by a bee, like
A hornet can sting you over and over again. A wasp can sting you over and over again. They can sting you once it's dead. It's like stinging you to get you the fuck away.
yeah, they don't want to sting you. Yeah.
You might get the fuck away from the queen or get the fuck away from the hive. You know, just not sting you.
You met the bee lady, I think, on here. She DM'd me about something because I'll get bees out of my pool all the time when they're like drowning, even though they do have the ability to make their wings go so fast that they can get out of the water when they go into a so sick. But I was like rescuing them from my pool, and she was like, if a bee is out, that means there's a larger bee and they're gonna die anyway. I'm just like just taking it as yeah, I'm just stopping Darwin.
The hexagon.
Whoa.
They're saying it's
That's bullshit. How's that not just water bubbles mixed in with the honey?
It's done fake on the different way. Top comment here says they did
There's one thing that beekeeper was telling us is honey's bullshit. It's got fancy with it.
Oh yeah, I mean, as I have like 2 jars of honey in front of me. I do try when I travel to eat local honey when I land.
Yeah, she said that's bullshit too. That thing about it, like helping your immune system. I don't know how
Placebo effect is effect. So now what?
it's good for you though. It's good for us. Some good aspects to it.
Nuka honey, anything on that? Tablets of
She said they just had a
good for them.
They're psychedelic. Do you know about that? Yeah, this is wild because the way they have to collect it is it grows on cliffs. So these guys, they have to repel and risk their fucking life to get this honey that makes you trip balls. Because there's a special kind of flower, I guess, that has a psychedelic compound in it. And I don't know what that compound is. A guy brought it in, I tried it, it was interesting. He said, just take a half a spoonful. So I said, going in. I took a whole spoonful. It's something. There's something there.
Is there something about the sugar that?
Just what it looks like. But see if you can show them harvesting, because when they harvest this, they do it. How crazy is that? This guy's on this giant rope ladder and probably doesn't have any safety equipment. Those are all lives. That's how they grow. Cliffs.
Sick. And what is it that if bee stings you, does it help with inflammation? Like if you're
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes it helps people with like arthritis and shit.
yeah.
Bee stings, like people use them to alleviate certain forms of arthritis and make sure that's
Yeah, pain is so severe.
Hear about the lady that fell out of a plane? I think she was skydiving, skydiving exercise, and she landed on a fire ant.
Yes.
And they kept her alive because they stung the fuck out of her. Adrenaline literally kept her alive.
Is that also what I remember? I had my
Look at that little motherfucker.
so sick.
Just think of bee sting therapy, how it works. Okay, I was It's just because they can't patent bees.
I mean, isn't that what acupuncture is like based on? I mean,
They get patent bees, then they would make you do it.
yeah, Bill Gates is buying those.
You need to get vaccinated for arthritis. They like arthritis is costing us so much. Arthritis is actually a disease. It's costing us so much money.
That's it.
We patent bees, so you have to get stung by our bees.
Yeah, that's so funny. It's like it didn't NMN, didn't they start taking that off the market so they could make it prescription now or something?
Is that true? They're probably trying to do a lot of that.
Yeah, like
They're trying to keep like certain peptides from becoming legal. So it's all good for people. I know you're not going to make money off of it. It doesn't mean it's not good for the overall human race.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be able to stop products that are super beneficial just because you can't profit off of them. That means you have a captive industry that's not good for anybody. It's not good for you that you're allowed to do that. You shouldn't be allowed to do that. It's not good for anybody else. Peptides are really beneficial to people, and some of them are okay as long as they're making a ton of money on them.
Yeah.
Like these peptides.
Yeah.
The ones that like GLP-1 inhibitors, those, you know the numbers that they put around those now? It's like more than 10 million in this country. I don't know what's the number of people that are on GLP-1s.
And is that what's it called? That's right.
Yeah, Govi, there's a bunch of different names.
But also it's
Basically, it's a GLP-1, it's peptide.
and I mean, there's good press about it. There's bad press about it. It's like, you know, the person was out this morning, like she's like, I lost 60 pounds. Like I was gonna, like it was, you know, she's like, even if there's side effects, like I was gonna get diabetes, like it was bad, you know, like obesity was our big problem. You know,
It's like almost everything. There's like good and bad
like I said,
stuff.
I took Accutane when I was, I think, 14 or 15, and they're like, oh, well, side effect is you're suicidal. I'm like, you're 15 and you have acne, you're suicidal. Like, I'll take whatever the side effects are.
Okay, no full year total, exact full year total, publicly available from major sources as data through September shows rapid growth that lacks a December closeout. Truveta data reports 12,203,009 GLP-1 prescriptions from January 2018 to September 2025. 12 million prescriptions. I gotta think that's way over today. Because in 2018, you gotta get a lot of people. Like, I would like to see like a chart when it kicks in. So that's 6.5% of all U.S. prescriptions, up slightly from prior quarters.
Your insurance companies, they should theoretically support it.
Well, definitely if you're obese, it'll prevent you from a lot of real problems with morbid obesity if you really get it together with this shit.
And then when there's a bunch of negative stuff about it, like, did the lab band pay for this?
Well, it's all, you can definitely have side effects. Like Brian Simpson took it, he had horrible side effects. He had to get off of it. But it also, there's a lot of people that took it and lost 100 pounds. And they're really healthy. It's just like the way Brigham Bueller from Waste to described this, it's like it has to be taken in conjunction with other things that keep your body from wasting away. And you should be doing strength, like Peter Tate's talked about this as well. You should be doing strength training. Because you're going to lose weight because you're at a calorie deficit. You're going to lose muscle. You're going to lose bone density. So you got to mitigate that. So there's an idea that they would combine them with, I think they did something with peptides. Like an IGF-1 along with this and the two together.
Yeah, I was doing like that metformin for a minute. And I was like, yeah, you lose muscle mass. They'd be like, but also the effect of sugar, like, you know. So now I'll just take it every now and then when I eat like pasta or I want to, like, you know, pretty steady. I do like the NMN, NR, which is like the True Nigel stuff. Like I mean, human is just like telling them to do. NAC. I'm sauna. And then also sometimes it's like the absence of things. Sometimes like, what are you doing? It's like, what are you not doing? Like, there's a point where you're just like, that person's an acquaintance, not a friend. Like, there's certain like, I feel like maybe it's when you become a mom, you have to also reassess like your emotional diet or your mental diet, like as well. You know,
Just have to do that so you don't have to measure. Otherwise, you're just going to problems every time you're doing it.
yeah,
And now these people just make the same fucking mistakes over and over and over.
that's right.
Drag you into their bullshit.
And you don't want to change. Like you're addicted to a drug. And I'm obsessed with all the addictions of like substance, drugs, alcohol. It's like, oh, you're a gambling addict, just with women or just with men, or like you're an adrenaline, a drama addict. Like I can't.
It's like, this is how I think. Do you look forward to hanging out with that person? And if you don't, then it's a chore. If you look forward to hanging out with someone, like, even if they're crazy, it's all right.
Yeah, totally.
It's all like, what are we all doing? We're all trying to get along together. You know, if one of us is not trying to do that, one of us is out for self. There's certain people that just can't get their shit together.
Yeah, and desperate people do desperate stuff. And I think that with what we do, like, you know, it's interesting because some friendships, you know, it's like, how come on the podcast? And it's like, we haven't hung out though either. Like, we don't text. Like, comics, I think,
Becomes transactional. It starts feeling weird.
Such a big part of what you've done, like for comedy. It's like, you know, that green room and having a space that's like not on camera. Like comics, I think started going so crazy during the pandemic. Myself being one of them, is it's like all of our conversations were monetized for public consumption. We stopped just hanging out off camera.
And a lot of people were doing it remotely. So they were having podcasts remotely with their friends. That was like their only human interaction. That's so bad.
Nothing I did during the pandemic shut me down. But like, you know, we also have to actively go out of our way to be off camera too, guys. You know.
Yeah. Well, community is so
Yeah.
the people that don't think it's important just don't have it. It's like, you have it, you have a bunch of friends, and you get to hang out and have fun together. It's like, it's like stepping into a well of love. Like,
That's it.
oh, we're all here. What's up?
Also, just like you know, I don't have to tell you, even those comics that you like look up to so much that they're legends, and all of a sudden they just stop being funny, and you're like, how did this happen? You know, whether it's because they've, you know, incubated themselves against, you know, doing what normal people do on a daily basis, and you know, assistants, but they surround themselves. They're not friends with comics. It's always that. It's like, how did that person say, they're just not friends with comics, and they don't have someone humbling them constantly and pushing back and giving them shit, and
all the motivations they got them to be funny when they were younger have been eliminated because almost always trying to get extra attention from girls, from your friends, trying to be funny. You have no motivation to be funny anymore because everybody loves you and you're rich.
And being a comic is a lot, I think, of like having an intentional, contrary directs where you'll just say some shit that like it's a crazy premise. Like sometimes stand up is like saying something that isn't true, you know, and to say some, like have someone fight back with you. That's why I think comics, a lot of comics talk about pop culture so much. It's like, because we see disagreeing as an interesting conversation. You guys see it as fascism, and like
also culture is trying to dictate what people can and can't say, and we can disagree, and you can't tell me what I can and can't say.
my body, my choice, it's not what your mouth does. Yeah.
You can't just assume you can't start saying punch Nazi, like settle down. Figure out what a Nazi really is.
Yeah,
Don't say you're a Nazi because you don't think biological males should be competing with women in sports, because I've heard that thrown out that way. But that's crazy to me. You don't get to define things like that. That's what you're doing when you're fighting against woke culture. You're fighting against nonsense that can't stand up to facts. The thing about things that stand up to facts is people usually don't defend them violently. They usually discuss them privately because it's obvious. This one, it's not backed up by facts.
Yeah.
So the opposition is violent, angry. Like they want to stop debate. They want to stop conversation. This is what the problem with woke culture is. I mean, it's just like biology, like any other one. It's got its own rules. And because it's not based on logic, it has to be very angry. But it's scary.
Did people look at hippies like this in the 70s?
They wanted to do that. That's how the CIA trailed the fucking hippies into doing all that Manson shit. That's what they were trying to do with the whole Charles Manson. They were remember it? That Tom
Chaos?
Yes.
I have it. I'm just trying to.
Tom Neal's book. It's fucking incredible. Can't recommend it enough.
Yeah.
But it's all about them discrediting. So they were terrified of the love movement. They were terrified of these people taking acid and going to Woodstock. And they were like, Jesus Christ, we're losing a cultural battle. And so they got together with Charles Manson, gave him a bunch of acid, and taught him how to mind people. And this guy went out and killed a bunch of people. And they blamed it on the hippies. Like, oh my God, we got to make acid illegal. They made acid illegal like that year. And then the whole world went kooky. They shut down all the psychedelics. There was this sweeping schedule on after 1970. That was the Manson murders. The year was Manson murders.
Oh, you're finding that I'm obsessed with CIA. The Philippines operation in the 50s where they made it look like vampires. Sucked the blood of a bunch of the rebels. Have you seen this?
Really? I've heard about it.
Dude, it's so sick.
69. So the Manson murders happened in 69. In 1970, acid, mushrooms, DMT, all that stuff becomes illegal. Schedule.
Yeah.
That's crazy. But they threw water on a movement of people abandoning this path that they see their family on, their mother and their father, they're not happy. These people are dying unhappy, they're getting heart attacks when they're dropping dead at 60. And these kids are saying, I don't want that in my life. I want to follow Grateful Dead.
Yeah.
I want to make more. I want to dance. I want to go to music festivals and figure out how to live. And they're like, no, fuck that. You don't want war. Big love, not war. Americans in the street saying love, not war. Never before. Not 1947, right? Think about the end of World War II. You couldn't imagine Americans in the street, but in 1967, 1967, they don't want to go to Vietnam. And they're saying, no, and they're in the street, and they're wearing flowers. They call them flower children. So they had to turn into monsters. And so they got Manson.
Women had to wear bras again. Nightmare. All that stuff. Like, I got into a on the CIA and Hendrix and Cobain. I just can't. There's certain things that.
I think they have different forms of everything.
Yeah. And do they have to?
I think they do.
Like,
In
if they
some
didn't.
ways, but the problem is they have power that they probably shouldn't have. And then there's always going to be some crazy guy who keeps pushing things. Next thing you know, you're selling coke in the driveway.
Dude, this guy, there was some like myth in the Philippines about this like vampire that would kill people, whatever it was, and then they, in the middle of the night, take these rebels that they need to deal with, and they drain them of their blood. Sorry, puncture. I'm just obsessed with the guy that has to do the puncture marks. Like, there's a guy who has to like do the vampire marks, and so that everybody woke up, and these rebels, and then following, they saw that they had been attacked by vampires, and it.
How did they kill them before they drain their blood? They use the whack too. That's kind of crazy. That's a great idea.
So sick. That's what I'm saying.
The shoes were real.
I mean,
If you're from the Philippines, and I don't know what their education was. I imagine it's not the best.
Yep.
You're fighting vampires.
Right? Or you think vampires are, yeah. But imagine being the guy who's like, that's not real. The Philippines guy that's like, that's not real. It's like, oh shit. Like,
That's crazy.
yeah. Or the guy's like, told ya. Yeah. Just the Kirk Metzger was like, told ya. What year was this? The 50s? It's the Ashwaga. Was it called Ashwaga? Was the name of the vampires they were scared of? But this is like when you read this about the CIA, you're like, what are they doing now to make it look like a this? And
So the CIA conducted cyber squad. And this says the cyber squad set up an ambush along the trail used by the Hucks. When a Huck patrol came along the trail, the ambushers silently snatched the last man of the patrol. Their move unseen in the dark night. They punctured his neck with 2 holes, vampire fashion, held the body up by its heels, drained it of blood, and then put the corpse back on the trail. When the Hucks returned looking for the missing man and found their bloodless comrade, every member of the patrol believed that the Aswan had got him, and that one of them would be next if they remained on that hill. When daylight came, the whole Huck squadron moved out of the vicinity.
CIA training squad.
How many times
Okay, so I'm not discussing anything foreign.
So sick.
So,
Scare tactic.
apparently,
Just watch squadron.
so it was like one time they did one
That
guy.
was only one body. So sick. That's all you gotta do to let the fear spread. I love that shit.
I'm not convinced.
I see what I saw. I know what I saw. Even if it's an animal.
I think mathematically they can't exist. I think someone has actually done the numbers on this. That mathematically,
Oh, vampires can't
one that
exist.
was killing everyone.
Oh, interesting.
Nothing but
No, what are you talking about? They, who's this hater for?
fed on fetuses and pregnant women. Yeah, but either way, it's a monster that drained the guy with the blood by biting him in the neck.
But it's also like, there's no vampires. Oh, there's just the American CIA, even worse. I'd rather there be fucking vampires doing it. If they even tried to do it, we're all so fucked.
Which description was CIA, right?
Yeah, that guy's a vampire. What are you talking about?
So he's the ad exec turned CIA operative who masterminded the plot.
I love shit like that. There's something going on here right now that is that.
Do the coke, pitch that idea.
Okay, I have an idea. Remember that hole puncher that we used down there? I have an idea. And everyone was like, for a second.
So if you cover his mouth, he's gonna be the last guy in the patrol. You have to snatch him so the guy doesn't hear.
That's a lot of fun.
Keep him from screaming. You gotta hold on to his body, keep him from fighting back.
Do you think they put something like a needle with a... Not yet.
It sounds like you just held that guy, cut his fucking neck, and then hung him up by his ankles.
This is always my thing. If this is what we know, what do we not know? Right? And especially when crazy stuff comes out, I'm like, if this is like if this is what they told us, it's so bad.
The vampire thing, that was the first time they did that.
They had to practice a couple times. They had to practice my whole name.
Lansdale brags about an improvised homemade food called the Eye of God. It's based on World War II cyborg tactic of learning the names of individual German officers and announcing on the battlefield over loudspeakers that they'd be the next to die if they didn't surrender. Holy shit. Lansdale's twist was to paint a cryptic symbol he called the Eye of God outside the homes of suspected sympathizers. The mysterious presence of these malevolent eyes the next morning had a sharply sobering effect. That's crazy.
Like, to stuff like that make you feel like fake news. The news is always, like, maybe this is the realest, truest news we've ever had. Just think about back then.
Well, I think they definitely controlled the news way better back then. Do things like the Gulf of Tonkin. Where they just decide that they're going to pretend that they're attacks and they're going to war. So any of them die because of that. That's crazy that they did it. It's a real tactic. This is the
That he was an atlas for all his companies. Volunteered to go to the army.
He's like, I'm not getting enough evil done. Let's go.
Wait. This is fascinating because this is like, I sell jeans that cost $10 for $80. Like, trust me, trick people. Like, it's so fascinating when you're like, people went from working in ad agencies to sell products to like convincing people vampires were real.
Everywhere else in our life,
Yeah,
you see that Chazal go out of their way. Whenever we can save, whenever we don't have to spend so, the only thing you can present is one.
Remember like charcoal toothpaste or something? I'm like, what? Charcoal.
but again, it's the one exception to this rule. But ultimately, again, when it comes to the house of
Where do we land on this one?
everything has to be done in their Hashem. It's what's it, by the way, that was the
Just trying to figure out, I know a bunch of people
the definition of
post credit, like, is that better?
the
You're gonna get a fucking
Gemara says.
bit.
No, but
Is it
big
more
thing
about
for us,
getting it back to where you're getting it and getting into your lighting, right? I know, me too. I'm like, dude, I've been sucking on coconut oil and doing black seed oil in my mouth. Just like, tell me what to do. Also, I'm eating charcoal, and that's what this happened. So this is, but like, yeah, what are the things that we're kind of looking for right now in this era? Like, I feel like there are a lot of tests. Like,
Well, what are the things that are bothering us? What about Wi-Fi? We find that Wi-Fi is making us less and less attuned to our life, less attuned to our adults.
I think with or without the like
girl,
blue surrounding us, the nothing, right?
Studies
not
on
one
sci-fi, or excuse me, cell phones.
If
Cell
it's so
phone
dirty that it
signals
has to be kept
on
on
their interference with things other than BBC, because I know they do it
You
for
actually know
bees.
Well, isn't that was that confirmed because it's also could have been fertilizer and
I think there's something, there's a reason why
pesticides
it has an impact.
they would go ahead
What is the reason why
up
the cell phone signals have an
impact
impact?
on
into
bees.
the landfill.
I think that's not so much science. I think that's
So
a
we do
real
not want
reason
no one
Because they, I mean, there was
something
like
about
when
how
it has
they
no water.
navigate,
Once it goes ahead,
what they
it's
do,
really
that
funny
those
to use.
signals that are in the air,
Yeah.
they're fucking them up.
yeah, I am on, I have one
With
of my
detergent,
bees fucking
decommission.
but
I'm gonna buy it. How am I become?
yeah, maybe it's like
detergent.
it's just
It's
like
like 11 when we turn on the
What
sirens.
are you doing?
when I
I'm gonna buy
when
healthy
I
products.
was pregnant, I was listening to like whale sounds a lot.
Well, it's just crazy.
And I, because when you have a baby, it's like amphibians breathing
whatever.
right?
And so
And then I was like, these whales are like fighting. Like, I don't
Google the nest
understand.
says, oh well,
Yeah,
have a
yeah,
line
yeah.
in the house. But if it
That
gets so
cell phone
dirty,
signals
then
can
it
affect
requires
bees, causing behavior
what?
changes like
You can't
increased
even
agitation
wander it
and
with water. So what's like,
sound
years over the other day, in the council also
sensationalized
obviously no.
dreams, linking them
Don't
directly to mass
wander
carbon collapse
looking
and
up to
others.
my God
By
at
science studies
all.
show
At
bees are
all.
sensitive
If
to
it gets so
electromagnetic
dirty that if you wander
fields from
detergent
active phones,
water
disrupting the normal communication, potentially
make it
leading
into
to
the wicks. Why?
disorientation.
Sha'ain and use the
Do we know
by the way, I'm trying to point
if
out,
it affects us?
this is like a new
Like, we
level.
don't really know. I mean, there's a lot of people that
A new
go,
level
EMF
of
bad.
wealth.
And there's a
so
lot of people
well
are like,
that
oh, it's all bullshit. It's
What?
like, what is the reality? Do we really know? And we saw this
That's
fairly
the
recently.
wealth.
Yeah, I mean, there's Jimmy can find this in our one to
Halak
corroborate.
is Rambam says in the
But
Mikdash,
there,
called
people
Begin
who
Mikdek
have put
Kula.
aside
Shinas, so in
like
Ein
a
Malad
lot of
Osa,
money
in
for
Matabin
possible
Osan,
lawsuits,
Ela
with all the
Manisu,
stuff. So I
Stos,
did,
Lovish,
I did, you know, I
What's
went
the Halakha is?
side
Any of the
thing.
big
I-
Kula that get
We
dirty,
made a documentary
do
on
not
that.
wander.
That's right, on Calcio Storgo.
Rather,
with
once
Keith Berg.
the end of the day is dirty,
And I still want to go. I still want to go. It's in Florence in June. When do you want to go? To see Kelsey's door go? That'd be so good.
good.
That'd be so sick. Because it's not trained fighters, it's just like butchers and
Oh, those guys are
Shut
trained.
up on
I mean, they're not like professional.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh, really?
Some of them look like they absolutely
Yo,
know how to
shut up on
fight.
They train all year to do this, but they're not like
Is that short? Are you sure
in
that
like
they
a
don't have
week.
any MMA fights or anything?
Maybe I don't know. I think
I watch some of those guys and like that guy looks like he's fought.
they're all training all year for this thing, but I think they have other jobs like professionally. It's kind of like, and it's
Right. Okay.
you know, but yeah,
Not all, just a few guys.
yeah.
When I'm watching it, I'm watching these guys duke it out. Some guys look like they're there, and other guys look like that's an MMA fighter. That's a guy throwing leg kicks.
And they say the time goes down in the region to zero.
I mean, why am I opposed to that when I'm not opposed to that?
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably just more you watch people so bad and just get it
No,
done.
no, it's not that. It's just like that direction where violence or team violence like that. Like individual violence is a one-on-one person. It's your skills against his skills, your mind against his mind, your will, how well you prepared, the discipline you showed in training, your IQ in terms of fighting IQ.
It's a fascinating contrast.
Something else, should I say for
Teams are just fighting each other and fucking each other up like that. But to me, it's like, what are you asking for?
And
Hey, what do you get people excited about?
what fascinates me about it is really with the AI and everything is like knowing what humans need in order to stay, whether it's satiated, thrive in some way. Of like, if AI takes away all the hard things or whatever, like the whack-a-mole, what are people going to start doing?
Like the thing beside the bell that makes
like,
complaints.
if AI is like, this is too crazy, you guys are fighting too much, like, but if we're learn to kind of fight and yield to contrast.
They brought 72 bells, 72 rappers, and what happens? They told them about it. They also they would put the belt backwards inside the bells.
Just like we're all saying, like,
We've already heard.
Told them about it.
I mean, I actually even like when I feel, but I know that
Inside that, Ocean
like there's times that I'm like, I've
36 of bells. One side, 36 bells.
like I don't even have peripheral vision. I don't have muscle memory.
Was
right, forgot how to navigate LA.
Yes, like we are.
Try to go through LA.
36 inside out. Front end,
They pull
36
photos and
inside, back up in.
because your memories are in there. They're not in
No,
your head.
slow some shit.
It's like I look for like memories. Like, oh, I forgot about it.
72
This
bells.
is in here.
Right, what?
Literally
It was
don't
36.
You see the picture.
Mona said inside
Yeah,
that.
maybe like a year ago today. I'm like, oh, right. I didn't log that.
I'm gonna let you
Crazy.
Crazy. You just didn't have it.
focus time.
That's right. How
My
did I do
focus
that?
for miles to go.
Why did I delete it?
My focus over here. I'm trying to see the was it 36 or was it 72? Was it 36 on the side?
It's the same amount of stories and all the conversations. Like, oh wow, it's like that's why you're like trying to bitch.
Too much.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why do I remember every lyric to every R. Kelly song? I cannot remember what happened last week. It's funny that do you remember America? America. I'm gonna bring you back to America.
When it comes to representation,
Those such a picture shot. Did you get your shots? Did you get your vaccine? Let's fill out the paper.
This is just for us. That part.
That's the thing is like extreme left people will be like, we're so fascist Nazis, but let everyone in, come here.
Why is it?
We'll wrap it up.
Did you get your shot?
Why? No matter how.
Shit all weekend sold out. Sorry, bitches.
Just as so to begin. So what are we thinking? So son es mi casa. Son es mi casa on what Chanel why? So also when it comes to what did Yosef's brothers do? He assaulted and he wanted to kill Yaakov and tell him to make him think that Yosef ultimately was killed by an animal. They took Yosef's tunic, his sones, check out his brother. They said, "They to see their brother."
Straight by getting to Rocket Podcast by night.
One of the Cohen is the top of the blood. Nick Nassai, the parents of the Cohen, the parents of the ultimately got better homes or something.
Watching this is an episode where I'm watching the TV and also you're inside the show and you're looking at me. It's crazy. It's weird for me too. It's weird for me that it gets weird for other people too. I see people with authority about it. It's okay.
That's the number of that
Oh, good. You look at me and this excitement. It's weird for me. Like I was trying to explain this to someone that looked at like
you know, you have those numbers
I
to go by.
kind of do
I
too.
don't know.
It's fucking
I
weird.
on the head.
It's weird that
The
that
copper
people are watching.
and so the
Yes.
copper for
And then you
those
start thinking
hold
like,
the
oh, fuck
head
it up, don't say
too
that.
high. Holding the head like it is like arrogance.
But if you
It's
think about it,
ultimately against its snap
the
as
fact that you
the
did this
copper. Beautiful.
set up,
I'll think the copper here. You know, what's the result of the coin?
taught me
The result of
say
the coin is
it's
ultimately
all
the
about
copper for
yeah,
a hero of
it
his
goes against it.
your thoughts.
People are interested.
design the heart to sing.
Short-term stuff does work, like short attention span stuff is very popular, unique with me. But I have been resisting it more and more lately. I'm like a heroin addict, like slowly weaning myself off the drug. And the more I wean myself, the better I feel, like physically better. My brain works better. I feel more relaxed. I don't feel like this, like Sugar Sean O'Malley, UFC fighter, said, like, you want to just screw around. He goes, there's just no legacy that I get. Like, yeah, because like, you know you're wasting your time chasing a fix that you're never gonna get, and you're just like getting this short drips of like, but that's not what people really want. What people really want is something engaging, something that's a great documentary, like, which are still super popular. Like, a great documentary, they're still, like, huge on Netflix, huge on YouTube. So this is also like 3 hours long. Exactly. Exactly. Humans can change. It's just you can hijack the reward system by giving them some short attention span nonsense and just like tricks their slow drip dopamine to like continue to watch this stupid shit. But that's all they want. That's how I remember.
There's a difference between like just a drip of something that has the illusion that I'm getting what I want as opposed to what I actually need.
Yes.
Sort of a reminder that I exist.
Yes.
And that I'm communicating with somebody and I can relate to it.
Yes.
Which is a different thing. And I only know this because I've never been on social media, but sometimes there's one time I got on TikTok and was all police footage. Like and I remember laying on my couch 40 minutes went by and I was just doing this. I was like the first part of the video, and then what happened? And then like the second part, part two, and that was the only time I experienced. I thought I gotta stay away from this because I'm going to leave the house.
It's bad. It's bad for you too because it programs you to think that that's where you're everywhere in the world. Like if you have 8 billion people that are interacting with people all over the world, and you only take the worst examples of that and broadcast it, and then it becomes viral, and millions and millions of people, it rewires your way you think about shit.
But the thing is about memory. So it was like that night with girls the other day. And I thought, I bet you did I see a video of there was that one of the things when I put the Oculus on. Right. I can't remember, but I know what it feels like to be looking at it. So it's changing.
Because again, I think it's connected to like Dunbar's number. Like Dunbar's number is the amount of people you can keep in your head. Like, because we evolved in these tribal scenarios. We evolved with like 150 people. And so the way Dunbar calculated it, there's like very close, intimate, closer people. There's a small amount, and then immediately after that, there's a slightly larger amount. And it gets up to like 1,000 people. 1,500. That's the most amount of people you can keep in your head. So it's like 5 people that like your tightest of tight, and then 15 like slightly outside of that, and it gets all the way up to about 1,500 people. Recognizable people. But I would think I'd be able to, you can keep in your head, yeah. But I'm way past 1,500 people, so I'm fucked, right? Like I'm like, there's people that I know really well, and then I see them, and I'm like, I don't know, okay, and it seems bad. Like I'm like, I can't remember his fucking name. I can't remember his name. It's just because my hard drive sucks. It's like I don't have enough room. It's like, when you have the whole iPhone, it's like you run out of backspace. Oh, Jesus. I got to start deleting photos and videos. And you get anxiety about that, or you just sort of breathe through it and say, well, this is I kind of do. These are worlds, but my memory itself is like very good and also very bad at the same time.
Yeah, me too. I have a serious problem with those things. Like as I was saying it, I was like, and I watched it so many times, I was like, Virginia. Like as you were saying, I remember reading the guys I just met, the one that just got the sugar.
They say they're not, they just go to the cow.
And some people get
That's
upset.
the
That's
case
right.
ultimately
Like,
again.
I know.
They
Fucking,
couldn't rather only was it either out of the sinner
well, that's
of
why
the
in
fire.
Hollywood people
That's
love to
actually the
say,
sinner.
good to see
Now,
you.
there was a straight person, a very
Instead of nice to meet you. Like, maybe 2 years ago. Like, I
Private.
don't remember.
So the
Yeah,
Kitolis
but
is
the
the
works
hammer
that
from
great
a
thing
Shimara.
about
This
it
was
was
an
the last thing
They
you
get
did.
excited.
That's fine. That's fine.
Now,
Speaking of which, I watched your
it's not
movie.
really, but it means
This
it's
thing
spotlight.
and it's good.
That's
It's really good.
There's
Now,
collective
it's
responsibility
one
on
of the best representations of someone attempting to do stand up. It's like it's a really good film.
There's still an element of
You
collective
know, but it's not
responsibility.
really just about
Torres
stand up.
takes
It's
care
about
of the
these
collective
people.
responsibility.
It's
But
about
Lashnaris only
they're
private.
actual
What
human
doesn't
beings.
the Torres
These are
take care of? What doesn't
complicated,
it take care of?
real,
The
like
individual
not
speaker's
cartoonish,
responsibility.
not
So like
cartoonish people.
Torres
Like,
spoken private,
I get
the
that
Torres
these are real
takes care of
people.
national responsibility.
Complicated
Public
young
has
people that are
was
trying
it
to
ultimately again
figure out
when
the
Lashnaris
relationships.
spoken
And in
publicly,
the context
then
of
it
this
is
one
the
guy,
Kahmon.
Will
Then
Arnett,
it is the bells
attempting to
on
do
the
stand-up.
bottom of the wheel.
So it was
They
great.
have the
I'm glad you
ability
say
to
that. So
atone
you feel
for
like, you know,
crowds. The speaker of the Lashnaris did his own shuvah, but ultimately again when you have public private Lashon Hara,
that was
the
my
Torah takes care of it.
introduction to
Public Lashon Hara, the Kahmonim, the bells, ultimately again of the
New Year's Eve special.
care of it.
I watched it
Was
every
it
year. You know
Hadron
what it was?
Allah?
The
It's
late
the
booze
Kaddish.
Sam kind of said
That's what we did.
Dice. You know, late booze. I forgot. I'm pretty sure she was on there. Yeah. And I was obsessed with Dice when I was like in 8th grade. I memorized one of his records and I would do it at the train station with all my friends. Because back then, that's all you did, right? You would memorize stuff. Oh, yeah. There was no video to look at. You know, you wouldn't all sit around. You would just memorize and then, you know, regale your friends with your impersonation of it. And then Richard Pryor was my hero brother. That was my idol. So I had this thing with stand-up comedy, then I moved to New York, and I all of a sudden immersed with these clubs, and then the Upright Citizens Brigade had just started. I did this movie called American Summer, and there's all these people. I didn't even know about the state that show on MTV. They just, all of this. And so I just, you know, little by little immersed myself in that world, and I just became fascinated with the culture. And then Zach Galifianakis, who I met like 2008, way before Hangover, I used to go and watch him do stuff, and I just loved the culture. And when Will was telling me about this, I was like, yo, let's set it in New York. And the cellar, I just love the geography of the cellar too. That you go in the elevator and you walk down to this place, this is whole other world. And it just felt like, yeah, I really want, like, can we build this off where it's authentic, where you watching it home and you get a sense of the fact that you're saying that, you know, you feel like it got it, you know, within the striking distance makes me really happy.
Yeah, it's striking distance. It's like one of the only films where, like, Punchline was an interesting film that takes Southfield. Yeah, it was bullshit. Like, you watch it, like, walkers. And also the comedy wasn't good. It wasn't real comedy. It was like, it felt flat, fake, and people were laughing at nothing. The Will stuff felt real. It felt real. You know, like the clubs felt like a guy trying to work out what it's like to be on stage, an open mic. And then the fact you got Jordan Jensen, who I love, she's fucking great. I texted her afterwards, like, so she had killed it. She's great. She said,
I started shooting her, and I was like, oh, wait a second. Yeah. It was like, and the first thing I shot was one of her sets, and I was just up there with the camera, and I came around in her profile, and actually, I felt like I was in a Star's Wars. She looked a lot like Gaga and Allie, like singing Shallow. So I had like this weird moment. I was like, whoa. And then she was just incredible. And then as it went on, she had a larger part of the movie. And then that whole thing when they're talking about the small penis, we moved to her and just her writing that down. And she was just so clueless. And I was like, oh, yeah, she's got it. She's got it.
She's great. She's really great. She's a really unique person. Like, very unusual, like, just talking about
Oh, yeah, kind of form with 2 moms. Yeah, amazing. Yeah, she could do anything.
I know, and she's so fun. She's fun on stage too. Yeah, she's great, but very smart. Very smart. But like her character, like the way she interacted, like that's so realistic. Like we should fuck. Like that's
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And you go back to like East Village or Chinatown apartment, you know, these are all one room.
yeah, I believe it.
Yeah.
It was great. It's like, you know, you you're never going to really capture stand up in a movie because it's to capture what it is, you need like years.
And also, you need a movie dedicated to it.
Exactly.
The movie's not dedicated to it. Do you know what I mean? It was just about can I make you feel like you were there while you were with him on stage?
Yes.
And what that would be like.
Yeah.
You know, the silence, and then the camera's boom. There's nowhere to go.
How did you work out the stand-up scenes? Did you have real audiences?
And it was not just real audiences because you have to hit the quota of extras with SAG and all that. We try to do it as authentic as possible, which is everybody that works in the cellar, they're there in the movie. Everybody agreed to do it. So all the waiters and everything, the staff, that's all people that work there. Liz, who's the manager, she's the manager of the cellar. So all those people are real. But then the patrons, I can't remember what the email was or what the ask was, but like people who like to go to stand-up comedy, go regularly. And then once they were there, I never told them what was going to happen. I never directed them once. I said, whatever they're laughing at, that's it. I don't do many takes, so you're getting an authentic reaction. Now it's hyped up because there's cameras there and it's a movie, but they're not told what to do.
It feels like that.
And so, and even in the mix, like we never added anything. There was no added laugh, nothing. Yeah, it's all. So it's got to be real. So I'm like, no, to just, I just don't want to act, right? And that's why, Shane Gillis was kind of the first time he was here at the mothership. Shane gave him 4 minutes of a set, and Will and I flew to Austin, and we're sitting in the green room, and Shane was like an hour and a half late, and Tony was there, and he was so nice. I'd never met Tony before, and that's where I spelled the thing. I did this. Fuck me. That's just no joke. Yeah. And that was the first time Will ever went up, and we were just trying some of that material. I went up as Alex Novak, because I was like, when you have an opportunity as an actor to actually do the thing you're preparing to do, like think about how much it costs. If you go into a room, there's real people, it's all, and then every step that you're taking, you're in a club. So he did that, and then when we went back to New York, he did like 3 times a week, 4 or 5 times a night for like 6 weeks. Wow. Just so he could understand what it's like. And some people didn't know who he was. You got a lot of tourists going to New York City, and there were nights where you knew that when he said Alex Novak, they're like, cool. Right. Not like you're not Alex Novak. Right. Like, okay, let's see what you got. And so that was really great.
How did you wrote this film?
He wrote it with this guy Mark Chappell. It was a movie that was more about his based on this guy John Bishop, who's a real comedian, a very successful comedian in the UK. And Will met that guy on Orange somewhere, and he was there talking about his story. I was like, yeah, I was doing something else. My wife and I were breaking up, and I walked into a Hallmark Pub one night and went to pay the cover. That really happened to this guy. So he wrote his name down, and they called him. And he was like, yeah, I'm getting a divorce. Got a couple of troubles, but he just loved it. Never done a comedy, nothing before that. He kept coming back, and he was obsessed by it. And then weeks later, his strange wife, walked into the place I was doing an open mic at with her girlfriends, and he was doing a set about their relationship. So that actually happened. Wow, I know. And they got back together, and they're still together, and now he tours around the world. He makes a living as a comedian. That's incredible. Yeah. So when he was telling me that, I was doing another movie, and I remember I was working on been friends for like 25 years. And he was telling me that, and I was like, I just imagine Will, because I know him so well, he's so charismatic and funny, and just has this presence that is kind of lacking. I don't feel like there's like a male archetype now that fits him. He's like Robert Mitchum, reminds me like a young Robert Mitchum, Will. And he's telling me how his voice and that face, and I just couldn't get out of my head, Joe. And I was like, hey, can I read it? How far along are you guys? And I read it, and I was like, I didn't quite, because like you, I'd never seen a movie that I thought nailed it, and I love stand-up comedy so much. I was like, and I have no desire to try to redo it. And also, comedy is so massive right now, and the specials are so great and cinematic right now, that there's no reason to try to make a fictional movie about something that we can watch as a documentary or a docu-series or a show that is authentic. I was like, but I still really love to capture it cinematically. So we did this with Will, and the movie's about the two of them. That's interesting. Yeah. And you suck.
One of the great scenes was like,
you bad, you're really bad. And it's much more about just what but stand-up comedy, anything, and you talk about this on your show, doing anything that puts you out of your comfort zone, anything that pushes you, you're gonna improve as a human being. That was really what that whole thing is about. And I just love the culture in the world. I thought there's so much tangible stuff here for me to get excited about cinematically and story-wise. But really, it's like it could have been anything. Just something that he'd never done, that he puts himself out there, and then in doing it, he just sort of gets more comfortable, and then the mic comes off his hand, and then he's leaning against the wall. And by the end of it, and then the way it was structured, it allows him to do that vampire set at the end of the movie, where all he's doing is exercising what he's feeling emotionally because he's comfortable in this setting. Yeah. Because the old him, when he has that fight with her in the attic, he just would have kept that all inside, and he would have been catatonic at his kids' assembly where we meet him in the beginning of the movie, because you just don't know what to do with all that. But if you have an outlet, something expressive, you can exercise it in a healthy way. Yeah. So that really was the point of that whole part of it being stand-up comedy and open mic.
What you really nailed is someone trying it for the first time. You guys really nailed that. You really nailed a beginner in comedy. Like, it seemed completely realistic.
Great.
Yeah. And I think that's one of the reasons why Kill Tony is so popular.
Yes.
Because you get to see, you can't, that raw reality of someone who's never done stand-up before. Like, there's people that went up at Madison Square Garden in front of 16,000 people that had never done stand-up. Don't do that. You should be in a fucking smoky room, well, not smoky anymore, but a tiny fucking room where disinterested people, where everyone's bombing and you bomb too, and it's not that big a deal. Because you might have some potential. But if you fucking bomb in front of 16,000 people, the pain of that, you may never recover.
Also, just think about because you're going to hear your voice through the, echoing. It can't be just in it. So I imagine there's an echo. So you're not only bombing, but you're hearing it.
You don't really feel the echo. You don't hear the echo because you have monitors on stage, so it's kind of pretty flat.
Okay.
But the noise of your voice, where you've never heard your voice in a microphone forever, and now you're in front of 16,000 people doing it, and then Tony's sitting there looking at you, and Shane's there, and I'm there.
It's like a nightmare. It's like you're walking in a nightmare.
Well, just doing stand-up in front of like a guy like Shane Gillis is crazy. He's sitting right next to you. You've never done stand-up. You're going to do stand-up right next to a guy who's selling out arenas. Like, that's nuts. That feeling is nuts.
But it's wonderful to watch. Because you're watching authentic reactions happening in real time.
Yes. Okay, if your New Year's resolution was change everything and be a new person, so instead of pretending you're going to meal prep kale forever or do morning cold plunges, here's one actually realistic thing: AG1. AG1 is a daily health drink that supports your energy, gut health, immune health, and helps fill common nutrient gaps. Just one scoop in cold water each morning and you're off. It's got over 75 vitamins, minerals, probiotics, and whole food ingredients in there. So instead of guessing whether you need a probiotic or a prebiotic or sorting through 10 different bottles of pills and powders, you just do one scoop and get on with your day. It's great because it feels like the grown-up move, but for once it's actually really easy. It takes 30 seconds and you notice the steadiness that sets you up for the day. Not wired, not crashing, just functional human being energy. I partnered with AG1 for years, and if you want to give it a try, head to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, and for a limited time, you'll get a free AG1 duffel bag and free AG1 welcome kit with your first AG1 subscription order. Only while supplies last. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, or visit the link in the description to get started. It's non-processed. It's as clean a mental food as you're going to get. That's true. Yeah. It's just that I think human beings really love seeing what it's like when someone starts out doing something. Because a lot of people have these ideas like, oh, maybe I could try that. Maybe I could learn how to play guitar. Maybe I could do that. But it's just that getting going and sucking at something in the beginning is terrifying for people. So when they see someone just try it, they're like, oh, good. Look at he's out there doing it. He's on the bike. He's moving. It's like you see actual people that are trying to do something that they've never done before. It's exciting.
And also, the one thing I wanted to touch on is the craft of it all. That it takes a lot of work. I know that it's not, just writing. She says that one point. She's like, you gotta write. Keep going up. And I think most people, at least I didn't know before I started going, that people go up 3 or 4 times a night. Like I didn't understand. So that was something I thought was important to convey. Just the work ethic that's needed.
Well, New York is really great for that. It's always had a culture of that. It's had a culture of guys looking from club to club and doing set to set because there's so many clubs in Manhattan. So guys are just, I think the most guy I ever heard, one guy did eight or nine sets a night. Like they just like that's how many clubs there are. So I just hop all over the place. You start at night at like 8 p.m.
Yeah, downtown, 10 downtown, then you go up to
It's we got a lot of that here. There's just so many clubs in Austin now.
I mean, we went there. What you built is incredible.
Thank you. It's not sure. It's fun.
I showed him the video to stand up. I hadn't done stand up in like 13 years. And he said the only thing that for sure you got wrong is the culture. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, no, people aren't that nice. And I was like, actually, I think you're wrong. I was like, it's changed. I was like, people are supportive now.
It's where you go. There's places where it's not very supportive.
At least like I used to go to the cellar like in early 2000s. Didn't feel like it does now.
Right. Well, I think Ari Shafir changed that a lot. He brought like the culture of LA to New York, where you're like more supportive of each other. It was always like dog against dog, because really the way it all started out was in the 1990s. It was all about everyone was auditioning for a sitcom. And if you and I were, if I showed up to audition for a sitcom, like, he's going for the same part, fuck that guy. It was like, that could change your life. If you got that sitcom, now all of a sudden you're fucking huge, and I'm still like struggling to pay my rent, eating ramen, and it could have been me. And so there's this like serious resentment that happens in the 1990s because everybody, like the golden carrot at the end of the stick was the Tonight Show, or hosting like if you could get your own late night show. Oh my God, he's the host of the Tonight Show. That was like the thing that only one person could get. And then there was like the sitcom. Like if it really worked out, they would make a sitcom around you. You get a development deal. So there was. People would psychologically backstab people. People would talk shit to people before they went on stage. They would try to hijack their mind. Like really, it was dark. And then the internet came around. And then the internet, instead of people being your competitors, they became not just your friends and not just your colleagues, but also an asset. Because if you're doing a podcast and you've got your funny friends on, then your podcast is better. And then if you tell people about their podcast and their podcast is better, and then you go on their podcast and that's better, and everybody benefits from everybody else doing well. So it completely reversed the system. And then it became much more about being supportive of each other. And then everybody kind of realized, like, hey, it's way more fun when we're all having fun, And since the television thing kind of died off, the sitcom thing kind of died off with reality shows, and then it was really just more about getting clips up on the internet and about getting, and then there was Netflix specials, so it wasn't just everybody trying to get an HBO special, it was way more specials. And then you could just upload specials to YouTube. It became this way more collaborative, supportive environment. And then Ari Shafir took that we had kind of like established in LA and brought that to New York. A lot of those guys ran for that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way to go. People always say, there's a lot of room at the top.
Yeah, there's a lot of room at the top for sure.
And it's like everybody has their own lane, even within this big highway. And everybody wants to be with other people. Who wants to be alone for a long period of time?
Yeah. If you out there, but they're all psychologically destroyed. They're just a mess. Yeah. They're just not friends. It's crazy. I don't get it. But, it's that aspect of the culture I felt like in the movie you guys nailed, which is a realistic aspect, a realistic portrayal of what it's like. A bunch of people just, they were all busting each other's balls.
You could be supportive and still honest. That was the thing. If you lack of honesty, criticism, it's not done with the hope that you're for your demise.
Yeah,
that's the difference.
I think the 90s, like, poisoned a lot of comedians. It poisoned them because it gave you this idea that the whole thing was about a means to an end, and that end was a sitcom. And everybody thought you just had to get a sitcom, and that was what everybody talked about. there's people that were developing their entire act based around a persona that they could sell to the networks.
Were you doing stuff for your sitcom?
Yes.
I see. Okay, so is that how that happened? Did someone see you and then they're like, "Oh, you gotta try the show"?
Yeah, I got ridiculously lucky. Like, you know, a lot of people say, "Oh, you're really hard to get on sitcom." Nope. No, I got lucky. I did the MTV. I never had any aspirations to act at all. I did the MTV half hour on the hour. I got a development deal, and all of a sudden, I'm living in LA and I'm on sitcom. And it happened in a couple of great sitcom. I was on a bad one first. I was on a bad one called Hardball. It was a sitcom on Fox where I played a baseball player. That show got canceled, and unfortunately, I thought it was going to cut because I was retarded. I was, 25 years old, 26 years old. And I was like, oh, this is going to take off. I should get an apartment. So I had a lease on an apartment, and I went
Anyway, I'm sure people were telling you that it was going to take off too.
oh, yeah. Everybody believed it.
Yeah, you're going to win an Emmy.
Well, the guys that made it, Jeff Martin and Kevin Curran, they worked on The Simpsons, they worked on Married with Children, they were doing good. But then the Fox people came in and just ruined it. The executives came in, they brought in a bunch of hacks and just ruined the show.
Did you have fun doing it?
I had a kind of good time. But I also missed comedy. I missed New York people, and I wanted to get out of there. I was like, I gotta get back to New York. Fuck this place. As soon as it was over, I was like, fuck, I got this lease. So I had a lease for a year, and then I got a
So how
development
long were
deal.
you in LA? That's
Oh, I was in LA for a few months. Yeah. So I moved out there to do the show. Right. I got a lease like almost immediately, and then I was out there for a few months. The show got canceled, and then I got a development deal to do something for NBC, and they were going to do my own sitcom. But as we were developing it, they said, "Hey, there's a show that we're doing. It's called News Radio. It's already been picked up. We did the pilot, but we fired one person from the pilot, and we wanted to do this." That's how I got on the show. That's how it happened. That was only the second show I ever auditioned for ever. So I had one show that is about an air gun cancer. You know, very elite track. Dumb luck. Stumbled into it 100%. I can't take any credit for it. Dumb luck. Just my ability to keep it together in auditions. Not no acting experience at all. But it was just not. It wasn't something that I aspired to. So it didn't have the kind of pressure it probably had for a lot of
It
people.
probably didn't have the same kind of relation to,
Right.
like you put it. I assume it was not something you really wanted. It was like it was fun, but you weren't like, this is like, this feels right.
No, what it felt like was I wanted to get money. Get some money.
Yeah, that's something that's always like,
Something's wrong. I was like, this is good. I'm going to get money and I don't have to worry about money. That's how I thought about it. Right. And then when I was doing it, I was like, wow, I'm so lucky to have that stuff going on. I'm here with Phil Hartman. This is crazy. Dave Foley and Steven Seagraves. It was nuts.
yeah.
It was a solid cast. No, it was Paul Sims. Just left Larry Sanders' show. Right. So he left Larry Sanders. Yeah, it was crazy luck. Just stupid, dumb luck. That's right. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. But back in those days, like everybody was working towards that. And fortunately, I already had that. So my thing was just like continue to work on stand up and just work on my stand up. And if this all goes away, I'll just go back to being a comic.
And doing stand up in LA.
Yes.
Right. So, and so that was new.
That's where I encountered the worst backstabbing I've ever seen in my life. So I come from New York,
Probably didn't feel that.
you didn't feel it as much. Right. You felt like a lot of shit talking, but that was fun. Guys make fun if you bomb.
Right. They were doing it to your face.
They were doing it to your face, and it was a more like just more ball busting, like silly environment. Right. In New York, it wasn't. No one thought they were going to get famous in New York. They were all just doing sex. But in LA, everybody had this idea to get a sitcom. And then in the 1990s, they started giving out development deals. That was the big thing. You get like a $200,000, $500,000 development deal. And then all of a sudden, you have all this money and you're living at it. So everybody was working towards that. So it became, instead of like people working towards just being stand-up, it became stand-up as a means to an end. And then all these other people, they were in your way to get that goal. Jesus. And then your agent was telling you that's what you had to do, and everything. So I was all like programming people to go after this
Completely different culture and stand up community there.
Exactly. But then that all went away. It all went away. Like this, the idea of working towards a sitcom is, it's like working looking towards a career ham radio. Because he fucking went away.
You said that Ari changed it. How did you do that?
Because he brought the LA culture to New York. Ari moved from LA back to New York. And everybody that I talked to in New York was Ari's like, you guys do it alone. Does he listen to it? Yeah. Well, because he was established, he was a really good comic. And they were like, okay, he's right. And they would come to LA. Like a lot of guys, Andrew Schultz and a lot of these other guys that come to LA and they're like, everyone's so fucking nice here. And they're all just having a great time. Like, why aren't we doing that? Why aren't we just having a great time? And so it shifted. It was the culture of the internet. The internet changed everything because there was no longer this one thing that 100 guys were trying to audition for. Now it was anybody could just put up something online, and then all your friends became assets. They all became like valuable to you instead of competitors.
That's cool. Yeah. Do you go up in these cities ever now?
I do. If I'm in LA, I'll still do sets in LA. I haven't been in a while, but most of the time I'm out on the club. Right. It makes it way better. Also, I have teenage kids. I want to be home.
Did you do the cellar?
Yeah, I did the cellar back in the day, but more I did the stand. I did Catch when I was there.
Right.
I did. I always did Dangerfields. Dangerfields was great because it was like a hole in the wall. There was hardly anybody there.
Shot his special.
Yes. Yeah. It was big in the 80s, and then something happened. And by the time I got there in the 90s, it was like fucking dead. One time I went there, and I had a spot at like 8:30, and I don't remember what time the show started, but there was a few people on before me, and I got there, and the people that were on before me were sitting at the bar. What's going on? There's no crowd. There's no crowd. There's nobody. And so then this couple walked up, and they bought tickets for the comedy show. And this guy, Bobby, in the doorman, like, step right up. He was a Scottish guy. Come on down. I have you seated. He seats them down. There's no one there, just them. They sit down. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dangerfields. Your first act. And we all did stand up for 2 fucking people. Yeah. The whole night, there's 2 people. And they had a great time. I'm sure they said it was weird. It's like when you're doing stand-up for just 2 people, you also realize how much of your act is bullshit. How much of your act is like fucking dance moves. It's just nonsense. Like English on the cue ball. It's like you're doing a lot of silly things. It's like don't even like, and you're not connecting with real people, right? There's 2 people there, and like cuts the fat out of all your shit. And you recognize where the flaws in your writing are, the flaws in your delivery. But Dangerfields was a wild little place. It was like a classic comedy club that didn't have no industry went there, no agents, no managers went there. It was just like a bunch of weird degenerates. It was fun. That was fun. So I did that a lot. Yeah, because that was how I could make money. I could headline. I could go out. Because if you're in the city, you're doing 15 minute sets or 10 minute sets. That's great, but it's hard to piece together an hour at a 10-minute set because you kind of want to let the material breathe and put it all together or compose it into one big thing. And you really can work on a lot more if you're actually
Do you watch a lot of specials, comedy specials nowadays?
I watch a lot of comics. I see live,
Right, but not like.
No, I probably should. I should watch more. But really, comedy it's like an artistic form of hypnosis. And the real way to see comedy is to be there live. So like, you know when the person walked in, and you know they're not. You feel it. They got you. Like they're thinking for you. Yeah. If I'm watching a tell, he's at like the mothership is killing. Like we're all like this. We're like locked into his brain. We're letting him like take us on a ride. It's like a kind of a form of hypnosis. And I really think that a stand-up special, as good as they are, you're maybe getting 60 to 70% of the experience of actually being there.
That's why I enjoy watching to see how different people make them. Because there's all different types. Some are heavily edited, which always brings me out. There's a way to keep it so you feel like you're in the room. Right. I remember was it Mr. Tambourine Man or the Chris Rock special where he changed the tone when he started talking about the German porn and how he became addicted to porn. And he was that great filmmaker, who's a comedian who does music. He he did that thing during COVID when he was in his house. I think he directed it, and the camera just keeps going on, keeps going on. By the time you don't even realize it because you're hypnotized, you're right there on Chris Rock. And I think probably subconsciously, just thinking about it now, that's probably one of the things. That's kind of the frame I use the whole time on Alex. Yeah, I remember watching it go like, fuck, this becoming close up. You know, but that's what it was happening. So there was a synergy between the camera and what he was doing in the place. It made me feel like cinematically I was there and this is what he was doing, hypnotizing me.
Right, and then the opposite of that was the special that Chris Rock did where it changed clothes. So he was doing a special where he filmed part of it in one place and another part of it in another place, and he spliced the two together with different outfits. So you would have him begin a bit with one outfit on and then end the bit with a different outfit on. And you're like, what are you? Who's like, dude, is this?
Yeah, because the minute you cut and edit in any way, you know, even podcast audio works. That's the thing I've learned. You know, some people, you know, they edit the audio of a podcast. You're like, that's not. Someone didn't take a breath before they answered.
Oh, like cutting out.
Yeah, it's a whole other rhythm.
That's the YouTube thing, right? YouTube for a long time was doing these things where they would cut out all the pauses in between people talking. It became like a style of editing. Where it's like shocking.
But my ears, like, it's impossible for me to get in. It's just impossible.
It's the short attention span concept.
Right.
You're just saying people are so fucking stupid. You can't get many breaths. You can't get many breaths. You gotta keep talking, and then you need one.
Yeah. It's like it's paralysis. Like it's paralysis. Yeah.
Just trying to keep you engaged as much as possible by editing instead of by having actual interesting content.
Yeah, it's interesting exercise. Yeah, I enjoy watching. Like I think Josh Safdie did the Sanders one, and he did all this backstage. He walked up, and then he was in many locations, but he was playing music a lot. Yeah, I just like watching everybody's different, you know, sort of exploration of different stand-up shows because it's such a huge, viable market. So people, you know, it's fun to watch how they do it. I think that's probably why, because I watched so many. I want to do it in a way, in a movie.
Have you done stand-up?
Never. No.
Have you thought about it? When you were doing the film, did you think about it?
Everywhere else in Europa, you see that Chazal go out of their way. Whenever we feel safe, whenever we don't have to spend to do so, we don't do the one exception to this rule.
Is trying to open mic one night. Yeah, I probably should.
But again, it's the one exception to this rule. But ultimately, again, when it comes to
I think I could do better.
everything has to be done.
I know everybody. It's kind of the same thing with all of us.
Yeah, of course.
There's always a party that has to be better. And then next thing you know, like, I gotta leave. I gotta go do a set.
Big picture, what's the
It's like all artistic pursuits, they can become an obsession. And then it's like your brain naturally goes towards that pathway of thinking about that thing all day.
Which I love. Oh, it's great. It's a fun thing. I remember being 11 and watching Elephant Man and knowing at that moment. Okay.
Yeah, so at
that moment that like, oh, this is what I want to do for the rest of my life.
you saw the elephant.
Yeah, I remember.
Você viu para mim que eu
I thought about it a lot,
você
obviously.
Ele
David Lynch directed it, and I remember seeing Anthony Hopkins. I loved film, so I always loved film. My dad loved film. But it wasn't like a conscious thing where I was like, this is it. And I remember, you know, in my living room, it was on the TV. I saw the movies on TV. You know, I never saw Doctor Stone, movie theater, Godfather, anything. I mean, this is Runner, you know, none of it. It was all on television. And when I was watching Elephant Man, it was on HBO. It came through Philadelphia where I live, Comcast. And they would show like it all the time. And it was Anthony Hopkins coming in. And he's seeing Joseph Merrick, Elephant Man for the first time. And the way David Lynch shot it, you only see a shadow. And then Hopkins starts crying. It was just like I was there. That's
I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna buy it.
and I was like, that was incredible. And then
What are you
he was
going
like
with?
that, and I
I'm
became
gonna buy half the time.
I want that.
Togo Bamai,
So
Mekhabs
it
is
was
also
that
less
for
of a
the
home.
first
But
year.
it's less about
And I was
if it only
it was
gets
the first
loyal
year.
to soil.
It was I was
To the
11.
point
It was
that a
like
little bit of
it was
water
like
would move the
bam.
stage or
It
whatever.
was like a
You
shot.
can wonder even with the church accommodates. Togo
And
the
it's
less there, but oh well, I'm a line of Mekhabs. But if it gets so dirty and it requires detergent, then what? You can't even launder it with water. So it's like, yeah, you open the other say, in the Khamsin also called it. Other say no. You don't launder the clothing of the Kohen Gadol at all. At all. If it gets so dirty that it needs to be laundered, detergent, water, it doesn't make a difference. You decommission it, make it into the wicks. Why? She'ain and use the Makamash. What's that? And by the way, I'm trying to point out, this is like a new level of Ashkenaz, right? A new level of wealth. That I'm so wealthy that I don't even want you. That's like a different paradigm. That's the wealth of this is. How do we pass things? It's amazing. So the halacha is, Rambam says in Luchos Be'amikdash, Kol Beged Lebigdei Kuna, Shenas Vitzoin, Ein Maladmin Osan, Ein Machapmin Osan, Ela Mayichel of Silos, V'lo Chadash. What's saying the halacha is, any of the big Kuna that get dirty, do not wander big
Thinking that
Rather worse
is
is
changed their
dirty.
whole life. Like at first I thought it was in the shower that was before.
You go ahead and use it for weeks and everything.
And I was over there, and I was like, he's joking because he don't have it. And then as my brain started going, he kept bringing me in it. And then by the end, by that portion, I was like, I'm just watching this guy that looks there.
Speaking about some of the pictures, Mikio, turn up on the Mikio, Kulo Shot
Pull that out of your eyeballs.
Mikio,
And I wrote, so I went to grad school in engineering.
Mikio
A letter because our dean sent something new oriented. The school I went to that I only got into because they let anybody in. They did that show. It's like after remember that on TV? So our thesis was a show. It was like it was a class, but it was a class, like technically a class.
So maybe
And I was there for that. Just tell you when I asked, change that to the post. And then you take all of these threads
and why twist them
you
together.
know,
Also, community moment.
so weird. So weird, right? I never get over that.
Now,
Meeting forever. And there's some guys, I don't know if you feel this way too, like there's some guys, like they're not friends, but still, I still feel a little bit of like extra energy when I'm around.
They would look like
It'll
hologram
never go away.
before the mouth
Yeah,
opened
for sure.
up.
It's crazy.
For me, one of the Russians,
It's so odd going to dinner with him.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Hanging out with him here. You come to the club. You come to hang out with
That's great. Yeah, and it never goes away. As close as you get, even when your brain's off, that's what is my brain off. That's like unbelievable. It was even like Clint Eastwood, who I did American Sniper.
the black, like the things inside the bell that makes it complaints against that. That's what's like, other things that was really 72 of these buildings. They brought 72 bells, 72 clappers, and what else?
That weird. So
All
funny.
the buttons. They also got 2 bells, clappers inside the bells, bells inside the bell.
Really?
It was the next step. Go live on it. Those like the sheep.
Wow, look at these people.
Inside
Fully
that,
invested.
ocean and it's inside.
Like kind of like, you know, I can tell you the whole thing. So we had 3 sets of twins, and Clint likes to shoot fast, which I love.
36 on the side.
And they were primary
36
ready.
on the side.
Let's just
Those women so much need to know. Those who shoot
I was like, okay. I was like, all right. And I said to Don, I remember I made a joke on set. I was like, I just saved you $35. His hand with my thumb. You know, like I say, visual effects. Like, I made a joke about it. And then we've got to post some more things at the media. But you know, everybody diverse listen, like a theater watching and like, okay, Clint, so we did this.
was it 36 or was it 7?
but everybody, we get to the baby. Like, okay, Clint, this is the scene. It ends, and I'm literally behind that. I sit back in his head, and I'm waiting for everybody to raise their hand. We gotta spend more money. And then I think the kid had like two fingers too, like they weren't even just like, yeah, that's me. Dude, it's kind of dope. I've come full circle. So I raised my hand, and I was like, I just think that it's clear, that that's not a baby, and we went through 3 leases to find out what the cost would be, and no one said anything, and then I remember it was like, wow, now it's it. And I was like, okay. And I remember talking to the other producer, I was like, this is gonna come back. I was like, bro, this is gonna come back to haunt us. And I remember he said, no, bro, I think we're just gonna movie. I was like, I don't think so, dude. Everybody's like, yeah, this is dumb. This is crazy. That's like, there's another one too. It's like, it's crazy. What's it like? Is that different than like a written character that has no physical body that you can kind of become represent? When you're playing a guy like Chris Kyle, you're playing a human, and you're trying to figure out a way to make it as realistic as possible. Your acting, what's that like? I mean, the thing that just bugs me is the pressure. It's like night and day. Because there are people that you have to especially with Chris Scott, we started making that movie. He was alive. He got killed while he was still negotiating with another DVD just because his death. And then he was murdered. And February 2nd, and it was just like, but it felt like he never really that's the cover and that's the Texas for arrogance. His parents double shit to the elephant man. I did it as a my thesis in grad school, and I did it I actually did it in New York, and I did it. And that, even though it was a long time ago, that was the first time I felt that responsibility. I actually loved that guy from Jason York. And I felt that responsibility to him. So I had done something like that before. This was the first season of the next chapter. But it was massive, Joe. But I think that it's like you're always thinking forward to the future. That's gonna, I'm gonna work as hard as I can. And the fuel tank of a person is like there's like 4 extra canisters of like vats of firepower for you to work hard. Because you just across the eyes of somebody saying, I'm gonna serve your son, husband, father. It's amazing responsibility. And all the choices now is deceased. Yeah. It was mind-blowing. But and also, like, 185 pounds that Northeast Philadelphia. This guy's from Northern Texas, SEAL Team 3. It's like, and the worst thing we did were, Kevin Lacer, SEAL Team 3, Chris was in the movie Black Dog. Jacob Shickens, Travis wearing, he was wearing that. Did you ever see Restream? Yes. There's that scene where he goes to the hospital and the guys in the room that Jacob Shickens wanted. So these are real guys. It's all real. So I stepped in, I've got to, I'm believe in Chris. So I have to do whatever I can. So I believe in Chris. And I have a shot at everybody else potentially going along this illusion. I have to be absolutely fearless when I walk on set. So it just made me work so hard that I never turned. That if it's a creative character, it's different. It comes with a different set of challenges. It just depends. But I do know that with Leonard Bernstein, I did the same thing. Huge responsibility, massive that I felt to his kids, to people that loved him. Mainly his kids. All 3 of his sons passed away. So there's 3 kids who are like, okay, they're like handing you, it's like if someone went to your daughter in 12 years and said, here's this movie about your father. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And this guy's sitting across from you, like your father. And that's just a whole other thing. Because the truth is, like, that's good. It's going to last a long time. And it's going to be a thing that marks their journey. So I'm a part of whatever little part of this journey. Can you give somebody the faith that whoever has the power to speak to that artist? It's just, so it just makes me work, you just don't stop working to get to the point where you believe that he's a part of you, something's working. Did you meet whatever, just talk to me for once. Yeah, well, here's that's interesting, right? It's like, well, I couldn't do anything that would ever achieve what he achieved. It's like, what can I do to up a master? Right, so there's three weapons, three prolific to kill.
Why?
Right. That's what we're gonna do. Now it's time to act within 6 months. Also, luckily we're the same shoe size, same age. He has a more easier idea. You find things that, like, seem like, this is great. And I just, like, he's 23 now, so first thing was 6,000 calories a day for that trainer. And 6,000, yeah, 6,000 calories. First I did it with real food, and that was a big mistake. First we had an incredible chef.
And we just said before,
And I couldn't get up.
that the
Like, I couldn't move, like, I couldn't move my stomach. So then I think we split like half of it into protein shakes. It was still 6,000 calories. You couldn't get up. My stomach was never processed that much food. Yeah, whatever happened, like, was just like, get locked, like, major. Like, I was
so
like,
which one is it?
just
Let's finish this
chiropractor.
up.
So we change it, it would be like huge meal shake, huge meal shake, down twice a day, and 3 rest days, no cardio. It was all about strength training, and then it was all focused on deadlifting. And I just had Jason Walsh, who I worked with,
Which is
and
done
he
when
did that.
you don't
Yes,
know
it'd be
who
like
you
Monday,
know.
5:30 a.m. and then
Versus
4:30
the
p.m.
calculate
or
back
like
tunnel.
3:30.
You know who
Monday,
committed
Tuesday
the murder.
rest, Wednesday,
Forget
Thursday,
it down.
Friday,
So it's
Saturday, Sunday.
kill the guy.
And I got up to 230 pounds, and a lot of it was like, because I was thinking about him, his neck, so I get like all these development neck stuff. And it was a show. It's like I just wanted so you could shoot over. It's like, which we did all the
You
time.
can't execute the person.
The guys
In
just,
that
you know,
case, then
Chris.
what?
Yeah.
The Kisonis is
NFL
a factor
playoffs, let's go. DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, makes every moment feel bigger. From running back cuts through the line, the strip sack flips the field, a tight end hauls in the kind of touchdown grab we're talking about for years. Postseason games, chip fast, and with DraftKings live betting options, you can stay right in the moment. Plus, DraftKings has your back with early exit protection. If the player in your eligible NFL prop bet goes down at any point in the first half, you still get paid in cash. New customers bet just $5, and if the bet wins, you get 300 in bonus bets instantly. DraftKings Sportsbook, every drive, every play, every moment. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use the code Rogan. That's code Rogan to turn $5 into 300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings,
What
the crowd
doesn't
is
the
yours.
guitarist take care of? What doesn't it take care of? The individual speaker's responsibility. So when the guitarist is spoken privately, the guitarist takes care of national responsibility, public parhesia. Was it ultimately again, when my son spoken publicly, then it is the harmony. Then it is the bells on the bottom of the wheel that have the ability to atone for clouds. The speaker of the Lashon Hara has to do his own Shuvah, but ultimately again, when you have published private Lashon Hara, the guitarist takes care of it. Public Lashon Hara, the harmonium, the bells, ultimately again of
cancers in my family.
the people going to take care of it. Was it Hadron Allah? Is the Kaddish?
So I was like, not gonna do that.
That will begin in there.
So you know, is it creatine? It's creatine, yeah. Which, by the way, I just started again like 3 months ago. Oh, it's me too. I'm on this push-up thread with a bunch of dads at my school, and we do 100 push-ups a day. And if we don't, you have to pay $10 into a pool. And
Okay, good morning. So just start with the Commodore sponsorship. Commodores Allison and Adam Steinmetz in memory of Adam's grandfather, Rabbi Sheldon Steinmetz, Rabbi Shlomo Tzvi Ruben, Shimon Olav Shalom in honor of his neshama Shavan Ali and his Gemilot Yosef, his children, his grandchildren, and his 35 great-grandchildren. By Samuel Malka Esterson in memory of our parents, Ludwig Stiefel, Olav Shalom, Yitzchak Zvi Ben Aaron, HaKohen, Sarah Stiefel, Alea Shalom Sarah Rachel, Bas Baruch Avram, Hinda Esterson, Alea Shalom, Hinda Bas Kenneth Ephraim, and in memory of our dear family friend, Staff Sergeant Naftali Yona Gordon, and Nikom Domo, who fell in battle in Gaza on Erev Hanukkah 2023, and by Paul and Kathy Pollack, in memory of Paul's sisters, Leah Bas Shmuel, and Zachrini Shalamis Bas Shmuel, and my aunt Esther Bas Zakaria, who were all nifted during Tishrei. Daf Yomi is sponsored by Ayal and Sarah Steinberg, and is supposed to continued health for Shalamis Kana Bas Tusha, and for an ultimate report like okay, we're going to get started with the daf today, daf Kefes, and we'll start at the Mishnah. So Klei Halak. So this is dealing with the questions of when you have materials. Obviously, a carbon that is someone's makdish a carbon, it automatically gets kedusha. The manner in which the materials that we're not talking about animals have to actually become kaddish, and generally the manner in which it becomes kaddish is by being put in a klisharet, one of the kelim that were designed for use in the Beis Hamikdash. So the Mishnah says, Klei Halak, Mekachin es Halak, that if you have kelim that were designed for liquids, that's the mechanism by which you would be mekadesh any liquid. We'll clarify this in the Gemara a little bit, but just we'll take it at face value of the Mishnah. Midot yavesh, and when you have dry measures, Mekadesh is a yavesh, then it's Mekadesh, that's what you do in order to be Mekadesh things that are dry. And the inverse of that is Ein Kli Alach, Mekadesh is a yavesh. So if a liquid is supposed to be liquid and dry is supposed to be dry, so then a keli that's used for things that are moist, that can't be mekadesh something that's dry. And similarly, below yavesh, mekadesh es halak, a keli that's designed for dry things cannot be mekadesh something that is moist. And so Rashi will see that there are with liquids there are both things that are used for measuring as well as for just used as kalim. And in the case of dry things, Rashi explains that there are really two midot. There are two things that are used for measuring dry. One is in the volume of an isaron, which is all of the menachos used to be in isaron or 2 or 3, but it's basically in increments of an isaron. And then there's also a measure that's a half isaron, which has a very specific use. So there was the minchas havitin, which the Kohen Gadol used to bring every day. So the first half would be half will be in the morning and half would be in the afternoon, and so there was a measure that was that way. But as we'll see, the reality is that once you use those dry measures, they would actually put dry things into the wet kelim, but we'll talk about it. So at its face value, the Mishnah is just saying that liquids have to become covered through kelim that are designated for liquids, and dry things through things that are designated for dry things. Continues the Mishnah, Klei HaKodesh shenikru, that if you have one of the kleishares, something that's used in the Beis Hamikdash, I guess a hole, so then it depends. That if you could do with them essentially what you were able to do when they were whole, then mekachin. And if not in mekachin, then not. So basically it's saying it depends. If you can still use the daily for roughly speaking its purpose, then that's okay, even though it has some kind of hole. But if not, not. Now this is explained different ways. On its face, it would seem to be that if it has like a small hole, so it's only a thin leak or maybe a crack, and it's not really affecting it. That's how some understand it. But others understand that, for example, let's say you have you have a measure that's for any saron, and there's, or whatever the measure is, something, and it has a hole, say, above the halfway mark. So if you could use it, if you could still use it for measuring a half measure, so that's okay because you don't hit the hole. But if it would be lower, such that you couldn't use it at all. So, but not everyone agrees with that, so different explanations of what it means. But roughly speaking, a klisharis has to be able to function, and as long as it can roughly function, that's okay. But if it loses its function, then it would not even have any capacity to make something kodesh. And the Kashnel of the kodesh. And all of these klisharis, if someone were to take one of the klisharis outside of the Beis Hamikdash, then you put something in it, then it would not get kedusha, even though it is in one of the klisharis. Okay, says the Gemara, Amar Shmuel, Loshanu Elamidos. This that we said that clay halak, that a keli that's made for liquid cannot be mekadesh something that is dry. So we're going to clarify that. That's only the kelim made for measuring liquids, midos. But mizrakos, but the mizrak, for example, so kelim that are used for carrying or performing things with wet, that would be mekadesh something that's dry. And as I alluded to before, that's actually the reality. So if you were in the time when they would have the flour, they would have something yavesh, they would use the keli that was made for measuring yavesh, and that's how they would measure it. But then from there, they would pour it into the same kelim that they used to use for lot. So what's most clarifying is that when the Mishnah says that you can't use that liquid, kelim used for liquid cannot be mekadesh yavesh, is talking about the measuring kelim that were used for lot, of which Rashi points out that the Gemara elsewhere talks about that there were 7 of them. That those cannot be mekadesh something that's dry, but the actual kelim that they use for liquids in the avodah, meaning not the measuring ones, those in fact should be mekadesh something that's dry. And Nemar, how do we know this? Because the pasuk says Shnei and Malay and Sola. So this is the pasuk by when the Nesiim brought the cooking that we read many times in the Nesiim, those stokim. So basically, it says that you had a mizrach and a kara. So a mizrach is being used for liquids, and it says shnei and malay and sola. The pasuk says that both of them were filled with flour. So you see that a mizrach, which is generally a liquid-based, something that's used for liquid, was filled with flour. So you see the idea that once you get past the liquid measuring cup, and you're talking about liquid implements, those in fact could be something that's dry. Amalei Rabacham Yidifti the Ravina. So the Gemara says, well, wait a second. How can you learn from this pasuk by the Nesiim that something that's dry could become a kodesh through a keli that's designated for liquid? But the kind of mincha that we're talking about by the Nesiim itself was liquidy. Why? Because the pasuk says again, Shnei Simleim Solas Belul of Hashem and mincha. And we're talking about flour that was mixed with oil. So once you're talking about flour that was mixed with oil, we're talking about something liquid. So therefore, what's your chiddush that a mizrach, which is made for liquid, can be used for this mincha? So this mincha itself was of the liquidy variety. So the Gemara is asking, how is that a raya? So the Gemara says, two answers. So what is it telling us? That that it's only needed for case that there is dry in that mincha. So what is he saying? Rashi explains you can't mix a mincha perfectly. So what's going to happen is you mix the flour and the oil, and mostly become something liquidy. But there's going to be pockets of flour that didn't come into contact with oil, and that's going to be considered dry. And so therefore, the pasuk is telling us that even though there's dry in that mixture that was that the Nesiim brought, that since it was dry within it, that you see that a mizrach, which is a liquid implement, is able to mimkadesh even the dry part that's within a mixed mincha. Says the Gemara, second time, mincha legabe dam. It is basically saying that a mincha, as compared to a real liquid like blood, is considered like something dry, and therefore we can prove it about dry. So basically what he's saying here is that it is true that flour mixed with oil has a liquidy element to it, but when you compare that to blood or the other things that you would normally put in a liquid implement, it's considered essentially dry, and therefore the fact that it is a mixture of flour and oil doesn't make it liquid, and it's basically considered a dry thing, and therefore it is a good proof, because it's saying you could use this essentially dry thing could become a kuddush through a mizrach, which is again something that's generally used for liquid. Okay, Amr Shmuel continues the Gemara. Kleisharis ein mekadshin, that a kleisharis can only be mekadosh, it can't be mekadosh anything. Ela shleimin, that if it's whole, the Rashi explains this is going back like in the Mishnah, that the keli can't have a hole that disqualifies its capacity for performing its work. So basically, it has to be a whole implement. And mekadshin ela malayan, they can only be mekadosh something if it's within its full measure. So it's saying it doesn't mean that literally the measuring thing has to be filled to the brim. It just means that it has to be a full measure. So if what you're supposed to be measuring is a hisaron or a chati hisaron or a hin or a shusha hin, whatever it is, it has to be a full measure within it. It's an interesting thing with Hanukkah coming up. So there's the famous kasha of the Beis Yosef, which talks about the fact that we celebrate Hanukkah with 8 candles because it burns for 8 days. But the famous question is, but wait a second, one of those days was not an 8th, because the first day you should expect it to burn the full night. And so really there should only be an 8th of 7 days. This is a question that has hundreds of answers, maybe thousands of answers, but the Joseph himself gives an answer, which he said that when they realized that they had only 1 day's worth of oil, and they knew it was going to take them 8 days to get fresh oil, so they divided it into 8. And essentially, they only put an 1/8 of the oil in every night of the 8 nights, and that the miracle was that it burned the entire night. So even from the very beginning, all 8 days were nates because 1/8 of the oil essentially sufficed to burn the entire night. But the question people ask is, wait a second, how does that work? If you cannot make a measure and be mekadosh the oil with less than a full measure. So how could they have chosen to take 1/8 rather than a full measure? So I don't know. Maybe the answer is that we don't actually have a specific measure for the menorah. They would just pour it till it filled up the cup. But Rav Menachem Zemba says an interesting parent, which tells me something interesting about the menorah. He says when you have a mincha, if the mincha is supposed to have, let's say, an isaron, and you have less than that, and you haven't made the mincha. So therefore, and that's what our Gemara is telling us, that it has to be mole, it has to be a full shear. However, the menorah, he says, it's not like a mincha, it's not a carbon, but rather the point was that the Beis HaMikdash should have a menorah that's lit in it at all times, the entire night at least. So therefore, every moment that you're supposed to have something lit, that you're supposed to have something lit, and therefore even a teeny bit of oil is doing the mitzvah of the menorah. So the menorah doesn't necessarily need energy filled with enough oil to go the whole night, but even a little bit is mekayim the mitzvah, and therefore that's what they were able to do in the times of Hanukkah. Continue the Gemara. Ein mekadshin ela mitofan, that you can only be mekadesh something that is inside it. So basically, what fits within the keli is what you're able to do in kaddish, but not something that's outside it. That's what we'll see in a second what it is. The Amri law, others have a different version of the three. Layman, that the kelim have to be full. Umalayan, they have to be a full measure. But this one, as opposed to mitochan, says umibapnim, and it should be inside. So Rashi understands this. Rashi understands this to mean that it has to be in the Beis Hamikdash, in the Beis Hamikdash. Tosfos has trouble with this because Tosfos asks, it says, wait a second, we just learned that in the Mishnah, and in the Mishnah it said it has to be in the Kodesh. So why would it switch the language to Bapnim? So Tosfos understands that it's coming to tell you something else, which is that if you were to find a recess in the keli that is not its regular recess, that doesn't work. So Tosfos explains, if you were to hollow out the base of the cup and put something in there, that would not be Mekadesh it. So I would say that to the Gemara's question, then it might be now what's the difference between them? It would seem to me that makes more sense according to Tosfos. Because Tosfos is saying, one is saying it has to be inside the cup, and the other is saying it has to be inside the main cavity, not inside some other thing. According to Rashi, they seem to be talking about two different things. One has to do with being inside, and one has to do with what the cup contains. But in any event, so we'll learn it like Tosfos. What's the difference when you say it has to be inside the cup? So you're saying it can't be in the base, in the bottom, or it can't be outside of the central cavity. So what's the difference between them? So the Gemara says, "Ikabenayu beirutze midos." The idea we encountered this many times. The whole idea that sometimes there are, for example, liquids that will go. Wine is being a good example. That you could fill something with wine and it comes to the top, and you could continue filling it, and it won't spill over. Others understand that actually talking about stuff that spills over, but we'll understand that the traditional way that the things that are come above the surface. And essentially, what it's saying is, according to the one that it says, it has to be that has to be in it, right, from within it. So then this is above the surface, it's not going to count. But if you take mibapnim, that it doesn't have to be contained within it, it just has to be from the inside, so that would be acceptable, and that's the difference between them. The Masnisa Tana in the Brisa, we learned that it had all four. In Mekachin, there was Shleimin, Umalayan, Umitokon, and the Ritzim Ubosnim. That it has to be, it's not Mekadosh things unless the keli is complete and the measure is full. And it says Mitokon and Mibosnim. In this case, it would seem to me that it's easier to understand according to Rashi, because Rashi is saying it's talking about two different things. One is saying that it has to be inside the core cavity of the keli, and that it has to be inside the azara of the Beis Hamikdash. According to Tosfos, why wouldn't you just say that it has to be fully within Mitokon, and then obviously Mibosnim as well? So again, maybe easier to understand one part according to Rashi and the other according to Tosfos, but that's my focus. Amr Basi, Amr Yochanan, Lo Shanu, Elohim Daisa Lahotze. Just that we said that it has to be a full measure. So we said before, for example, if you're measuring the sun and a hin, whatever, that it has to be a full measure of that. That's only. And so therefore, if you put in less, that the keli is not mekadesh what you put inside it. That's only, says the Gemara, or says the Rashi and Rabbi Yochanan, that's only if he doesn't plan to add more. But if, let's say, he's filling a hit measure, and he puts in a half a hin, but he plans to come back shortly and add the other half, so then, if he has in mind to add on, Rishon Kodesh. Then as it goes in, it becomes Kodesh. So even if he puts in a half a hin, that becomes Kodesh, and then when he later adds the second half in to get an entire hin measure, the entire thing is Kodesh. We learned this also in the Brisa, Mulayan, that it says that it has to be full. Ein Malayan el Shleiman. That when it says Malayan, that it means that it is a full measure. Rav Yossi says on the Brisa, when is that true? That it has to be a full measure, and it's not going to be maybe something that's less than full measure. When he puts in a half measure, not planning to supplement it with the second half. But if he puts in a half measure and he intends to come back and add the other half, Rishon Kodesh, then as he puts things in, it becomes okay. Continues the Gemara.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Like when you do that.
So we say as follows, that when we say that if you have a liquid measuring implement, one of the 7 liquid measuring implements, that you cannot, and you put in something dry, that it won't be Mekadesh. Rav says, and others say Ravasi, that it's not Mekadesh in the sense that now it is eligible to be offered. So if you put flour into a liquid measuring implement, it cannot now be used for a mincha. but it does impart some kedusha on it to essentially to passel that. So as Rashi points out, things like when you're mekadosh something, it assumes the capacity to become tummy in certain respects. So it's master for tuma. It's something that if you have a tikkun, you have someone who, for example, that finished the days that he had to wait, but he went to the mikvah, but he still has to bring he or she still has to bring karbanos the next day. For example, if a mechutz kippurim were to touch something, it would passel it. So basically, Rav or Ravasi is saying that when it says that if you put dry into a wet measuring implement, it's not mekadosh it, it means it's not mekadosh it to actually use it as a carbon, but it is mekadosh it that it's subsequently also the fact that you can't take it out of the Azara, the fact that you shouldn't stay overnight, all of those prohibitions come into effect and it's treated as something that is kadosh, but it's just not made kadosh in the sense that you can now offer it. Even the master, so this language, although it means something different, but this language that you're not mekadosh to offer it, but it is becoming mekudesh in some fashion to become possible. Even the master lahas, and some understand that phrase, name the catch and the tarab, was said on an entirely different topic. That is as follows. It says, "Ein nevi'im menachos," that you don't bring a mincha offerings in the sakim, uminchas behema, ubikurim, that you don't bring any of these things from minamazuma, from a mixture. So what is that? Rashi understands the mixture to mean, for example, if you have something that's if you have something that's mixed, where it has something that is, for example, truma, that's mixed with things that are not truma, that you cannot use that to be mekadesh the menachos or the nesakim. Why is that? Because the pasuk says that it has to be mimashke Yisrael. It essentially has to be from a mashke, from a liquid that belongs or is capable of being for Klal Yisrael. And since the average Yisrael can't have truma, so then it's not right to Yisrael, and therefore it can't be used. Tosus disagrees and says as long as it's eligible to be used by anyone from within Klal Yisrael, and who that be, so Kohen is allowed to eat truma. So the fact that truma is mixed with non-truma shouldn't have an effect. So therefore Tosus explains that rather we're talking about if it's mixed, if you have whatever it is that you have there, if it's mixed with something that is arla or klayakarem, that's what it means by it can't come from a mixture. But in any event, it continues. So we can't bring a mixture for any of these menachos and nesakim. The ein taraf lama me arla klayakarem, and then surely again, according to Rashi, what it's saying is not only if it's mixed with truma, but obviously if it's mixed, if it's made from arla or klayakarem, which are things that are also ba'ana to anyone, it's not going to be mekadosh. According to Tosus, he's saying it's a zubi and tarflama zu kind of thing. It's saying that if you can't bring it from a mixture that includes arla and klayakarem, then surely you can't bring it from arla and klayakarem itself. And if you were to bring it from a meduma, from a mixture, or from klayakarem and arla, it wouldn't be mekadosh, it won't be it. And the Achronim ask an interesting question. I think from Sefer and others ask, but wait a second, we know the concept that someone can't be mekadosh something that is also ba'ana, because you don't have the rights in it, and therefore you can't be mekadosh. So why are you telling me that if I have arla and klayakarem, which are also ba'ana, that you can't make it kadosh? You can't make it kadosh. If it's there, I should know that already, because you can never be mekadosh something that's also ba'ana. So I think it shows on the Yontiv and others give an answer which is important, but it's a basic distinction that when you're mekadosh, if a person is mekadosh something, that person has an element of affecting the kedusha. So therefore, if I'm mekadosh something, it has to be something that's relevant to me. So if it's also ba'ana, then I don't really have it, and I can't be mekadosh. But the kind of kiddush that goes on with klishares is different. It has nothing to do with the person. If you have a klishares that is made to be used in the Beis Hamikdash, and you put something in it, it automatically becomes kaddish. It has nothing to do with the person. So therefore, you might think that something that's also by no would become kadosh. So he's saying no, it's not, because at the end of the day, if what you have cannot be eaten by anyone in Klal Yisrael, like Arlo and Klal then it's not considered something not for yourself. It's not something that belongs to any particular Jew, because no Jew could use it. So then that klisharis would not make it kadosh. Okay, continue the Gemara. Amar Rav, the Ravasi. So this is what we said before. Totally different topic, but the same quote that Rav and some place Ravasi says was kadosh with karet. When it says that if you put, let's say, this arla klaya kerem in, it is not kadosh, it means that you cannot then take that thing that you put in the klisharis and actually offer it of a kadosh to puzzle. But it is kadosh for purposes of making a puzzle. Now, in this case, before we said it means that it becomes eligible for the restrictions of kadosh. You can't take it out and you can't leave it overnight. Here it means something different, which is saying that since you've essentially democratized it to some degree by putting it in a klisharis, but not to the degree that it can actually be used. So essentially, you've made it puzzle, because it can't be used for. It is made kadosh to a degree, so you can't use it for other things, but it's not made kadosh to the degree that you're able to actually use it, and therefore it becomes puzzle. And as Rashi explains, like anything else that's kadosh that becomes puzzle, it has to be burned. But again, you have this quote of Rav and other Ravasi. One says one version has it going on this question of if you put in a partial measure, let's say half a hin when you're supposed to put in a hin, that's where he says that it's covered to a degree in the sense that it can become invalidated, but it's not covered as to be used. And the other version has it relating to this writer that's talking about the fact that you can't bring menachos or nesakim or minchas behema, that the keli is not makadashit, but it's makadashit enough that you essentially have to burn it. Rashi points out that Bikurim is not really fit within this list, because Bikurim is not something that's probably current ever, and so it's just included in the list, but it's not really applicable to that particular thing, to Bikurim. Okay, continues the Gemara. About 4 lines up in the 10 lines. Taner Rabbanan, Klei Kodesh and Nikfu. So we talked about this before. You can't have a Klei Shares that has a hole that affects its ability to operate. So presumably we're talking about something that the hole is of sufficient measure that it can't be used in a traditional fashion. So the Gemara says, the Bible says, so that you can't melt it. So basically, Rashi explains the way they used to close up a hole would be they heat up the area around it, and it'll melt a little bit, and that would essentially seal the hole. That if you have lead, and if you have a bigger hole, that couldn't just be, if you would melt the surroundings, it wouldn't close the hole. So what they would do is they would take some lead, they would melt the lead, drip it on the hole, and that would close up the hole. So the Bible is telling us you can't do that. You can't fix the keli. And we'll see that this is basically invoking the principle that that when you have in the Beis Hamikdash, everything should be done in a dignified and proper way. It should be done in a purity, something rich, but it means it should be done at a high level, at a dignified level, and therefore to use in the Beis Hamikdash a keli that had a hole in it, and then you fixed it, it doesn't feel proper. It's interesting as machlokas amongst the machlokas about whether this is this concept is midoraisa midorabanan, but it's an important concept that in the Beis Hamikdash, which is meant to be a makom hashirus, a wealthy place, you shouldn't use things that are indicative of being poor, i.e., to fix the keli. And we're going to bring more examples of this, and if you get even more than this kind of fixing. Nifkamu, if something gets up the gam, and mitachnin also that we don't fix it. So something in some fashion becomes dirty or not so usable, then you can't fix it. Sakin shenifkan, if you have a knife that gets a pegima in it, it gets a nip. In mashritin at pegimato, you don't sharpen it or whatever. When you run it over the sharpening pin, you get rid of the nips. That seems to be inappropriate. Rashi learns that it means like a nick or a pegima that after you fix it, it would be evident that you had just fixed it. it's interesting where Rashi gets that from. It could be because the idea being that maybe when you rub a knife against, like you go to the butcher, they rub the knife. It's not like not fixing something. It's just how they sharpen. So Rashi's saying it would have to show. Whereas other things we'll see that it's not a fashion of showing. But Rashi understands that that's what it means. That if it gets a big neck, but a small neck, you could actually it would seem that you can actually sharpen it and get rid of the neck that way. Where do you see that? Even if you can't tell that it's still problems, the Brisa continues. Nishmita in Machzirin also. That if you have, let's say, for example, the handle of a knife slipped off from the blade, right? So all you're doing is you're sticking the blade back in the handle. You wouldn't do that because, again, anything that has the appearance of having been faulty or something wrong with it, even a minor fix like sticking the blade back in the handle, wouldn't do because we don't want to show aniyas to Makom Hashir. Abishol says, Sakin Mitarefes Heights of the Mikdash, that there was this kind of knife that would cause trefas. I think technically it's really referring to nevelos, but the idea being that this was such a soft knife that it was easily nicked. And when you have a nick, the reason a nick is a problem because it doesn't cut; it kind of yanks the windpipe or whatever that it needs to cut through. So there was this knife that constantly, it was soft enough that it was constantly getting nicked and causing a problem. So they they voted the Kohanim and they put it into Geniza. I guess there was some reason that this knife was a good knife to have, but at the end of the day, they said it's causing too many problems with making animals into nevela, and therefore they buried or got rid of this knife. Okay, Tana Rabbanan. The end of the first wide line. Bigday Kahuna Ein Osin Osam Ma'aseh Mechet. So this seems to be a continuation of you do things in a very dignified fashion, not in a way. So again, you do it in a dignified Makom Hashiras. So it's saying that the clothing that the Kohanim wore Ein Osin Osam Ma'aseh Mechet. You wouldn't do it the way we traditionally. How do we make clothes? We take fabric, we cut it, and we then sew the different pieces of fabric together to make the clothing. They would say that's not what they would do. Might say but rather they would weave it. So they would make the entire beged custom made. So it would be just a continuous weaving that would make the entire beged. They would not take separate pieces and sew them together. So now because it says masa oreg, that it had to be woven, and that was again showing dignity to the Bigdei Kahuna. Galu, that if the Bigdei Kahuna, the clothing that the Kohanim wore, became dirty, and Mekapsin, you would not wash them lo b'netzer v'lo b'iyel. You wouldn't use netzer or iyel. Rashi explains these are basically things that clean clothing, detergent. So you wouldn't wash it with detergent. The Gemara says, wait a second, you're saying that you can't wash it with detergent, but that would seem to imply that with water you could wash it in water. And the Gemara says, and Rashi explains that this is just Miyah. It doesn't make any sense. Why? Rashi says really two reasons. So he says, first of all, this is the bottom Rashi, even the time when we show the Mexicania to Mali Nasa, Mali Mayan, and it's Gala with his son. So he's saying, first of all, why could water be any better than detergent? At the end of the day, if it got dirty and you need to clean it, that seems to be Aniyas from Makom Hashira says it's poor and it's not dignified. So what difference does it make what you wash it with? And moreover, Rashi says, and not only that, like why would it make any sense to wash it with water but not with detergent? Water does a better job. Detergent does a better job of cleaning than water does. So the implication doesn't make sense. It says you can use detergent, and why you could use water, but why couldn't you be able to use water? It's a poor cleanser, and also what difference does it make whether you use water or detergent? So the Gemara says, this is what it means. If it reaches the point of dirtiness that it's capable of being cleaned by water, so then Makapsinos of the Nesariel, then even detergent you can use. So it's talking about the level of dirtiness. It's saying if it's only dirty in a minimal way, that if you just wash it with water, it'll be fine. So then that's not considered, to wash it off, even with detergent, is not considered aniyas b'makom ashir. However, continues the Gemara on our base, if it reached the level that in order to become clean, it would need detergent, then you wouldn't wash it even with water. And Rashi explains, it's not really meaning literally. There would be no happening to wash it with water because it was something that's dirty enough that it needed detergent. But he's basically saying you would not wash it because once something got dirty to the level that you would want to use detergent, it would seem to be aniyas b'makom to them longer. The Yesh Omrim, some say in Makapsinos of that you don't do any washing, even if it's at this minimal level that water is enough to clean it. Then continues. This is interesting that this is where we finally get to see this in the Gemara. Because there should not be in the Beis Hamikdash things that would be indicative of poverty or lack of full dignity in a makom, the Beis Hamikdash, where we should do everything in the most dignified or quote unquote rich fashion. Okay, continues the Gemara third line. Tanur Rabbanan. The me'il. So the me'il, kulas of chelas haya. So the me'il was one of the begadim, one of the clothing that the Kohen Gadol wore on top of the regular garment. So the me'il was this kind of there's actually a lot of my thoughts about exactly what it looked like, but it was some kind of a long garment. Some understand it was essentially like the shirt that the regular Kohanim wore. But this was, so something with sleeves and a hole in the neck. Others understand it to be more of like a kind of thing front and back. Others understand it to be that it wraps around from the back. But the point is, whatever the meal was, that it was made fully out of chelas, which is the bluish color of wool. And Namar said, "Vayachas hamiyil ha'ephod kalil chelas," that they would make the meal of the ephod. The reason the meal is called of the ephod is because the ephod would attach to it. That it should be entirely chelas. Okay, that's the body of the meal. Shula, how did it? What did its hem look like? The bottom. Maybe to chelas gamam misalat sani, that they would bring chelas wool and purple wool and red wool, and they would kind of make them not the right term is, but you make thread out of it. I think if I recall correctly, it was 8 of each, so you had 24 strands that would be kind of twisted together, and that's what they would use. Both of them community monim show that they would make these kind of woolen pomegranates that looked like those that hadn't yet opened their mouth. Got to explain that when you have a pomegranate that stays on the tree longer than once it's already ripe, that the top would open on its own. So they're saying these remolding that they would make on the bottom of the meal were not open in that way. It was like a closed remolding. It was, I'll be honest, I'm not sure I understand from Rashi exactly what this was. It seems that the children used to have some kind of like a wicker or something on their head, and then there would be a cone coming up from it. And Rashi described that they would do it for their milchama, but it's not about kids. So I don't know if they would wrestle or jostle or do something. But in any event, it's this kind of cone-shaped idea. Maybe Shivim Mishnayim Dogin Shebehen Shivim Mishnayim in Berlin, that you would bring essentially 72 bells that have inside it an inbal. An inbal, I think the technical term is a clapper. They would bring these bells with the clappers, the toe of the hen, and they would put the bells, the way this here, so we're toe of the hen, they would put the bells inside of these woolen pomegranates. Shorten the sheet of the Tazev, the shorten the sheet of the Tazev. 36 on this side, 36 on that side, and it appear to be front and back. So that is, the Gersa we have here is essentially that they would hang the bells in 72 remote. That is the Ramban learned that way. Chumash, Rashi seems to have a different Gersa, which would be the Tolev bow, that they would hang the bells on the Megillah itself. And so then if you look at the Psukim, then it would say Pamon Verimon, it would be essentially each bell would be surrounded on either side by one of these woolen pomegranate looking things. So essentially that's a very big difference as to what the bottom of the meal looked like. Did you just see these pomegranate looking things and inside them were bells? Or do you see a whole series of the pomegranate shaped things as well as bells that were hanging on the bottom of the meal? Okay? That there were only 36 bells at the bottom, 18 on the front, 18 on the back, and that's what it looked like. That just like we have this machloket by what it looked like on the bottom of the meal, the machloket, that just like there was a debate as to whether something was 36 or 72, similarly by Maris Nagayim, which is the various colors you could have of Torah, was also this man, because we learned in the Mishnah, Maris Nagayim, that is the different appearances of Torah, so he does have an Hotnes, Hammer does have an Hotnes, says Olam and Vav, that it was 36, the copies of Mahalo on there. The Mahal would say there was Shivim Mishnayim, it was 72 different versions of what Torah would look like. And, you know, many people point out that the connection here makes sense because we'll see in a minute that the Me'il was Makafer on Lashon Hara. That was a function of the Me'il. It is obtained atonement for the sin of Lashon Hara, and similarly that Nigoyim, that Torah came also for the Avera of Lashon Hara. So exactly what it means, the significance of 36 or 72, I'm not sure, but he's pointing out that there is a commonality or a theme here. There's also actually between both of them, 36, and the other version says 72. Ra'amar Elini Bar Satan, we just quoted him before, so we'll quote him again. Why was there a smicha? Why is the parsha of Karbanos next to the parsha of Big Bekuna? Rashi here says that we're talking about in parsha Tzav, although Rashi elsewhere talks about perhaps a different place that you see a connection between the Big Bekuna and Karbanos. So basically, as Rashi points out, it's those Ola, those Hakatos, Awesome, Islamim, and then afterwards it says, Pakas Aaron and Begadim, that you should take Aaron and the Begadim. So essentially, you see that the Torah puts the parsha of Karbanos next to the parsha of Big Bekuna. This is to tell you, my Karbanos Mekafim, just like Karbanos achieve atonement for the people who bring them, or for Klal Yisrael, that the Big Bekuna are also Mekafir, that the clothing of the Kohanim also bring about Kapara. Now, by the way, in the Psukim, you see that it talks about the tzitz, that the tzitz that the Kohen Gadol wore on his forehead was Mekafir for Tumas Mikdash Kedusha. We talked about that many times, but here we're going to go through, that's written in the Psukim, we're going to go through each of them to try and establish what they each are Mekafir for. So that's the shirt or tunic is warmer than a shirt. That would be Mekafir would achieve atonement for murder. Now what that means, different depending where you look. Some understand it to mean literally that a murderer would be forgiven, would get kapara through this. Others understand it to mean that Klal Yisrael's liability, because we do see, we'll see the pasuk later, Klal Yisrael's liability for there being murder within its midst has an issue, and that's what the son of the Makaper. But like, for example, others, like you see, they ask this question, like, for example, the ephod we'll see is makaper on Avodah Zarah. And the question is, well, it says that the first place, the Gemara in Yuma says that the first place of English was destroyed because of Avodah Zarah. But wait, the first place of English had the ephod. If the ephod is makaper, so he gives many answers, but like you see that he seems to take it more literally, that it would literally be makaper. Some of his answers are that it's broader, but it would seem that some understand that it literally means it's makaper even on a murderer. But okay, so or I would say with tshuva or etc. So that's first of all, where do you get this idea that the sonus is makaper and truth of dam? The nama, because it says by the brothers when they sold Yosef. They wanted to bring the sonus passion to Yaakov Avinu. So it says the Yishkutim here, even that they kept it as well. So Yishkutim was like sonus badam, and they dipped the sonus in the blood. So they were talking about dipping it in blood. But the Gemara in this Rashi says the Yishkutim, the idea of being cold on something is also to make something on earth where you purify yourself by going to the mikvah. So since he uses this word, the Yishkutim, so you see that, and what were they doing there? There was some element of murder that was going on. They were claiming that he was murdered. Whatever the point is, that you see that this idea that from that story that the Eksonas, because that was the Sonas Hasim, can relate to murder and therefore and be like Zila, it elevates you from murder, that it would be Machaper on murder. Mishnah the pants that they will wear, Mechaper Tabir Arayat, is achieved atonement for Gil Arayat for sexual immorality. Remember, because the Pasuk says, we also have Mishnah Sebab, they should make these pants with Chasas, Sisar Erva, to cover the flesh of Erva. Rashi explains that L'chapa is to comfort or to reveal. So I'm trying to cover. So it's almost like the pants cover over matters of the Sar Erva, and so therefore that's the idea that pants are Machapa for the pants of the Kohanim are Machapa for the Erva. The Snapback, which was the hat, the Kaperet al Gafre Ruach, is Machapa on people who are haughty. So, Minayin, whether you know it from Chanina says, Yabo Davar Shebedova, Yishaper al Gova. Let something that is coming from the height be Machaper and something that's coming from the height. So, what does that mean? That the Mitznefet, the cap, was on top of the coin. So it should come from something that it should be macabre for something that is high. What's high? The person's vision of himself. If he thinks of himself, he's a Govalei, he's a haughty person. And it's interesting, the Gemara Shabbos talks about the fact, for example, the reason we wear a yarmulke is to have hafnah, to have some humility before Hashem. So the idea would be that the mitznefet, which was a covering of the head, is a sign of humility, and therefore should be a kapara for Gasei Ruach, for people who are who have gaiva. Avnei, the belt, Mekaper al Hara Aleid, that's Mekaper on thoughts of the heart. So these are like heretical thoughts. How do we know that it's Mekaper on that? Because that's exactly where the Avnei was. The Avnei is actually interesting. It's a very, very long thing. I think of like like the windfall with the Torah. Like you keep going. It says, but the Avnei was a very long thing. So the Gemara says, where would you do it? You would do it basically, as Rashi points out, you would do it by the elbow. So if you, roughly speaking, elbow height, if you wrap yourself, where that's right beneath the heart, that's similar to like a darko, we were to separate between the top and bottom. But in other words, essentially the idea that Avnei should be machaper for Hirurei Aleid is because it was wrapped around the area of the leg. Choshen, the Choshen Mechaper al Dinim is Mechaper on Dinim, which is that we should that if people, I guess, to the extent that we do wrong amongst each other, none of it is a Choshen Mitzvah. the kosher was called the kosher mishpat. So that was because it was used to some degree for shofet to know right and wrong. But it would seem that correlation of that term kosher mishpat is that the kosher is mechaper on issues of dinim, the things that people do wrong between each other. The ephod was like that apron-like thing that was, we said before, attached to the meal. Mechaper avodas bechavim is mechaper avodas bechavim. Shneimar, as the pasuk in, I think, Shef, but the pasuk in Shef talks about ein ephod utrafim. That essentially the way the Gemara is understanding that pasuk, it means when there is no ephod, when the ephod isn't around, then there are trafim. Trafim is a familiar term because we just had it with Rachel. He made it that she took love of trafim, so those were like avodah zarah. So saying if you have no ephod, you end up with trafim. You end up with avodah zarah. So therefore you see the link between the two, and therefore the ephod is mechaper on avodah zarah. The meal which we talked about before, that kula chela thing with the pomegranates on the bottom, mechaper lashon hara, that is the kapara for lashon hara. United, how do we notice? Chanina says, Yavah Damasha Bakol, the kapper of kol hara. That the meal was something that had sound. Why? Because it had all those bells on it. So when the Kohen Gadol would walk around, he would ring. So something that has voice to it should come be mechaper on something that has negative voice associated with it, which will be lashon hara, speaking ill of others. The tzitz that the Kohen Gadol wore on his forehead, which is interesting. I said before, the pasuk actually tells us what the tzitz is mechaper for. But the way it's explained is that since the tzitz was worn on the forehead, so the significance of being on the forehead, mechaper al-azos panim is for azos panim is like chutzpah or insolence, something like that. Where how do we know that? The tzitz, with the tzitz, it's written v'haya al meitak Aaron, that it was on Aaron's forehead. That's where the tzitz would rest. Azos panim siv. And with regards to insolence, it's written that you have like the forehead of a Isha Zona, of a harlot, or prostitute, so saying that you have that. So you see the association of the word Meitzah with Azos Panim, and you see Meitzah written by Aaron. So the idea was that the tzitz would be machaper on Azos Panim. After tomorrow. Amy, is it true that this is we're going to see this is going on so we just finished saying that we had items that were mechaper on Shris Damin and my avodah zarah, the ephod and the tonus, right, was mechaper on Shris Damin. After tomorrow, Rabbi Levi said. There were two things that the atonement cannot be achieved through karbanos. What were those? But we do find some other way of there being kapara for those things. These are those two things. That shvichas damin, murder, and lashon hara, speaking ill. How is shvichas damin have kapara not from karbanos? Me'egla rufa, from egla rufa. So we know that egla rufa is if there was someone. A murdered body found, and they didn't know how he was killed. That they decapitate the egla, and they wash their hands over it and say things to kapara. So we see the idea that egla rufa is a kapara for the community's accountability on shvichas damin. The lashon hara is also something that you don't accomplish in karbanos, but rather it's from the Torah. That the lashon hara, the kapara is found, atonement is found through the Torah. The Tani of Hanania, that Hanania said, how do we know that the Torah gives kapara? Remember, it says, that he gave the Torah. The Torah, and it gave kapara. What's he talking about? So after the Ma'aseh with Torah, you saw that they were saying lashon hara and about Moshe and Aaron that they caused Torah to be killed, etc. And there started to be a mageifa, and people started to die. And Aaron HaKohen took the matzah and he went into the amongst the Jewish people, and that caused the mageifa to end. So you see the idea that he did the Torah, and that gave kapara to the people, and therefore the magika of the plague ended. So you see that Ketoret causes kapara and continues the explanation how this machapara creates atonement. The Tana very small. They learned in the Beis very small. Al-mak Ketoret machaperet. So we see from the pasuk by Aaron that Ketoret is machaper. What is machaper for? Lashon hara. Lashon hara. Why? Because the other davar shabachashai. Machaper is matzich hashai. That's something that essentially lashon hara, which is said in private. You talk about someone behind their back, and it should be machaper. Something that's done in private should be machaper on a mitzvah that was done in private. The mitzvah done in private for lashon hara. What does it mean that the Torah was done in private? Because the way it works is when they did the Torah every day, everyone was outside of the Heichal, of the Ulam, and Rashi points out even beyond that there was an empty area. Only the Kohen who was doing the Torah would be in the Heichal at that time. So it was a service that was performed in private, so to speak, and therefore it would be Machaper and Lashon Hara, which is private. So the Gemara is now asking, wait a second, you told me that the Kesones was Machaper on Shvichas Damim, and that the Lashon Hara, the Yom, Machaper and Lashon Hara, but yet we see that the Gemara said that no, that the Kapar for Shvichas Damim and Lashon Hara come from the Eglah Rufa and from Ketoret. Kasha Lashon Hara, Kasha Shvichas Damim, that the Kasha, what is Machaper and Lashon Hara, and what is Machaper and Shvichas Damim? So the Gemara is going to say, no, Lo Kasha is not a Kasha, because they're each machaper on different elements of Shvichas Damim and Lashon Hara. How so? The other man kaplei. So when is the whole idea of Eglah Rufa is that Eglah Rufa, when you don't know who did the murder, you bring Eglah Rufa. So Eglah Rufa is machaper on that kind of murder, the one where you don't know who was the perpetrator. However, the Kesones would be machaper where you do know who the perpetrator was. Someone murdered someone, and that in some fashion that would give kapara. The Gemara says, wait a second, he's the other man kaplei. So if you know who killed the person, then bar kaplei, that person is supposed to get killed. And when he gets killed, that creates the kapara for the kehillah, for the Jewish people. So why would I need the Kesones to be machaper? So the Gemara says the major that where would I need the Kesones? So if you don't know who murdered, it's Eglah Rufa. If you know who murdered and he gets sentenced to death, so then that's the kapara. If you know who murdered, but for example, we know that Reuben murdered Shimon, but Reuben wasn't given Haftarah, he wasn't warned beforehand, so then Reuben doesn't get killed. So then that's where the Kesones is machaper for Christ. So as Rashi points out, the murderer himself ends up getting Taras, ends up with Nagayim. Okay, so that's how we explain that murder. Again, three different categories. You don't know who did it at Rufa, you know who did it, and he had Asra and gets put to death. That is kapara. If he doesn't get put to death for some reason, that is where the Kesones is machaper. Lashon hara, nami lakasha, and the question on Lashon hara is also not a question. Habetzina, habetzparhatzia. That when the Lashon hara was done in private, so then you have the Ketoret, that is the service performed in private that creates the kapara for it. Habetzparhatzia, but when you have Lashon hara that was said in public, that's where you have the Mehil, which has the bell on the bottom, because that is publicly to make a sound as well.
I guess it is weird because it kind of just appeared and no one thought anybody wanted it.
It's fascinating. I mean, think about it. I do think about this a lot, especially because I've watched your show in the last 8 months. It's like in the world that's moving into this one direction.
Good morning. So the forward to Talmud Torah sponsorship. Talmud Torah is Allison and Adam Steinmetz in memory of Adam's grandfather, Rabbi Sheldon Steinmetz, Rabbi Shlomo, Tzvi Ruben, and Shimon Olav Shalom in honor of his neshama Gavin Ali and his children, his grandchildren, and his 35 great-grandchildren. By Samuel Malka Esses in memory of our parents, Ludwig Stiefel, Olav Shalom, Yitzchak Leib, Ben Aaron Hakoy, Sarah Stiefel, Allah Shalom Russell, Bas Baruch Avram, Hinda Esther Simnala Shalom, Hinda Bas Kenneth Ephraim, in memory of our dear family friend, Staff Sergeant Naftali Yonah Gordon, and Shani Kamdamo, who fell in battle in Gaza on Arab Hanukkah 2023, and by Paul and Kathy Pollack, in memory of Paul's sisters, Leah Bas Shmuel, Zachrini Shalamis Bas Shmuel, and my aunt Esther Bas Zakaria, who were all missed during this week. Daf Yomi sponsored by Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, and the source of continued health for Shalamis Kana Bas Kusha, and for an ultimate report later. Okay, we're going to get started with the daf today's daf Peiches, and we'll start at the Mishnah. So Kli Halach. So this is dealing with the question of when you have materials, obviously a carbon that is someone's matches a carbon, it automatically gets the visa. The manner in which the materials that are, we're not talking about animals, have to actually become kaddish, and generally the manner in which it becomes kaddish is by being put in a Shares, one of the kingdom that were designed for use in the Beis Hamikdash. So the Mishnah says, Play halach, that if you have kalim that were designed for liquids, that's the mechanism by which you would be mekadesh any liquid. We'll clarify this in the Gemara a little bit, but this will take it at face value of the Mishnah. Midas yabesh, and when you have dry measures, mekadesh is a yabesh, then it's mekadesh. That's what you do in order to be mekadesh things that are dry. And the inverse of that is ein kli halach mekadesh is a yadesh. So if a liquid is supposed to be liquid and dry is supposed to be dry, so then a keli that's used for things that are moist, that can't be mekadesh something that's dry. And similarly, the yadesh mekadesh is halach. A keli that's designed for dry things cannot be mekadesh something that is moist. And so Rashi will see that there are with liquids there are both things that are used for measuring as well as for just used as kalim. And in the case of dry things, Rashi explains that there are really two midos. There are two things that are used for measuring dry. One is in the volume of an isaron, which is all of the menachos used to be in isaron or 2 or 3. But basically in increments of an isaron. And then there's also a measure that's a half isaron, which has a very specific use. So there was a minchas chavitin, which the Kohen Gadol used to bring every day. So the first half would be half will be in the morning and half would be in the afternoon, and so there was a measure that was that way. But as we'll see, the reality is that once you use those dry measures, they would actually put dry things into the wet kalim. But we'll talk about it. So at its face value, the Mishnah is just saying that liquids have to become kaddish through kalim that are designated for liquids, and dry things through things that are designated for dry things. Continues the Mishnah, Klei HaKodesh, the Nikbu, that if you have one of the Kleishares, something that's used in the Beis Hamikdash that gets a hole, so then it depends. In Osen Bahan, Me'in Malachtan Shaya Osen Me'in Shleimin, that if you could do with them essentially what you're able to do when they were whole, then Mekachin. And if not, in Mekachin, then not. So basically it's saying it depends. If you can still use the keli for, roughly speaking, its purpose, then that's okay, even though it has some kind of hole. But if not, not. Now, this is explained different ways. On its face, so it seems to be that if it has like a small hole, so it's only a thin leak or maybe a crack, and it's not really affecting it. That's how some understand it. Or others understand that, for example, let's say you have a measure that's for an isaron, and there's or whatever the measure is, something, and it has a hole, say above the halfway mark. So if you could use it, if you could still use it for measuring a half measure. So that's okay because you don't hit the hole. But if it would be lower, but you couldn't use it at all. So, but not everyone agrees with that. So different explanations of what it means. But roughly speaking, a Kleisharis has to be able to function and as long as it can roughly function, that's okay. But if it loses its function, then it would not even have any capacity to make something kodesh. And all of these kleishares, if someone were to take one of the kleishares outside of the Beis Hamikdash, then you put something in it, then it would not get kedusha, even though it is in one of the kleishares. Okay, says the Gemara, Amr Shmuel, Lo Shanu Ela Midos. This that we said that a klei halach, that a keli that's made for liquids cannot be mekadesh something that is dry. So we're going to clarify that that's only the kalim made for measuring liquids, midos. But mizrakos, but the mizrak, for example, for kalim that are used for carrying or performing things with wet, that would be mekadesh something that's dry. And as I alluded to before, that's actually the reality. So if you, in the time when they would have the flour, they would have something yavesh, they would use the keli that was made for measuring yavesh, and that's how they would measure it, but then from there they would pour it into the same kalim that they used to use for lap. So what Shmuel is clarifying is that when the Mishnah says that you can't use that liquid, kalim used for liquid cannot be mekadesh yavesh, is talking about the measuring kalim that were used for lap, of which Rashi points out that the Gemara elsewhere talks about that there were 7 of them, that those cannot be mekadesh something that's dry, but the actual kalim that they use for liquids in the avoda, meaning not the measuring ones, those in fact could be mekadesh something that's dry. Shenemar, how do we know this? Because the pasuk says Shneim Maleim Solas. So this is the pasuk by when the Nesiim brought the something that we read many times from the Nesiim, the Karbano Kesed Achas. So basically it says that you had a mizrak and a kara. So a mizrak is being used for liquids, and it says Shneim Maleim Solas. The pasuk says that most of them were filled with flour. So you see that a mizrak, which is generally a liquid-based, something that's used for liquids, was filled with flour. So you see the idea that once you get past the liquid measuring cup, and you're talking about liquid implements, those in fact could be mekadesh something that's dry. Amalei Rabachami Difti Ravina Mincha Lachahi. So the Gemara says, well, wait a second. How can you learn from this pasuk by the Nesiim that something that's dry could become a kodesh through a keli that's designated for liquid? But the kind of mincha that we're talking about by the Nesiim itself was liquidy. Why? Because the pasuk says again, Shneim Maleim Solas, B'lul of Hashem and the mincha. So we're talking about flour that was mixed with oil. So once you're talking about flour that was mixed with oil, we're talking about something liquid. So therefore, what's your chiddush that a mizrach, which is made for liquid, can be used for this mincha? Because this mincha itself was of the liquidy variety. So the Gemara is asking, how is that a raya? So the Gemara says two answers. Amalayla nitzacha elaliyavish shabbat. So what is it telling us? That that it's only needed for a case that there is dry in that mincha. So what is he saying? Rashi explains you can't mix a mincha perfectly. So what's going to happen is you mix the flour and the oil, and mostly become something liquidy. But there's going to be pockets of flour that didn't come into contact with oil, and that's going to be considered dry. And so therefore the pasuk is telling us that even though there's dry in that mixture that was that the Nesiim brought, that since there was dry within it, that you see that a mizrach, which is a liquid implement, is able to be mekadesh even the dry part that's within a mixed mincha. Says the Gemara, second time, it is basically saying that a mincha, as compared to a real liquid like blood, is considered like something dry, and therefore we could prove it about dry. So basically what he's saying here is that it is true that flour mixed with oil has a liquidy element to it, but when you compare that to blood or the other things that you would normally put in a liquid implement, it's considered essentially dry, and therefore the fact that it is a mixture of flour and oil doesn't make it liquid, and it's basically considered a dry thing, and therefore Therefore, it is a good proof because it's saying you could use this essentially dry thing, could become a kudus through a mizrach, which is again something that's generally used for liquids. Okay, Amr Shmuel continues the Gemara. Kleisharis ain't Mikachin, that a Kleisharis can only be Mikadosh, it can't be Mikadosh anything, Ela Shleimin, that if it's whole, so I can explain this is going back, like in the Mishnah, that the Keli can't have a hole that disqualifies its capacity for performing its work, so basically it has to be a whole implement. Ain't Mikachin Ela Malayan, it can only be Mikadosh something if it's within its full measure. So he's saying it doesn't mean that literally the measuring thing has to be filled to the brim. It just means that it has to be a full measure. So if what you're supposed to be measuring is a isaron or a kati isaron or a hin or a shlushas hin, whatever it is, it has to be the full measure within it. It's an interesting thing with coming up. So there's the famous kasha of the Beis Yosef, which talks about the fact that we celebrate Hanukkah with 8 candles because it burns for 8 days. But the famous question is, but wait a second, one of those days was not an ace, because the first day you should expect it to burn the full night. And so really there should only be an ace of 7 days. This is a question that has, hundreds of answers, maybe thousands of answers, but the Beis Yosef itself gives an answer, which he said that when they realized that they had only 1 day's worth of oil, and they knew it was going to take them 8 days to get fresh oil, so they divided it into 8. And essentially they only put an eighth of the oil in every night of the 8 nights, and that the miracle was that it burned the entire night. So even from the very beginning, all 8 days were days because 1/8 of the oil essentially sufficed to burn the entire night. But the question people ask is, wait a second, how does that work? If you cannot make a measure and be mekadosh to oil with less than a full measure. So how could they have chosen to take 1/8 rather than a full measure? So I don't know. Maybe the answer is that we don't actually have a specific measure for the menorah. They would just pour it until it filled up the cup. But Rav Nachman Zemba says an interesting parsha which tells you something interesting about the menorah. He says when you have a mincha, if the mincha is supposed to have, let's say, an isaron, and you have less than that, then you haven't made the mincha. So therefore, and that's what Akimar is telling us, that it has to be mole, it has to be a full seer. However, the menorah, he says, it's not like a mincha, it's not a carbon, but rather the point was that the Beit HaMikdash should have a menorah that's lit in it at all times, for entire night at least. So therefore, every moment that you're supposed to have something lit, then you're supposed to have something lit, and therefore even a teeny bit of oil is doing the mitzvah of the menorah. So the menorah doesn't necessarily need energy filled with enough oil to go the whole night, but even a little bit is mekayim the mitzvah, and therefore that's what they were able to do in the time of Hanukkah. Continues the Gemara, ein mekashin elam mitokon, that you can only be mekadesh something that is inside it. So basically, what fits within the keli is what you're able to accomplish it, but not something that's outside it. That we'll see in a second what it is. The Amri law, others have a different version of the three. Shleiman, that the kelim have to be full. Umalayan, they have to be a full measure. But this one, as opposed to Mitokan, says umibapnim, and it should be inside. So Rashi understands this. Rashi understands this to mean that it has to be in the Beis Hamikdash, in the Azara, in the Beis Hamikdash. Tosfos had trouble with this because Tosfos asked. He said, "Wait a second, we just learned that in the Mishnah, and in the Mishnah it said it has to be in the Kodesh. So why would it flip the language to Bapnim?" So Tosfos understands that it's coming to tell you something else, which is that if you were to find a recess in the keli that is not its regular recess, that doesn't work. So Tosfos explains, if you were to hollow out the base of the cup and put something in there, that would not be mekadesh. So I would say that the Gemara's question, and it's my binai, what's the difference between them? It would seem to me that makes more sense according to Tosfos. The Tosfos is saying, one is saying it has to be inside the cup, and the other is saying it has to be inside the main cavity, not inside some other thing. So according to Rashi, they seem to be talking about two different things. One has to do with being inside, and one has to do with what the cup contains. But in any event, so we'll learn like what's the difference when you say it has to be inside the cup? So you say it can't be in the base in the bottom, or it can't be outside of the central cavity. So what's the difference between them? So the Gemara says it can be nayu. The idea we encountered this many times. The whole idea that sometimes there are, for example, liquids that will go. Wine being a good example. That you could fill something with wine and it comes to the top, and you could continue filling it and it won't spill over. Others understand they're actually talking about stuff that spills over, but we'll understand that the traditional way the things that are above come above the surface. And essentially what it's saying is, according to the one that it says it has to be that has to be in it, right, from within it. So then this is above the surface, it's not going to count. But if you say libafnim, that it doesn't have to be contained within it, it just has to be from the inside. So that would be acceptable, and that's the difference between them. Masnisa Tana in the Brisa we learned that it had all four. In Mekachin, Elislamim, Umalayan, Umitokan, Umivafnim. That it has to be. It's not Mekadosh things unless it's the tali is complete and the measure is full, and it says Mitokan Umivafnim. In this case, it would seem to me that it's easier to understand according to Rashi. You have to think. Talking about two different things. One is saying that it has to be inside the core cavity of the keli, and that it has to be inside the azara of the Beis Hamikdash. According to Tosfos, why wouldn't you just say that it has to be fully within Mitokan, and then obviously Mitokan as well? So again, maybe easier to understand one part according to Rashi and the other according to Tosfos, but that's my focus. Amr Basi, Amr Yochanan. Well, Shanu. This that we said that it has to be a full measure. So we said before, for example, if you're measuring the sun or a hin, whatever, that it has to be a full measure of that. That's only, and so therefore, if you put in less, that the keli is not makadesh what you put inside it. That's only, says the Gemara, or says the Rashi and Rabbi Yochanan, that's only if he doesn't plan to add more. But if, let's say, he's filling a hin measure, and he puts in a half a hin, but he plans to come back shortly and add the other half, so then, if he has in mind to add on, Rishon Kodesh, then as it goes in, it becomes Kodesh. So even if he puts in a half a hin, that becomes Kodesh, and then when he later adds the second half in to get an entire hin measure, the entire thing is Kodesh. Tanyan Amihaki, we learned this also in the Brisa, Mulayan, that it says that it has to be full, and Mulayan Elislamim. That when it says Malayan, that it means that it is a full measure. Rav Yossi says on the Brisa, when is that true that it has to be a full measure and it's not going to be Makadosh something if it's less than full measure? When he puts in the half measure, not planning to supplement it with the second half. But if he puts in a half measure and he intends to come back and add the other half, Rishon Kodesh, then as he puts things in, it becomes okay. Continues the Gemara.
I don't think that's
so we say as follows, that when we say that if you have a liquid measuring implement, one of the 7 liquid measuring implements, that you cannot, and you put in something dry, that it won't be Mekadosh. Rav says, and others say it's Ravati, in Mekadosh in the courage, that we are, it's not Mekadosh in the sense that now it is eligible to be offered. So if you put flour into a liquid measuring implement, it cannot now be used for a mincha, but it does impart some kedusha on it to essentially to passel that. So as Rashi points out, things like when you're mekadosh something, it assumes the capacity to become tummy in certain respects. So if there's master, for tuma, it's something that if you have a kikurin, you have someone who, for example, that finished the days that he had to wait, and he went to the mikvah, but he still has to bring, he or she still has to bring karbanos the next day. For example, if a mechutza kippurim were to touch something that would passel it, so basically, Rav or Ravashi is saying that when it says that if you put dry into a wet measuring implement, it's not mekadosh it, it means it's not mekadosh it to actually use it as a carbon, but it is mekadosh it that it's subsequently also the fact that you can't take it out of the azara, the fact that you shouldn't stay overnight. All of those prohibitions come into effect, and it's treated as something that is kadosh, but it's just not made kadosh in the sense that you can now offer it. So this language, although we'll see, means something different, but this language that you're not mekadosh to offer it, but it becomes mekudesh in some fashion to become possible. So some understand that phrase, was said on an entirely different topic. That is as follows. It says, "Ein neviim menachos," that you don't bring a mincha offerings in the sakim, minchas behema, ubikurim, that you don't bring any of these things from minameduma, from a mixture. So what is that? Rashi understands the mixture to mean, for example, if you have something that's if you have something that's mixed, where it has something that is, for example, truma, that's mixed with things that are not truma, that you cannot use that to be mekadosh the menachos or the nesafim. Why is that? Because the pasuk says that it has to be mimashke Yisrael. It essentially has to be from a mashke, from a liquid that belongs or is capable of being for Yisrael. And since the average Yisrael can't have truma, so then it's not raw to Yisrael, and therefore it can't be used. Tosus disagrees and says as long as it's eligible to be used by anyone from within Yisrael, and who would that be? So Kohen is allowed to eat truma. So the fact that truma is mixed with non-truma shouldn't have an effect. So therefore Tosus explains that rather we're talking about if it's mixed, if you have whatever it is that you have there, if it's mixed with something that is arla or by a harem, that's what it means by it can't come from a mixture. But in any event, it continues. So we can't bring a mixture for any of these menachos and esakim. The Ein Tzarech Lama may arla by a harem, and then surely, again, according to Rashi, what it's saying is not only if it's mixed with truma, but obviously if it's mixed. If it's made from arla or kloya karim, which are things that are also ba'ana to anyone, it's not going to be mekadosh. According to Tosus, he's saying it's a zubi zu kind of thing. It's saying that if you can't bring it from a mixture that includes arla and kloya karim, then surely you can't bring it from arla and kloya karim itself. And if you were to bring it from a meduma, from a mixture, or from kloya karim and arla, it wouldn't be mekadosh. And the Achronim ask an interesting question. I think some Segler or Bachon and others ask, but wait a second, we know the concept that someone can't be mekadosh something that is also ba'ana, because you don't have the rights in it, and therefore you can't be mekadosh. So why are you telling me that if I have arla and kloya karim, which are also ba'ana, that you can't make it kadosh? You can't make it kadosh. If it's there, I should know that already, because you can never be mekadosh something that's also ba'ana. So I think the Shuvah Yantiv and others give an answer which is important, but it's a basic distinction that when you're mekadosh, if a person is mekadosh something, that person has an element of affecting the kedusha. So therefore, if I'm mekadosh something, it has to be something that's relevant to me. So if it's also ba'ana, then I don't really have it, and I can't be mekadosh. But the kind of kiddush that goes on with klishares is different. It has nothing to do with the person. If you have a klishares that is made to be used in the Beis Hamikdash, and you put something in it, it automatically becomes kaddish. It has nothing to do with the person. So therefore, you might think that something that's also by no would become kaddish. So he's saying no, it's not, because at the end of the day, if what you have cannot be eaten by anyone in Klal Yisrael, like arla and kloya karim, then it's not considered something mashke Yisrael. It's not something that belongs to any particular Jew, because no Jew could use it. So then that klisharis would not make it kaddish. Okay, continue to Gemara. Amar Rav, so this is what we said before, totally different topic, but the same quote that Rav and something Ravasi says, well, kaddish with karesh, when it says that if you put, let's say, this arla or kloya karim in, it is not kaddish, it means that you cannot then take that thing that you put in the Kleshars and actually offer it of a Kaddish puzzle, but it is Kaddish for purposes of making a puzzle. Now, in this case, before we said it means that it becomes eligible for the restrictions of Kaddish. You can't take it out and you can't leave it overnight. Here it means something different, which is saying that since you've essentially democratized it to some degree by putting it in a Kleshares, but not to the degree that it can actually be used, so essentially you've made it puzzle because it can't be used for, it is made Kaddish to a degree, so you can use it for other things, but it's not made Kaddish to the degree that you're able to actually use it, and therefore it becomes puzzle, and as Rashi explains, like anything else that's Kaddish that becomes puzzle, it has to be burnt. But again, you have this quote of Rab and others say Ravashi. One says one version has it going on this question of if you put in a partial measure, let's say half a hin when you're supposed to put in a hin, that's where he says that it's Kaddish to a degree in the sense that it can become invalidated, but it's not Kaddish that it can be used. The other version has it relating to this price that's talking about the fact that you can't bring Menachos or Nisakim or Memphis Behema, that the Keli is not Makadosh it, but it's Makadosh it enough that you essentially have to burn it. Rashi points out that Bikurim is not really fit within this list because Bikurim is not something that's broadly encouraged ever, and so it's just included in the list, but it's not really applicable to that particular thing, to Bikurim. Okay, continue the Gemara, about 4 lines up in the 10 lines. Tanur Rabbanan, Klei Kodesh and Nikfu. We talked about this before. You can't have a Klei Shares that has a hole that affects its ability to operate. So presumably we're talking about something that the hole is of sufficient measure that it can't be used in a traditional fashion. So the Gemara says, the Bible says, any matifin also, that you can't melt it. So basically, Rashi explains the way they used to close up a hole would be they heat up the area around it and it'll melt a little bit, and that would essentially seal the hole. They matikul and topen over that if you have lead, and you have a bigger hole that couldn't just be, if you would melt the surroundings, it wouldn't close the hole. So what they would do is they would take some lead, it would melt the lead, drip it on the hole, and that would close up the hole. So the Bryce is telling us you can't do that. You can't fix the Keli. And we'll see that this is basically invoking the principle that Ein Aniyas B'Makom Ashiros, that when you have in the Beit HaMikdash, everything should be done in a dignified and proper way. Be done in a Ashiros is something rich, but it means it should be done at a high level, at a dignified level, and therefore to use in the Beit HaMikdash Keli that had a hole in it, and then you fix it, it doesn't feel proper. It's interesting is my focus amongst my focus about whether this is this concept is midoraisa midorabbanan, but it's an important concept that in the Beit HaMikdash, which is meant to be a makom ashiros, a wealthy place, you shouldn't use things that are indicative of being poor, i.e., to fix the keli. And we're going to bring more examples of this, and we'll see if that's even more than this kind of fixing. If something gets up to down, and mistaknin also that we don't fix it. So something in some fashion becomes dirty or not so usable that you can't fix it. Sakin sheniftam, if you have a knife that gets a pegima in it, it gets a nick. In mashkitin at pegimaso, you don't sharpen it or whatever. When you run it over the sharpening pin, you get rid of the nicks. That seems to be inappropriate. Rashi learns that it means like a nick or a pegima that after you fix it, it would be evident that you had just fixed it. It's interesting where Rashi gets that from. It could be because the idea being that maybe when you rub a knife against, like you go to the butcher, they rub the knife. It's not like not fixing something. It's just how they sharpen. So Rashi saying it would have to show. Whereas other things we'll see that it's not a fashion of showing. But Rashi understands that that's what it means, that if it gets a big neck, but a small neck, you could actually, it would seem that you can actually sharpen it and get rid of the neck that way. Where do you see that, even if you can't tell that it's still a problem, because the Brisa continues, in my zero also, that if you have, let's say, for example, the handle of a knife slipped off from the blade, right? All you're doing is sticking the blade back in the handle. You wouldn't do that because, again, anything that has the appearance of having been faulty or something wrong with it, even a minor fix like sticking the blade back in the handle, wouldn't do because we don't want to show aniyas to makom ashiras. Abishol says, that there was this kind of knife that would cause trafers. I think technically it's really referring to nevelos, but the idea being that this was such a soft knife that it would easily nick. And when you have a nick, the reason a nick is a problem because it doesn't cut; it kind of yanks the windpipe or whatever that it needs to cut through. So there was this knife that constantly, it was soft enough that it was constantly getting nicked and causing a problem. So they Nimnu Allah, they voted the Kohanim and they put it into the Mitzvah. I guess there was some reason that this knife was a good knife to have, but at the end of the day, they said it's causing too many problems with making animals into nevela, and therefore they buried or got rid of this knife. Okay, Tana Rabbanan. The end of the first wide line. Big Day Kahuna Ein Osin of Ma'aseh Machet. So this seems to be a continuation of you do things in a very dignified fashion, not in a way. So again, you do it in a dignified makom ashiras. So it's saying that the clothing that the Kohanim wore, Ein Osin of Ma'aseh Machet. You wouldn't do it the way we traditionally. How do we make clothes? We take fabric, we cut it, and we then sew the different pieces of fabric together to make good clothing. They would say that's not what they would do. Or might say, rather they would weave it. So they would make the entire beged custom made. So it would be just a continuous weaving that would make the entire beged. They would not take separate pieces and sew them together. Shenemar, because it says masa orek, that it has to be woven, and that was again showing dignity to the Big Day Kahuna. Mizgalu, that if the Big Day Kahuna, the clothing that the Kohanim wore, became dirty, in Mekapsin, you would not wash them lo b'nesa or lo b'hiel. You wouldn't use nesa or hiel. That explains these were basically things that clean clothing, detergent. So you wouldn't wash it with detergent. The Gemara says, wait a second, you're saying you can't wash it with detergent. Halbamayin Mekapsin, but that would seem to imply that with water you could wash it in water. And the Gemara says, and Rashi explains that this is b'tmiyah. It doesn't make any sense. Why? Rashi says really two reasons. So he says, first of all, this is the bottom Rashi, even the time in Mishum the Mexicania to Mali Nasa Mali Mayim, Arin Iskala with Tipson. So he's saying, first of all, why could water be any better than detergent? At the end of the day, if it got dirty and you need to clean it, that seems to be Aniyas from Makamashiris, that it's poor and it's not dignified. So what difference does it make what you wash it with? And moreover, Rashi says, and not only that, like, why would it make any sense to wash it with water, but not with detergent? Water does a better job. Detergent does a better job of cleaning than water does. So the implication doesn't make sense. It says you can't use detergent. Implied you should use water, but why should you be able to use water? It's a poor cleanser, and also what difference does it make whether you use water or detergent? So the Gemara says, "Amabaya happy kamar." This is what it means. Hugu b'mayim. If it reaches the point of dirtiness that it's capable of being cleaned by water, so then Makapsin also then even detergent you can use. So it's talking about the level of dirtiness. It's saying if it's only dirty in a minimal way, that if you just wash it with water, it'll be fine. So then that's not considered to wash it off, even with detergent, is not considered aniyas to makom ashiras. However, continuing the Gemara on our base, Hugu and Nasariyil, if it reached the level that in order to become clean, it would need detergent, then in Makapsin, then after mine in Makapsin, you wouldn't wash it even with water. Rashi explains it's not really meaning literally. There would be no happening to wash it with water because it was something that's dirty enough that it needed detergent. But he's basically saying you would not wash it because once something got dirty to the level that you would want to use detergent, it would seem to be a near to Makamashira's to then launder. Some say in the caption of the Kolikar that you don't do any washing, even if it's at this minimal level that water is enough to clean it. And continues the interesting that this is where we finally get to see this in the Gemara. Because there should not be in the Beit HaMikdash things that would be indicative of poverty or lack of full dignity in a makom, the Beit HaMikdash, where we should do everything in the most dignified or quote unquote rich fashion. Okay, continue the Gemara third line. Taner Rabbanan. So the Me'il, Kulak of Peletaya. So the Me'il was one of the begadim, one of the clothing that the Kohen Gadol wore on top of the regular garment. So the Me'il was this kind of there's actually a lot of my focus about exactly what it looked like, but it was some kind of a long garment. Some understand it was essentially like the shirt that the regular Kohanim wore. This was, so something with sleeves and a hole in the neck. Others understand it to be more of like a tape kind of thing, front and back. Others understand it to be that it wraps around from the back. But the point is, whatever the meal was, that it was made fully out of tchelet, which is the bluish color of wool. In that manner, it says the meal ha'ephod chalil tchelet, that they would make the meal of the ephod. The reason the meal was called of the ephod is because the ephod would attach to it. That it should be entirely tchelet. Okay, that's the body of the meal. Shula case that having it. What did its hem look like? The bottom. Maybe the Caleb that they would bring Caleb wool and purple wool and red wool to and they would kind of make them not the right term, but you make thread out of it. I think if I recall correctly, it was 8 of each, so you had 24 strands that would be kind of twisted together, and that's what they would use. Most also communion monim to that they would make these kind of woolen pomegranates that looked like those that hadn't yet opened their mouth. Rashi explains that when you have a pomegranate that stays on the tree longer than once it's already ripe, that the top would open on its own. So he's saying these molding that they would make on the bottom of the meal were not open in that way. It was like a closed mold. It was, I'll be honest, I'm not sure I understand from Rashi exactly what this was. It seems that the children used to have some kind of like a wicker or something on their head, and then there would be a cone coming up from it. And Rashi describes that they would do it for their milchama, but it's not like kids. So I don't know if they would wrestle or jostle or do something. But in any event, it's this kind of cone-shaped idea. Maybe Shivim Mishnayim Zogin Shebehen Shivim Mishnayim in Berlin, that you would bring essentially 72 bells that have inside an inbal. An inbal, I think the technical term is a clapper. They would bring these bells with the clappers, the tola behen, and they would put the bells, the way this here, so we're tola behen, they would put the bells inside of these woolen pomegranates. 36 on this side, 36 on that side. It would appear to be front and back. So that is the gersa we have here is essentially that they would hang the bells in 72 limonim. That is the Ramban learns that way in Chumash. Rashi seems to have a different gersa, which would be the tolef bow, that they would hang the bell on the megillah itself. And so then, if you look at the psukim, then it would say Pamon Verimon, it would be essentially each bell would be surrounded on either side by one of these woolen pomegranate-looking things. So essentially, that's a very big difference as to what the bottom of the meal looked like. Did you just see these pomegranate-looking things and inside them were bells, or do you see a whole series of the pomegranate-shaped things as well as bells that were hanging on the bottom of the meal? Okay. Rav Dosa Rishon Rav Yehuda, Shlosh Shisha, Hayu, that there were only 36 bells at the bottom. 18 on the front, 18 on the back, and that's what it looked like. That just like we have this machloket by what it looked like on the bottom of the eel, that's just like there was a debate as to whether something was 36 or 72. Similarly, by Maris Nagayim, which is the various colors you could have of Saras, was also Disnan, because we mentioned in Mishnah, Maris Nagayim, that is the different appearances of Saras, that he does them in Hortinus, some of does them in Hortinus. It says Alam Vav that it was 36. Akavi Mahal liner, Akavi Mahal would say there was Shivim Mishnayim. It was 72 different versions of what Saras could look like. And you know, many people point out that the connection here makes sense because we'll see in a minute that the Neil was Machaper on Lashon Hara. That was a function of the Neil. It obtained atonement for the sin of Lashon Hara, and similarly that Negoyim, that Saras came also for the Avera of Lashon Hara. It's exactly what it means, the significance of 36 or 72, I'm not sure, but it's pointing out that there is a commonality or a theme here. There was also actually in both of them, there's 36. And the other version says it's 72. V'amar Inini Bar Safin, we just quoted him before, so we'll quote him again. Lama Nismaka Parshas Karbanos, the Parshas Big Dekuna. Why was there a smicha? Why is the Parsha of Karbanos next to the Parsha of Big Dekuna? Rashi here says that we're talking about in Parshas Tzav, although Rashi elsewhere talks about perhaps a different place that you see a connection between the Big Dekuna and Karbanos. But basically, as Rashi points out, it's those and then afterwards it says, Pakas Aaron and the Begadim, they should take Aaron and the Begadim. So essentially you see that the Torah puts the Parsha of Karbanos next to the Parsha of Big Dekuna. Lamalach, this is to tell you, my Karbanos Machapim, just like Karbanos achieve atonement for the people who bring them, or for Klal Yisrael, that the Big Dekuna are also machaper, that the clothing of the Kohanim also bring about kapara. Now, by the way, in the Psukim, you see that it talks about the tzitz, that the tzitz of the Kohen Gadol wore on his forehead was machaper for Tumas Mikdash Kedoshos. We talked about that many times, but here we're going to go through, that's written in the Psukim. We're going to go through each of them to try and establish what they each are machaper for. The Sonet, the shirt or tunic is warmer than a shirt. That would be machaper with achieve atonement for murder. Now, what that means is different depending where you look. Some understand it mean literally that a murderer would be forgiven, would get kapara through this. Others understand it to mean that Klal Yisrael's liability, because we did see, we'll see about it later, Klal Yisrael's liability for there being murder within the myth has an issue, and that's what the summons would be machaper. But for example, the others, like you see, they ask this question, like, for example, the April we'll see is machaper on Avodah Zarah. And the question is, well, it says that the first place, the Gemara in Yuma says that the first place of English was destroyed because of Avodah Zarah. But wait, the first place of English had the ephod. And if the ephod is machaper, so he gives many answers. But like you see that he seems to take it more literally, that it would literally be machaper. Some of his answers are that it's broader, but it would seem that some understand that it literally means it's machaper even on a murderer. But okay, so, or I would say with tshuva, etc. So that's first of all, where do you get this idea that the son is machaper and shmita dam? The Nama, because it says by the brothers when they told Yosef, they wanted to bring the son of Hashem to Yaakov Avinu. So it says the Yishkutu Siriyim that they shafted a goat, the Yishkutu like son of Badam, and they dipped the kesones in the blood. So they were talking about dipping it in blood. But the Gemara in the Rashi explains the Yishkutu, the idea of being kodol something is also to make something on earth we purify ourselves by going to the mikvah. So since it uses this word, the yitpulu, so you see that, and what were they doing there? They some element of murder that was going on. They were claiming that he was murdered. Whatever the point is, that you see that this idea that from that story that a kesonet, because of the kesonet passion, can relate to murder and therefore be like tvila, it elevates you from murder, that it would be mechaper on murder. Mishnah Sayim, the pants that they will wear, mechaper for Arayas, is sees atonement for Gilei Arayas for sexual immorality. Remember, because the Prophet says, "We also have Mishnah Sebat." They should make these pants l'kasas to erva, to cover the flesh of erva. Rashi explains that l'kasas to cover. Or to reveal, so I'm trying to cover. So it's almost like the pants cover over matters of the Sar Erva, and so therefore that's the idea that pants on the kappa for the pants of the Kohanim on the kappa for the Erva. Mitznefet, which was the hat, the kapper on Gafei Ruach, is makaper on people who are haughty. So, Minayin, when you know it from Chanina says, Yavo Dover Shebegova, Yikafer al Gova. Let something that is coming from the height be Mechaper on something that's coming from the height. So, what does that mean? That the mitznefes, the cap, was on top of the coin. So it should come from something that it should be mechaper for something that is high. What's high? The person who's vision of himself. If he thinks of himself, he's a novalei, he's a hardy person. And it's interesting, the Gemara Shabbos talks about the fact, for example, the reason we wear a yarmulke is to have hashna, to have some humility before Hashem. So the idea would be that the mitznefes, which was a covering of the head, is a sign of humility, and therefore should be a kapara for Gafei Ruach, for people who are who have gaiva. Avnei, the belt, mechaper al hara aleid, that's mechaper on thoughts of the heart. So these are like heretical thoughts. How do we know that it's mechaper on that? Take it easy, because that's exactly where the avnei was. The avnei is actually interesting. It's a very, very long thing. It was I think of like the gallery there, like the loophole with the Torah. Like you keep going. But out there was this very long thing. But the Gemara says, where would you do it? You would do it basically, as Rashi points out, you would do it by the elbow. So if you, roughly speaking, elbow height, if you wrap yourself, so where is that? That's right beneath the heart. That's similar to like a gartel we wear to separate between the top and bottom. But in order, essentially, the idea that Avnei should be makaper for Hirurei Alev is because it was wrapped around the area of the leg. Choshen, the Choshen makaper al dinim is makaper on dinim, which is that we should that if people, I guess, to the extent that we do wrong amongst each other, shenemar v'yasisa Choshen mishpat. So the Choshen was called the Choshen mishpat. So that was because it was used to some degree for shofet to know right and wrong, but it would seem that that's a correlation of that term. Choshen mishpat is that the Choshen is mechaper on issues of dinim, the things that people do wrong between each other. Ephod, the ephod was like that apron-like thing that was, we said before, attached to the meal. Mechaper on what is the covering is mechaper on what is the covering. Shenemar, the pasuk in, I think, Isaiah, but the pasuk in Isaiah talks about a ephod is profit. That essentially the way the Gemara is understanding that pasuk, it means when there is no ephod, when the ephod isn't around, then there are trafim. Trafim is a familiar term, because we just had it with Rachel. You may know that she took love of trafim, so those were like avodah zarah. So it's saying if you have no ephod, you end up with trafim. You end up with avodah zarah. So therefore you see the link between the two, and therefore the ephod is mechaper on avodah zarah. The eel, which we talked about before, that cool pelah thing with the pomegranates on the bottom, mechaper on lashon hara, that is does a kapara for lashon hara. How do we know this? Chanina says Yavud David Shabakol, Yichaper of Kol Hara. That the Me'il was something that had sound. Why? Because it had all those bells on it. So when the Kohen Gadol would walk around, he would ring. So something that has voice to it to come be machaper on something that has negative voice associated with it, which would be lashon hara, speaking ill of others. The tzitz that the Kohen Gadol wore on his forehead, which is interesting. I said before, the pasuk actually tells us what the tzitz is machaper for. But the way it's explained is that since the tzitz was worn on the forehead, so the significance is being on the forehead. Machaper al-Avos Panim is for Avos Panim is like chutzpah or insolence, something like that. Where how do we know that? The tzitz says with the tzitz it's written V'haya al Meitzach Aaron, that it was on Aaron's forehead. That's where the tzitz would rest. Avos Panim says, and with regard to insolence, it's written Umeitzach Isha Zona Hayallah. That you have like the forehead of an Isha Zona, of a harlot. Or prostitute, so saying that you had that, so you see the association of the word Meitzach with Azuz Panim, and you see Meitzach written by Aaron. So the idea was that the tzitz would be machaper on Azuz Panim. Ask the Gemara, Amy, is it true that this is and we're going to see this is going on Shvichas Damim and Lashon Hara? So we just finished saying that that we had items that were machaper on Shvichas Damim and my avodah zara, the ephod and the tzonis, right, was machaper on Shvichas Damim. After Gemara, Rabbi Shulchan Levi. Rabbi Shulchan Levi says, Shnei Dvarim Lanatzinu Lahan Kapar B'Karbanos. There were two things that the atonement cannot be achieved through karbanos. What were those? But we do find some other way of there being kapara for those things. These are those two things. Shvichas damim lashon hara. That shvichas damim, murder, and lashon hara, speaking ill. Shvichas damim, how is shvichas damim have kapara not from karbanos? Egla Rupa, from an Egla Rupa, so we know that Egla Rupa is if there was someone, a murdered body found and they didn't know how he was killed, that they decapitate the Egla and they wash their hands over it and say things to the kapara. So we see the idea that Egla Rupa is a kapara for the community's accountability on Shvichas Damim. So Lashon Hara is also something that you don't accomplish in Karbanos, but rather it's from Ketorah. That the Lashon Hara, that kapara is found, atonement is found through the Ketorah. The Tanya of Kanania, that Kanania said, Minayim HaKetorah Shem HaKaparas. How do we know that Ketorah gives kapara? Shenamar, it says, Vayiten es HaKetorah, Vayichaper Alam, that he gave the Ketorah. The Ketorah, and it gave kapara. What's he talking about? So after the Ma'aseh with Korah, you saw that they were saying Lashon Hara, and about Moshe and Aaron, that they caused Korah to be killed, etc. And there started to be a Mageifa, and people started to die, and Aaron HaKohen took the Machta and he went into the amongst the Jewish people, and that caused the Mageifa to end. So you see the idea that he did the Ketorah, and that gave kapara to the people, and therefore the Mageifa, the plague, ended. So you see that Ketorah causes kapara, and continues the explanation how this is machapara for atonement. The Tanakh Rabbi Shmuel, they learned in the Beis Rabbi Shmuel, what is, so we see from the pasuk by Aaron that Ketorah is machaper. What is machaper for? Lashon hara. Why? Because Yavud David Shabakashai. The kapara is mashik hashai. That's something that essentially lashon hara, which is said in private. You talk about someone behind their back, and it should be mechaper. Something that's done in private should be mechaper on a ma'aseh that was done in private. The ma'aseh done in private for lashon hara. What does it mean that Ketorah is done in private? Because the way it works is when they did the Ketorah every day, everyone was outside of the Heichal and the Ulam, and Rashi points out even beyond that there was empty area. Only the Kohen who was doing the Torah would be in the Heichal at that time. So it was a service that was performed in private, so to speak, and therefore it would be Machaper and Lashon Hara, which is private. So the Gemara is now asking, wait a second, you told me that the Kesones was Machaper on Shikha Samim, and that the Lashon Hara, the Meal, Machaper Lashon Hara, but yet we see that the Gemara said that no, that the Kapar for Shikha Samim and Lashon Hara come from the Egla Rufa and from Ketoret. Kasha Lashon Hara, Kasha Shikha Samim, Shikha Samim. That the Kasha, what is Machaper and Lashon Hara, and what is Machaper and Shikha Samim? The Gemara is going to say, no, Lo Kasha is not a Kasha because they're each Machaper on different elements of Shikha Samim and Lashon Hara. How so? Hadi Yadin Man Kaplei. So when is the whole idea of Egla Rufa is that Egla Rufa is when you don't know who did the murder, and you bring Egla Rufa. So Egla Rufa is Machaper on that kind of murder, the one where you don't know who was the perpetrator. However, the Kesones would be Machaper where you do know who the perpetrator was. Someone murdered someone, and that in some fashion that would give Kapara. So the Gemara says, wait a second, be the other man Kaplei. So if you know who killed the person, then Bar Kaplei, that person is supposed to get killed, and when he gets killed, that creates the Kapara for the Tehillah for the Jewish people. So why would I need the Kesones to be Machaper? So the Gemara says the Mezik that where would I need the Kesones? So if you don't know who murdered, it's Egla Rufa. If you know who murdered and he gets sentenced to death, so then that's the kapara. If you know who murdered, but for example, you know that Reuven murdered Shimon, but Reuven wasn't given Hasra, he wasn't warned beforehand, so then Reuven doesn't get killed. So then that's where the Kesones is Mechaper for Klai. So and as Rashi points out, the murderer himself ends up getting Torah, ends up with Nagayim. Okay? So that's how we explain that murder. Again, three different categories. You don't know who did it, as Arufa, you know who did it, and he had Asra and he gets put to death. That creates Kapara. If he doesn't get put to death for some reason, that is where the Kesones is Mechaper. Lashon Hara, Nami Lakata, and the question of Lashon Hara is also not a question Habetzina, Habet Barhasia. That when the Lashon Hara was done in private, so then you have the Ketoret, that is the service performed in private that creates the Kapara for it, Habet Barhasia. But when you have the Lashon Hara that was said in public, that's where you have the Me'il, which has the bells on the bottom, because that is publicly to make a sound as well. I don't know if I'm exactly copying.
I don't care about the bad things I'm doing away because I can't not do it. I'll be killed. Also, you want to be compromised because that's how you do business. That's how I do business. That's how I know my dolphin life. Sure, dolphin.
All right, well, so good morning. Let us begin. Ahead of us today, begin by thanking all of our sponsors. To thank our Hamatorah sponsors for the month of Kislev. Abba Alim and Tova Allison Adams Steinmetz, memory of Adam's grandfather, the Sheldon Steinmetz, Harav Shlomo Tzvi Reuben Ben Shimon. For the Rock and Honor, it is in Shlomo Shtach and Aviyah should be in the Yosef for his children, his grandchildren, and 936 great grandchildren. Sending them up to Asperson in memory of their parents, Yitzchak Leiter Aaron Cohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch, Ida Bas Henrik Ephraim, and in memory of their dear family friends, Staff Sergeant Achavi Yolik Gordon Shimi Kondamo, Felon Barrel and Dazzle Eric Hanukkah 2023. Orange Happy Palace, in memory of Paul's sisters, Leah Bas Shmuel, Safini Bas Shulamis, Safini Shulamis Bas Shmuel, and Paul's aunt, Esther Bas Zakaria. That only sponsors for today, Ayala Sarah Steinberg. In the source of continuous help to Shulamis, Anna Bas Susha, and for the bringer Fuay by Vidali and Dara Rosenblum, and sponsored by, so talks about the Rosenblum family, sponsored by Vidali and Dara Rosenblum, in memory of Vidali's sisters. Third yard site, Bashadea Bas Mocha Hershel. She just a beautiful and heartwarming dedication from Vidalia. She cared for me my entire life. If you have siblings who you haven't spoken to for a while, if you can, I implore you to reach out. These relationships are like fine goal,
The state dolphins are a little amorous.
which you would never lose track of. First, of course, today's daf, on with Pei Zayin, which again is the word Paz, right? Paz, which means gold, fine gold, is dedicated in her memory and her son Shabna. But also, we hope that in America, all of the Neshama Shabna, the families in Akama, all those who need to check and fiddle, Kol Israel, and Halabai, we should be Zoltan Message to reconcile all of our fractured relationships. So, let's say, with that, let us begin today's daf, Pei Zayin. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on the bottom of Pei Vav on the page 86b. Literally, two lines up on the bottom, a really beautiful Gemara ahead of us. It's not. So let's say here's the case. Let's say you had sacrificial lambs that were on the Mizbeach, and ultimately again they were removed from the Mizbeach before Chatzos, and then they were returned after Chatzos. So remember again, in yesterday's daf, we saw the important principle. That the distinction between before Chatzos and after Chatzos. Meaning before Chatzos, the sacrificial limbs are considered to be limbs. After Chatzos, they are essentially considered to be ash. Now, but in this interesting case over here, the limbs were removed before Chatzos and returned after Chatzos. What's their status? Rabba Amar, top of page 87. Rabba Amar Chatzos Shini Okos. Rabba says they essentially become ash after the second Chatzos. So in other words, put them back on, and the following Chatzos ultimately again they become ash. Rafista says, Amud Hashachar Okos. Rafista said that Halacha L'Maisa again by dawn, ultimately again we are considered to be ash. Amud Gelav, my kind of Rafista. What is Rafista's logic? Umar says, Ma Chatzos Shein Osalina Osaliko. So Chatzos, which ultimately again is not saved Lina. In other words, remember the Lina is the soul and leading over sacrificial matter. Including Rafista. So Lina doesn't really set in until dawn. So Chatzos, which doesn't, right? So Ma Chatzos Shein Osalina Osaliko. So Chatzos, which does not affect Lina, does affect Equal means reduction to ash. However, Shachar, Osalina. So the Shachar by dawn, where ultimately again, Lina does take effect. It should certainly go ahead and reduce the carbon to ash. And that's why, Rafista says that Halacha L'Maisa, if it was removed before Chatzos, put it back on, you put it back on after Chatzos, dawn will ultimately again halachically make it into ash. Okay, incredible. That's case one. Case two. What about the following case? You removed the sacrificial limbs before Chatzos, and you ended up putting them back on after Alos HaShachar. So what's the halacha in that case? So Rabba says, Chatzos Shein Oflasim. Rabba says that ultimately again it's the second Chatzos. So again, we'll see Rabba L'Shitasa, right? Rabba holds that essentially anytime sacrificial limbs are removed from the Mizbeach before Chatzos, when you put them on, you're going to need the next Chatzos, the next midnight, in order to go ahead and make them into Alachim ash. Rafista says in that case, ultimately, in Bahen equally Olam. And let's say now, literally what that says like is they never become ash. Now, that can't be true. What that means is they become ash only once they actually become ash. In other words, the novelty of this ruling is that Halacha L'Maisa in the general sense, when you put sacrificial limbs on the Mizbeach before Chatzos, then Chatzos comes, so what occurs? They become ash. Now the halachically they designated as ash, even though what? They may not actually be ash. What Rafista is saying is like this: in this case, where you remove it before Chatzos, 20 months after Alos HaShachar, in that case, the only way for it to become ash is literally you leave it there until it actually becomes ash. Okay, incredible. Rashi says, it's the last part of Rashi, Ein Bahan equal the Olav, the Kol Shepokin, Yatsi, more than Bahan, actually Yatsi, Dash. Now, again, you just got to put it back. You just got to put it back and literally leave it there until it actually becomes ash. Incredible. Shemaskir Rav Yossi. So Yossi says, one second. Uman Lima Run. The Chatzos Baruch HaMizbeach Mashvil Equal. So it says, now remember. So Yossi poses the following question. right? Everyone is accepting this premise that we mentioned yesterday, namely that chatzos creates this change in sacrificial manner. Before chatzos is considered to be sacrificial limbs. After chatzos is considered to be ash. But Yosef says, now one second, who says that in order for this change to occur, ultimately the sacrificial limbs have to be on the Mizbeach? Who said that? He said that maybe halacha l'maisa, as long as the limbs are in the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash, even if they're not on the Mizbeach itself, maybe chatzos turns them into ash. Maybe that's possible. To which the Gemara says, so Master Rav Yosef is the Kasha, Uman Limalon, the Chatzos Barosh Mizbeach Nashri equal. Who says that it's Chatzos? Who says that you have to be on the top of the Mizbeach in order to be considered ash? Dilma, Koheka Gamashkecha Levu Mashru equal. Maybe as long as sacrificial limbs are in the Beis Hamikdash, wherever they are turned into ash from Chatzos. Maybe that's possible. To which the Gemara says, obviously, if that's the case, that takes care of a lot of these issues. Because then halacha l'maisa, even if it was removed from the Mizbeach before Chatzos, as long as it's kept in the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash, you are good to go. So that's a shaila. So Shalchot Mikam, so they send from Nechmer, they send from Eretz. So what do they say? Hilchos Rav Yosef, that the halacha part of Yosef. I won't say now again, we're not finished yet. But the Gemara seems to be saying over here is that halacha l'maisa, as long as the sacrificial limbs are in the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash, we're good. We're good. Even if they're not on the actual top of the Mizbeach, as long as they're in the Beis Hamikdash come chatzos, they are transformed into ash. So it might not be, so the session is not finished, it might not be beginning. The Gemara says, I'm going to keep my Abba, Kirshu Kozim chatzos, Yerzin Aka chatzos. If you took the sacrificial limbs off the Mizbeach before chatzos, I want to point out, remember, we're vacillating, we're back and forth between valid kabaros, invalid kabaros. So remember again, this case over here is valid kabaros. Or valid kabaros. So again, you're just burning regular valid sacrificial limbs. So here's the case. We took it off. Now, Christians literally means they were removed. So right, the limbs were removed before chatzos. The zir after chatzos, and then they were returned after chatzos. So what's the halacha? Lo ne'in v'lo mo'alin. Ultimately, then you can't get hana, right? You can't get hana, but it's also not subject to nigula. So also remember that whenever you see that formulation, what does that mean? What does that mean? Lo ne'in v'lo mo'alin. Ultimately, again, what that means is halacha l'maisa. Let me work backwards. Whenever we see lo mo'alin means it's no longer others, which essentially means it's ash. It's ash. But how does that sting with lo ne'in? I'm saying there's no me'ilah, and ultimately, again, if there's no me'ilah, it's not hektish. If it's not hektish, you should be able to get hana. So whenever you see that formulation of lo ne'in below mo'alin, what does that tell you? So really look what the Gemara is saying over there. Reb Abba says that if the limbs were taken off after chatzos and they were before chatzos and they were returned after chatzos, lo ne'in below mo'alin, which means that halacha l'maisa, they are considered to be hektish. They're considered to be touched. They're considered to be ash. They're considered to be ash. And while species on the earth, they were accepting the premise of Rav Yosef that in order to be transformed into ash, they need not to be on the top of the Mizbeach, rather they just have to be in the pieces of the Beis Hamikdash. Incredible. And in fact, if you dig with the Rashi, it's actually Rashi, Koleta, the Estachus Level. If you notice in that Rashi, like the two dots. It's in the short line, it's 4 lines in the end of the fourth line. In Morgan by the so on one hand, if it was there before chatzos, you took it off before chatzos and you put it back on after chatzos. So that says over a more than one. Again, essentially, as long as those limbs are inside of the Beis Hamikdash, come chatzos, you're good to go, and they're considered to be ash, like the position of Yosef. The Gemara says, the same Tana, Bakafa, so too again Bakafa also taught, here she calls them chatzos, if the limbs were removed before chatzos, and they were returned to his death after chatzos, They're no longer subject to mitzvah, which again, I will say, makes it sound like halacha l'maisa. As long as there is somewhere in between for the Beis Hamikdash at Chatzos affects that change from sacrificial matter to ash, and therefore again they will no longer be subject to mitzvah. Incredible. Amar Rabbi Abai, so Rabbi said Abai, the thing Achel Yishal Nitam, Hilchus Sakra Yosef, Va'amar Akiya Bar Abba, the Chintani Bar Kapra. So Rabbi Rav Hista B'Mai. So what's I saying here is interesting. So it sounds like pretty much everybody's getting on board, right? So the Rav Papa said like this. What's this Abai? So after we just said before that the halacha follows of Yosef, and after Bar Abba also supported that, and then Bar Kapra also supported that. Similarly, seemingly everybody agrees that even if you have sacrificial matter on the Mizbeach for Chatzos, and you removed it before Chatzos, and put it back on sometime after Chatzos, whatever that time is, after Chatzos, after Avos, it doesn't seem to matter, because everybody seems to accept this idea that what? That Chatzos affects a change in sacrificial matter, turning it from sacrificial matter into ash, and what? And what? It doesn't matter where the sacrificial matter is. Well, that's not totally true. In other words, where does it have to be? Where does it have to be? In the Mizbeach. Where doesn't it have to be? On the Mizbeach. So now that everyone seems to agree with that, and it's actually very interesting. So Rabbi Hista B'Mai. So remember again, we started the morning this morning with. We started with the Daf, but I'm saying in Daf, we started with ultimately with the Machotz and Rabbi Hista. So I understand what Rabbi Hista arguing about. If everyone is agreeing that Chatzos affects the change in the sacrificial matter, turning it into ash, and the sacrificial matter need not be on the top of the Mizbeach. Wherever it is turned into ash. What are Rabba and Rav Hista arguing about? So it's very interesting. Amalei B'Shmin. What are they talking about? So literally again, fatty pieces of it. What is that? Melekeh Rashi B'Shminim. About 10 lines into the short lines. Afilu Hokshu Le. Afilu Hokshu Lo Hadi Iku B'Shmur Me'akva Me'asos Deshem. So what they're arguing about is a fatty piece of meat. Now, what does this mean? A fatty piece of meat, they're talking about something that even after Chatzos still has some meat to it. Even though it's hardened out because it's fatty, ultimately, again, it doesn't totally dry out. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, even after Chatzos, it's not ash. In other words, what you want to suggest things like this. This idea that Chatzos changes sacrificial matter to ash still requires some, we'll call it comprehensive drying out of that piece of meat. So, it's not actually reduced to ash. Ultimately, that's all. It should at least be like a piece of wood, dried out. So, what are they arguing about? And a piece of meat that was fatty and therefore not dried out, that's what they're not going to see. Interesting. So, therefore, again, you can't claim that Chatzos automatically goes in and transforms that item into ash. As Chatzos, so the item is clearly not ash. Okay, beautiful. So Rabbi asks us, so it says, therefore, I just want to point out that the Gemara seems to accept this premise that Chatzos affects comprehensive change within carbonic matter, changing it from sacrificial limbs into ash, and amazingly enough, as long as the item is within the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash, that change occurs even if it's not on the actual top of the Mizbeach. The one exception to that here may be the case of where the piece of meat is fatty, and therefore again still retains some of its meat identity. So it's a very interesting case over here. What about Lina? What about Lina? Does Lina, Lina is the act of leading over a carbon past its permitted window of consumption. So the shot is like this. Yeah? So Rav is asking from Rabba, does Lina occur with sacrificial matter that is placed on the top of the Mizbeach? So the right, if you leave something over the top of the Mizbeach, ultimately again does Lina set it? Where's in 1 second? Thank you, Dummy. I understand. What's the case? Even with the low yard rule, so again, if the sacrificial matter never came off of the Mizbeach, Hantzima says, Hashta, Lanu Ba'azara Amra the low yard rule, but also show Mizbeach Niboy, so it says, I understand. Remember, so if the item itself never left the Mizbeach, then what was it here with Rashi's name? Even with the low yard rule, also Shematzan B'Shach HaBarosh HaMizbeach Shalom Ma'arach. wasn't so again. So that he followed Jesus. I put sacrificial matter on his back on Wednesday. So what happens? Comes Thursday morning, it's still there. So now the Gemara says, is that sacrificial matter? Is that a hustle? Lina is the prohibition, or I should say Lina is the status of leftover carbonic material which becomes prohibited. It has to be burnt. It has to be destroyed. So what's the case? If it never came down from the Mizbeach at all, then ultimately, again, I won't say, then why would it be prohibited? Because why listen to this? Hashta, Manu Ba'azara, Amrat V'lo Yerdi, Rosh Mizbeach Nebai. So let's say he did actually, let's say he actually left over sacrificial matter in this instance. Not in Mizbeach, but in this instance himself. And then what? And then you inadvertently put it up on the Mizbeach to burn it. What's halacha? That's one of the things where although you should not have put it up, if you put it up there, what's halacha? Located, it doesn't come down. So something that wasn't supposed to go up, but once you put it up, don't take it down, then what? Allah has come become something that's already on the Mizbeach, you're not going to take it down. So what's the case? There's one of the rather, it must be talking about a case ultimately where it was brought down from the Mizbeach. So Moses said the case would be like this. I offered up a carbon on Wednesday, right? I put it on the Mizbeach. I left it there until Thursday morning, and I didn't, on top of the Mizbeach, didn't do it. Then I brought it down. So now the shaila is, what do I do with it? What do I do with it? Can I bring it back up and burn it? That was the argument. So the Gemara says, okay, so what's the shaila? So on one hand, we say this is actually a really beautiful Gemara. The Biraj's moment, I would be arguing, Mina Mizbeach, La'acha Amud HaShachar Mibai Lecha. Mi Hadi Kishalan Benisol, Amud HaShachar. So again, once again, just to reframe the case. So I go ahead, I offer up a carbon on Wednesday. I put it on the Mizbeach, I left it there till Thursday morning without doing anything with it. Then it was taken off the Mizbeach. So the shaila is, what do we do with it? What do we do with it? Now, what's the shaila? Zimar says, on one hand, maybe we compare carbonos, sacrificial matter, left on the Mizbeach past its prescribed time to the left not on to the bread, which is on the shulchan. How some Zimar says, the shulchan of the bread is not incredible. It's not. Afidu hin ala shulchan yomim rabim in bekach klum. It's actually very interesting. If one went ahead and left, now remember this, how does Lechem Apanim work? Lechem Apanim was exchanged or was swapped out every week. Remember again, every Shabbos, the Kohanim would change shifts. The outgoing shift would receive the Lechem Apanim of the previous week, and new Lechem Apanim would be put on the shoulder. Let's say for argument's sake, 1 week, whatever the reason, they did not bake the bread. And they left the previous week's bread on the shoulder. The Gemara says there's no Lina. Interestingly enough, there's no soul of leftover bread. So what you see here is Tansa tells me that maybe when a designated item is left in its designated space, ultimately the pursuit of leaving it over of Lina doesn't set in. So maybe I'll say the same thing by a carbon. If a carbon is left on the Mizbeach up until the next morning, because it's a designated item left in its designated space, maybe the pursuit, the disqualification of Lina doesn't set in. That's on one hand. So maybe just like bread left on the shulchan doesn't become disqualified, so to a carbon left on the Mizbeach doesn't become disqualified. Maybe not, right? Or maybe halacha l'maisa. At the end of the day, the Mizbeach is just like the ground. In other words, for Lina purposes, there's no difference if the sacrificial matter is left on the Mizbeach or it's left on the ground. Either way, if it's left until dawn, not having been burnt, there is the soul of Lina, and therefore it's disqualified. And certainly, again, if you take it down from the Mizbeach, what? You're not taking it back up to burn it. So which one is it like? Amalei, Ein Lina V'lo Shel Mizbeach. So what says? Remember again, this was Rabbah. Rabbah asked this question of Rabbah. So Rabbah responds, there is no soul of Lina on the top of the Mizbeach. That's how he went ahead and said halacha l'maisa. There's no Lina. There's no lina. So ultimately, again, so you must by the way, what it starts to say that being death is like the ground. Rashi says, "Oh, you want to charka azan the damina like the hall ritzpas kidney kamosa loki shars kishulchan." Because remember again, the big distinction, the reason why you wouldn't compare the mizbeach to the shulchan is the shulchan is a kli. The shulchan is a kli, the mizbeach is not a kli. So maybe that's the fundamental difference as well. So Moshe said, for again, but Rabbah responds, there is no lina on the top of the mizbeach. Which means that for our case, if I offered up a covenant on Wednesday, the covenant was left over until Thursday morning, not having been burned. Ultimately, again, it's not possible. It's not possible. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, yeah, not possible. So the Gemara says, "Kibla minei, oh no kibla minei." So again, now the shaila is, did Rabbah accept this ruling from Rabbah or not? So again, Rabbah is espousing, aim mina b'rosh hamizbeach. There is no pseudo mina on the top of the mizbeach. Did Rabbah accept this from the text? Did Rabbah accept this from the Mona? Tashmas, let's analyze. Tashmas, the Itmar we learned. If there were sacrificial lamps that ultimately again remain in the Ashara, ultimately again we burn them the entire night. Right, Rashi's back, we'll talk about Rashi. The fact of the Rosh Hashanah's back was this. If never say now again, that's just a straightforward halacha. So when do you burn sacrificial limbs? Sacrificial limbs are burned throughout the night in the Beis Hamikdash. Learn the Rosh Hashanah's back. Now again, we'll say, sorry, all my pieces about that first statement, you can burn the sacrificial limbs the entire night. Entire night means until when? Until dawn, until Alos. After Alos, you can't burn the sacrificial limbs ultimately again because there's an issue of lina. However, run the Rosh Hashanah's Mizbeach. But if halacha l'maisa again, the limbs were on the top of the Mizbeach, nekaper v'holei kli odom. Ultimately again, you could go ahead and burn it forever. So let's say, what do you see from here? What do you see from there? That halacha l'maisa, if the limbs are on the top of the mizbeach, apparently there's no issue of lina. Right? Even the next morning, you can still burn it. Next week, you can still. So the Gemara says, what happened? Now, let's say, now again, so so we appreciate the progression of the cases. Case number one, I offered up a carbon on Wednesday. The limbs are in the Beis Hamikdash. I could burn that until dawn of Thursday, Thursday morning. If it's on the mizbeach, I could burn it forever. I offered up a carbon, put sacrificial on the mizbeach. There's never a psul of lina. I could burn it forever. That's case two. Case three, yard two. It was brought down from the mizbeach. So it was on the mizbeach, now brought down from the mizbeach. What's the halacha? Rabba Amar Yalu. Rabba says ultimately again you could take them back up. Rabba Amar Yalu. Rabba says, no, once they came down, you can't bring it back up. What do you see from here? Shmanina lo kibla minei shmanina. See here that Rabba obviously did not accept Rabba's ruling. Therefore, we'll say, it turns out that it's a fundamental process, Rabba and Rabba. So we'll say, so now we also crystallize the halacha, because we said that I'm passing in just a moment. But halacha, what we see is as follows. If you sacrifice a carbon and those limbs are in the general basin of pieces, you have until dawn to go ahead and burn them. Once you've put those limbs on the mizbeach, how long do you have to burn them? Forever. Because when you're on the mizbeach, there's no psul of lina on the mizbeach itself. There's no disqualification of leaving overnight on the mizbeach itself. Therefore, if you leave it on the mizbeach, you're good to go. What's the shaila case? So those two cases, everyone agrees. The shaila case, it's on the mizbeach, and now it came down. So essentially, I will say, do we say that once it was on the mizbeach, it is treated as still on the mizbeach, and therefore no lina? Or no, once it came down, it's subject to lina. Rabba says, once it's on the mizbeach, it's treated like it's on the mizbeach, even though it's subsequently up, therefore no lina at all. Rabba says, no. It is subject to lina. Therefore, once the next morning comes, you can't return it to the top of the mizbeach. Rabba says, I'm on constant like the Rabba. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, once those limbs came off the mizbeach, they are treated as if they're on the ground and not on the mizbeach, and therefore will be subject to lina come the next morning. Therefore, if the next morning comes and they're still off the mizbeach, halacha l'maisa, they are disqualified and cannot be brought back up. Incredible. let's go back to says change on Mizbeach Mekadosh. What's the question? The Mishnah says the same way that Mizbeach sanctifies, the Kedesh, the ramp sanctifies, and the Kishar sanctifies. Says the Hano give the Mizbeach. So the Lashon of the pasuk is anything that touches the Mizbeach. Yikdash, ultimately again, will be sanctified. In the element Mizbeach sanctifies things. Kedesh, Minayim, I don't know that even I will say the ramp has the ability to sanctify something. I'm a little more S on Mizbeach. We'll say S. S in general, we'll say is a word that comes to include other items. In this case, it will come to include the ramp. So the Gemara says, Krisharis, I'm sorry, Krisharis, how do you know that a Krisharis, a service utensil, also has the ability to go ahead and sanctify something? Kamalomar, Kol Hanogea, Bahem, Yikdash, anything that touches them. So then comes to include even if Krisharis will become covered. So what's an interesting shayla there? By the way, the Shlakish, the Yochanan, the Shlakish in the middle of the following shayla. Krisharis, Moushei, Kadish, and Sapsur. So both say, this is very interesting. Does the Krisharis have the ability to sanctify something that is that's a shayla. Now look at that because there's what Rish Lakish, there's what the Gemara thinks Rish Lakish is asking, and then we're going to see what Rish Lakish is actually asking. What the Gemara thinks it's asking is look at actually Mashik Alish Psulim, towards the bottom of the daf, who's Sabbath of Indian, Pidyon coming by them. So we're going to see thought that Rish Lakish was asking in terms of like redemption. In other words, that halacha l'maisa, do we say that let's say you put a mincha tmeya, an invalid mincha, into a Krisharis. Mikach Kedusha Sagobanav, not below nothing of the Kulin, the Kachat, the Avabish Tanea, Olokach. Now we assume that what the studies is asking is that Allah for maybe let's say you put an invalid cover into a Krisharis. Let's say you put a cover mincha, that's covered into a Krisharis. Does that make the cover mincha, does it sanctify it to the point that mincha has no redemption? That's what we thought the Rish Lakish was asking. I'm like, can you see what? We learned this. The Shem Shem is Gehak Batevish Mekachin, that's how I learned. Kaf, Kilo Mekachin. So we learned this. Explicitly, the answer is yes. The same way that Mizbeach consecrates something. The ramp consecrates something, so too a Kisharis consecrates something. And even if Halacha l'maisa again, the item is possible, the Kisharis ultimately will consecrate it. I'm not meaning, no, that's not what I'm asking. L'chatchila b'karev coming by. No, I'm asking not about redemption. I'm asking about what? Offering it up. If you put something that is coming into a Kisharis, essentially, does the Kisharis have the ability to transform that item into something that can actually be offered up? So the Gemara says, so Nami we learned that as well. Ahmed is what I'm saying. Remember again, it's actually a quote from the previous Mishnah. Shekiblu Psulim, the Zarku Es Damo. Remember, we saw both that one of the disqualification cases was where somebody ultimately, again, who was puzzled, did Kabbalah, and ultimately did Zika. My lad should keep you pursuing. Are we not talking about a case where ultimately, again, someone who was puzzled did the Kabbalah and it wasn't just people for that, she just a moment, should keep you pursuing. Now she says, the Haga Zarku pursuing. Yeah, one thing, now what ended up happening? So the Gemara says, are we not talking about a case where ultimately, again, like somebody who was puzzled, whatever the case was, a Kohen's Tameh, and the Kohen's Tameh did this with Kabbalah. So Hadar Zarku psulim. And afterwards, again, Zrika was done by someone who was puzzled as well. But Lamali, Zarku, Kabbalah Epsilale. Now, once again, here's the shayla. I don't understand the case. If someone who is puzzled did Kabbalah, then what? Then that shouldn't validate everything. In other words, why are you taking the case of Shekiblu psulim? The Zarku psulim. Someone who was puzzled with Kabbalah, and then someone who was puzzled with Zrika. I don't understand. Once someone who was puzzled with Kabbalah, the process is done. The process is done. The covenant is invalid. Who cares? Even if Aaron and Cohen, right? Aaron had kids, and Aaron Cohen came back and did Zrika, it's still going to be puzzled. There's no puzzled with Kabbalah, but that's Rashi. But Lama leaves Zarku. Why do you need to bring this as a case for someone who was puzzled with Zrika? The Kabbalah Epsilon. Ultimately, again, is going to be invalidated already from Kabbalah. Taimot Zarku psulim with the Havel and Barim with Toras and other Loyalu, with the Chatila Loyalu, the Mixal Basar is Rigas psulim. Hazardu Kshedim Lachachila, Nami Yalu Evarim. I'm just going to explain just a moment. Tizrika Ma'al Yuhu, Biafagav Bekibu Pshirim Shum Shikachik Bisharis is very Lachachila. Now, what's here that's interesting? Now, if they understand the following idea, maybe we should get about this. Let's just keep our eye on the ball. Remember, what's the Shaila? Rish Lakish is asking Yochanan the following question. If you take a carbonic matter that is possible and you put it in a Bisharis, is a Bisharis powerful enough to actually transform that invalid carbon into a valid carbon? That's what Shlomo is going to be open on. Yochanan says, I think the answer to that is yes. What's his right? Listen to this. In the previous Mishnah, the Mishnah framed the case as someone who is a Kohen who was puzzled did Kabbalah, and then a Kohen who was puzzled did Zrika. Now, why do you need both of those cases? It should be enough. The carbon should be invalid if a Kohen who was puzzled did Kabbalah. Once that happened, so Elamai, what do you see from there? It must be that when a Kohen who is puzzled does Kabbalah, so that's puzzle. But when that blood comes into a Pisharis, that Pisharis renders the blood fit, renders the blood kosher, which would then mean if a Kohen kosher did the Zrika, the carbon would actually be good. The only reason it's invalid is why? Because a Kohen's puzzle is now coming to do the Zrika. So what do you see from here? That placement of an invalid carbon into a Pisharis renders the carbon fit. Which looks like is so dramatic. That's what the opener is asking the Shiloh. There is asking the Shiloh to which the Gemara said, no, that's not the case. That's not the case. Well, Shekiblu Psulim, Inami Shezarku Psulim. The Gemara says, no. The Gemara says, quickly, that's not the case. The case actually, the way to read the Mishnah is that either we're talking about a Kohen, apostle Kohen who did Kabbalah, or a apostle Kohen who did Zrika. We are reading the case as apostle Kohen did Kabbalah, and then another apostle Kohen did Zrika. And if that's the case, it must be that the Pisharis renders the blood fit in the middle, and then the second apostle Kohen does Zrika messes it up again. And that shows that Pisharis has the ability to rectify even invalid carbonic matter. Just as we're reading the Mishnah wrong. The way to read the Mishnah is either or. Either a Kohen apostle did Kabbalah, or a Kohen apostle did Zrika. But once you have a Kohen apostle that does Kabbalah, the blood is invalid, and even putting it in a Pisharis afterwards will not rectify. So it looks like the way the Gemara is up, the Gemara doesn't end up with an explicit idea, but the Gemara seems to indicate that placement of invalid carbonic matter into a Pisharis will not rectify the invalid carbonic matter. And therefore, Allah as powerful as a Pisharis is, ultimately again, it can't turn invalid sacrificial blood into valid sacrificial blood. Let's say it's a tremendous Muslim hospital as well, which is that nothing outside of an item change the item. Only an item can change itself. Right? So once the blood is invalid, the blood is invalid. You could put invalid blood in the most beautiful Pisharis, like the holiest Pisharis, or Pisharis that was used in every single Kohen since Aaron Kohen, right? But Allah change cannot occur from anything external. In order for something to change has to occur within. Invalid blood is invalid blood because it's invalid blood, and nothing outside of invalid blood can make it into invalid blood. Naturally, it's invalid blood. Naturally, that's by 9 doctors. So looks like what is true for blood is also true for people. A lot of times we think that we look to other people to change us, other circumstances to change us. If only I had this, I would be like this. If only I was in this situation, I'd be like this. Change comes from within. Change comes from within. You can have the most beautiful Pisharis in the world, but the only way to fundamentally change yourself is to change yourself. Nothing external to you could ever fundamentally change to anything. What you are. It's true for blood, it's true for us. Another question. Agram is death, and his death coming Allah. Look at 3 lines up in the top 87b. The airspace of his death. So it's a very interesting piece over here. What's the status of the airspace of his death? Agram is death, and his death coming Allah. Is the airspace of his death like his death or not? So we'll say, this is actually very interesting, Shaila. So the Gemara says, Tashma. Kishem Shem is death the Kaddish. Kevesh Mekadesh. The boss said, now listen to this. So the Gemara says, the same way that the Mizbeach consecrates, so the ramp consecrates as well. The boss said, now watch this. You got you interesting. Now, if halacha so you say that airspace is not like the Mizbeach itself, then Kevesh Nami Lat Kevesh. Then again, boss said, we assume over here, since the Mishnah grouped Mizbeach, Kevesh, ramp, and Klisharis together, whatever is true for one of those things will be true for all of them. So now, the Gemara is asking, what is the status of the airspace of the Mizbeach? Is the airspace like the Mizbeach or not? So the Gemara says, if you say not, if you say not, then that would mean that therefore the airspace of the ramp is also not like the ramp. If that's the case, this is very interesting. How can you ever transport sacrificial matter from the ramp to the Mizbeach? It would be as if it came off the Mizbeach. What is this?
Now imagine.
Look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi says, "Riki masikun mekadesh from his back." He says, "Hov kiman b'lav ba'avi hakedesh avi yarud. It's not kach and yardu lo yarud." So it's interestingly enough, the issue is like this: if the airspace is not like the actual area itself, that means when you lift something up on the ramp. So again, if even assuming now, this is actually quite an assumption that even when the cord lifts something up, it's in the airspace of the ramp, and when it's in the airspace of the ramp, it's not like on the ramp. If that's the case, then every sacrificial item that you bring up the ramp ultimately, again, is not on the ramp, and it's as if it's been brought down from the Mizbeach. If it's like yogurt, and therefore, again, on both sides, we've seen many different cases where once an item is considered to be like it's off the Mizbeach, it can't be brought back on. So if airspace is not like primary space, then how are you bringing many items from the ramp to the Mizbeach itself? To which the one says that's not a big deal. Did not be right. Did not get it literally means you're dragging it. Okay, you're dragging it. And therefore, again, because you're dragging it, ultimately, obviously, you're dragging it is quite literally on your Kedesh, and then goes right onto the Mizbeach. But even so, the Ha'avir reached in Kedesh to Mizbeach. So also, it's actually a very interesting fact. There was a gap. We've actually seen this before. There was a gap between the end of the ramp and the top of the Mizbeach. Even if you're dragging it, halacha again is always going to be that airspace. So because of that, aren't you by definition, and again, if you hold that airspace is not like the primary space, then again, you're still getting off the ramp, you're getting off the Mizbeach. Which the Gemara says is very interesting. Rubo, the Kevesh, Rubo, the Mizbeach, the Mizbeach. So this is actually quite interesting. The Gemara says you're right, but in general, even if you hold that airspace is not like the primary space, wherever the majority of the sacrificial matter is situated, ultimately, again, that's where the carbon is considered to be. So, for example, if we go with the idea that you're dragging it over here, if the majority of the carbon is on the Kevesh, then it's on the Kevesh. If the majority is on top of the Mizbeach, then it's on the Mizbeach. So, in other words, interestingly enough, even though there may be some part of it that's in the gap, the majority of it is always going to be somewhere. This shows me how. Gemara says, let's answer those things. Now, remember again, we still have to answer the primary question. Gemara is operating under an assumption. But Allah promised at the end of the day, do we say that airspace is like in this day out or not? So think shot now, answer from here. The body line back from as the following kasha. Yesh chibor olo. So ultimately, the Gemara said, is there chibor? Is there connection ultimately again to those things being brought up on the Mizbeach, or not? Or not? We'll say, look at that in just a moment. Yesh chibor ba'olim. The lo chashvim who came out of the mifras ba'adina b'basa riba. Only chibor. They will say that again. In general, this is a little bit of a related question, but a separate question. When the item is on the Mizbeach, or for that matter, again on the ramp, and halakha l'maisa, the whole item is not. Right? Let's say the majority of items on the mizbeach, but part of it is not on the mizbeach. Is there keyboard? Is there connection? Do we say that ultimately, again, wherever the majority is, the minority part of the sacrificial matter is considered to be attached to the majority, or not? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Now, once that seems to be clear, that at least that question we are answering. That wherever the majority of the sacrificial matter is situated, that's where the carbon is considered to be. To which the Gemara says, Maskif Laba, Bara Hanan, that if you say that the airspace of the Mizbeach is considered to be like the Mizbeach, Ola Sa'of, the Pastor of Machshava, Hechi Mishkach Asla, Hakat Ba Mizbeach. Sharon says it's very interesting. It's very interesting. So if you hold that the airspace of the Mizbeach ultimately again is like the Mizbeach, right? Making that assumption, then how do you ever see this? How do you ever have a case of pigul by machshava solved? Or how do you ever have machshava? How do you ever have pigul by oath? Now, what is this? Let's look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi says ola solved. Remember, so why is he bringing that ola solved? Remember again, we'll say we had spent a lot of time on bird offerings. Ola solved is the mulika is done on the top of the mizbeach, as opposed to chashos, which is down on Chatasol, which is done on Monika is done on the ground level. Ultimately, Ola Sa'ol, the Monika is done on the top of the Mizbeach. Now watch, which is how we start the same thing, Shkachasla. Rashi says, Rashi, third to last short line, for lines there, the Pasal Ba Machshava, Chutz Lizmano, HaKat Le Adli HaMizbeach, Vini Nami Amina Lina Ma'aret Rosh HaMizbeach, the Kamas HaShat Rosh HaMizbeach. It's so interesting. Let's say again, Choli is doing Monika on the Ola Sa'ol top of his back. And then he has a machshava to go ahead, I don't know, and burn these 2 days later. So the Gemara says, why is that being valid? Why? Because after all, if we say that the Mizbeach, ultimate, the average Mizbeach, like the Mizbeach, so the nectar is already drugged up for Mizbeach. If it's drugged up for Mizbeach, so why should machshavas people even invalidating at all? So fascinating. Maskif Loratzim, but actually, Al-Maksimas Alamalo, why not? I'm going to see if you say about it. To go to the Amar, Harini Mokita, Al-Manas, the Hovida, the Mahar, Ula Halos Salatira. So you could say ultimately, again, I have in mind, who's very checking, on the condition to ultimately, again, take it down tomorrow, and then ultimately, again, take it back up and burn. If you were to just leave it on his back, maybe it wouldn't be an issue of. They go, but it could very well be that his machshava is to go ahead and take it down. In which case, halacha l'maisa, that could be it out there. So let's stop over here today. We're leaving off a little bit in the middle of this sugya, but just I'm saying the overarching question that the Gemara is dealing with over here is, does the airspace of the mizbeach count on the mizbeach or not? Resolution after some tomorrow.
Search that. Put that into complexity. Does the United Arab Emirates cloud seed to make artificial rain? Or it's not artificial, it's real rain. It's just their force rain. What's the word? Whatever. Search that.
All right, well, so good morning. Let us begin. Unfortunately, great job ahead of us today. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors. So thank our Tamazon sponsors for the month of Kislev. Abba Adin, Tova Allison, Adam Starkins, Memory of Adam's grandfather, the Shlomo Stein, Tarab Shlomo, Tzvi, Ruben, Ben, Shimon, Sikon, Russell, Ahmed, and Shon Shaf, and Aliyah, Shibon, Mary, Yosef, for its children, his grandchildren, and commanding Horror 36 great grandchildren. Sending them up to Ashton, in memory of their parents, which is Lincoln, Aaron, Cohen, Sarah, Rachel, Bas, Baruch, Inga, Bas, Aaron, Ephraim, in memory of their dear family friends, Staff Sergeant, Sully, Yonah, Coordination, and Yamo, fell in battle in Gaza, Arab, Hanukkah 2023. All in Kathy Howard, in memory of Paul's sisters, Leah Bas Shmuel, Zahini Bas Shulamis, Zahini Shulamis Bas Shmuel, and Paul's aunt, Esther Bas Zachariah. That's all the sponsors for today. Ayala Sarah Steinberg, in the Skosh, of continued help for Shubanis Hannah Bas Susha, and for the very full and by Chidayan Dara Rosenblum. is sponsored by, so it's talked about the Rosenberg family, sponsored by the Vidali and Dana Rosenberg, in memory of the Vidali sisters' third website, Leah Das Moshe Herschel. It's just a beautiful and heartwarming dedication from Vidali. She cared for me my entire life. If you have siblings who you haven't spoken to for a while, if you can, I implore you to reach out. These relationships are like prime gold, which you never lose track of. In her circles, today's daf, on which Pei Zion, which again is the word Paz, right? Paz, which means gold, fine gold, is dedicated in her memory and her Shem all those in the Shama, all those who need to Shem, phone Israel. In Halabai, we should be so message to reconcile all of our fractured relationships. So we'll say, with that, let us begin today's daf design. We are picking up the lyrics Hashem on the bottom of page above on the date 86b. Literally, two lines up in the bottom. A really beautiful Gemara ahead of us. Parachute coaching transfers gets me out of So let's say here's the case. Let's say you have sacrificial lambs that were on the Mizbeach, and ultimately again they were removed from the Mizbeach before Chatzos, and then they were returned after Chatzos. So when we're getting yesterday shot, we saw the important principle. That it is distinction between before Chatzos and after Chatzos. Namely, before Chatzos, the sacrificial limbs are considered to be limbs. After Chatzos, they are essentially considered to be ash. Now, in this interesting case over here, the limbs were removed before Chatzos and returned after Chatzos. What's their status? Rabba Amar, top of page 87. Rabba Amar Chatzos Shini Okwas. Rabba says they essentially become ash after the second Chatzos. So in other words, you put them back on, and the following Chatzos, ultimately again they become ash. And this time, Rav Kista says, Amar Hashachar Okwas. Rav Kista says that Halach Halamaisa again by dawn, ultimately again they are considered to be ash. Amidelav, my time of Rav Kista, what is Rav Kista's logic? In Kimar says, Ma Chatzos Shein Osalina Osaiko. So Chatzos, which ultimately again does not create Gina, and it was when the Nina is the soul of the over sacrificial matter until the next day. So Nina doesn't really set in until dawn. So Chatzos, which does it right, so Chatzos Shein Osalina Osaiko. The Chatzos, which does not affect Nina, does affect equal in introduction to ash. Amar Shachar, Osalina. So like Amar Shachar by dawn, where ultimately again, Nina does take effect. Eno Din Sha'osaiko, it should certainly go ahead and reduce the carbon to ash. And that's why when Rav Kista says that Allah Kalamaisa, if it was removed before Chatzos, put it back on, you put it back on after Chatzos, dawn will ultimately again halachically make it into ash. Okay, incredible. That's case one. Case two. Person Koyu Chatzos Verzin La'achar Mudashachar. What about the following case? You removed the sacrificial limbs before Chatzos, and you ended up putting them back on after Allah Shachar. So what's the halacha in that case? So Rabba says, Chatzos Sheni Okwasim. Rabba says that ultimately again it's the second Chatzos. So again, this is Rabba Mishikasa, right? Rabba holds that essentially any time sacrificial limbs are removed from the Mizbeach before Chatzos, when you put them on, you're going to need the next Chatzos, the next midnight, in order to go ahead and make them into a lactic ash. But this time, Rav Kista says in that case, ultimately, Ein Bahem equally Olam. And listen now, literally what that says right here is that they never become ash. Now, that can't be true. What that means is they become ash only once they actually become ash. In other words, the novelty of this ruling is that Halakha in a general sense, when you put sacrificial meat on the Mizbeach before Chatzos, when Chatzos comes, so what occurs? They become ash. Now the halakha is designated as ash, even though what? They may not actually be ash. What Rav Kista is saying is like this: in this case, when you remove it before Chatzos, put it on after Amos Hashachar, in that case, the only way for it to become ash is literally you leave it there until it actually becomes ash. Okay, incredible. Rashi says, it's the last part, right? And actually, Ein Bahem equally Olam. The Kol Shepokin Yatsi Amolin Bahem Achi Yatsi Dash. Now, Allah Kalamaisa again, you just got to put it back. And literally leave it there until it actually becomes ash. Incredible. So, Maskil Rabbi Yossi says, one second. Uman Lima Mon, the Hatzos Barosh HaMashiach Mashmir Ito. So remember, so Yossi faces the following question. Right, everyone is accepting this premise that we mentioned yesterday, meaning that Chatzos creates this change in sacrificial manner. Before Chatzos is considered to be sacrificial rings, after Chatzos is considered to be ash. The Yossi says, now one second, he says that in order for this change to occur, ultimately the sacrificial rings have to be on the Mizbeach. He said that maybe Halakha L'Maisa, as long as the rings are in the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash, even if they're not on the Mizbeach itself, maybe Chatzos turns them